plant lore, legends, and lyrics. Embracing the myths, traditions, superstitions, and folklore of the plant kingdom. By Richard Folkard. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. First part. Introduction. The analogy existing between the vegetable and animal worlds, and the resemblances between human and tree life, have been observed by man from the most remote periods of which we have any records. Primitive man, watching the marvelous changes in trees and plants, which accurately marked not only the seasons of the year, but even the periods of time in a day, could not fail to be struck with a feeling of awe at the mysterious, invisible power which silently guided such wondrous and incomprehensible operations. Hence, it is not astonishing that the early inhabitants of the earth should have invested with supernatural attributes the tree, which in the gloom and chill of winter stood gaunt, bare, and sterile, but in the early spring hastened to greet the welcoming warmth-giving sun by investing itself with a brilliant canopy of verdure, and in the scorching heat of summer afforded a refreshing shade beneath its leafy boughs. So we find these men of old, who had learnt to reverence the mysteries of vegetation, forming conceptions of vast cosmogonic world or cloud trees overshadowing the universe, mystically typifying creation and regeneration, and yielding the divine ambrosia or food of immortality, the refreshing and life-inspiring rain, and the mystic fruit which imparted knowledge and wisdom to those who partook of it. So, again, we find these nebulous, overspreading world trees connected with the mysteries of death and giving shelter to the souls of the departed in the solemn shade of their dense foliage. Looking upon vegetation as symbolical of life and generation, man, in course of time, connected the origin of his species with these shadowy cloud trees, and hence arose the belief that humankind first sprang from ash and oak trees, or derived their being from Holda, the cloud goddess who combined in her person the form of a lovely woman and the trunk of a mighty tree. In after years, trees were almost universally regarded either as sentient beings or as constituting the abiding places of spirits whose existence was bound up in the lives of the trees they inhabited. Hence arose the conceptions of hamadryads, dryads, sylvans, tree nymphs, elves, fairies, and other beneficent spirits who peopled forests and dwelt in individual trees, not only in the Old World, but in the dense woods of North America, where the Mi'kmaq, like Puck, has from time immemorial frolicked by moonlight in the forest openings. Hence also sprang up the morbid notion of trees being haunted by demons, mischievous imps, ghosts, gnats, and evil spirits, whom it was deemed by the ignorant and superstitious necessary to propitiate by sacrifices, offerings, and mysterious rites and dances. Remnants of this superstitious tree worship are still extant in some European countries. The Irminsul of the Germans and the central oak of the Druids were of the same family as the Asherah of the Semitic nations. In England, this primeval superstition has its descendants in the village maypole, bedizened with ribbons and flowers, and the jack-in-the-green with its attendant devotees and whirling dancers. The modern Christmas tree, too, although but slightly known in Germany at the beginning of the present century, is evidently a remnant of the pagan tree worship, and it is somewhat remarkable that a similar tree is common among the Burmese, who call it the Padaita Bin. This Turanian Christmas tree is made by the inhabitants of towns, who deck its bamboo twigs with all sorts of presents, and pile its roots with blankets, cloth, earthenware, and other useful articles. The wealthier classes contribute sometimes a Nyawe Padaita, or silver Padaita, the branches of which are hung with rupees and smaller silver coins wrapped in tinsel or colored paper. These trees are first carried in procession and afterwards given to monasteries on the occasion of certain festivals or the funerals of Buddhist monks. They represent the wishing tree, which, according to Burmese mythology, grows in the northern island and heaven of the gnats or spirits, where it bears on its fairy branches whatever may be wished for. The ancient conception of human trees can be traced in the superstitious endeavors of ignorant peasants to get rid of diseases by transferring them to vicarious trees, or rather to the spirits who are supposed to dwell in them, and it is the same idea that impels simple rustics to bury elder sticks and peach leaves to which they have imparted warts, etc. The recognized analogy between the life of plants and that of man, and the cherished superstition that trees were the homes of living and sentient spirits, undoubtedly influenced the poets of the ancients, informing their conceptions of heroes and heroines, metamorphosed into trees and flowers, and traces of the old belief are to be found in the custom of planting a tree on the birth of an infant, the tree being thought to symbolize human life in its destiny of growth, production of fruit, and multiplication of its species, and when fully grown, giving shade, shelter, and protection. This pleasant rite is still extant in our country as well as in Germany, France, Italy, and Russia, and from it has probably arisen a custom now becoming very general of planting a tree to commemorate any special occasion. Nor is the belief confined to the Old World, for Mr. Leyland has quite recently told us that he observed near the tent of a North American Indian 2 small evergreens which were most carefully tended. On enquiry, he found the reason to be that when a child is born, or is yet young, its parent chooses a shrub, which, growing as the child grows, will, during the child's absence or even in after years, indicate by its appearance whether the human counterpart be ill or well, alive or dead. In one of the Quadi Indian stories, it is by means of the sympathetic tree that the hero learns his brother's death. In the Middle Ages, the old belief in trees possessing intelligence was utilized by the monks who have embodied the conception in many medieval legends, wherein trees are represented as bending their boughs and offering their fruits to the Virgin and her divine infant. So again, during the flight of the Holy Family into Egypt, trees are said to have opened and concealed the fugitives from Herod's brutal soldiery. Certain trees, notably the aspen, are reputed to have been accursed and to have shuddered and trembled ever after on account of their connection with the tragedy of Calvary, while others are said to have undergone a similar doom because they were attained by the suicide of the traitor Judas Iscariot. Seeing that the reverence and worship paid to trees by the ignorant and superstitious people was an institution impossible to uproot, the early Christian church sought to turn it to account, and therefore consecrated old and venerated trees, built shrines beneath their shade, or placed on their trunks crucifixes and images of the Blessed Virgin. Legends concerning trees with holy personages, miracles, and sacred subjects were, in after years, freely disseminated, one of the most remarkable being the marvelous history of the Tree of Adam, in which it is sought to connect the Tree of Paradise with the Tree of Calvary. Evelyn summarizes this misty tradition in the following sentence: "Trees and woods have twice saved the whole world, first by the ark, then by the cross, making full amends for the evil fruit of the tree in paradise by that which was born on the tree in Golgotha." In course of time, the flowers and plants which the ancients had dedicated to their pagan deities were transferred by the Christian Church to the shrines of the Virgin and sainted personages. This is especially noticeable in the plants formerly dedicated to Venus and Freya, which, as being the choicest as well as the most popular, became, in honor of the Virgin Mary, Our Lady's plants. Vast numbers of flowers were, in course of time, appropriated by the Church and consecrated to her saints and martyrs, the selection being governed generally by the fact that the flower bloomed on or about the day on which the Church celebrated the saint's feast. These appropriations enabled the Roman Catholics to compile a complete calendar of flowers for every day in the year, in which each flower is dedicated to a particular saint. But if the most beautiful flowers and plants were taken under the protection of the Church and dedicated to the memory of her holiest and most venerated members, so also certain trees, plants, and flowers, which, either on account of their noxious properties or because of some legendary associations, were under a ban, became relegated to the service of the devil and his minions. Hence we find a large group of plants associated with enchanters, sorcerers, wizards, and witches, many of which betray in their nomenclature their satanic association, and are, even at the present day, regarded suspiciously as ill-omened and unlucky. These are the plants which, in the dark days of witchcraft and superstition, were invested with mysterious and magical properties, the herbs which were employed by hags and witches in their heathenish incantations, and from which they brewed their potions and hell broths. Thus Ben Jonson, in his fragment The Sad Shepherd, makes one of his characters say when speaking of a witch, "He knows her shifts and haunts, and all her wiles and turns, the venomed plants wherewith she kills, where the sad mandrake grows, whose groans are dreadful, the dead-numbing nightshade, the stupefying hemlock, adder's tongue, and martagan." The association of plants with magic, sorcery, and the black art dates from remote times. The blind Norse god Hodr slew Balder with a twig of mistletoe, In the battles recorded in the Vedas as being fought by the gods and the demons, the latter employ poisonous and magical herbs which the gods counteract with counterpoisons and health-giving plants. Hermes presented to Ulysses the magical moly wherewith to nullify the effects of the potions and spells of the enchantress Circe, who was well acquainted with all sorts of magical herbs. The Druids professed to know the secrets of many magical plants which they gathered with mysterious and occult rites. The vervain, silago, mistletoe, oak, and rowan were all said by these ancient priests and lawgivers to be possessed of supernatural properties, and remnants of the old belief in their magical powers are still extant. In works on the subject of plant lore hitherto published in England, scarcely any reference has been made to the labors in the field of comparative mythology of Max Müller, Grimm, Kuhn, Manhart, de Gubernatis, and other eminent scholars, whose erudite and patient investigations have resulted in the accumulation of a vast amount of valuable information respecting the traditions and superstitions connected with the plant kingdom. Mr. Kelly's interesting work on Indo-European tradition, published some years ago, dealt, among other subjects, with that of plant lore and drew attention to the analogy existing between the myths and folklore of India and Europe, relating more especially to plants which were reputed to possess magical properties. Among such plants, peculiar interest attaches to a group which, according to Aryan tradition, sprang from lightning, the embodiment of fire, the great quickening agent. This group embraces the hazel, the thorn, the Hindu sami, the Hindu palasa, with its European congener, the rowan, and the mistletoe. The two last-named plants were, as we have seen, employed in Druidic rites. These trees are considered of good omen and as protectives against sorcery and witchcraft. From all of them, wishing rods, called in German Wunschelruten, and divining rods have been wont to be fashioned, magical wands with which, in some countries, cattle are still struck to render them prolific, hidden springs are indicated, and mineral wealth is discovered. Such a rod was thought to be the caduceus of the god Hermes, or Mercury, described by Homer as being a rod of prosperity and wealth. All these rods are cut with a forked end, a shape held to be symbolic of lightning and a rude effigy of the human form. It is interesting to note that in the Rig Veda, the human form is expressly attributed to the pieces of asvata wood used for kindling the sacred fire, a purpose fulfilled by the thorn in the chark or instrument employed for producing fire by the Greeks. Another group of plants also connected with fire and lightning comprises the mandrake, the root of which is forked like the human form, the fern Polypodium felix mas, which has large pinnate leaves, the sesame, called in India thunderbolt flower, the springwort, and the luck flower. The mandrake and fern, like King Solomon's baharas, are said to shine at night and leap about like a will-o'-the-wisp. Indeed, in Thuringia, the fern is known as Irrkraut, or misleading herb, and in Franche-Comté, this herb is spoken of as causing belated travelers to become lightheaded or thunderstruck. The mandrake root and the fern seed have the magical property of granting the desires of their possessors, and in this respect resemble the sesame and luck flower, which, at their owner's request, will disclose treasure caves, open the sides of mountains, clefts of rocks, or strong doors, and in fact render useless all locks, bolts, and bars at will. The springwort, through the agency of a bird, removes obstacles by means of an explosion caused by the electricity or lightning of which this plant is an embodiment. Akin to these plants, known in our country as lunary or moonwort and unshoe the horse, and called by the Italians sfera cavallo, plants which possess the property of unshoeing horses and opening locks. A Russian herb, the rasvetrava, belongs to the same group. This plant fractures chains and breaks open locks, virtues also claimed for the vervain, Eisenkraut, the primrose or Schlüsselblume, the fern, and the hazel. It should be noted of the mistletoe, which is endowed by nature with branches regularly forked and has been classified with the lightning plants, that the Swedes call it thunderbesom and attribute to it the same powers as to the springwort. Like the fly rowan or flogron and the esvata, it is a parasite and is thought to spring from seeds dropped by birds upon trees. Just as the Druids ascribe peculiar virtues to a mistletoe produced by this means on an oak, so do the Hindus especially esteem an esvata, which has grown in like manner upon a sami, or acacia suma. It is satisfactory to find that, although the devil has had certain plants allotted to him, wherewith to work mischief and destruction through the agency of demons, sorcerers, and witches, There are yet a great number of plants whose special mission it is to thwart satanic machinations, to protect their owners from the dire effects of witchcraft or the evil eye, and to guard them from the perils of thunder and lightning. In our own country, house leek and stonecrop are thought to fulfill this latter function. In Westphalia, the Donnerkraut, or pine, is a thunder protective. In the Tyrol, the alpine rose guards the house roof from lightning, and in the Netherlands, the St. John's wort, gathered before sunrise, is deemed a protection against thunderstorms. This last plant is especially hateful to evil spirits, and in days gone by was called Fuga Daemonum, dispeller of demons. In Russia, a plant called the Sertagan, or devil chaser, is used to exorcise Satan or his fiends if they torment an afflicted mourner. And in the same country, the prakrit is a herb whose peculiar province it is to destroy calumnies with which mischief makers may seek to interfere with the consummation of lovers' bliss. Other plants induce concord, love, and sympathy, and others again enable the owner to forget sorrow. Plants connected with dreams and visions have not hitherto received much notice, but nevertheless, popular belief has attributed to some few, and notably the elm, the four-leaved clover, and the Russian suntrava, the subtle power of procuring dreams of a prophetic nature. Numerous plants have been thought by these superstitious to portend certain results to the sleeper when forming the subject of his or her dreams. Many examples of this belief will be found scattered through these pages. The legends attached to flowers may be divided into four classes: the mythological, the ecclesiastical, the historical, and the poetical. For the first named, we are chiefly indebted to Ovid and to the Jesuit René Rapin, whose Latin poem, De Hortorum Cultura, contains much curious plant lore current in his time. His legends, like those of Ovid, nearly all relate to the transformation by the gods of luckless nymphs and youths into flowers and trees, which have since borne their names. Most of them refer to the blossoms of bulbous plants, which appear in the early spring, and, as a rule, white flowers are represented as having originated from tears, or pink or red flowers from blushes or blood. The ecclesiastical legends are principally due to the old Catholic monks, who, while tending their flowers in the quietude and seclusion of monastery gardens, doubtless came to associate them with the memory of some favorite saint or martyr, and so allowed their gentle fancy to weave a pious fiction, wherewith to perpetuate the memory of the saint in the name of the flower. For many of the historical legends, we are also indebted to monastic writers, and they mostly pertain to favorite sons and daughters of the Church. Amongst what we have designated poetical legends must be included the numerous fairy tales in which flowers and plants play a not unimportant part, as well as the stories which connect plants with the doings of trolls, elves, witches, and demons. Many such legends, both English and foreign, will be found introduced in the following pages. It has recently become the fashion to explain the origin of myths and legends by a theory which makes of them mere symbols of the phenomena appertaining to the solar system, or metaphors of the four seasons and the different periods in a day's span. Thus we are told that, in the well-known story of the transformation of Daphne into a laurel bush to enable her to escape the importunities of Apollo, we ought not to conceive the idea of the handsome passionate god pursuing a coy nymph, until in despair she calls on the water gods to change her form, but that, on the contrary, we should regard the whole story as simply an allegory, implying that the dawn rushes and trembles through the sky and fades away at the sudden appearance of the bright sun. So, again, in the myth of Pan and Syrinx, in which the satyr pursues the maiden who is transformed into the reed from which Pan fashioned his pipes, the meaning intended to be conveyed is, we are told, that the blustering wind bends and breaks the swaying rushes, through which it rustles and whistles. Professor de Gubernatis, in his valuable work La Mythologie des Plantes, gives a number of clever explanations of old legends and myths in accordance with the solar theory, which are certainly ingenious if somewhat monotonous. Let us take as an example the German story of The Watcher of the Road, which appears at page 326. In this tale, a lovely princess, abandoned for a rival by her attractive husband, pines away, and at last, desiring to die if only she can be sure of going somewhere where she may always watch for him, is transformed into the wayside endive or succory. Here is the professor's explanation. Does not the fatal rival of the young princess, who cries herself to death on account of her dazzling husband's desertion, and who even in death desires still to gaze on him, symbolize the humid night, which every evening allures the sun to her arms, and thus keeps him from the love of his bride, who awakens every day with the sun, just as does the flower of the succory. These scientific elucidations of myths, however dexterous and poetical they may be, do not appear to us applicable to plant legends, whose chief charm lies in their simplicity and oppositeness, nor can we imagine why Aryan or other storytellers should be deemed so destitute of inventive powers as to be obliged to limit all their tales to the description of celestial phenomena. In the Vedas, trees, flowers, and herbs are invoked to cause love, avert evil and danger, and neutralize spells and curses. The ancients must, therefore, have had an exalted idea of their nature and properties, and hence it is not surprising that they should have dedicated them to their deities, and that these deities should have employed them for supernatural purposes. Thus Indra conquered Vritra and slew demons by means of the soma. Hermes presented the all-potent moly to Ulysses, and Medea taught Jason how to use certain enchanted herbs. Just as later in the world's history, druids exorcised evil spirits with mistletoe and vervain, and sorcerers and wise women used St. John's wort and other plants to ward off demons and thunderbolts. The ancients evidently regarded their gods and goddesses as very human, and therefore it would seem unnecessary and unjust so to alter their tales about them as to explain away their obvious meaning. Flowers are the companions of man throughout his life, his attendants to his last resting place. They are, as Mr. Ruskin says, precious always to the child and the girl, the peasant and the manufacturing operative, to the grisette and the nun, the lover and the monk. Nature, in scattering them over the earth's surface, would seem to have designed to cheer and refresh its inhabitants by their varied coloring and fragrance, and to elevate them by their wondrous beauty and delicacy. From them, as old Parkinson truly wrote, "We may draw matter at all times, not only to magnify the Creator that hath given them such diversities of forms, scents, and colors that the most cunning workman cannot imitate, but many good instructions also to ourselves, that as many herbs and flowers with their fragrant, sweet smells do comfort and, as it were, revive the spirits, and perfume a whole house, even so such men as live virtuously, laboring to do good and profit the Church, God, and the commonwealth by their pains or pen, do, as it were, send forth a pleasing savor of sweet instructions." The poet Wordsworth reminds us that God made the flowers to beautify the earth and cheer man's careful mood, and he is happiest who hath power to gather wisdom from a flower, and wake his heart in every hour to pleasant gratitude. In these pages will be found many details as to the use of these beauteous gems of nature, both by the ancient races of the world and by the people of our own generation. Their adaptation to the Church's ceremonial and to popular festivals, their use as portents, symbols, and emblems, and their employment as an adornment of the graves of loved ones. Much more could have been written, had space permitted, regarding their value to the architect and the herald. The acanthus, lotus, trefoil, lily, vine, ivy, pomegranate, oak, palm, acacia, and many other plants have been reproduced as ornaments by the sculptor, and it is a matter of tradition that to the majestic aspect of an avenue of trees we owe the lengthy aisle and fretted vault of the Gothic order of architecture. In the field of heraldry, it is noticeable that many nations, families, and individuals have, in addition to their heraldic badges, adopted plants as special symbols, the circumstances of their adoption forming the groundwork of a vast number of legends. A glance at the index will show that some of these are to be discovered in the present work. Many towns and villages owe their names to trees or plants, and not a few English families have taken their surnames from members of the vegetable kingdom. In Scotland, the name of Fraser is derived from the strawberry leaves, or fraises, borne on the family shield of arms, and the gowans and primroses also owe their names to plants. The Highland clans are all distinguished by the floral badge, or suichantas, which is worn in the bonnet. For the most part, the plants adopted for these badges are evergreens, and it is said that the deciduous oak, which was selected by the Stuarts, was looked upon as a portent of evil to the royal house. The love of humankind for flowers would seem to be shared by many members of the feathered tribe. Poets have sung of the passion of the nightingale for the rose and of the fondness of the bird of paradise for the dazzling blooms of the tropics. The especial liking, however, of one of this race, the Amblyornis inornata, for flowers is worthy of record, inasmuch as this bird gardener not only erects for itself a bower, but surrounds it with a mossy sward on which it continually deposits fresh flowers and fruit of brilliant hue, so arranged as to form an elegant parterre. We have reached our limit and can only just notice the old traditions relating to the sympathies and antipathies of plants. The Jesuit Kircher describes the hatred existing between hemlock and rue, reeds and fern, and caclamen and cabbages as so intense that one of them cannot live on the same ground with the other. The walnut, it is believed, dislikes the oak, the rowan, the juniper, the whitethorn, the blackthorn, and there is said to be a mutual aversion between rosemary, lavender, the bay tree, thyme, and marjoram. On the other hand, the rose is reported to love the onion and garlic, and to put forth its sweetest blooms when in propinquity to those plants, and a bond of fellowship is fabled to exist between a fig tree and rue. Lord Bacon, noticing these traditionary sympathies and antipathies, explains them as simply the outcome of the nature of the plants, and his philosophy is not difficult to be understood by intelligent observers, for, as St. Anthony truly said, the great book of nature, which contains but 3 leaves, the heavens, the earth, and the sea, is open for all men alike. Chapter 1. The World Trees of the Ancients. It is a proof of the solemnity with which, from the very earliest times, man has invested trees, and of the reverence with which he has ever regarded them, that they are found figuring prominently in the mythology of almost every nation. And despite the fact that in some instances these ancient myths reach us, after the lapse of ages, in distorted and grotesque forms, they would seem to be worthy of preservation, if only as curiosities in plant lore. In some cases, the myth relates to a mystic cloud tree, which supplies the gods with immortal fruit. In others, to a tree which imparts to mankind wisdom and knowledge. In others, to a tree which is the source and fountain of all life. And in others again, to the actual descent of mankind from anthropological or parent trees. In one cosmogony, that of the Uranians, the first human pair are represented as having grown up as a single tree, the fingers or twigs of each one being folded over the other's ears, till the time came when, ripe for separation, they became 2 sentient beings and were infused by Ormuzd with distinct human souls. But besides these trees, which in some form or other benefit and populate the earth, there are to be found in ancient myths records of illimitable trees that existed in space, whilst yet the elements of creation were chaotic, and whose branches overshadowed the universe. One of the mythical accounts of the creation of the world represents a vast cosmogonic tree rearing its enormous bulk from the midst of an ocean before the formation of the earth had taken place. And this conception, it may be remarked, is in consonance with a Vedic tradition that plants were created 3 ages before the gods. In India, the idea of a primordial cosmogonic tree, vast as the world itself, and the generator thereof, is very prevalent, and in the Scandinavian prose Edda, we find the skalds shadowing forth an all-pervading mundane ash, called Yggdrasil, beneath whose shade the gods assemble every day in council, and whose branches spread over the whole world, and even reach above heaven, whilst its roots penetrate to the infernal regions. This cloud tree of the Norsemen is thought to be a symbol of universal nature. The accompanying illustration is taken from Finn Magnusson's pictorial representation of the Yggdrasil myth and depicts his conception of the Norse world tree. According to the Eddaic accounts, the ash Yggdrasil is the greatest and best of all trees. One of its stems springs from the central primordial abyss, from the subterranean source of matter, runs up through the earth which it supports, and issuing out of the celestial mountain in the world's center, called Asgard, spreads its branches over the entire universe. These widespread branches are the ethereal or celestial regions, their leaves, the clouds, their buds or fruits, the stars. 4 hearts run across the branches of the tree and bite the buds. These are the 4 cardinal winds. Perched upon the top branches is an eagle, and between his eyes sits a hawk. The eagle symbolizes the air, the hawk the wind-still ether. A squirrel runs up and down the ash and seeks to cause strife between the eagle and Nidhogg, a monster which is constantly gnawing the roots. The squirrel signifies hail and the other atmospherical phenomena. Nidhogg and the serpents that gnaw the roots of the mundane tree are the volcanic agencies which are constantly seeking to destroy Earth's foundations. Another stem springs in the warm south over the ethereal Urdar fountain, where the gods sit in judgment. In this fountain swim 2 swans, the progenitors of all that species. These swans are, by Finn Magnusson, supposed to typify the sun and moon. Near this fountain dwell 3 maidens, who fix the lifetime of all men, and are called Norns. Every day they draw water from the spring, and with it sprinkle the ash in order that its branches may not rot and wither away. This water is so holy that everything placed in the spring becomes as white as the film within an eggshell. The dew that falls from the tree on the earth men call honeydew, and it is the food of the bees. The 3rd stem of Yggdrasil takes its rise in the cold and cheerless regions of the north, the land of the frost giants, over the source of the ocean, typified by a spring called Mimir's Well, in which wisdom and wit lie hidden. Mimir, the owner of this spring, is full of wisdom because he drinks of its waters. One day Odin came and begged a draught of water from the well, which he obtained, but was obliged to leave one of his eyes as a pledge for it. This myth, Finn Magnusson thinks, signifies the descent of the sun every evening into the sea, to learn wisdom from Mimir during the night. The mead quaffed by Mimir every morning being the ruddy dawn that, spreading over the sky, exhilarates all nature. The Hindu World Tree. The Indian cosmogonic tree is the symbol of vegetation, of universal life, and of immortality. In the sacred Vedic writings, it receives the special names of Ilpa, Kalpadruma, Kalpataru, and Kalpavriksha, on the fruits of which latter tree the first men sustained and nourished life. In its quality of tree of paradise, it is called Parijata, and as the ambrosial tree, the tree yielding immortal fruit, it is known as Amrita and Soma. This mystic world tree of the Hindus, according to the Rig Veda, is supernaturally the god Brahma himself, and all the gods are considered as branches of the divine parent stem, the elementary or fragmentary form of Brahma, the vast overspreading tree of the universe. In the Vedas, this celestial tree is described as the Pipala, or people, and is alluded to as being in turns visited by 2 beauteous birds, the one feeding itself on the fruit, typifying probably the moon or twilight, the other simply hovering with scintillating plumage and singing melodiously, typifying perhaps the sun or daybreak. Under the name of Ilpa, the Jamboa or rose apple, the cosmogonic tree is described as growing in the midst of the lake Ara in Brahma's world, beyond the river that never grows old, from whence are procured the waters of eternal youth. Brahma imparts to it his own perfume, and from it obtains the sap of vitality. To its branches the dead cling and climb in order that they may enter into the regions of immortality. As the Kalpadruma, Kalpakataru, and Kalpavriksha, the Indian sacred writings describe a cloud tree, which, by its shadows, produced day and night before the creation of sun and moon. This cosmogonic tree, which is of colossal proportions, grows in the midst of flowers and streamlets on a steep mountain. It fulfills all desires, imparts untold bliss, and, what in the eyes of Buddhists constitutes its chief sublimity, it gives knowledge and wisdom to humanity. In a word, it combines within its mystic branches all riches and all knowledge. As the Soma, the world tree becomes in Indian mysticism a tree of paradise, at once the king of all trees and vegetation, and the god Soma to be adored. It furnishes the divine ambrosia, or essence of immortality, concealed sometimes in the clouds, sometimes in the billows of the soft and silvery light that proceeds from the great Soma, the great Indu, the moon. Hence, this mystic tree, from the foliage of which drops the life-giving Soma, is sometimes characterized as the Hindu moon tree. Out of this cosmogonic tree, the immortals shape the heavens and the earth. It is the tree of intelligence, and grows in the 3rd heaven, over which it spreads its mighty branches. Beneath it, Yama and the Pitris dwell, and quaff the immortalizing Soma with the gods. At its foot grow plants of all healing virtue, incorporations of the Soma. 2 birds sit on its top, one of which eats figs, whilst the other simply watches. Other birds press out the Soma juice from its branches. This ambrosial tree, besides dropping the precious Soma, bears fruit and seed of every kind known in the world. The World Tree of the Buddhists. The sacred tree of Buddha is, in the complex theology of his followers, represented under different guises. It is cosmogonic, it imparts wisdom, it produces the divine ambrosia or food of immortality, it yields the refreshing and life-inspiring rain, and it affords an abiding place for the souls of the blessed. The supernatural and sacred tree of Buddha, the cloud tree, the tree of knowledge, the tree of wisdom, The ambrosia tree is covered with divine flowers. It glows and sparkles with the brilliance of all manner of precious stones. The root, the trunk, the branches, and the leaves are formed of gems of the most glorious description. It grows in soil pure and delightfully even, to which the rich verdure of grass imparts the tints of a peacock's neck. It receives the homage of the gods, and the arm of Maya, the mother of Buddha, when she stretches it forth to grasp the bough which bends towards her, shines as the lightning illumines the sky. Beneath this sacred tree, the tree of knowledge, Buddha, at whose birth a flash of light pierced through all the world, sat down with the firm resolve not to rise until he had attained the knowledge which maketh free. Then the tempter, Mara, advanced with his demoniacal forces. Encircling the sacred tree, hosts of demons assailed Buddha with fiery darts amid the whirl of hurricanes, darkness, and the downpour of floods of water to drive him from the tree. Buddha, however, maintained his position unmoved, and at length the demons were compelled to fly. Buddha had conquered, and in defeating the tempter Mara and obtaining possession of his tree of knowledge, he had also obtained possession of deliverance. Professor de Gubernatis, in explaining this myth, characterizes the tree as the cloud tree. In the clouds, the heavenly flame is stored, and it is guarded by the dark demons. In the Vedic hymns, the powers of light and darkness fight their great battle for the clouds and the ambrosia which they contain. This is the identical battle of Buddha with the hosts of Mara. In the cloud battle, the ambrosia, or amrita, which is in the clouds, is won. The enlightenment and deliverance which Buddha wins are also called an ambrosia, and the kingdom of knowledge is the land of immortality. There is a tradition current in Tibet that the tree of Buddha received the name of Tarayana, that is to say, the way of safety, because it grew by the side of the river that separates the world from heaven, and that only by means of its overhanging branches could mankind pass from the earthly to the immortal bank. The material tree of Buddha is generally represented either under the form of the Asvata, the Ficus religiosa, or of the Udumbara, the Ficus glomorata, which appeared at the birth of Buddha. But in addition to these guises, we find it also associated with the Asoka, Jonesia asoka, the Palasa, Butea frondosa, the Bunafala, Musa sapientum, and sometimes with the Palmyra palm, Borassus flabelliformis. Under one of these trees, the ascetic Gautama Buddha, one momentous night, went through successively purer and purer stages of abstraction of consciousness until the sense of omniscient illumination came over him, and he attained to the knowledge of the sources of mortal suffering. That night, which Buddha passed under the tree of knowledge on the banks of the river Naranjanya, is the sacred night of the Buddhist world. There is a peepal tree, Ficus religiosa, at Buddha Gaya, which is regarded as being this particular tree. It is very much decayed and must have been frequently renewed, as the present tree is standing on a terrace at least 30 feet above the level of the surrounding country. The Iranian World Tree. The world tree of the Iranians is the Hauma, which is thought to be the same as the Galkarena of the Zendavesta. This Hauma, the sacred vine of the Zoroastrians, produces the primal drink of immortality, after which it is named. It is the first of all trees, planted in heaven by Ormuzd in the Fountain of Life, near another tree called the Impassive or Inviolable, which bears the seeds of every kind of vegetable life. Both these trees are situated in a lake called Vuru Kasha and are guarded by 10 fish who keep a ceaseless watch upon a lizard sent by the evil power Ahriman to destroy the sacred Hauma. The inviolable tree is also known as the eagle's and the owl's tree. Either one or the other of these birds, probably the eagle, sits perched on its top. The moment he rises from the tree, 1,000 branches shoot forth. When he settles again, he breaks 1,000 branches and causes their seed to fall. Another bird, that is his constant companion, picks up these seeds and carries them to where Tistar draws water, which he then rains down upon the earth with the seeds it contains. These two trees, the Hauma and the eagles, or inviolable, would seem originally to have been one. The lizard sent by Ahriman to destroy the Hauma is known to the Indians as a dragon, the spoiler of harvests, and the ravisher of the Appas, or brides of the gods, Peris who navigate the celestial sea. The Assyrian Sacred Tree. In intimate connection with the worship of Assur, the supreme deity of the Assyrians, the god who created himself, was the sacred tree, regarded by the Assyrian race as the personification of life and regeneration. This tree, which was considered coeval with Asur, the great first source, was adored in conjunction with the god. For sculptures have been found representing figures kneeling in adoration before it and bearing mystic offerings to hang upon its boughs. In these sculptured effigies of the sacred tree, the simplest form consists of a pair of ram's horns, surmounted by a capital composed of 2 pairs of ram's horns, separated by horizontal bands, above which is a scroll, and then a flower resembling the honeysuckle ornament of the Greeks. Sometimes this blossoms, and generally the stem also throws out a number of smaller blossoms, which are occasionally replaced by fir cones and pomegranates. In the most elaborately portrayed sacred trees, there is, besides the stem and the blossoms, a network of branches, which forms a sort of arch and surrounds the tree as it were with a frame. The Phoenicians, who were not idolaters in the ordinary acceptation of the word, inasmuch as they did not worship images of their deities and regarded the ever-burning fire on their altars as the sole emblem of the Supreme Being, paid adoration to this sacred tree, effigies of which were set up in front of the temples and had sacrifices offered to them. This mystic tree was known to the Jews as Asherah. At festive seasons, the Phoenicians adorned it with boughs, flowers, and ribbons, and regarded it as the central object of their worship. The mother tree of the Greeks, Romans, and Teutons. The Greeks appear to have cherished a tradition that the first race of men sprang from a cosmogonic ash. This cloud ash became personified in their myth as a daughter of Oceanos, named Melia, who married the river god Inachos and gave birth to Pharaonius, in whom the Peloponnesian legend recognized the firebringer and the first man. According to Hesychius, however, Pharaonius was not the only mortal to whom the mother ash gave birth, for he tells us distinctly that the race of men was the fruit of the ash. Hesiod also repeats the same fable in a somewhat different guise when he relates how Jove created the third or brazen race of men out of ash trees. Homer appears to have been acquainted with this tradition, for he makes Penelope say, when addressing Ulysses, "Tell me thy family, from whence thou art, for thou art not sprung from the olden tree, or from the rock." The ash was generally deemed by the Greeks an image of the clouds and the mother of men, the prevalent idea being that the Meliae, or nymphs of the ash, were a race of cloud goddesses, daughters of sea gods, whose domain was originally the cloud sea. But besides the ash, the Greeks would seem to have regarded the oak as a tree from which the human race had sprung, and to have called oak trees the first mothers. This belief was shared by the Romans. Thus Virgil speaks of nymphs and fauns and savage men who took their birth from trunks of trees and stubborn oak. In another passage, the great Latin poet, speaking of the Aesculus, a species of oak, sacred to Jupiter, gives to it attributes which remind us in a very striking manner of Yggdrasil, the cloud tree of the Norsemen. High as his topmost boughs to heaven ascend, so low his roots to hell's dominion tend. Dryden. In the Aeneid, Book 4, speaking of the oak as Quercus, Virgil uses the same expression with regard to the roots of Jove's tree descending to the infernal regions. Juvenal, also in his 6th satire alluding to the beginning of the world, speaks of the human race as formed of clay or born of the opening oak, which thus becomes the mystical mother tree of mankind, and, like a mother, sustained her offspring with food she herself created. Thus Ovid tells us that the simple food of the primal race consisted largely of acorns dropping from the tree of Jove, and we read in Homer and Hesiod that the acorn was the common food of the Arcadians. The belief of the ancient Greeks and Romans that the progenitors of mankind were born of trees was also common to the Teutons. At the present day, in many parts of both North and South Germany, a hollow tree overhanging a pool is designated as the first abode of unborn infants, and little children are taught to believe that babies are fetched by the doctor from cavernous trees or ancient stumps. Frau Hulda's tree is a common name in Germany for old decayed bulls, and she herself, the cloud goddess, is described in a Hessian legend as having in front the form of a beautiful woman and behind that of a hollow tree with rugged bark. But besides Frau Hulda's tree, the ancient Germans knew a cosmogonic tree, assimilating to the Scandinavian Yggdrasil. The trunk of this Teutonic world tree was called Irminsul, a name implying the column of the universe, which supports everything. A Byzantine legend, which is current in Russia, tells of a vast world tree of iron, which in the beginning of all things spread its gigantic bulk throughout space. Its root is the power of God. Its head sustains the three worlds, heaven with the ocean of air, the earth with its seas of water, and hell with its sulfurous fumes and glowing flames. Rabbinic traditions make the Mosaic tree of life, which stood in the center of the Garden of Eden, a vast world tree resembling in many points the Scandinavian ash Yggdrasil. A description of this world tree of the rabbins, however, need not appear in the present chapter, since it will be found on page 13. Chapter 2. The Trees of Paradise and the Tree of Adam. Amongst all peoples and in all ages, there has lingered a belief possessing peculiar powers of fascination that in some unknown region, remote and unexplored, there existed a glorious and happy land, a land of sunshine, luxuriance, and plenty, a land of stately trees and beauteous flowers, a terrestrial paradise. A tradition contained in the sacred books of the Parsis states that at the beginning of the world, Ormuzd, the giver of all good, created the primal steer, which contained the germs of all the animals. Ahriman, the evil spirit, then created venomous animals, which destroyed the steer. While dying, there sprang out of his right hip the first man, and out of his left hip the first man's soul. From him arose a tree whence came the original human pair, namely Mashya and Mashyoi, who were placed in Hidden, a delightful spot where grew Hom, or Hauma, the tree of life, the fruit of which gave vigor and immortality. This paradise was in Iran. The woman, being persuaded by Ahriman in the guise of a serpent, gave her husband fruit to eat, which was destructive. The Persians also imagined a paradise on Mount Caucasus. The Arabians conceived an Elysium in the midst of the deserts of Aden. The pagan Scandinavians sang of the holy city of Asgard, situated in the center of the world. The Celts believed an earthly paradise to exist in the enchanted isle of Avalon, the island of the blessed, where falls not hail or rain or any snow, nor even wind blows loudly, but it lies, deep-meadowed, happy, fair, with orchard lawn and bowery hollows. The Greeks and Romans pictured to themselves the delightful gardens of the Hesperides, where grew the famous trees that produced apples of gold. And in the early days of Christendom, the poets of the West dreamt of a land in the East, the true paradise of Adam and Eve, as they believed, in which dwelt in a palm tree the golden-breasted phoenix, the bird of the sun, which was thought to abide 100 years in this Elysium of the Arabian deserts, and then to appear in the temple of the sun at Heliopolis, fall upon the blazing altar, and, pouring forth a melodious song from or through the orifices of its feathers, which thus formed 1,000 organ pipes, cremate itself, only to rise again from its smoking ashes and fly back to its home in the palm tree of the earthly paradise. The Russians tell of a terrestrial paradise to be sought for on the island of Bujan, where grows the vast oak tree, amidst whose majestic branches the sun nestles to sleep every evening, and from whose summit he rises every morning. The Hindu religion shadows forth an Elysium on Mount Meru, on the confines of Kashmir and Tibet. The garden of the great Indian god Indra is a spot of unparalleled beauty. Here are to be found an umbrageous grove or wood where the gods delight to take their ease. Cooling fountains and rivulets, an enchanting flower garden, luminous flowers, immortalizing fruits, and brilliantly plumed birds, whose melody charms the gods themselves. In this paradise are fine trees, which were the first things that appeared above the surface of the troubled waters at the beginning of the creation. From these trees drop the immortalizing ambrosia. The principal tree is the parijata, the flower of which preserves its perfume all year round, combines in its petals every odor and every flavor, presents to each his favorite color and most esteemed perfume, and procures happiness for those who ask it. But beyond this is a token of virtue, losing its freshness in the hands of the wicked, but preserving it with the just and honorable. This wondrous flower will also serve as a torch by night, and will emit the most enchanting sounds, producing the sweetest and most varied melody. It assuages hunger and thirst, cures diseases, and remedies the ravages of old age. The paradise of Muhammad is situated in the seventh heaven. In the center of it stands the marvelous tree called Tuba, which is so large that a man mounted on the fleetest horse could not ride round its branches in 100 years. This tree not only affords the most grateful shade over the whole extent of the Mussulman paradise, but its boughs are laden with delicious fruits of a size and taste unknown to mortals, and moreover bend themselves at the wish of the inhabitants of this abode of bliss to enable them to partake of these delicacies without any trouble. The Quran often speaks of the rivers of paradise as adding greatly to its delights. All these rivers take their rise from the tree tuba. Some flow with water, some with milk, some with honey, and others even with wine, the juice of the grape not being forbidden to the blessed. We have seen how the most ancient races conceived and cherished the notion of a paradise of surpassing beauty, situate in remote and unknown regions, both celestial and terrestrial. It is not, therefore, surprising that the paradise of the Hebrew race, the Mosaic Eden, should have been pictured as a luxuriant garden, stocked with lovely flowers and odorous herbs, and shaded by majestic trees of every description. We are told in the 2nd chapter of Genesis that at the beginning of the world, the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and that out of this country of Eden a river went out to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into 4 heads. These heads or rivers are further on in the biblical narrative, named respectively Pisan, Gihon, Hiddekel, and Euphrates. Many have been the speculations as to the exact site, geographical features, etc. of Eden and the divinely planted paradise in its midst, and the subject has been one which has ever been fruitful of controversy and conjecture. Sir John Maundeville has recorded that the Garden of Eden, or paradise, was enclosed by a wall. This old Eastern traveler tells us that although in the course of his wanderings he had never actually seen the land of Eden, yet wise men had discoursed to him concerning it. He says, "Paradise terrestre, as wise men say, is the highest place of earth, that is, in all the world, and it is so high that it toucheth nigh to the circle of the moon. For it is so high that the flood of Noah might never come to it, albeit it did cover all the earth of the world, all about and aboven and beneathen, save paradise alone. And this paradise is enclosed all about with a wall, and men wist not whereof it is. For the walls be covered all over with moss, as it seemeth, and it seemeth not that the wall is stone of nature, and that wall stretcheth from the south to the north, and it hath not but one entry, that is closed with fire burning, so that no man that is mortal he dare not enter. And in the highest place of paradise, exactly in the middle, is a well that casts out the 4 streams which run by diverse lands, of which the first is called Pisan, or Ganges, that runs throughout India, and the other is called Nile, or Gison, which goes through Ethiopia and after Egypt, and the other is called Tigris, which runs by Assyria and by Armenia the Great, and the other is called Euphrates, which runs through Media, Armenia, and Persia. And men there beyond say that all the sweet waters of the world, above and beneath, take their beginning from the well of paradise, and out of the well all waters come and go." Eden, a Hebrew word signifying pleasure, it is generally conceded, was the most beauteous and luxuriant portion of the world, and the Garden of Eden, the paradise of Adam and Eve, was the choicest and most exquisite portion of Eden. As regards the situation of this terrestrial paradise, the biblical narrative distinctly states that it was in the east, but various have been the speculations as to the precise locality. Moses, in writing of Eden, probably contemplated the country watered by the Tigris and Euphrates, the land of the mighty city of Babylon. Many traditions confirm this view. Not only were there a district called Eden and a town called Paradisus in Syria, a neighboring country to Mesopotamia, but in Mesopotamia itself there is a certain region which, as late as the year 1552, was called Eden. Some would localize the Eden of Scripture near Mount Lebanon in Syria, others between the rivers Tigris and Euphrates, to the west of Babylon, others again in the delightful plains of Armenia, or in the highlands of Armenia, where the Tigris and Euphrates have their rise. An opinion very generally held is that Eden was a place at the junction of several rivers, on a site which is now swallowed up by the Persian Gulf, and that it never existed after the deluge, which effaced this paradise from the face of a polluted earth. Another theory places Eden in a vast central portion of the globe, comprising a large piece of Asia and a portion of Africa, the 4 rivers being the Ganges, the Tigris, the Euphrates, and the Nile. Dr. Wilde of Toronto is of opinion that the Garden of Paradise embraced what we now call Syria, the land that God gave to Abraham and his seed forever, the land of promise, the Holy Land, is the very territory that constituted the Garden of Paradise. Before the flood, says the reverend gentleman, there was in connection with this garden, to the east of it, a gate and a flaming sword guarding this gate, and a way to the tree of life. On that very spot I believe the great pyramid of Egypt to be built, to mark where the face of God shone forth to man before the flood, and the flood, by changing the land surface through the changing of the ocean bed, changed the center somewhat, and threw it further south. It is the very center of the earth now where the pyramid stands, and marks the place where the gate of Eden was before the flood. The Tree of Life. Whatever may have been the site of the land of Eden or pleasure, Moses, in describing paradise as its garden, much as we speak of Kent as the Garden of England, doubtless wished to convey the idea of a sanctuary of delight and primal loveliness. Indeed, he tells us that out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. This paradise was in the middle of Eden, and in the middle of paradise was planted the tree of life, and close by the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Into this garden the Lord put the man whom he had formed, to dress and to keep it, in other words, to till, plant, and sow. In the very center of paradise, in the midst of the land of Eden, grew the tree of life. Now, what was this tree? Various have been the conjectures with regard to its nature. The traditions of the rabbins make the tree of life a supernatural tree, resembling the world or cloud trees of the Scandinavians and Hindus, and bearing a striking resemblance to the tuba of the Mohammedan paradise. They describe the tree of life as being of enormous bulk, towering far above all others, and so vast in its girth that no man, even if he lived so long, could travel round it in less than 500 years. From beneath the colossal base of this stupendous tree gushed all the waters of the earth, by whose instrumentality nature was everywhere refreshened and invigorated. Regarding these rabbinic traditions as purely mythical, certain commentators have regarded the tree of life as typical only of that life and the continuance of it which our first parents derived from God. Others think that it was called the tree of life because it was a memorial, pledge, and a seal of the eternal life which, had man continued in his obedience, would have been his reward in the paradise above. Others again believe that the fruit of it had a certain vital influence to cherish and maintain man in immortal health and vigor till he should have been translated from the earthly to the heavenly paradise. Dr. Wilde considers that the tree of life stood on Mount Moriah, the very spot selected in after years by Abraham, whereon to offer his son Isaac, the type, and the mount to which Christ was led out to be sacrificed. As Eden occupied the center of the world, and the tree of life was planted in the middle of Eden, that spot marked the very center of the world, and it was necessary that he who was the life of mankind should die in the center of the world and act from the center. Hence, the tree of life, destroyed at the flood on account of man's wickedness, was replaced on the same spot centuries after by the cross, converted by the Redeemer into a second and everlasting tree of life. Adam was told he might eat freely of every tree in the garden, excepting only the tree of knowledge. We may therefore suppose that he would be sure to partake of the fruit of the tree of life, which, from its prominent position in the midst of the garden, would naturally attract his attention. Like the sacred soma tree of the Hindus, the tree of life probably yielded heavenly ambrosia, and supplied to Adam food that invigorated and refreshed him with its immortal sustenance. So long as he remained in obedience, he was privileged to partake of this glorious food. But when, yielding to Eve's solicitations, he disobeyed the divine command and partook of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, he found it had given to him the knowledge of evil, something of which he had hitherto been in happy ignorance. He had sinned. He was no longer fit to taste the immortal ambrosia of the tree of life. He was, therefore, driven forth from Eden, and lest he should be tempted once again to return and partake of the glorious fruit of the immortalizing tree, God placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and flaming sword, which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. Henceforth the immortal food was lost to man. He could no longer partake of that mystic fruit which bestowed life and health. Dr. Wilde is of opinion that the tree of knowledge stood on Mount Zion, the spot afterwards selected by the Almighty for the erection of the temple, because, through the Shekinah, men could there obtain knowledge of good and evil. Some have claimed that the banana, the Musa paradisiaca, was the tree of life, and that another species of the tree, the Musa sapientum, was the tree of knowledge. Others consider that the Indian sacred fig tree, the Ficus religioso, the Hindu world tree, was the tree of life which grew in the middle of Eden. and the Bible itself contains internal evidence supporting this idea. In Genesis 3:8, we read that Adam and Eve, conscious of having sinned, hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. Dr. Wright, however, in his commentary, remarks that in the original, the word rendered trees is singular, in the midst of the tree of the garden. Consequently, we may infer that Adam and Eve, frightened by the knowledge of their sin, sought the shelter of the tree of life, the tree in the center of the garden. The tree which, if it were the Ficus religioso, would, by its gigantic stature and the grove-like nature of its growth, afford them agreeable shelter and prove a favorite retreat. Beneath the shade of this stupendous fig tree, the erring pair reflected upon their lost innocence, and, in their conscious shame, plucked the ample foliage of the tree and made themselves girdles of fig leaves. Here they remained hidden beneath the network of boughs, which drooped almost to the earth, and thus formed a natural thicket within which they sought to hide themselves from an angry God. A pillared shade, high overarched, with echoing walks between. Milton. The tree of knowledge of good and evil. The tree of knowledge, in the opinion of some commentators, was so called not because of any supernatural power it possessed of inspiring those who might eat of it with universal knowledge, as the serpent afterwards suggested, but because by Adam and Eve abstaining from or eating of it after it was prohibited, God would see whether they would prove good or evil in their state of probation. The tradition generally accepted as to the fruit which the serpent tempted Eve to eat fixes it as the apple, but there is no evidence in the Bible that the tree of knowledge was an apple tree, unless the remark, "I raised thee up under the apple tree," to be found in Canticles 8:5, be held to apply to our first parents. Eve is stated to have plucked the forbidden fruit because she saw that it was good for food, that it was pleasant to the eyes, and that the tree which bore it was to be desired to make one wise. According to an Indian legend, it was the fruit of the banana tree, Musa paradisiaca, or Musa sapientum, that proved so fatal to Adam and Eve. We read in Gerard's Herbal that the Grecians and Christians which inhabit Syria, and the Jews also, suppose it to be that tree of whose fruit Adam did taste. Gerard himself calls it Adam's apple tree, and remarks of the fruit that, if it be cut according to the length oblique, transverse, or any other say whatsoever, may be seen the shape and form of a cross, with a man fastened thereto. Myself have seen the fruit, and cut it in pieces, which was brought me from Aleppo, in pickle. The cross I might perceive as the form of a spread eagle in the root of fern, but the man I leave to be sought for by those which have better eyes and judgment than myself. Sir John Mandeville gives a similar account of the cross in the Plantain, or Apple of Paradise. In a work by Leon called Africa, it is stated that the banana is in that country generally identified with the tree of Adam. The Mohammedan priests say that this fruit is that which God forbade Adam and Eve to eat, for immediately they eat, they perceived their nakedness, and to cover themselves employed the leaves of this tree, which are more suitable for the purpose than any other. To this day, the Indian Jainas are by their laws forbidden to eat either bananas or figs. Vincenzo, a Roman missionary of the 17th century, after stating that the banana fruit in Phoenicia bears the effigy of the crucifixion, tells us that the Christians of those parts would not on any account cut it with a knife, but always broke it with their hands. This banana, he adds, grows near Damascus, and they call it there Adam's fig tree. In the Canaries at the present time, banana fruit is never cut across with a knife, because it then exhibits a representation of the crucifixion. In the island of Ceylon, there is a legend that Adam once had a fruit garden in the vicinity of the torrent of Sitagunga on the way to the peak. Pradam, in his history of the island, tells us that from the circumstance that various fruits have been occasionally carried down the stream, both the Moormen and Sinhalese believe that this garden still exists, although now inaccessible, and that its explorer would never return. Tradition, however, affirms that in the center of this Ceylon paradise grows a large banana tree, the fruit of which, when cut transversely, exhibits the figure of a man crucified, and that from the huge leaves of this tree, Adam and Eve made themselves coverings. Certain commentators are of opinion that the tree of knowledge was a fig tree, the Ficus indica, the banyan, one of the sacred trees of the Hindus, under the pillared shade of which the god Vishnu was fabled to have been born. In this case, the fig tree is a tree of ill omen, a tree watched originally by Satan in the form of a serpent, and whose fruit gave the knowledge of evil. After having tempted and caused Adam to fall by means of its fruit, its leaves were gathered to cover nakedness and shame. Again, the fig was the tree which the demons selected as their refuge, if one may judge from the Fauni Ficari, whom St. Jerome recognized in certain monsters mentioned by the prophets. The fig was the only tree accursed by Christ whilst on earth, and the wild fig, according to tradition, was the tree upon which the traitor Judas hanged himself, and from that time has always been regarded as under a bane. The citron is held by many to have been the forbidden fruit. Gerard tells us that this tree was originally called Pomum Assyrium, but that it was known among the Italian people as Pomum Adami, and, writes the old herbalist, that came by the opinion of the common rude people who think it to be the same apple which Adam did eat of in paradise, when he transgressed God's commandment. Whereupon also the prints of the biting appear therein, as they say. But others say that this is not the apple, but that which the Arabians do call musa or mosa, whereof Avicen maketh mention. For divers of the Jews take this for that through which by eating Adam offended. The pomegranate, orange, corn, and grapes have all been identified as the forbidden fruit, but upon what grounds it is difficult to surmise. After their disobedience, Adam and Eve were driven out of paradise, and according to Arabian tradition, Adam took with him three things: an ear of wheat, which is the chief of all kinds of food, dates, which are the chief of fruits, and the myrtle, which is the chief of sweet-scented flowers. Maimonides mentions a legend cherished by the Nabateans that Adam, when he reached the district about Babylon, had come from India, carrying with him a golden tree in blossom, a leaf that no fire would burn, 2 leaves, each of which would cover a man, and an enormous leaf plucked from a tree beneath whose branches 10,000 men could find shelter. The Tree of Adam. There is a legend handed down both by Hebrews and Greeks that when Adam had attained the ripe age of 900 years, he overtaxed his strength in uprooting an enormous bush, and that falling very sick and feeling the approach of death, he sent his son Seth to the angel who guarded paradise, and particularly the way to the tree of life, to ask of him some of its ambrosia, or oil of mercy, that he might anoint his limbs therewith, and so regain good health. Seth approached the tree of knowledge, of the fruit of which Adam and Eve had once partaken. A youth, radiant as the sun, was seated on its summit, and addressing Seth, told him that he was the Son of God, that he would one day come down to earth to deliver it from sin, and that he would then give the oil of mercy to Adam. The angel who was guarding the tree of life then handed to Seth 3 small seeds, charging him to place them in his father's mouth, when he should bury him near Mount Tabor in the valley of Hebron. Seth obeyed the angel's behests. The 3 seeds took root, and in a short time appeared above the ground in the form of 3 rods. One of these saplings was a branch of olive, the second a cedar, the third a cypress. The 3 rods did not leave the mouth of Adam, nor was their existence known until the time of Moses, who received from God the order to cut them. Moses obeyed, and with these 3 rods, which exhaled a perfume of the promised land, performed many miracles, cured the sick, drew water from a rock, etc. After the death of Moses, the 3 rods remained unheeded in the valley of Hebron until the time of King David, who, warned by the Holy Ghost, sought and found them there. Hence they were taken by the king to Jerusalem, where all the leprous, the dumb, the blind, the paralyzed, and other sick people presented themselves before the king, beseeching him to give them the salvation of the cross. King David thereupon touched them with the 3 rods, and their infirmities instantly vanished. After this, the king placed the 3 rods in a cistern, but to his astonishment, upon going the next day for them, he discovered they had all 3 firmly taken root, that the roots had become inextricably interlaced, and that the 3 rods were in fact reunited in one stem, which had shot up therefrom and had become a cedar sapling, the tree that was eventually to furnish the wood of the cross. This reunion of the 3 rods was typical of the Trinity. The young cedar was subsequently placed in the temple, but we hear nothing more of it for 30 years, when Solomon, wishing to complete the temple, obtained large supplies of cedars of Lebanon, and as being well adapted for his purpose, cut down the cedar of the temple. The trunk of this tree, lying with the other timber, was seen by a woman who sat down on it, and inspired with the spirit of prophecy, cried, "Behold, the Lord predicts the virtues of the sacred cross." The Jews thereupon attacked the woman, and having stoned her, they plunged the sacred wood of the temple into the Piscina Probatica, of which the water acquired from that moment healing qualities, and which was afterward called the Pool of Bethesda. In the hope of profaning it, the Jews afterwards employed the sacred wood in the construction of the Bridge of Siloam, over which everybody unheedingly passed, excepting only the Queen of Sheba, who, prostrating herself, paid homage to it and prophetically cried that of this wood would one day be made the cross of the Redeemer. Thus, although Adam, by eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge, came to know that which was evil, and could no longer be permitted to partake of the fruit or essence of the tree of life, yet from its seeds, placed in his mouth after death, sprang the tree which produced the cross of Christ, by means of which he and his race could attain to eternal life. According to Professor Musafia, an authority quoted by De Gubernatis, the origin of this legend of Seth's visit to paradise is to be found in the apocryphal Gospel of Nicodemus, where it is stated that the angel Michael refused to give the oil of mercy to Seth, and told him that Christ would one day visit the earth to anoint all believers, and to conduct Adam to the tree of mercy. Some of the legends collected by the professor are very curious. An Austrian legend records that the angel Michael gave to Eve and her son Seth a spray with 3 leaves, plucked from the tree of knowledge, with directions to plant it on the grave of Adam. The spray took root and became a tree, which Solomon placed as an ornament in the Temple of Jerusalem, and which was cast into the Piscina Probatica, where it lay until the day of Christ's condemnation, when it was taken out and fashioned into the cross on which he suffered. A German legend narrates that Eve went with Seth to paradise, where she encountered the serpent, but the angel Michael gave her a branch of olive, which, planted over the grave of Adam, grew rapidly. After the death of Eve, Seth returned to paradise, and there met the angel who had in his hands a branch to which was suspended the half of the apple which had been bitten by his mother Eve. The angel gave this to Seth, at the same time recommending him to take as great care of it as of the olive planted on Adam's grave, because these 2 trees would one day become the means of the redemption of mankind. Seth scrupulously watched over the precious branch, and at the hour of his death bequeathed it to the best of men. Thus it came into the hands of Noah, who took it into the ark with him. After the deluge, Noah sent forth the dove as a messenger, and it brought to him a branch of the olive planted on the tomb of Adam. Noah religiously guarded the 2 precious branches, which were destined to be instrumental in redeeming the human race by furnishing the wood of the cross. A second German legend states that Adam, when at the point of death, sent Seth to paradise to gather there for him some of the forbidden fruit. Probably this is a mistake for some of the fruit of the tree of life. Seth hesitated, saying as an excuse that he did not know the way. Adam directed him to follow a tract of country entirely bare of vegetation. Arrived safely at paradise, Seth persuaded the angel to give him not the apple, but simply the core of the apple tasted by Eve. On Seth returning home, he found his father dead. So, extracting from the apple core 3 pips, he placed them in Adam's mouth. From them sprang 3 plants that Solomon cut down in order to form a cross, the self-same cross afterwards borne by our Savior, and on which he was crucified, and a rod of justice, which, split in the middle, eventually served to hold the superscription written by Pilate and placed at the head of the cross. A legend current in the Greek Church claims the olive as the tree of Adam. This perhaps is not surprising, considering in what high esteem the Greeks have always held the olive. The legend tells how Seth, going to seek the oil of mercy in paradise, in consequence of his father's illness, was told by the angel that the time had not yet arrived. The angel then presented him with 3 branches, the olive, cedar, and cypress. These Seth was ordered to plant over Adam's grave, and the promise was given him that when they produced oil, Adam should rise restored to health. Seth, following these instructions, plaited the 3 branches together and planted them over the grave of his father, where they soon became united as one tree. After a time, this tree was transplanted, in the first place to Mount Lebanon, and afterwards to the outskirts of Jerusalem, and it is there to this day in the Greek monastery, having been cut down and the timber placed beneath the altar. From this circumstance, the monastery was called, in Hebrew, the Mother of the Cross. This same wood was revealed to Solomon by the Queen of Sheba, and Solomon therefore ordered it to be used in the foundation of a tower. But the tower having been rent in twain by an earthquake, which occurred at our Savior's birth, the wood was cast into a pool called the Probatica Piscina, to which it imparted wonderful healing qualities. There is another somewhat similar Greek legend in which Abraham takes the place of Adam, and the pine supersedes the olive. According to this version, a shepherd met Abraham on the banks of the Jordan and confessed to him a sin he had committed. Abraham listened and counseled the erring shepherd to plant 3 stakes and to water them carefully until they should bud. After 40 days, the 3 stakes had taken the form of a cypress, a cedar, and a pine, having different roots and branches, but one indivisible trunk. This tree grew until the time of Solomon, who wished to make use of it in the construction of the temple. After several abortive attempts, it was at length made into a seat for visitors to the temple. The Sibyl Erythrea, the Queen of Sheba, refused to sit upon it and exclaimed, "Thrice blessed is this wood, on which shall perish Christ, the King and God." Then Solomon had the wood mounted on a pedestal and adorned with 30 rings or crowns of silver. These 30 rings became the 30 pieces of silver, the price of Judas, the betrayer, and the wood was eventually used for the Savior's cross. Chapter 3. Sacred Trees and Plants of the Ancients. All the nations of antiquity entertained for certain trees and plants a special reverence, which in many cases degenerated into a superstitious worship. The myths of all countries contain allusions to sacred or supernatural plants. The Veda mentions the heavenly tree which the lightning strikes down. The mythology of the Finns speaks of the celestial oak which the sun dwarf uproots. Yama, the Vedic god of death, sits drinking with companies of the blessed under a leafy tree, just as in the northern saga, Hel's place is at the foot of the ash Yggdrasil. In the eyes of the ancient Persians, the tree, by its changes in spring, summer, autumn, and winter, appeared as the emblem of human existence, whilst at the same time, by the continuity of its life, it was reverently regarded as a symbol of immortality. Hence it came to pass that in Persia, trees of unusual qualities were in course of time looked upon as being the abode of holy and even celestial spirits. Such trees became sacred and were addressed in prayer by the reverential Parsis, though they eschewed the worship of idols and honored the sun and moon simply as symbols. Ormuzd, the good spirit, is set forth as giving this command: "Go, O Zoroaster, to the living trees, and let thy mouth speak before them these words. I pray to the pure trees, the creatures of Ormuzd." Of all trees, however, the cypress, with its pyramidal top pointing to the sky, was to the Parsis the most venerated. Hence they planted it before their temples and palaces as symbolic of the celestial fire. The oak, the strongest of all trees, has been revered as the emblem of the Supreme Being by almost all nations of heathendom, by the Jewish patriarchs and by the children of Israel, who eventually came to esteem the tree sacred and offered sacrifices beneath its boughs. Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, Teutons, and Celts all considered the oak as sacred, and the Druids taught the people of Britain to regard this tree with peculiar reverence and respect. It is frequently mentioned by the Roman poets as the tree of Jove, to whom it was dedicated. And near to Chaonia, a mountainous part of Epirus, was a forest of oaks called the Chaonian or Dodonian forest, where oracles were given, as some say, by the trees themselves. The world tree of Rameau, the old center of the Prussians, was an oak, and it was reverenced as a tree of great sanctity. The Indians adored the tree Asoka, consecrated to Vishnu, and the banyan, in the belief that Vishnu was born amongst its branches. The Somalata, Sarcostemma aphylla, or sacred plant yielding the immortal fluid offered to the gods on the altars of the Brahmins, is regarded with extreme reverence. The name Amrita, or immortal tree, is given to the Euphorbia, Panicum dactylon, Coccolus cordifolius, Pinus deodora, Emblica officinalis, Terminalia citrina, Piper longum, and many others. The holy basil, Ocimum sanctum, is looked upon as a sacred plant. The deodar is the Devadaru, or tree god of the Shastras, alluded to in Vedic hymns as the symbol of majesty and power. To Indra, the supreme god of the Vedic Olympus, are dedicated the Terminalia arjuna, the tree of Indra, the Methanica superba, the flower of Indra, a species of pumpkin called Indra varunica, appertaining to Indra and Varuna, the Vitex negundo, the drink of Indra, the Abrus pracatorius, and hemp, the food of Indra. To Brahma are sacred the Butea frondosa, the Ficus glomerata, the mulberry, the seed of Brahma, the Clerodendron siphonathus, the Hemionitis cordifolia, leaf of Brahma, the Saccharum munga, which has formed the sacred girdle of the Brahmins, and the Poa Sinocerides, or kusa grass, a species of vervain employed in Hindu sacrificial rites and held in such sanctity as to be acknowledged as a god. The peepal, or bo tree, Ficus religiosa, is held sacred by Buddhists as the holy tree and the tree of knowledge. The Burmese Buddhists surround their pagodas and religious houses with trees, for which they entertain a high regard. The first holy men dwelt under the shade of forest trees, and from that circumstance, in the Burmese cultus, every Buddha is specially connected with some tree, as Shin Gautama with the banyan, under which he attained his full dignity, and the Sharia robusta, under which he was born and died. And as we are told, the last Buddha of this world cycle, Arimadea, will receive his Buddhaship under the Mesua Faria. The Burman also regards the eugenia as a plant of peculiar sanctity, a protective from all harm. The jamboa, or rose apple, is held in much reverence in Tibet, where it is looked upon as the representative of the mystical Amrita, the tree which in paradise produces the Amrita, or ambrosia of the gods. The cedar has always been regarded by the Jews as a sacred tree, and to this day the Maronites, Greeks, and Armenians go up to the cedars of Lebanon at the Feast of the Transfiguration and celebrate Mass at their feet. To the ancient inhabitants of northern Europe, the elm and the ash were objects of especial veneration. Many sacred trees or pillars, formed of the living trunks of trees, have been found in Germany, called Irminsul, one of which was destroyed by Charlemagne in 772 in Westphalia. The mountain ash, or rowan tree, was, in olden times, an object of great veneration in Britain, and in Evelyn's day was reputed of such sanctity in Wales that there was not a churchyard that did not contain one. The colossal baobab, Adansonia, is worshipped as a divinity by the Negroes of Senegambia. The nipa, or Susa palm, Nipa fruticans, is the sacred tree of Borneo. The gigantic dragon tree, Dracaena draco of Orotava, was for centuries the object of deep reverence to the Aborigines of the Canary Isles. The zamang of Gayara, an enormous mimosa, has from time immemorial been held sacred in the province of Caracas. The Maurice palm, Mauritia flexuosa, is considered a deity by the Tamancas, a tribe of Orinoco Indians, and is held sacred by the Aboriginal Mexicans. The Nalumbo, or sacred bean, Nelumbium speciosum, was the lotus adored by the ancient Egyptians, who also paid divine honors to the onion, garlic, acacia, laurel, peach tree, lentils of various sorts, and the heliotrope. Wormwood was dedicated to Isis, and Antarinum, supposed to be the ancient cynocephalia, or dog's head, to Osiris. The sacred lotus of the East, the flower of the old Hindu mythologies, wherein the lotus, attribute of Ganga, embleming the world's greatest reproductive power, was held in veneration, was the Nelumbium speciosum. This mystic flower is a native of northern Africa, India, China, Japan, Persia, and Asiatic Russia, and in all these countries has, for centuries, maintained its sacred character. It is the lin hua of the Chinese, and, according to their theology, enters into the beverage of immortality. Henna, Lawsonian alba, the flower of paradise, is dedicated to Muhammad, who characterized it as the chief of the flowers of this world and the next. The pomegranate tree was highly reverenced both by the Persians and the Jews. The fruit was embroidered on the hem of Aaron's sacred robe and adorned the robes of Persia's ancient priest kings. Pine cones were regarded by the Assyrians as sacred symbols, and as such were used in the decoration of their temples. In Teutonic and Scandinavian mythology, the rose is sacred to Hulda, the flax to Bertha, the spignel to Balder, and the hair moss, Polytrichum commune, is dedicated to Thor's wife, Sif. Of the divinities after whom the days of the week were named, the sun has his special flower, the moon her daisy, Tyr, Tuesday the Tisfiola, or March violet and the Mesorean, Woden, Wednesday the Geranium sylvaticum, Odin's favor, and the monkshood, Odin's helm, Thor, Thursday, the monkshood, Thor's hat, and the burdock, Thor's mantle, Frigg, Friday, and Freya, who is often confounded with her, had many plants dedicated to them, which have since been transferred to Venus and the Virgin Mary, and are not now recognized by the name of either of these Scandinavian goddesses. In the north of Europe, however, the Supercilium veneris is still known as Freya's hair, and the perfumed orchis Gymnodenia canopsia as Frigg's grass. Saturn, or Satyr, Saturday, the supposed name of an Anglo-Saxon god, is probably but a mere adaptation of the Roman Saturnus. It may perhaps be apposite to quote, for what it may be worth, Verstegen's statement that the Saxons represented Ceter as carrying a pail of water in which were flowers and fruits, whereby was declared that with kindly rain he would nourish the earth to bring forth such fruits and flowers. In the Grecian and Roman mythology, we find numerous trees and flowers dedicated to the principal divinities. Thus, the alder was dedicated to Neptune, apple was dedicated to Venus, ash was dedicated to Mars, bay was dedicated to Apollo, beech was dedicated to Jupiter Ammon, cornel cherry was dedicated to Apollo, cypress was dedicated to Pluto, dittany was dedicated to Juno, Diana, and Luna, doggrass was dedicated to Mars, fir was dedicated to Cybele and Neptune, heliotrope was dedicated to Phoebus Apollo, horsetail was dedicated to Saturn, iris was dedicated to Juno, ivy was dedicated to Bacchus, laurel was dedicated to Apollo, lily was dedicated to Juno, maidenhair was dedicated to Pluto and Proserpine, myrtle was dedicated to Venus and Mars, narcissus was dedicated to Ceres, Pluto, and Proserpine, oak was dedicated to Jupiter, olive was dedicated to Minerva, palm was dedicated to Mercury, pine was dedicated to Neptune and Pan, pink was dedicated to Jupiter, pomegranate was dedicated to Juno, poplar was dedicated to Hercules, poppy was dedicated to Ceres, Diana, and Somnus, rhamnus was dedicated to Janus, rocket was dedicated to Priapus, rose was dedicated to Venus, vine was dedicated to Bacchus, willow was dedicated to Ceres. To the Furies was consecrated the juniper, the Fates wore wreaths of the narcissus, and the Muses bay leaves. The Grecian centaurs, half men, half horses, like their Indian brethren, the Gandharvas, understood the properties of herbs and cultivated them, but as a rule, they never willingly divulged to mankind their knowledge of the secrets of the vegetable world. Nevertheless, the centaur Chiron instructed Asclepius, Achilles, Aeneas, and other heroes in the polite arts. Chiron had a panacea of his own, which is named after him, Chironia Centaurium, or Gentiana Centaurium, and as a vulnerary, the Amphilos Chironia of Pliny, or Tamus communis. In India, on account of the shape of its leaves, the Ricinus communis is called Gandharva Hasta, having the hands of a Gandharva. Chapter 4. Floral Ceremonies, Wreaths, and Garlands. The application of flowers and plants to ceremonial purposes is of the highest antiquity. From the earliest periods, man, after he had discovered what drops the myrrh and what the balmy reed, offered up on primitive altars, as incense to the deity, the choicest and most fragrant woods, the aromatic gums from trees, and the subtle essences he obtained from flowers, in the odorous but intoxicating fumes which slowly ascended, in wreaths heavy with fragrance, from the altar, the pious ancients saw the mystic agency by which their prayers would be wafted from earth to the abodes of the gods. And so, says Mr. Rimmel, the altars of Zoroaster and of Confucius, the temples of Memphis, and those of Jerusalem, all smoked alike with incense and sweet-scented woods. Nor was the admiration and use of vegetable productions confined to the inhabitants of the Old World alone, for the Mexicans, according to the Abbé Clavigero, have, from time immemorial, studied the cultivation of flowers and odoriferous plants which they employed in the worship of their gods. But the use of flowers and odorous shrubs was not long confined by the ancients to their sacred rites. They soon began to consider them as essential to their domestic life. Thus the Egyptians, though they offered the finest fruit and the finest flowers to the gods, and employed perfumes at all their sacred festivals, as well as their daily oblations, were lavish in the use of flowers at their private entertainments and in all circumstances of their everyday life. At a reception given by an Egyptian noble, it was customary, after the ceremony of anointing, for each guest to be presented with a lotus flower when entering the saloon, and this flower the guest continued to hold in his hand. Servants brought necklaces of flowers composed chiefly of the lotus. A garland was put round the head, and a single lotus bud or a full-blown flower was so attached as to hang over the forehead. Many of them, made up into wreaths and devices, were suspended upon stands placed in the room, Garlands of crocus and saffron encircled the wine cups, and over and under the tables were strewn various flowers. Diodorus informs us that when the Egyptians approached the place of divine worship, they held the flower of the agrostis in their hand, intimating that man proceeded from a well-watered land, and that he required a moist rather than a dry aliment. And it is not improbable that the reason of the great preference given to the lotus on these occasions was derived from the same notion. This fondness of the ancients for flowers was carried to such an extent as to become almost a vice. When Antony supped with Cleopatra, the luxurious queen of Egypt, the floors of the apartments were usually covered with fragrant flowers. When Sardanapalus, the last of the Assyrian monarchs, was driven to dire extremity by the rapid approach of the conqueror, he chose the death of an eastern voluptuary, causing a pile of fragrant woods to be lighted, and placing himself on it with his wives and treasures, he soon became insensible and was suffocated by the aromatic smoke. When Antiochus Epiphanes, the Syrian king, held high festival at Daphne, in one of the processions which took place, boys bore frankincense, myrrh, and saffron on golden dishes. 200 women sprinkled everyone with perfumes out of golden watering pots, and all who entered the gymnasium to witness the games were anointed with some perfume contained in 15 gold dishes, holding saffron, amaracus, lilies, cinnamon, spikenard, fenugreek, etc. When the Roman Emperor Nero sat at banquet in his golden palace, a shower of flowers and perfumes fell upon him, but Heliogabalus turned these floral luxuries into veritable curses, for it was one of the pleasures of this inhuman being to smother his courtiers with flowers. Both Greeks and Romans carried the delicate refinements of the taste for flowers and perfumes to the greatest excess in their costly entertainments, and it is the opinion of Bacchius that at their desserts the number of their flowers far exceeded that of their fruits. The odor of flowers was deemed potent to arouse the fainting appetite, and their presence was rightly thought to enhance the enjoyment of the guests at their banqueting boards. The ground is swept, and the triclinium clear. The hands are purified, the goblets too. Well rinsed, each guest upon his forehead bears a wreathed flowery crown from slender vase. A willing youth presents to each in turn a sweet and costly perfume, while the bowl, emblem of joy and social mirth, stands by, filled to the brim, and then pours out wine of most delicious flavor, breathing round fragrance of flowers and honey newly made, so grateful to the sense that none refuse, while odoriferous fumes fill all the room. Xenophanes. In all places where festivals, games, or solemn ceremonials were held, and whenever public rejoicings and gaiety were deemed desirable, flowers were utilized with unsparing hands. Set before your doors the images of all your sleeping fathers, with laurels crowned, with laurels wreath your posts, and strew with flowers the pavement. Let the priest do present sacrifice, pour out the wine, and call the gods to join with you in gladness. Dryden. In the triumphal processions of Rome, the streets were strewed with flowers, and from the windows, roofs of houses, and scaffolds, the people cast showers of garlands and flowers upon the crowds below and upon the conquerors proudly marching in procession through the city. Macaulay says, "On ride they to the forum, while laurel boughs and flowers, from housetops and from windows, fell on their crests in showers." In the processions of the Corybantes, the goddess Cybele, the protectress of cities, was pelted with white roses. In the annual festivals of the Terminalia, the peasants were all crowned with garlands of flowers, and at the festival held by the gardeners in honor of Vertumnus on August 23rd, wreaths of budding flowers and the first fruits of their gardens were offered by members of the craft. In the sacrifices of both Greeks and Romans, it was customary to place in the hands of victims some sort of floral decoration, and the presiding priests also appeared crowned with flowers. Thus the gay victim with fresh garlands crowned, pleased with the sacred pipe's enlivening sound, through gazing crowds in solemn state proceeds, and dressed in fatal pomp, magnificently bleeds. Phillips. The place erected for offerings was called by the Romans ara, an altar. It was decorated with leaves and grass, adorned with flowers, and bound with woolen fillets. On the occasion of a triumph, these altars smoked with perfumed incense. The Greeks had a nymph of flowers whom they called Chloris, and the Romans the goddess Flora, who among the Sabines and the Phocians had been worshipped long before the foundation of the Eternal City. As early as the time of Romulus, the Latins instituted a festival in honor of Flora, which was intended as a public expression of joy at the appearance of the welcome blossoms, which were everywhere regarded as the harbingers of fruits. 513 years after the foundation of Rome, the Floralia, or annual floral games, were established, and after the Sibyllic books had been consulted, it was finally ordained that the festival should be kept every 20th day of April, that is, 4 days before the calends of May, the day on which, in Asia Minor, the Festival of the Flowers commences. In Italy, France, and Germany, the Festival of the Flowers, or the Festival of Spring, begins about the same date, in other words, towards the end of April, and terminates on the Feast of St. John. The Festival of the Floralia was introduced into Britain by the Romans, and for centuries all ranks of people went out a-Maying early on the first of the month. The juvenile part of both sexes in the north were wont to rise a little after midnight and walk to some neighboring wood, accompanied with music and the blowing of horns. To get sweet setiwal, red valerian, the honeysuckle, the harlock, the lily, and the lady smock, to deck their summer hall. They also gathered branches from the trees and adorned them with nosegays and crowns of flowers, returning with their booty homewards, about the rising of the sun, forthwith to decorate their doors and windows with the flowery spoil. The after part of the day, says an ancient chronicler, was chiefly spent in dancing round a tall pole, which is called a maypole, which, being placed in a convenient part of the village, stands there, as it were, consecrated to the goddess of flowers, without the least violation offered it in the whole circle of the year. Your maypole, deck with flowery coronal, sprinkle the flowery coronal with wine, and in the nimble-footed Gilead all, shepherd and shepherdess lively join. Hither from village sweet and hamlet fair, from bordering cot and distant glen repair. Let youth indulge its sport, to old bequeath its care. Old John Stowe tells us that on May Day, in the morning, every man except impotent would walk into the sweet meadows and green woods, there to rejoice their spirits with the beauty and savor of sweet flowers, and with the harmony of birds praising God and their kind. In the days of Henry VIII, it was the custom for all classes to observe the May Day festival, and we are told that the king himself rode a-Maying from Greenwich to Shooter's Hill, with his Queen Catherine, accompanied by many lords and ladies. Chaucer relates how, on May Day, went forth all the court, both most and least, to fetch the flowers fresh and branch and bloom, and namely hawthorn brought both page and groom, and then rejoicing in their great delight, eke each at other threw the flowers bright, the primrose, violet, and the gold, with garlands partly blue and white. The young maidens repaired at daybreak to the meadows and hillsides for the purpose of gathering the precious May dew, wherewith to make themselves fair for the remainder of the year. This old custom is still extant in the north of England and in some districts of Scotland. Robert Ferguson has told how the Scotch lassies swarmed at daybreak on Arthur's Seat. On May Day, in a fairy ring, we've seen them round St. Anthony's spring, frae-grass the collared dewdraps ring to wet their een, and water clear as crystal spring to send them clean. In Ross-shire, the lassies plucked sprigs of ivy with the May dew on them that have not been touched by steel. It was deemed important that flowers for May garlands and posies should be plucked before the sun rose on May Day morning, and if perchance cuckoo birds were included in the composition of a wreath, it was destroyed directly the discovery was made and removed immediately from a posy. In the May Day sports on the village green, it was customary to choose as May Queen either the best dancer or the prettiest girl, who at sundown was crowned with a floral chaplet. See where she sits upon the grassy green, a seemly sight, yclad in scarlet like a maiden queen, and ermines white. Upon her head a crimson coronet, with daffodils and damask roses set, bay leaves between, and primroses green, embellished with sweet violet. Spencer. The coronation of the rustic queen concluded the outdoor festivities of May Day, although Her Majesty's duties would not appear to have been fulfilled until she reached her home. Then all the rest in sorrow, and she in sweet content, gave over till the morrow, and homeward straight they went. But she of all the rest was hindered by the way, for every youth that met her must kiss the Queen of May. At Horncastle in Lincolnshire, there existed, till the beginning of the present century, a ceremony which evidently derived its origin from the Roman Floralia. On the morning of May Day, a train of youths collected themselves at a place still known as the Maybank. From thence, with wands and wreathed with cowslips, they walked in procession to the Maypole, situated at the west end of the town, and adorned on that morning with every variety of wild flowers. Here, with loud shouts, they struck together their wands, and scattering around the cowslips, testified their thankfulness for the bounteous promise of spring. Aubrey tells us that in his day, at Woodstock and Oxon, they every May Eve go into the park and fetch away a number of hawthorn trees, which they set before their doors. In Huntingdonshire, 50 years ago, the village swains were accustomed, at sunrise, to place a branch of may in blossom before the door of anyone they wished to honor. In Tuscany, the expression "appacare il maio ad una porta" has passed into a proverb and means to lay siege to a maiden's heart and make love to her. In the vicinity of Valenciennes, branches of birch or hornbeam are placed by rural swains at the doors of their sweethearts, thorny branches at the portals of prudes, and elder boughs at the doors of flirts. In the villages of Provence, on May Day, they select a May Queen. Crowned with a wreath and adorned with garlands of roses, she is carried through the streets, mounted on a platform, her companions soliciting and receiving the offerings of the townspeople. In olden times, it was customary even among the French nobility to present May to friends and neighbors, or as it was called, emsaire. Sometimes this presenting of May was regarded as a challenge. The custom of planting a May tree in French towns subsisted until the 17th century. In 1610, one was planted in the court of the Louvre. In some parts of Spain, the name of Maya is given to the May Queen, selected generally as being the handsomest lass of the village, who, decorated with garlands of flowers, leads the dances in which the young people spend the day. The villagers in other provinces declare their love by planting, during the preceding night, a large bough or a sapling decked with flowers before the doors of their sweethearts. In Greece, bunches of flowers are suspended over the doors of most houses, and in the rural districts, the peasants bedeck themselves with flowers and carry garlands and posies of wildflowers. In some parts of Italy, in the May Day rejoicings, a May tree or a branch in blossom and adorned with fruit and ribbons plays a conspicuous part. This is called the Maggio and is probably a reminiscence of the old Grecian Irission. Of the flowers specially dedicated to May, first and foremost is the hawthorn blossom. In some parts of England, the convallaria is known as May lily. The Germans call it Maiblume, a name they also apply to the hepatica and kingcup. In Devon and Cornwall, the lilac is known as Mayflower, and much virtue is thought to be attached to a spray of the narrow-leaf elm gathered on May morning. In Asia Minor, the annual festival of flowers used to commemorate on the 28th of April, when the houses and tables were covered with flowers, and everyone going into the streets wore a floral crown. In Germany, France, and Italy, the Fête of the Flowers, or the Fête of Spring, commences also towards the end of April and terminates at midsummer. Athenians, on an early day in spring, every year crowned with flowers all children who had reached their 3rd year, and in this way the parents testified their joy that the little ones had passed the age rendered critical by the maladies incident to infants. The Roman Catholic priesthood, always alert at appropriating popular pagan customs and adapting them to the service of their church, had perpetuated this old practice. The little children crowned with flowers and habited as angels, who to this day accompany the procession of the Corpus Domini at the beginning of June, are taught to scatter flowers in the road to symbolize their own springtime and the springtime of nature. On this day, along the entire route of the procession at Rome, the ground is thickly strewn with bay and other fragrant leaves. In the worship of the Madonna, flowers play an important role, and Roman altars are still piled up with fragrant blossoms and still smoke with perfumed incense. After the feast of Whitsuntide, the young Russian maidens repair to the banks of the Neva and fling in its waters wreaths of flowers, which are tokens of affection to absent friends. In the west of Germany and the greater part of France, the ceremony is observed of bringing home on the last harvest wain a tree or bough decorated with flowers and gay ribbons, which is graciously received by the master and planted on or near the house, to remain there till the next harvest brings its successor. Some rite of this sort, Mr. Ralston says, seems to have prevailed all over the north of Europe. So, in the autumnal harvest Thanksgiving feast at Athens, It was customary to carry in sacred procession an olive branch wrapped in wool, called Erision, to the temple of Apollo, and there to leave it. And in addition to this, a similar bough was solemnly placed beside the house door of every Athenian who was engaged in fruit culture or agriculture, there to remain until replaced by a similar successor 12 months later. Well flowering. From the earliest days of the Christian era, our Lord's ascension into heaven has been commemorated by various ceremonies, one of which was the preambulation of parish boundaries. At Penkridge in Staffordshire, as well as at Wolverhampton long after the Reformation, the inhabitants, during the time of processioning, used to adorn their wells with boughs and flowers, and this ancient custom is still practiced every year at Tissington in Derbyshire, where it is known as well flowering. There are 5 wells so decorated, and the mode of dressing or adorning them is this. The flowers are inserted in moist clay and put upon boards cut in various forms, surrounded with boughs of laurel and white thorn, so as to give the appearance of water issuing from small grottos. The flowers are arranged in various patterns to give the effect of mosaic work, and are inscribed with texts of scripture and suitable mottos. After church, the congregation walk in procession to the wells and decorate them with these boards, as well as with the garlands of flowers, boughs, etc. Flowers were cast into the wells, and from their manner of falling, lads and lasses divined as to the progress of their love affairs. Bring flowers to the crystal well that springs 'neath the willows in yonder dell, and we'll scatter them over the charmed well and learn our fate from its mystic spell. And she whose flower most tranquilly glides down the stream our queen shall be. In a crown we'll wreath wild flowers that breathe, and the maiden by whom this wreath shall be worn shall wear it again on her bridal morn. Merit. Before the Reformation, the Celtic population of Scotland, the Hebrides, Ireland, Wales, and Cornwall were in the habit of naming wells and springs after different saints and martyrs. Though forbidden by the canons of St. Anselm, many pilgrimages continued to be made to them, and the custom was long retained of throwing nosegays into springs and fountains, and chaplets into wells. Sir Walter Scott tells us that in Perthshire there are several wells dedicated to St. Fillan, which are still places of pilgrimage and offerings, even among Protestants. Thence to St. Fillan's blessed well, whose spring can frenzied dreams dispel, and the crazed brain restore. Into some of these Highland wells flowers are cast, and occasionally pins, while the surrounding bushes are hung with rags and shreds in imitation of the old heathen practice. The ceremony of sprinkling rivers with flowers was probably of similar origin. Milton and Dryden both allude to this custom being in vogue as regards the Severn, and this floral rite is described in The Fleece as follows. With light fantastic tow the nymphs thither assembled, thither every swain, and over the dimpled stream 1,000 flowers, pale lilies, roses, violets, and pinks, mixed with the greens of burnet, mint, and thyme, and trefoil sprinkled with their sportive arms. Such custom holds along the irriguous vales, from Wreckan's brow to rocky Dulverin, Sabrina's early haunt. Bridal floral ceremonies. In all countries, flowers have from time immemorial been chosen as the happy accompaniment of bridal ceremonies. Among the ancients, it was customary to crown newly married persons with a chaplet of red and white roses. On arriving at the house of her husband, the Roman bride found woolen fillets round the doorposts, which were adorned with evergreens and blossoms and anointed with the fat of wolves to avert enchantment. In M. Barthelme's Travels of Young Anacharsis, the author, describing a marriage ceremony in the island of Delos, says that the inhabitants of the island assembled at daybreak, crowned with flowers. Flowers were strewn in the path of the bride and bridegroom, and the house was garlanded with them. Singers and dancers appeared crowned with oak, myrtles, and hawthorn. The bride and bridegroom were crowned with poppies, and upon their approach to the temple, a priest received them at the entrance and presented to each a branch of ivy, a symbol of the tie which was to unite them forever. At Indian nuptials, the wedding wreath, the varamala, united bride and bridegroom. At the marriage feasts of the Persians, a little tree is introduced, the branches of which are laden with fruit. The guests endeavor to pluck these without the bridegroom perceiving them. If successful, the latter has to make them a present. If, however, a guest fails, he has to give the bridegroom 100 times the value of the object he sought to remove from the tree. In Germany, among the inhabitants of Oldenburg, there exists a curious wedding custom. When the bridegroom quits his father's roof to settle in some other town or village, he has his bed linen embroidered at the corners with flowers surmounted by a tree, on whose branches are perched cockbirds. On each side of the tree are embroidered the bridegroom's initials. In many European countries, it is customary to plant before the house of a newly married couple 1 or 2 trees as a symbol of the good luck wished them by their friends. Floral games and festivals. Floral games have for many years been held at Toulouse, Barcelona, Tortosi, and other places, but the former are the most famed, both on account of their antiquity and the value of the prizes distributed during the fetes. The ancient city of Toulouse had formerly a great reputation for literature, which had, however, been allowed to decline until the visit of Charles IV, and his bride determined the capitals or chief magistrates to make an effort to restore its prestige as the center of Provençal song. Troubadours there were who, banded together in a society, met in the garden of the Augustine monks to recite their songs, serventes, and ballads, and in order to foster the latent taste for poetry, the capitals invited the poets of the Languedoc to compete for a golden violet to be awarded to the author of the best poem, produced on May 4, 1324. The competition created the greatest excitement, and great numbers of people met to hear the judge's decision. They awarded the Golden Violet to Arnaud Vidal for his poem in honor of the Virgin. In 1355, 3 prizes were offered: a Golden Violet for the best song, an Elegantine or Spanish Jasmine for the best servente or finest pastoral, and a Fleur de Gang, yellow acacia, for the best ballad. In later years, 4 prizes were competed for, in other words, an amaranth, a violet, a pansy, and a lily. In 1540, Clemence Isaure, a poetess, bequeathed the bulk of her fortune to the civic authorities to be expended in prizes for poetic merits, and in fetes to be held on the 1st and 3rd of May. She was interred in the church of La Dorade, on the high altar of which are preserved the golden flowers presented to the successful competitors at the floral games. The ceremonies of the fetes, thus revived by Clemence Isaure, commenced with the strewing of her tomb with roses, followed by Mass, a sermon, and almsgiving. In 1694, the Jeux Floraux were merged into the Academy of Belles Lettres, which gives prizes, but almost exclusively to French poets. The festival, interrupted by the Revolution, was once more revived in 1806 and is still held annually in the Hôtel de Ville, Toulouse. Saint Médard, Bishop of Noyon in France, instituted in the 6th century a festival at Salency, his birthplace, for adjudging a most interesting prize offered by piety to virtue. This prize consists of a simple crown of roses bestowed on the girl who is acknowledged by all her competitors to be the most amiable, modest, and dutiful. The founder of this festival had the pleasure of crowning his own sister as the first rosière of Salency. This simple institution still survives, and the crown of roses continues to be awarded to the most virtuous of the maidens of the obscure French village. A similar prize is awarded in the east of London by an active member of the Roman Catholic Church, the ceremony of crowning the Rose Queen being performed annually in the Crystal Palace at Sydenham. In the Middle Ages, the Queen of Flowers contributed to a singular popular festival at Treviso in Italy. In the middle of the city, the inhabitants erected a mock castle of upholstery. The most distinguished unmarried females of the place defended the fortress, which was attacked by the youth of the other sex. The missiles with which both parties fought consisted of roses, lilies, narcissi, violets, apples, and nuts, which were hurled at each other by the combatants. Volleys of rosewater and other perfumes were also discharged by means of syringes. This entertainment attracted thousands of spectators from far and near, and the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa himself accounted it a most pleasing diversion. The custom of pelting with roses is still common in Persia, where it is practiced during the whole season that these flowers are blooming. A company of young men repair to the places of public entertainment to amuse the guests with music, singing, and dancing, and in their way through the streets they pelt the passengers whom they meet with roses and generally receive a small gratuity in return. Striking features of the Japanese festival on New Year's Day are the decorations erected in front of nearly every door, of which Mr. Dixon tells us the principal objects are: on the right, a Pinus densiflora; On the left, a Pinus thunbergius, both standing upright. The former is supposed to be of the female and the latter of the male sex, and both symbolize a robust age that has withstood the storms and trials of life. Immediately behind each of the pines is a bamboo, the straight stem of which, with knots marking its growth, indicates hale life and fullness of years. A straw rope of about 6 feet in length connects the bamboos 7 or more feet from the ground, thus completing the triumphal arch. In the center of the rope, which is there to ward off evil spirits, is a group in which figures a scarlet lobster, the bent back of which symbolizes old age. This is embedded in branches of the Melia japonica, the older leaves of which still remain after the young ones have burst forth. So may the parents continue to flourish while children and grandchildren spring forth. Another plant in the central group is the Palapodium dicotomon, a fern which is regarded as a symbol of conjugal life, because the fronds spring in pairs from the stem. There are also bunches of seaweed which have local significance and a lucky bag filled with roasted chestnuts, the seeds of the Torreya nucifera, and the dried fruit of the kaki. Garlands, chaplets, and wreaths. All the nations of antiquity, Indians, Chinese, Medes, Persians, Assyrians, Chaldeans, Egyptians, Hebrews, Greeks, and Romans, were accustomed to deck themselves, their altars, and their dwellings with flowers, and to weave chaplets and garlands of leaves and blossoms. In the Vedic Vishnu Purana, the sage Durvasas, one of the names of Shiva the Destroyer, receives of the goddess Shri, the Indian Venus, a garland of flowers gathered from the trees of heaven. Proceeding on his way, he meets the god Indra, seated on an elephant, and to pay him homage, he places on his brow the garland, to which the bees fly in order to suck the ambrosia. The Persians were fond of wearing on their heads crowns made of myrrh and a sweet-smelling plant called labizis. Antiochus Epiphanes, the Syrian king, once held some games at Daphne, to which thousands of guests were invited, who, after being richly feasted, were sent away with crowns of myrrh and frankincense. Josephus, in his History of the Jews, has recorded the use of crowns in the time of Moses, and on certain occasions the mitre of the high priest was adorned with a chaplet of henbane, Hyoscyamus niger. Wreaths and chaplets were in common use among the Egyptians at a very early period, and although the lotus was principally preferred in their formation, many other flowers and leaves were employed, as of the chrysanthemum, acinos, acacia, strychnos, persoluta, anemone, convolvulus, olive, myrtle, amaracus, xeranthemum, bay tree, and others. Plutarch says that when Agesilaus visited Egypt, he was so delighted with the chaplets of papyrus sent him by the king that he took some home when he returned to Sparta. In India, Greece, and Rome, the sacrificial priests were crowned, and their victims were decorated with garlands of flowers. In ancient Greece and Rome, the manufacture of garlands and chaplets became quite an art. So great was the estimation in which these adornments were held by these highly civilized nations. With them, the composition of a garland possessed a deep significance, and warriors, statesmen, and poets alike coveted these simple insignia at the hands of their countrymen. Pliny tells us that the Sicyonians were considered to surpass all other people in the art of arranging the colors of garlands and imparting to them the most agreeable mixture of perfumes. They derived this taste from Glycera, a woman so skilled in the art of arranging chaplets and garlands that she won the affection of Pausias, a celebrated painter who delighted in copying the wreaths of flowers so deftly arranged by his mistress. Some of these pictures were still in existence when Pliny wrote, 450 years after they were painted. Cato, in his treatise on gardens, directs specially that they should be planted with such flowers as are adapted for chaplets and wreaths. Pliny states that Menesthius and Callimachus, two renowned Greek physicians, compiled several books on the virtues of chaplets, pointing out those hurtful to the brain as well as those which had a beneficial influence on the wearer, for both Greeks and Romans had found, by experience, that certain plants and flowers facilitated the functions of the brain and assisted materially to neutralize the inebriating qualities of wine. Thus, as Horace tells us, the floral chaplets worn by guests at feasts were tied with the bark of the linden to prevent intoxication. I tell thee, boy, that I detest the grandeur of a Persian feast, nor for me the binder's rind shall no flowery chaplet bind. Then search not where the curious rose beyond his season loitering grows, but beneath the mantling vine, while I quaff the flowing wine, The myrtle's wreath shall crown our brows, while you shall wait and I carouse. Besides the guests at feasts, the attendants were decorated with wreaths, and the wine cups and apartments adorned with flowers. From an anecdote related by Pliny, we learn that it was a frequent custom, common to both Greeks and Romans, to mix the flowers of their chaplets in their wine when they pledged the healths of their friends. Cleopatra, to ridicule the mistrust of Antony, who would never eat or drink at her table without causing his taster to taste every viand, lest any should be poisoned, commanded a chaplet of flowers to be prepared for the Roman general, the edges of which were dipped in the most deadly poison, whilst that which was woven for her own brow was, as usual, mixed with aromatic spices. At the banquet, Antony received his coronet of flowers, and when they had become cheerful through the aid of Bacchus, Cleopatra pledged him in wine, and taking off the wreath from her head and rubbing the blossoms into her goblet, drank of the contents. Antony was following her example, but just as he raised the fatal cup to his lips, the queen seized his arm, exclaiming, "Cure your jealous fears, and learn that I should not have to seek the means of your destruction, could I live without you." She then ordered a prisoner to be brought before them, who, on drinking the wine from Antony's goblet, instantly expired in their presence. The Romans wore garlands at sacred rites, games, and festivals, on journeys and in war. When an army was freed from a blockade, its deliverer was presented with a crown composed of the grass growing on the spot. In modern heraldry, this crown of grass is called the crown obsidianal and appertains to the general who has held a fortress against a besieging army and ultimately relieved it from the assailants. To him who had saved the life of a Roman soldier was given a chaplet of oak leaves. This is the modern heraldic civic crown, bestowed on a brave soldier who has saved the life of a comrade or has rescued him after having been taken prisoner by the enemy. The glories of all grand deeds were signalized by the crown of laurel among both Greeks and Romans. This is the heraldic crown triumphant, adjudged in our own times to a general who has achieved a signal victory. The Romans were not allowed by law to appear in festal garlands on ordinary occasions. Hence, Caesar valued most highly the privilege accorded him by the Senate of wearing a laurel crown, because it screened his baldness, which, both by the Romans and Jews, was considered a deformity. This crown was generally composed of the Alexandrian laurel, Ruscus hippoglossum, the laurel usually depicted on busts and coins. The victors at the athletic games were adjudged crowns differing in their composition according to the place in which they had won their honors. Thus, crowns of olive were given at the Olympic Games. Beech, laurel, or palm were given at the Pythian Games. Parsley were given at the Nemean Games. Pine were given at the Isthmian Games. It is not too much to say that Greeks and Romans employed garlands, wreaths, and festoons of flowers on every possible occasion. They adorned them with the sacrificial victims, the statue of the god to whom sacrifice was offered, and the priest who performed the rite. They placed chaplets on the brows of the dead and strewed their graves with floral wreaths, whilst at their funeral feasts the parents of the departed one encircled their heads with floral crowns. They threw them to the successful actors on the stage. They hung with garlands the gates of their cities on days of rejoicing. They employed floral wreaths at their nuptials. Nearly all the plants composing these wreaths had a symbolical meaning, and they were varied according to the seasons and the circumstances of the wearer. The hawthorn adorned Grecian brides, but the bridal wreath of the Romans was usually composed of verbena, plucked by the bride herself. Holly wreaths were sent as tokens of good wishes. Chaplets of parsley and rue were worn to keep off evil spirits. But the employment of garlands has by no means been confined to the ancients. At the present day, the inhabitants of India make constant use of them. The Brahmin women, who burn themselves on the funeral pyres of their husbands, deck their persons with chaplets and garlands and present wreaths to the young women who attend them at this terrible sacrifice. The young Indian girls adorn themselves with garlands during the festival of Kamadeva, the god of love, which takes place during the last days of spring. In the nuptial ceremonies of India, the garland of flowers is still a feature which possesses a recognized symbolic value. In northern India, garlands of the African marigold are placed on the trident emblem of Mahadeva, and both male and female worshippers wear chaplets composed of the same sacred flower on his festivals. The mulehua, a fragrant jasmine, is employed in China and other Eastern countries in forming wreaths for the decoration of ladies' hair, and an olive crown is still the reward of literary merit in China. The Japanese of both sexes are fond of wearing wreaths of fragrant blossoms. The Italians have artificers called festaroli, whose especial office it is to manufacture garlands and festoons of flowers and other decorations for feasts. The maidens of Greece, Germany, and Romania still bear wreaths of flowers in certain processions, which have long been customary in the spring of the year. The Swiss peasants are fond of making garlands for rural festivities of the globe flower, Trollius europaeus, which grows freely on all the chain of the Alps. In Germany, a wreath of vervain is presented to the newly married, and in place of the wreath of orange blossoms which decorates the brow of the bride in England, France, and America, a chaplet of myrtle is worn. The blossom of the bizarade, or bitter orange, is most prized for wreaths and favors when the fresh flowers can be procured. Chapter 5. Plants of the Christian Church. After Rome pagan became Rome Christian, the priests of the Church of Christ recognized the importance of utilizing the connection which existed between all plants and the old pagan worship, and bringing the floral world into active cooperation with the Christian Church by the institution of a floral symbolism, which should be associated not only with the names of saints, but also with the festivals of the Church. But it was more especially upon the Virgin Mary that the early Church bestowed their floral symbolism. Mr. Hepworth Dixon, writing of those quiet days of the Virgin's life, passed purely and tenderly among the flowers of Nazareth, says, "Hearing that the best years of her youth and womanhood were spent, before she yet knew grief, on this sunny hill and side slope, her feet being forever among the daisies, poppies, and anemones which grow everywhere about, we have made her the patroness of all our flowers. The Virgin is our rose of Sharon, our lily of the valley. The poetry, no less than the piety of Europe, has inscribed to her the whole bloom and coloring of the fields and hedges." The choicest flowers were wrested from the classic Juno, Venus, and Diana, and from the Scandinavian Bertha and Freya, and bestowed upon the Madonna, whilst floral offerings of every sort were laid upon her shrines. Her husband Joseph has allotted to him a white campanula, which in Bologna is known as the little staff of Saint Joseph. In Tuscany, the name of Saint Joseph's staff is given to the oleander. A legend recounts that the good Joseph possessed originally only an ordinary staff, but when the angel announced to him that he was destined to be the husband of the Virgin Mary, he became so radiant with joy that his very staff flowered in his hand. Before our Savior's birth, the Virgin Mary, strongly desiring to refresh herself with some luscious cherries that were hanging in clusters upon the branch of a tree, asked Joseph to gather some for her. He hesitated and mockingly said, "Let the father of thy child present them to you." Instantly the branch of the cherry tree inclined itself to the Virgin's hand, and she plucked from it the refreshing fruit. On this account, the cherry has always been dedicated to the Virgin Mary. The strawberry also is specially set apart to the Virgin's use, and in the Isle of Harris, a species of beans called Molucca beans are called after her the Virgin Mary's nuts. At Bethlehem, the manger in which the infant Jesus was laid after his birth was filled with Our Lady's bedstraw, Gallium verum. Some few drops of the Virgin's milk fell upon a thistle, which from that time has had its leaves spotted with white, and is known as Our Lady's thistle, Cardus Marianus. In Germany, the Polypodium vulgare, which grows in clefts of rocks, is believed to have sprung from the milk of the Virgin, in ancient times from Freya's milk. The Pulmonaria is also known as Unser Frauen Milk, Our Lady's milk. When, after the birth of Jesus, his parents fled into Egypt, traditions record that in order that the Virgin might conceal herself and the infant Savior from the assassins sent out by Herod, various trees opened or stretched their branches and enlarged their leaves. As the juniper is dedicated to the Virgin, the Italians consider that it was a tree of that species which thus saved the mother and child, and the juniper is supposed to possess the power of driving away evil spirits and of destroying magical spells. The palm, the willow, and the rosemary have severally been named as having afforded their shelter to the fugitives. On the other hand, the lupine, according to a tradition still current among the Bolognese, received the maledictions of the Virgin Mary because, during the flight, certain plants of this species, by the noise they made, drew the attention of the soldiers of Herod to the spot where the harassed travelers had halted. During the flight into Egypt, a legend relates that certain precious bushes sprang up by the fountain where the Virgin washed the swaddling clothes of her divine babe. These bushes were produced by the drops of water which fell from the clothes, and from which germinated a number of little plants, each yielding precious balm. Wherever the Holy Family rested in their flight sprang up the Rosa Hierosolimitana, the Rosa Marie, or Rose of the Virgin. Near the city of On, there was shown for many centuries the sacred fig tree under which the Holy Family rested. They also, according to Bavarian tradition, rested under a hazel. Plants of the Virgin Mary. In Tuscany, there grows on walls a rootless little pellitory, Peritaria, with tiny pale pink flowers and small leaves. They gather it on the morning of the Feast of the Ascension and suspend it on the walls of bedrooms till the day of the Nativity of the Virgin, the 8th September, from which it derives its name, the herb of the Madonna. It generally opens its flowers after it has been gathered, retaining sufficient sap to make it do so. This opening of a cut flower is regarded by the peasantry as a token of the special blessing of the Virgin. Should the flower not open, it is taken as an omen of the divine displeasure. In the province of Belluno in Italy, the Matricaria parthenium is called the herb of the Blessed Mary. This flower was formerly consecrated to Minerva. In Denmark, Norway, and Iceland, they give the name of Mariangras, the herb of Mary, to different ferns, and in those countries, Mary often replaces the goddess Freya, the Venus of the north, in the names of flowers. No doubt, the monks of old delighted in bestowing upon the Virgin Mary the floral attributes of Venus, Freya, Isis, and other goddesses of the heathen, but nevertheless, it is not long since that a Catholic writer complained that at the Reformation, the very names of plants were changed in order to divert men's minds from the least recollection of ancient Christian piety, and a Protestant writer of the last century, bewailing the ruthless action of the Puritans in giving to the Queen of Beauty flowers named after the Queen of Heaven, says, "Botany, which in ancient times was full of the Blessed Virgin Mary, is now as full of the heathen Venus." Among the titles of honor given to the Virgin in the Ballad of Commendation of Our Lady in the old editions of Chaucer, we find "benign branchlet of the pine tree." In England, Lady in the names of plants generally has allusion to Our Lady, Notre Dame, the Virgin Mary. Our Lady's mantle, Alchemilla vulgaris, is the Mario Stokkar of Iceland, which ensures repose when placed beneath the pillow. Scandix pecten was Our Lady's comb, but in Puritan times was changed into Venus's comb. The Cardamon pratensis is Our Lady's smock, Neotia spiralis, Our Lady's tresses, Armiria vulgaris, Our Lady's cushion, Anthillis vulneraria, Our Lady's fingers, Campanula hybrida, Our Lady's looking glass, Cypripedium calceolus, Our Lady's slipper, the cowslip, Our Lady's bunch of keys, Black Briony, Our Lady's seal, a name which has been transferred from Solomon's seal, of which the great herbal states, "It is all one herb, Solomon's seal and Our Lady's seal." Quaking grass, Brisa medea, is Our Lady's hair, maidenhair fern, the Virgin's hair. Marigolds, Calendula officinalis, and marybuds, Caltha palustris, are both named after the Virgin Mary. The campanula and the digitalis are in France the gloves of Mary. The Nardus celtica is by the Germans called Marienblumen. The white-flowered wormwood is Unser Frauenrauch, smoke of Our Lady. Mentha spicata is in French Menthe de Notre Dame, in German Unser Frauenmunds. The Costus hortensis, the Eupatorium, the Metricaria, the Galitricum sativum, the Tenesitum, the Persicaria, and a Parietaria are all, according to Bowen, dedicated to the Virgin Mary. The name of Our Lady's Tears, or Larme de Sainte Marie, has been given to the lily of the valley, as well as to the Lithospermon of Dioscorides, the Satyrium maculatum, and the Satyrium basilicum majus. The Narcissus italicus is the lily of Mary. The toadflax is in France Lin de Notre Dame, in Germany Unser Frauenflachs. The dead nettle is Main de Sainte Marie. Besides the alchemilla, the Leantopodium, the Drosera, and the Sanicula major are called on the continent Our Lady's mantle. Woodruff, thyme, groundsel, and St. John's wort form the bed of Mary. In Piedmont, they give the name of the herb of the Blessed Mary to a certain plant that the birds are reputed to carry to their young ones which have been stolen and imprisoned in cages, in order that it shall cause their death and thus deliver them from their slavery. The snowdrop is the fair maid of February, as being sacred to the purification of the Virgin, February 2nd, when her image was removed from the altar and snowdrops strewed in its place. To the Madonna, in her capacity of Queen of Heaven, were dedicated the almond, the white iris, the white lily, and the narcissus, all appropriate to the Annunciation, March 25th. The lily and white and red roses were assigned to the Visitation of Our Lady, July 2nd. These flowers are typical of the love and purity of the Virgin Mother. To the Feast of the Assumption, August 15th, is assigned the Virgin's Bower, Clematis flammula. To the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin, September 8th, the Amelis, Aster amelis, and to the Conception, December 8th, the Arbor vitae. Saint Dominic instituted the Devotion of the Rosary of the Virgin Mary, a series of prayers to mark the repetition of which a chaplet of beads is employed, which consists of 15 large and 150 small beads, the former representing the number of Pater Nosters, the latter the number of Ave Marias. As these beads were formerly made of rose leaves tightly pressed into round molds, where real roses were not strung together, this chaplet was called a rosary, and was blessed by the Pope or some other holy person before being so used. Valeriana sativa is in France called Herbe de Marie Magdalene, in Germany, Marienne Magdalena Kraut. The pomegranate is the Pommier de Marie Magdalene and Marien Magdalenen Apfel. The plants of our Savior. We have seen that at the birth of Christ, the infant Jesus was laid on a manger containing Gallium verum at Bethlehem, a place commemorated by the Ornithogalum umbellum, or Star of Bethlehem, the flowers of which resemble the pictures of the star that indicated the birth of Jesus. Whilst lying in the manger, a spray of those rose-colored sainfoin, says a French legend, was found among the dried grass and herbs which served for his bed. Suddenly, the sainfoin began to expand its delicate blossoms, and, to the astonishment of Mary, formed a wreath around the head of the holy babe. In commemoration of the infant Savior having laid on a manger, it is customary in some parts of Italy to deck mangers at Christmas time with moss, soul thistle, cypress, and prickly holly. Boughs of juniper are also used for Christmas decorations because tradition affirms that the Virgin and Child found safety among its branches when pursued by Herod's mercenaries. The juniper is also believed to have furnished the wood of the cross on which Jesus was crucified. At Christmas, according to an ancient pious tradition, all the plants rejoice. In commemoration of the birth of our Savior in countries nearer his birthplace than England, the apple, cherry, carnation, balm, rose of Jericho, and rose of Mariastem in Alsatia burst forth into blossom at Christmas, whilst in our own land the day is celebrated by the blossoming of the Glastonbury thorn, sprung from St. Joseph's staff, and the flowering of the Christmas rose, or Christ's herb, known in France as La Rose de Noël, and in Germany as Christwurzel. On Good Friday, in remembrance of the Passion of our Lord, all the trees, says the legend, shudder and tremble. The Swedes and Scotch have a tradition that Christ was scourged with a rod of the dwarf birch, which was once a noble tree, but has ever since remained stunted and lowly. It is called Langfredagsris, or Good Friday rod. There is another legend extant which states that the rod with which Christ was scourged was cut from a willow, and that the trees of its species have drooped their branches to the earth in grief and shame from that time, and have consequently borne the name of weeping willows. The Crown of Thorns. Sir J. Mondeville, who visited the Holy Land in the 14th century, has recorded that he had many times seen the identical crown of thorns worn by Jesus Christ, one half of which was at Constantinople and the other half at Paris, where it was religiously preserved in a vessel of crystal in the king's chapel. This crown, Mondeville says, was of jonquils of the sea, that is to say, rushes of the sea, that prick in awls sharply as thorns. He further adds that he had been presented with one of the precious thorns which had fallen off into the vessel, and that it resembled a white thorn. The old traveler gives the following circumstantial account of our Lord's trial and condemnation, from which it would appear that Jesus was first crowned with white thorn, then with eglantine, and finally with rushes of the sea. He writes, "In that night he was taken, he was laid into a garden, and there he was first examined right sharply. And there the Jews scorned him, and made him a crown of the branches of Ebelspine, that is, white thorn, that grew in the same garden, and setten it on his head, so fast and so sore that the blood ran down be many places of his visage, and of his neck, and of his shoulders. And therefore hath the white thorn many virtues, for he that breathe a branch on him thereof, no thunder, nay, no manner of tempest may dear him. Nay, in the house that it is in, may none evil ghost enter, nay, come unto that place that is in. And in that same garden St. Peter denied our Lord thrice. Afterward was our Lord led forth before the bishops and the masters of the law into another garden of Anne. And there also he was examined, reprieved, and scorned, and crowned aft with a white thorn, that men clepeth, barbarins, that grew in that garden, and that hath also many virtues. And afterward he was led into a garden of Caiaphas, and there he was crowned with eglantier. And after he was led into the chamber of Pilate, and there he was examined and crowned. And the Jews set him in a chair, and clad him in a mantle, and there made they the crown of jonquils of the sea, and there they kneeled to him, and scorned him, saying, Hail, King of the Jews! The illustration represents the crown of thorns worn by our Savior, his coat without seams, called tunica inconsotilis, the sponge, the reed by means of which the Jews gave our Lord vinegar and gall, and one of the nails wherewith he was fastened to the cross. All these relics, Mondeville tells us he saw at Constantinople. Of what particular plant was composed, the crown of thorns which the Roman soldiers plaited and placed on the Saviour's head has long been a matter of dispute. Gerard says it was the Polurius aculeatus, a sharp-spined shrub which he calls Christ's thorn, and the old herbalist quotes Billonius, who had traveled in the Holy Land, and who stated that this shrubby thorn was common in Judea, and that it was the thorn wherewith they crowned our Savior Christ. The melancholy distinction has, however, been variously conferred on the buckthorns, Rhamnus spina Christi and Ramus polarius, the boxthorn, the barberry, the bramble, the rosebriar, the wild hyssop, the acanthus or branch ursine, the Spartium vilissum, the holly, called in Germany Christthorn, and acacia or nabka of the Arabians, a thorny plant, very suitable for the purpose, since its flexible twigs could be twisted into a chaplet, and its small but pointed thorns would cause terrible wounds. And in France, the hawthorn, the épine noble. The West Indian Negroes state that Christ's crown was composed of a branch of the cashew tree, and that, in consequence, one of the golden petals of its blossom became black and blood-stained. The reed mace, Typha latifolia, is generally represented as the reed placed, in mockery, by the soldiers in the Saviour's right hand. The wood of the cross. According to the legend connected with the tree of Adam, the wood of the cross on which our Lord was crucified was cedar, a beam hewn from a tree which incorporated in itself the essence of the cedar, the cypress, and the olive, the vegetable emblems of the Holy Trinity. Curzon, in his monasteries of the Levant, gives a tradition that the cedar was cut down by Solomon and buried on the spot afterwards called the Pool of Bethesda, that about the time of the Passion of our blessed Lord, the wood floated and was used by the Jews for the upright posts of the cross. Another legend makes the cross of 4 kinds of wood, representing the 4 quarters of the globe, or all mankind. It is not, however, agreed what those 4 kinds of wood were, or their respective places in the cross. Some say they were the palm, the cedar, the olive, and the cypress. Hence the line, Ligna crucis palma, cedrus, cupressus, oliva. In place of the palm, or the olive, some claim the mournful honor for the pine and the box, whilst there are others who aver it was made entirely of oak. Another account states the wood to have been the aspen, and since that fatal day its leaves have never ceased trembling with horror. Far off in Highland wilds, 'tis said, that of this tree the cross was made. In some parts of England it is believed that the elder was the unfortunate tree. The woodman will look carefully into the faggots before using them for fuel, in case any of this wood should be bound up in them. The gypsies entertain the notion that the cross was made of ash, the Welsh that the mountain ash furnished the wood. In the west of England there is a curious tradition that the cross was made of mistletoe, which until the time of our Saviour's death had been a goodly forest tree, but was condemned henceforth to become a mere parasite. Sir John Mondeville asserts that the cross was made of palm, cedar, cypress, and olive, and he gives the following curious account of its manufacture. For that piece that went upright fro the earth to the heaved was of cypress, and the piece that went overthwart to the which his hands were nailed was of palm, and the stock that stode within the earth, in the which was made the mortice, was of cedar, and the table above in his head, that was 1.5 foot long, on the which the title was written in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, that was of olive. And the Jews made him the cross of these 4 manner of trees, for they trowed that our Lord Jesus Christ should have hanged on the cross as long as the cross mightn't last, and therefore made they the foot of the cross of cedar, for cedar may not in earth, nay in water rot, and therefore they would that it should have lasted long. For they trowed that the body of Christ should have stunken. Therefore they made that piece that went from the earth upward of cypress, for it is well smelling, so that the smell of his body should not grieve men that wenten forby. And the overthwart piece was of palm, for in the Old Testament it was ordained that when an overcomen he should be crowned with palm. And the table of the title they made of olive, for olive betokeneth peace. And the story of Noah witnesseth, when that the culver brought the branch of olive, that betokened peace made between God and man. And so trowed the Jews for to have peace when Christ was dead, for they said that he had made discord and strife amongst him. Plants of the Crucifixion. In Brittany, the vervain is known as the herb of the cross. John White, writing in 1624, says of it, "Hallowed be thou, vervain, as thou growest in the ground, for in the mount of Calvary thou first was found. Thou healedst our Saviour, Jesus Christ, and staunchedst his bleeding wound. In the name of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, I take thee from the ground." In the flax fields of Flanders there grows a plant called the roodselken, the red spots on the leaves of which betoken the blood which fell on it from the cross, and which neither rain nor snow has since been able to wash off. In Cheshire, a similar legend is attached to the Orchis maculata, which is there called Gethsemane. Those deep unwrought marks, the villager will tell thee, are the flower's portion from the atoning blood on Calvary shed. Beneath the cross it grew. In Palestine, there exists a notion that the red anemone grew at the foot of the cross, and hence the flower bears the name of the blood drops of Christ. The wood sorrel is introduced in their paintings of the crucifixion by the early Italian painters, perhaps as symbolizing the Trinity with its triple leaf. Whilst wearily bearing his cross on the way to Calvary, our Lord passed by the door of Saint Veronica, who, with womanly compassion, wiped with her kerchief the drops of agony from his brow. The Redeemer's features remained miraculously impressed on the linen, and from that time the flowers of the wayside speedwell have ever borne a representation of the precious relic. In Brittany, it is said that whilst Christ was bearing his cross, a little robin took from his mocking crown one of the thorns, steeped in his blood, which dyed the robin's breast. Henceforth the robin has always been the friend of man. Bearing his cross, while Christ passed forth forlorn, his godlike forehead by the mock crown torn, a little bird took from that crown one thorn. To soothe the dear Redeemer's throbbing head, that bird did what she could. His blood, 'tis said, down dropping, dyed her bosom red. J. H. Abrahal. The early Spanish settlers of South America saw in the Flor de las Cinco Llagas, the flower of the 5 wounds, or passion flower, a marvelous floral emblem of the mysteries of Christ's passion, and the Jesuits eagerly adopted it as likely to prove useful in winning souls to their faith. An old legend, probably of monkish origin, recounts the emotions of plants on the death of the Savior of mankind. The pine of Damascus said, "As a sign of mourning, from this day my foliage will remain somber, and I will dwell in solitary places." The willow of Babylon, "My branches shall henceforth incline towards the waters of the Euphrates, and there shed the tears of the east." The vine of Sorrento, "My grapes shall be black, and the wine that shall flow from my side shall be called Lacrima Christi." The cypress of Carmel, "I will be the guest of the tombs and the testimony of grief." The yew, "I will be the guardian of graveyards. No bee shall pillage with impunity my poisoned flowers, no bird shall rest on my branches, for my exhalations shall give forth death." The iris of Susa, "Henceforth I will wear perpetual mourning, in covering with a violet veil my golden chalice." The daylily, "I will shut every evening my sweet-smelling corolla, and will only reopen it in the morning with the tears of the night." In the midst of these lamentations of the flowers, the poplar alone held himself upright, cold and arrogant as a free thinker. As a punishment for this pride, from that day forth, at the least breath of wind it trembles in all its limbs. Revolutionists have therefore made it the tree of liberty. the tree of Judas Iscariot. In connection with the crucifixion of our Lord, many trees have had the ill luck of bearing the name of the traitor Judas, the disciple who, after he had sold his master in sheer remorse and despair, went and hanged himself on a tree. The fig, the tamarisk, the wild carob, the aspen, the elder, and the dog rose have each in their turn been mentioned as the tree on which the suicide was committed. As regards the fig, popular tradition affirms that the tree, after Judas had hung himself on it, never again bore fruit, that the fig was the identical fig tree cursed by our Lord, and that all the wild fig trees sprang from this accursed tree. According to a Sicilian tradition, however, Judas did not hang himself on a fig, but on a tamarisk tree called Vruca, Tamarix africana. This Vruca is now only a shrub, although formerly it was a noble tree. At the time of Judas's suicide, it was cursed by God, and thenceforth became a shrub, ill-looking, misshapen, and useless. In England, according to Gerard, the wild carob is the Judas tree, Cercis siliquastrum. This arbor Judae was in olden times known as the wild or foolish cod. By many, however, the elder has been supposed to be the fatal tree. Thus we read in Piers Plowman's vision, Judas he japed with Jew and silver, and sithen on an eller hanged himself. Sir John Maundeville, from whose work the foregoing illustration has been copied, corroborates this view, for he tells us that in his day there stood in the vicinity of Mount Sion the tree of elder that Judas hanged himself upon for despair. A Russian proverb runs, "There is an accursed tree which trembles without even a breath of wind," in allusion to the aspen, Populus tremula, and in the Ukraine they say that the leaves of this tree have quivered and shaken since the day that Judas hung himself on it. The plants of St. John. Popular tradition associates St. John the Baptist with numerous marvels of the plant world. St. John was supposed to have been born at midnight, and on the eve of his anniversary, precisely at 12 o'clock, the fern blooms and seeds, and this wondrous seed, gathered at that moment, renders the possessor invisible. Thus in Shakespeare's Henry IV, Gadshill says, "We have the receipt of fern seed, we walk invisible." The fairies, commanded by their queen, and the demons, commanded by Satan, engage in fierce combats at this mysterious time for the possession of the invisible seed. In Russia, on St. John's Eve, they seek the flower of the paparot, Aspidium felix mas, which flowers only at the precise moment of midnight and will enable the lucky gatherer, who has watched it flower, to realize all his desires, to discover hidden treasures, and to recover cattle stolen or strayed. In the Ukraine, it is thought that the gatherer of the fern flower will be endowed with supreme wisdom. The Russian peasants also gather on the night of the vigil of St. John the turlik, or Gentiana amarella, a plant much sought after by witches, and only to be gathered by those who have been fortunate enough first to have found the placon, Lythrum salicaria, which must be gathered on the morning of St. John, without using a knife or other instrument in uprooting it. This herb the Russians hold to be very potent against witches, bad spirits, and the evil eye. A cross cut from the root of the placon and worn on the person causes the wearer to be feared as much as fire. Another herb which should be gathered on St. John's Eve is the Heracium pilosella, called in Germany Johannesblut, the blood of St. John. It brings good luck but must be uprooted with a gold coin. In many countries, before the break of day on St. John's morning, the dew which has fallen on vegetation is gathered with great care. This dew is justly renowned, for it purifies all the noxious plants and imparts to certain others a fabulous power. By some it is treasured because it is believed to preserve the eyes from all harm during the succeeding year. In Venetia, the dew is reputed to renew the roots of the hair on the baldest of heads. It is collected in a small vial, and a herb called basilica is placed in it. In Normandy and the Pyrenees, it is used as a wash to purify the skin. In Brittany, it is thought that, thus used, it will drive away fever, and in Italy, Romania, Sweden, and Iceland, it is believed to soften and beautify the complexion. In Egypt, the nukta, or miraculous drop, falls before sunrise on St. John's Day, and is supposed to have the effect of stopping the plague. In Sicily, they gather the Hypericum perforatum, or herb of St. John, and put it in oil, which is by this means transformed into a balm infallible for the cure of wounds. In Spain, garlands of flowers are plucked in the early morn of St. John's Day, before the dew has been dried by the sun, and a favorite weather is decked with them, the village lasses singing, Come forth, my maidens, we'll gather myrtle boughs, and we shall learn from the dews of the fern if our lads will keep their vows. If the weather be still, as we dance on the hill, and the dew hangs sweet on the flowers, then we'll kiss off the dew, for our lovers are true, and the Baptist's blessing is ours. The populace of Madrid were long accustomed, on St. John's Eve, to wander about the fields in search of vervain, from a superstitious notion that this plant possesses preternatural powers when gathered at 12 o'clock on St. John's Eve. In some parts of Russia, the country people heat their baths on the eve of St. John and place in them the herb kunolnitsa, ranunculus. In other parts, they place herbs, gathered on the same anniversary, upon the roofs of houses and stables as a safeguard against evil spirits. The French peasantry rubbed the udders of their cows with similar herbs to ensure plenty of milk, and placed them over the doorways of cattle sheds and stables. On the eve of St. John, lilies, orpine, fennel, and every variety of hypericum are hung over the doors and windows. Garlands of vervain and flax are also suspended inside houses, but the true St. John's garland is composed of 7 elements, namely white lilies, green birch, fennel, hypericum, wormwood, and the legs of game birds. These are believed to have immense power against evil spirits. After daybreak on St. John's Day, it is dangerous to pluck herbs, the gatherer running the risk of being afflicted with cancer. According to Bowen, the following plants are consecrated to St. John. First and specially the hypericum, or perforated St. John's wort, the fuga daemonium, or devil's flight, so named from the virtue ascribed to it of frightening away evil spirits and acting as a charm against witchcraft, enchantment, storms, and thunder. It is also called tutsin, or all-heal, from its virtues in curing all kinds of wounds, and sanguis hominis because of the blood-red juice of its flowers. The leaves of the common St. John's wort are marked with blood-like spots, which always appear on the 29th of August, the day on which the Baptist was beheaded. The flower of St. John is the chrysanthemum, corn marigold, or, according to others, the buphthalmus, ox-eye, or the anacyclus. Grapes of St. John are currants. The belt or girdle of St. John is wormwood. The herbs of St. John comprise also Mentha saracenica, or Costus hortensis, Galathicrum sativum, or Centrum galli, or Orminum sylvestre. In Picardy, Arbortanum, a species of southern wood, and, according to others, the Androsomen, Tutsin, the Scrophularia, and the Crassula major. The scarlet Lychnus coronaria is said to be lighted up on his day and was formerly called Candelabrum ingens. A species of nut is named after the saint. The carob is St. John's mead, so called because it is supposed to have supplied him with food in the wilderness and to be the locusts mentioned in these scriptures. The festival of St. John would seem to be a favorite time with maidens to practice divination in their love affairs. On the eve of St. John, English girls set up 2 plants of orpine on a trencher, one for themselves and the other for their lover, and they estimate the lover's fidelity by his plant living and turning to theirs, or otherwise. They also gather a moss rose so soon as the dew begins to fall, and, taking it indoors, carefully keep it till New Year's Eve, when, if the blossom is faded, it is a sign of the lover's insincerity, but if it still retains its common color, he is true. On this night also, hemp seed is sown with certain mystic ceremonies. In Brittany, on the Saint's Vigil, young men wearing bunches of green wheat ears and lasses decked with flax blossoms assemble round one of the old pillar stones and dance round it, placing their wreath upon it. If it remains fresh for some time after, the lover is to be trusted, but should it wither within a day or 2, so will the love prove but transient. In Sweden, on St. John's Eve, young maidens arrange a bouquet composed of 9 different flowers, among which the hypericum, or St. John's wort, or the ox-eye daisy, St. John's flower, must be conspicuous. The flowers must be gathered from 9 different places, and the posy be placed beneath the maiden's pillow. Then he who she sees in her dreams will be sure soon to arrive. The village maids mysterious tales relate of bright midsummer's sleepless nights, the fern that time sheds secret seeds, and they prepare, untold of rites predictive of their fate. Virgins in silent expectation watch, exact at 12's propitious hour to view the future lover over the threshold pass. The inviting door wide spread, and every charm performed, while fond hope flutters in the breast, and credulous fancy painting his known form, kindles concordant to their ardent wish. Bidlek. Flowers of the Saints. In the Dark Ages, the Catholic monks, who cultivated with assiduity all sorts of herbs and flowers in their monastic gardens, came in time to associate them with traditions of the Church and to look upon them as emblems of particular saints. Aware also of the innate love of humanity for flowers, they selected the most popular as symbols of the Church festivals, and in time every flower became connected with some saint of the calendar, either from blowing about the time of the saint's day or from being connected with him in some old legend. Saint Benedict's herbs are the avens, the hemlock, and the valerian, which were assigned to him as being antidotes. A legend of the saint relating that upon his blessing a cup of poisoned wine, which a monk had presented to him to destroy him, the glass was shivered to pieces. To Saint Gerard was dedicated the Aegypodium podagraria, because it was customary to invoke the saint against the gout, for which this plant was esteemed a remedy. Saint Christopher has given his name to the baneberry, Actaea spicata, the osmund fern, Osmunda regalis, the fleabane, Pulicaria dysenterica, and according to old herbalists, to several other plants including Botanica officinalis, Vicia craxa, and Cipium, Nephalium germanicum, Spirea ulmaria, 2 species of wolfsbane, etc. St. George has numerous plants named after or dedicated to him. In England his flower is the harebell, but abroad the peony is generally called after him. His name is also bestowed on the Lilium convallium. The herb of St. George is the Valeriana sativa, his root Dentaria major, his violet Leucoium luteum, his fruit Cucumis agrestis. In Asia Minor, the tree of St. George is the carob. The eryngium was dedicated to St. Francis under the name of St. Francis's thorn. Bunium flexuosum is St. Anthony's nut, a pig nut because he is the patron of pigs, and Senecio jacobia is St. James wort, the saint of horses and colts, used in veterinary practice. The cowslip is dedicated to St. Peter, as Herb Peter of the old herbals, from some resemblance which it has to his emblem, a bunch of keys. As the patron of fishermen, Crythmum maritimum, which grows on sea cliffs, was dedicated to this saint and called in Italian San Pietro, in French Saint Pierre, and in English Samphire. Most of these saintly names were, however, given to the plants because their day of flowering is connected with the festival of the saint. Hence Hypericum quadrangulaire is the St. Peter's wort of the modern floras, from its flowering on the 29th of June. The daisy, as herb Margaret, is popularly supposed to be dedicated to Margaret that was so meek and mild, probably from its blossoming about her day, the 22nd of February. In reality, however, the flower derived its name from St. Margaret of Cortona. Barberia vulgaris, growing in the winter, is St. Barbara's cress, her day being the 4th of December, Old Style, and Centaurea solstialis derives its Latin specific and its popular name, St. Barnaby's thistle, from its flourishing on the longest day, the 11th of June, Old Style, which is now the 22nd. Nigella damascena, whose persistent style spread out like the spokes of a wheel, is named Catherine's flower after St. Catherine, who suffered martyrdom on a wheel. The crane's bill is called Herb Robert, in honor of St. Robert, abbot of Molisme and founder of the Cistercian order. The speedwell is St. Paul's Betony. Archangel is a name given to one umbelliferous and 3-labiate plants. An angel is said to have revealed the virtues of the plants in a dream. The umbelliferous plant, it has been supposed, has been named Angelica archangelica from its being in blossom on the 8th of May, Old Style, the Archangel St. Michael's Day. Flowering on the fete day of such a powerful angel, the plant was supposed to be particularly useful as a preservative of men and women from evil spirits and witches, and of cattle from elfshot. Roses are the special flowers of martyrs, and according to a tradition, they sprang from the ashes of a saintly maiden of Bethlehem who perished at the stake. Avens, Geum urbanum, the herba benedicta, or blessed herb, is a plant so blessed that no venomous beast will approach within scent of it, and according to the author of the Ortus Sanitatis, where the root is in a house, the devil can do nothing, and flies from it, wherefore it is blessed above all other herbs. The common snowdrops are called fair maids of February. This name also, like the saints' names, arises from an ecclesiastical coincidence. Their white flowers blossom about the 2nd of February, when maidens dressed in white walked in procession at the Feast of the Purification. The name of Canterbury bells was given to the Campanula in honor of St. Thomas of England, and in allusion probably to the horse bells of the pilgrims to his shrine. Saxifraga umbrosa is both St. Patrick's cabbage and St. Anne's needlework. Polygonum persicaria is the Virgin's pinch. Polytrichum commune, St. Winifred's hair. Myrrhis oridata, sweet Sicily. Origanum vulgare, sweet Marjorie. Ocinium basilicum, sweet basil. Angelica sylvestris, the root of the Holy Ghost. Hedge hyssop, cranesbill, and St. John's wort are all surnamed Grace of God. The pansy, having 3 colors on one flower, is called Herb Trinity. The 4-leafed clover is an emblem of the cross, and all cruciform flowers are deemed of good omen, having been marked with the sign of the cross. The hemp agrimony is the holy rope, after the rope with which Christ was bound, and the hollyhock is the holy hock, an old word for mallow. The feeling which inspired this identification of flowers and herbs with holy personages and festivals is gracefully expressed in a Franciscan in the following passage. Mindful of the festivals which our Church prescribes, I have sought to make these objects of floral nature the timepieces of my religious calendar and the mementos of the hastening period of my mortality. Thus I can light the taper to our Virgin Mother on the blowing of the white snowdrop, which opens its flower at the time of Candlemas. The lady's smock and the daffodil remind me of the Annunciation, the blue harebell of the Festival of St. George, the ranunculus of the Invention of the Cross, the scarlet lychnis of St. John the Baptist's Day, the white lily of the Visitation of Our Lady, and the Virgin's Bower of the Assumption. And Michaelmas, Martinmas, Holy Rood, and Christmas have all their appropriate decorations. In later times, we find the Church's calendar of English flowers embodied in the following lines. The snowdrop in purest white array first rears her head on Candlemas Day, while the crocus hastens to the shrine of primrose lone on St. Valentine. Then comes the daffodil beside Our Lady's smock at Our Lady tide. About St. George, when blue is worn, the blue harebells the fields adorn. Against the day of the Holy Cross, the crowfoot glides the flowery grass. When St. Barnaby bright smiles night and day, poor ragged robin blooms in the hay. The scarlet lychnis, the garden's pride, flames at St. John the Baptist's tide. From Visitation to St. Swithin's showers, the lily-white reigns queen of the flowers, and poppies a sanguine mantle spread for the blood of the dragon St. Margaret shed. Then under the wanton rose again that blushes for the penitent Magdalene, till Lammas Day called August's wheel, when the long corn smells of chamomile. When Marie left us here below, the Virgin's bower is full in blow. And yet anon the full sunflower blew, and became a star for St. Bartholomew. The passion flower long has blowed, to betoken us signs of the holy road. The Michaelmas daisy among dead weeds blooms for St. Michael's valorous deeds, and seems the last of the flowers that stood till the feast of St. Simon and St. Jude. Save mushrooms and the fungus race that grow till all Hallowtide takes place. Soon the evergreen laurel alone is green, when Catherine crowns all learned men. Then ivy and holly berries are seen, and Yule clog and wassail come round again. The Roman Catholics have compiled a complete list of flowers, one for every day in the year, in which each flower has been dedicated to a particular saint, usually for no better reason than because it bloomed about the date of the saint's feast day. This saint's floral directory is to be found in extenso in Hahn's Everyday Book. In the Anglican Church, the principal festivals or red-letter days have each their appropriate flowers assigned them, as will be seen from the following table. November 30th, St. Andrew, St. Andrew's Cross. December 21st, St. Thomas, Sparrowwort. December 25th, Christmas, Holly. December 26th, St. Stephen, Purple Heath. December 27th, St. John Evan, Flame Heath. December 28th, Innocents, Blood Heath. January 1st, Circumcision, Laurestine. January 6th, Epiphany, Screw Moss. January 25th, Conversion of St. Paul, Winter Hellebore. February 2nd, Purification of BVM, Great Snowdrop. February 24th, St. Matthias, Great Fern. March 25th, Annunciation of BVM, Marigold. April 25th, St. Mark, Claremont Tulip. May 1st, St. Philip and St. James, Tulip, Red Campion, Red Bachelor's Buttons. June 11th, St. Barnabas, Midsummer Daisy. June 24th, St. John the Baptist, St. John's Wort. June 29th, St. Peter, Yellow Rattle. July 25th, St. James, herb Christopher. August 24th, St. Bartholomew, sunflower. September 21st, St. Matthew, ciliated passion flower. September 29th, St. Michael, Michaelmas daisy. October 18th, St. Luke, Phlochos agaric. October 28th, St. Simon and St. Jude, late chrysanthemum, scattered starwort. November 1st, All Saints, amaranth. In old church calendars, Christmas Eve is marked Templa exornantur, churches are decked. Herrick, in the time of Charles I, thus combines a number of these old customs connected with the decoration of churches. Down with rosemary and bays, down with the mistletoe, instead of holly now upraise, the greener box for show. The holly hitherto did sway, let box now domineer, until the dancing Easter day or Easter's eve appear. Then youthful box which now hath grace your houses to renew, grown old surrender must his place unto the crisped yew. When yew is out, then birch comes in, and many flowers beside, both of a fresh and fragrant kin, to honor Whitsuntide. Green rushes then, the sweetest bents, with cooler oaken boughs, come in for comely ornaments to readorn the house. Thus times do shift, each thing his turn does hold, new things succeed as former things grow old. Flowers of the Church's festivals. In the services of the Church, every season has its appropriate floral symbol. In olden times, on feast days, places of worship were significantly strewed with bitter herbs. On the Feast of Dedication, the first Sunday in October, the church was decked with boughs and strewn with sweet rushes. For this purpose, Juncus aromaticus, now known as Acorus calamus, was used. The dedication of the church is yearly had in mind, with worship passing Catholic and in a wondrous kind. From out the steeple high is hanged a cross and a banner fire, the pavement of the temple strowed with herbs of pleasant ire, the pulpits and the altars all that in the church are seen, and every pew and pillar great are decked with boughs of green. It was customary to strew rushes on the church floor on all high days. Newton, in his Herbal to the Bible, 1587, speaks of sedge and rushes, with which many in the country do use in summertime to strew their parlors and churches, as well as for coolness and for pleasant smell. Cardinal Wolsey, in the pride of his pomp, had the strewings of his great hall at Hampton Court renewed every day. Till lately, the floor of Norwich Cathedral was strewn with Acorus calamus on festal days, and when the Acorus was scarce, the leaves of the yellow iris were used. At the Church of St. Mary Redcliffe, Bristol, rushes are strewn every Whitsuntide. The parish of Middleton Cheney, Northamptonshire, has a benefaction to provide hay for strewing the church in summer, the rector providing straw in the winter. In Prussia, Holcus odoratus is considered holy grass and is used for strewing purposes. The rush-bearings, which are still held in Westmoreland and were until quite recently general in Cheshire, would appear to be a relic of the custom of the dedication feast. At these rush-bearings, young men and women carry garlands in procession through the village to the church, which they enter and decorate with their floral tributes. Besides giving the church a fresh strewing every feast day, it was in olden times customary to deck it with boughs and flowers, and as the flowers used at festivals were originally selected because they happened to be in bloom then, so in time they became associated therewith. On Palm Sunday, it was customary for the congregation to carry palm branches in procession and deposit them on the altar of the church to be blessed, after which they were again distributed to the people. Various substitutes for the Eastern palm were used in England, but the most popular was the sallow, because its lithe green wands, full of sap and covered with golden catkins, were at that season of the year the things most full of life and blossom. Yew branches were also employed for palm, and some churches were decked with boughs of box. White broom and white flowers of all descriptions are applicable to the great festival of Easter, as well as purple pasque flowers and golden daffodils. The peasants of Bavaria weave garlands of the fragrant coltsfoot, Nardosmia fragrans, on Easter Day and cast them into the fire. In Rogation Week, processions preambulated the parishes with the Holy Cross and litanies to mark the boundaries and to invoke the blessing of God on the crops. On this occasion, maidens made themselves garlands and nosegays of the Rogation flower, Polygala vulgaris, called also the cross, gang, and procession flower. On Ascension Day, it is customary in Switzerland to suspend wreaths of edelweiss over porches and windows. this flower of the Alps being, like the amaranth, considered an emblem of immortality and peculiarly appropriate to the festival. May Day in olden times was the anniversary of all others which was associated with floral ceremonies. In the early morn, all ranks of people went out a-Maying, returning laden with hawthorn blossoms and mayflowers to decorate churches and houses. Shakespeare notices how, in his day, every one was astir betimes. "'Tis as much improbable, unless we swept them from the door with cannons, to scatter 'em, as 'tis to make 'em sleep on May Day morning." It being also the festival of Saints Philip and James, the feast partook somewhat of a religious character. The people not only turned the streets into leafy avenues and their doorways into green arbors, and set up a maypole decked with ribbons and garlands, and an arbor besides for Maid Marian to sit in to witness the sports, but the floral decorations extended likewise into the church. We learned from Aubrey that the young maids of every parish carried about garlands of flowers, which they afterwards hung up in their churches, and Spenser sings how, at sunrise, "Youth's folk now flocken in everywhere, to gather May buskets and smelling brare, and home they hasten the posts to dight, and all the kirk pillars ere daylight, with hawthorn buds and sweet elegantine, and girlands of roses and sops in wine." The beautiful milk-white hawthorn blossom is essentially the flower of the season, but in some parts of England, the lily of the valley is considered as the lily of the May. In Cornwall and Devon, lilac is esteemed the Mayflower, and special virtues are attached to the sprays of ivy plucked at daybreak with the dew on them. In Germany, the kingcup, lily of the valley, and hepatica are severally called Maybloom. Whitsuntide flowers in England are lilies of the valley and guelder roses, but according to Chaucer, Romaunt of the Rose, love bids his pupil have hat of flowers fresh as May, chaplet of roses of Whitsunday, for sich array ne costeth but light. The Germans call broom Pentecost bloom, and the peony the Pentecost rose. The Italians call Whitsunday Pasqua rosata, roses, being then in flower. To Trinity Sunday belong the herb trinity or pansy and the trefoil. On St. Barnabas' Day, as on St. Paul's Day, the churches were decked with box, woodruff, lavender, and roses, and the officiating priests wore garlands of roses on their heads. On Royal Oak Day, May 29th, in celebration of the restoration of King Charles II, and to commemorate his concealment in an aged oak at Boscobel, gilded oak leaves and apples are worn, and oak branches are hung over doorways and windows. From this incident in the life of Charles II, the oak derives its title of royal. Blessed Charles, then, to an oak his safety owes, the royal oak which now in song shall live, until it reach to heaven with its boughs, boughs that for loyalty shall garlands give. On Corpus Christi Day, it was formerly the custom in unreformed England to strew the streets through which the procession passed with flowers, and to decorate the church with rose and other garlands. In North Wales, a relic of these ceremonies lingered till lately in the practice of strewing herbs and flowers at the doors of houses on the Corpus Christi Eve. In Roman Catholic countries, flowers are strewed along the streets in this festival, and the route of the procession at Rome is covered with bay and other fragrant leaves. On the vigil of St. John the Baptist, Stowe tells us that in his time every man's door was shadowed with green birch, long fennel, St. John's wort, orpine, white lilies, and such like, garnished upon with garlands of beautiful flowers, and also lamps of glass, with oil burning in them all night. Birch is the special tree, as the yellow St. John's wort, Hypericum, is the special flower of St. John. In the life of Bishop Horn, we read that in the court of Magdalen, Oxford, a sermon used to be preached on this day from the stone pulpit in the corner, and the quadrangle was furnished round with a large fence of green boughs, that the meeting might more nearly resemble that of John Baptist in the wilderness. On All Saints' or All Hallows' Day, Roman Catholics were wont to visit the graves of departed relatives or friends and place on them wreaths of ivy, moss, and red berries. On the eve of this day, Halloween, October 31st, many superstitious customs are still practiced. In the north, young people dive for apples, and for divining purposes fling nuts into the fire, hence the vulgar name of Nutcrack Night. In Scotland, young women determine the figure and size of their future husbands by paying a visit to the kale or cabbage garden and pulling the Calistock blindfold. They also on this night throw hazelnuts in the fire, named for two lovers, judging accordingly as they burn quickly together or start apart the course of their love. At Christmastide, holly, the holy tree, Rosemary, laurel, bay, arbor vitae, and ivy are hung up in churches, and are suitable also for the decoration of houses, with the important addition of mistletoe, which, on account of its druidic connection, is interdicted in places of worship. Ivy should only be placed in outer passages or doorways. At Christmas, which St. Gregory termed the festival of all festivals, the evergreens with which the churches are ornamented are a fitting emblem of that time, when, as God says by the prophet Isaiah, "I will plant in the wilderness the cedar, the shittah tree, and the myrtle, and the oil tree. I will set in the desert the fir tree and the pine, and the box tree together. The glory of Lebanon shall come unto thee, the fir tree, the pine tree, and the box together, to beautify the place of my sanctuary, and I will make the place of my feet glorious." Gospel oaks and memorial trees. There exist in different parts of England several ancient trees, notably oaks, which are traditionally said to have been called gospel trees in consequence of its having been practiced in times long past to read under a tree which grew upon a boundary line a portion of the gospel on the annual preambulation of the bounds of the parish on Ascension Day. In Herrick's poem of the Hesperides occur these lines in allusion to this practice. "Dearest, bury me under that holy oak or gospel tree, where though thou seest not, thou mayest think upon me when thou yearly goest in procession." Many of these old trees were doubtless druidical, and under their leafy tabernacles, the pioneers of Christianity had probably preached and expounded the scriptures to a pagan race. The heathen practice of worshipping the gods in woods and trees continued for many centuries, till the introduction of Christianity, and the first missionaries sought to adopt every means to elevate the Christian worship to higher authority than that of paganism by acting on the senses of the heathen. St. Augustine, Evelyn tells us, held a kind of council under an oak in the west of England concerning the right celebration of Easter and the state of the Anglican Church, where also, it is reported, he did a great miracle. On Lord Bolton's estate in the New Forest stands a noble group of 12 oaks known as the 12 Apostles. There is another group of oaks extant known as the 4 Evangelists. Beneath the venerable yews at Fountain Abbey, Yorkshire, the founders of the abbey held their council in 1132. Cross oaks were so called from their having been planted at the junction of crossroads, and these trees were formerly resorted to by anguished patients for the purpose of transferring them their malady. Venerable and noble trees have in all ages and in all countries been ever regarded with special reverence. From the very earliest times, such trees have been consecrated to holy uses. Thus the Gomerites, or descendants of Noah, were, if tradition be true, accustomed to offer prayers and oblations beneath trees, and following the example of his ancestors, the patriarch Abraham pitched his tents beneath the terebinth oaks of Mamre, erected an altar to the Lord, and performed there sacred and priestly rites. Beneath an oak, too, the patriarch entertained the deity himself. This tree of Abraham remained till the reign of Constantine the Great, who founded a venerable chapel under it, and there Christians, Jews, and Arabs held solemn anniversary meetings, believing that from the days of Noah the spot shaded by the tree had been a consecrated place. Dean Stanley tells us that, on the heights of Ephraim, on the central thoroughfare of Palestine, near the sanctuary of Bethel, stood 2 famous trees, both in after times called by the same name. One was the oak tree, or terebinth of Deborah, under which was buried, with many tears, the nurse of Jacob. The other was a solitary palm, known in after times as the palm tree of Deborah. Under this palm, as Saul afterwards under the pomegranate tree of Migron, as St. Louis under the oak tree of Vicene, dwelt that mother in Israel, Deborah, the wife of Lapidoth, to whom the sons of Israel came to receive her wise answers. Since the time when Solomon cut the cedars of Lebanon for the purpose of employing them in the erection of the temple of the Lord, this renowned forest has been greatly shorn of its glories, but a grove of nearly 400 trees still exists. 12 of the most valuable of these trees bear the titles of the Friends of Solomon, or the 12 Apostles. Every year, the Maronites, Greeks, and Armenians go up to the cedars at the Feast of the Transfiguration and celebrate Mass on a homely stone altar erected at their feet. In Evelyn's time, there existed near the tomb of Cyrus an extraordinary cypress, which was said to exude drops of blood every Friday. This tree, according to Pietro della Valle, was adorned with many lamps and fitted for an oratory, and was for ages resorted to by pious pilgrims. Thevenot and other Eastern travelers mention a tree which for centuries had been regarded with peculiar reverence. At Mathurie, says Thevenot, It is a large garden surrounded by walls in which are various trees, and among others, a large sycamore, or Pharaoh's fig, very old, which bears fruit every year. They say that the Virgin, passing that way with her son Jesus, and being pursued by a number of people, the fig tree opened to receive her. She entered, and it closed her in, until the people had passed by, when it reopened, and that it remained open ever after to the year 1656, when the part of the trunk that had separated itself was broken away. Near Kennedy Church, in the King's Country, Ireland, is an ash, the trunk of which is nearly 22 feet round and 17 feet high, before the branches break out, which are of enormous bulk. When a funeral of the lower class passes by, they lay the body down for a few minutes, say a prayer, and then throw a stone to increase the heap which has been accumulating round the roots. The Breton nobles were long accustomed to offer up a prayer beneath the branches of a venerable yew, which grew in the cloister of Vreton, in Brittany. The tree was regarded with much veneration, as it was said to have originally sprung from the staff of St. Martin. In England, the Glastonbury thorn was long the object of pious reverence. This tree was supposed to have sprung from the staff of Joseph of Arimathea, to whom the original conversion of this country is attributed in monkish legends. The story runs that when Joseph of Arimathea came to convert the heathen nations, he selected Glastonbury as the site for the first Christian church, and whilst preaching there on Christmas Day, he struck his staff into the ground, which immediately burst into bud and bloom. Eventually, it grew into a thorn bush, which regularly blossomed every Christmas Day and became known throughout Christendom as the Glastonbury thorn. The winter thorn which blossoms at Christmas, mindful of our Lord. Like the thorn of Glastonbury, an oak in the New Forest called the Cadenham oak produced its buds always on Christmas Day, and was consequently regarded by the country people as a tree of peculiar sanctity. Another miraculous tree is referred to in Collinson's History of Somerset. The author, speaking of the Glastonbury thorn, says that there grew also in the Abbey churchyard, on the north side of St. Joseph's Chapel, a miraculous walnut tree which never budded forth before the feast of St. Barnabas, that is, the 11th of June, and on that very day shot forth leaves and flourished like its usual species. It is strange to say how much this tree was sought after by the credulous, and though not an uncommon walnut, Queen Anne, King James, and many of the nobility of the realm, even when the times of monkish superstition had ceased, gave large sums of money for small cuttings from the original. Chapter 6. Plants of the Fairies and Naiads. Centuries before Milton wrote that millions of spiritual creatures walk the earth unseen, both when we awake and when we sleep, our Saxon ancestors, whilst yet they inhabited the forests of Germany, believed in the existence of a diminutive race of beings, the missing link between men and spirits, to whom they attributed extraordinary actions, far exceeding the capabilities of human art. Moreover, we have it on the authority of the father of English poetry that long, long ago, in those wondrous times when giants and dwarves still deigned to live in the same countries as ordinary human beings, in the old days of King Arthur, of which the Bretons speak in great honor, all was this land fulfilled of fairy. The elf queen and higher jolly company danced full oft in many a green mead. This was the old opinion, as I read. The old Welsh bards were accustomed to sing their belief that King Arthur was not dead, but conveyed away by the fairies into some charmed spot where he should remain a while, and then return again to reign with undiminished power. Those wondrous inhabitants of Elfland, these fays, fairies, elves, little folk, pixies, hobgoblins, kobolds, dwarves, pygmies, gnomes, and trolls, are all more or less associated with the plant kingdom. They make their habitations in the leafy branches of trees, or dwell in the greater seclusion of their hollow trunks. They dally and gambol among opening buds and nodding blossoms. They hide among blushing roses and fragrant herbs. They dance amid the buttercups, daisies, and meadowsweet of the grassy meads, and, as Shakespeare says, they use flowers for their charactery. Grimm tells us that in Germany the elves are fond of inhabiting oak trees, the holes in the trunks of which are deemed by the people to be utilized by the fairies as means of entry and exit. A similar belief is entertained by the Hindus, who consider holes in trees as doors by which the inhabiting spirit passes in and out. German elves are also fond of frequenting elder trees. The Estonians believe that during a thunderstorm, and in order to escape from the lightning, the timorous elves burrow several feet beneath the roots of the trees they inhabit. As a rule, these forest elves are good-natured. If they are not offended, not only will they abstain from harming men, but they will even do them a good turn and teach them some of the mysteries of nature, of which they possess the secret. The elves were in former days thought to practice works of mercy in the woods, and a certain sympathetic affinity with trees became thus propagated in the popular faith. The country folk were careful not to offend the trees that were inhabited by fairies, and they never sought to surprise the elfin people in their mysterious retreats, for they dreaded the power of these invisible creatures to cause ill luck or some unfortunate malady to fall on those against whom they had a spite. Even deaths were sometimes laid at their door. A German legend relates that, as a peasant woman one day tried to uproot the stump of an old tree in a fir forest, she became so feeble that at last she could scarcely manage to walk. Suddenly, while endeavoring to crawl to her home, a mysterious-looking man appeared in the path before the poor woman, and upon hearing what was the matter with her, he at once remarked that she had wounded an elf. If the elf got well, so would she, but if the elf should unfortunately perish, she would also assuredly die. The stump of the old fir tree was the abode of an elf, and in endeavoring to uproot it, the woman had unintentionally injured the little creature. The words of the mysterious personage proved too true. The peasant languished for some time, but drooped and died on the same day as the wounded elf. To this day, in the vast forests of Germany and Russia, instead of uprooting old firs, the foresters, remembering the elfish superstition, always chop them down above the roots. In the Indian legend of Savitri, the youthful Satyavant, while felling a tree, perspires inordinately, is overcome with weakness, sinks exhausted, and dies. He had mortally wounded the elf of the tree. Since the days of Aesop, it has become a saying that death has a weakness for woodmen. In our own land, oaks have always been deemed the favorite abodes of elves, and wayfarers upon approaching groves reputed to be haunted by them used to think it judicious to turn their coats for good luck. Thus Bishop Corbett, in his Iter Boreal, writes, "William found a means for our deliverance. Turn your cloaks, quoth he, for Puck is busy in these oaks. If ever we at Bosworth will be found, then turn your cloaks, for this is fairy ground." It was believed that the fairy folk made their homes in the recesses of forests or secluded groves, whence they issued after sunset to gambol in the fields, often startling with their sudden appearance the tired herdsman trudging homeward to his cot, or the good wife returning from her expedition to market. Thus we read of fairy elves whose midnight revels by a forest side or mountain some belated peasant sees. Would you the fairy regions see, hence to the greenwoods run with me. For mortals, safe the livelong night, their countless feats the fays delight. Leftly. In the Isle of Man, the fairies or elves used to be seen hopping from trees and skipping from bough to bough, whilst wending their way to the fairy midnight haunts. In such esteem were they held by the country folk of Devon and Cornwall that to ensure their friendship and good offices, the fairies or pixies used formerly to have a certain share of the fruit crop set apart for their special consumption. Hans Christian Andersen tells of a certain rose elf who was instrumental in punishing the murderer of a beautiful young maiden to whom he was attached. The rose, in olden times, was reputed to be under the special protection of elves, fairies, and dwarves, whose sovereign, Lauren, carefully guarded the rose garden. 4 portals to the garden lead, and when the gates are closed, no living wight dare touch a rose, 'gainst his strict command opposed. Whoever would break the golden gates or cut the silken thread, or who would dare to waste the flowers down beneath his tread, soon for his pride would leave to pledge a foot and hand. Thus Lauren, king of dwarves, rules within his land. A curious family of the elfin tribe were the moss or woodfolk, who dwelt in the forests of southern Germany. Their stature was small and their form weird and uncouth, bearing a strange resemblance to certain trees, with which they flourished and decayed. Describing a moss woman, the author of The Fairy Family says, "A moss woman, the haymakers cry, and over the fields in terror they fly. She is loosely clad from neck to foot, in a mantle of moss from the maple's root. And like lichen gray on its stem that grows, is the hair that over her mantle flows. Her skin like the maple rind is hard, brown and ridgy and furrowed and scarred, and each feature flat like the bark we see, where a bough has been lopped from the bole of a tree. When the newer bark has crept healingly round and laps over the edge of the open wound, her knotty root-like feet are bare, and her height is an ell from heel to hair. The moss or woodfolk also lived in some parts of Scandinavia. Thus we are told that in the churchyard of Storheading in Zealand there are the remains of an oak which were trees by day and warriors by night. The Black Dwarves were a race of Scandinavian elves inhabiting coast hills and caves. The favorite place of their feasts and carousings, however, was under the spreading branches of the elder tree, the strong perfume of its large moon-like clusters of flowers being very grateful to them. As has been before pointed out, an unexplained connection of a mysterious character has always existed between this tree and the denizens of fairyland. The Still folk of central Germany were another tribe of the fairy kingdom. They inhabited the interior of hills, in which they had their spacious halls and strong rooms filled with gold, silver, and precious stones, the entrance to which was only obtained by mortals by means of the luck flower or the key flower, Schlüsselblume. They held communication with the outer world, like the trolls of Scandinavia, through certain springs or wells, which possessed great virtues. Not only did they give extraordinary growth and fruitfulness to all trees and shrubs that grew near them, whose roots could drink of their waters, or whose leaves be sprinkled with the dews condensed from their vapors, but for certain human diseases they formed a sovereign remedy. In Monmouthshire, in years gone by, there existed a good fairy, or proca, who was wont to appear to Welshmen in the guise of a handful of loose dried grass, rolling and gambolling before the wind. Fairy Revels. The English fays and fairies, the pixies of Devon, fantastic elves that leap, the slender haircup climb the cowslip bells, and seize the wild bee as she lies asleep. According to the old pastoral poets, who were wont to bestir themselves soon after sunset, a time of indistinctness and gloomy grandeur, when the moonbeams gleam fitfully through the wind-stirred branches of their sylvan retreats, and when sighs and murmurings are indistinctly heard around, which whisper to the listener of unseen beings. But it is at midnight that the whole fairy kingdom is alive. Then it is that the faint music of the blue harebell is heard ringing out the call to the elfin meet. 'Tis the hour of fairy band and spell. The woodtick has kept the minutes well. He has counted them all with click and stroke deep on the heart of the forest oak. And he has awakened the sentry elf that sleeps with him in the haunted tree, to bid him ring the hour of 12 and call the fays to their revelry. They come from the beds of the lichen green, they creep from the mullen's velvet screen. Some on the backs of beetles fly from the silver tops of moon-touched trees, where they swing in their cobweb hammocks high and rocked about in the evening breeze. Some from the humbird's downy nest had driven him out by elfin power, and pillowed on plumes of his rainbow crest, had slumbered there till the charmed hour. Some had lain in a scarp of the rock, by glittering Ising stars inlaid, and some had opened the 4 o'clock, and stolen within its purple shade. And now they throng the moonlight glade, above, below, on every side, their little minim forms arrayed in the tricksy pomp of fairy pride. Dr. Drake's Culprit Fay. Like the witches, fairies dearly love to ride to the trysting place on an aerial steed. A straw, a blade of grass, a fern, a rush, or a cabbage stalk alike serve the purpose of the little people. Mounted on such simple steeds, each joyous elf sings, "Now I go, now I fly, Malkin, my sweet spirit, and I. Oh, what a dainty pleasure 'tis to ride in the air when the morn shines fair, and sing and dance and toy and kiss." Arrived at the spot selected for the fairy revel, mayhap, a bank whereon the wild thyme blows, where oxlips and the nodding violet grows, the gay throng wend their way to a grassy link or neighboring pasture, and there the merry elves trip and pace the dewy green sward with their printless feet, causing those dark green circles that are known to mortals as fairy rings. The fays that haunt the moonlight dell, the elves that sleep in the cowslip's bell, the tricksy sprites that come and go, swifter than a gleam of light, where the murmuring waters flow and the zephyrs of the night, bending to the flowers that grow, basking in the silver sheen, with their voices soft and low, sing about the rings of green, which the fairies' twinkling feet in their nightly revels beat. Old William Brown depicts a fairy trysting place as being in proximity to one of their sylvan haunts, and moreover gives us an insight into the proceedings of the Fays and their queen at one of their meetings. He says, "Near to this wood there lay a pleasant mead, where the fairies often did their measures tread, which in the meadows made such circles green, as if with garlands it had crowned been. Or like the circle where the signs we track, and learned shepherds call the zodiac, within one of these rounds was to be seen a hillock rise where oft the fairy queen at twilight sat and did command her elves to pinch those maids that had not swept their shelves. And further, if by maidens' oversight within doors water were not brought at night, or if they spread no table, set no bread, they should have nips from toe unto the head. And for the maid that had performed each thing, she in the water pail bade leave a ring." St. John's Eve was undoubtedly chosen for important communication between the distant elfin groves and the settlements of men, on account of its mildness, brightness, and unequaled beauty. Has not Shakespeare told us in his Midsummer's Night's Dream of the doings on this night of Oberon, Ariel, Puck, Titania, and her fairy followers? The darling puppets of romance's view, fairies and sprites and goblin elves we call them, famous for patronage of lovers true. No harm they act, neither shall harm befall them, so do not thou with crabbed frowns appall them. Yet timorous and ill-informed folk, mistrusting the kindly disposition of elves and fairies, took precautions for excluding elfin visitors from their dwellings by hanging over their doors boughs of St. John's wort, gathered at midnight on St. John's Eve. A more kindly feeling, however, seems to have prevailed at Christmas time, when boughs of evergreen were everywhere hung in houses in order that the poor frost-bitten elves of the trees might hide themselves therein, and thus pass the bleak winter in hospitable shelter. Fairy plants. In Devonshire, the flowers of stitchwort are known as pixies. Of plants which are specially affected by the fairies, first mention should be made of the elfgrass, Vesleria caerulea, known in Germany as Elfenkraut or elfgrass. This is the grass forming the fairy rings, round which with aerial footsteps have danced, "Ye demi-puppets, that by moonlight do the green sour ringlets make, whereof the yew not bites." Shakespeare's Tempest. The cowslip or fairy cup, Shakespeare tells us, forms the couch of Ariel, the dainty Ariel who has so sweetly sung of his fairy life. "Where the bee sucks, there lurk I, in a cowslip's bell I lie. There I couch when owls do cry, on a bat's back I do fly. After summer merrily, merrily, merrily shall I live now, under the blossom that hangs on the bough." The fine small crimson drops in the cowslip's chalice are said to possess the rare virtue of preserving, and even of restoring, youthful bloom and beauty, for these ruddy spots are fairy favors, and therefore have enchanted value. Shakespeare says of this flower of the fays, "And I serve the fairy queen, to do her orbs upon the green. The cowslips tall her pensioners be, in their gold coats spots you see. Those be rubies, fairy favors, in those freckles live their savors." Another of the flowers made potent use of by the fairies of Shakespeare is the pansy, that little western flower which Oberon bade Puck procure. "Fetch me that flower, the herb I showed thee once, the juice of it on sleeping eyelids laid, will make a man or woman madly dote upon the next live creature that it sees." The anemone or windflower is a recognized fairy blossom. The crimson marks on its petals have been painted there by fairy hands, and in wet weather it affords shelter to benighted elves, who are glad to seek shelter beneath its downturned petals. Tulips are greatly esteemed by the fairy folk, who utilize them as cradles in which to rock the infant elves to sleep. The fairy flax, Linum catharticum, is, from its extreme delicacy, selected by the fays as the substance to be woven for their raiment. The Pyrus japonica is the fairy's fire. Fairy butter, Tremella arborea and albida, is a yellowish gelatinous substance found upon rotten wood or fallen timber, and which is popularly supposed to be made in the night and scattered about by the fairies. The pazita, an exquisite scarlet fungus cup, which grows on pieces of broken stick and is to be found in dirty ditches and hedge sides, is the fairy's bath. To yellow flowers growing in hedgerows, the fairies have a special dislike and will never frequent a place where they abound. But it is notorious that they are passionately fond of most flowers. It is part of their mission to give to each maturing blossom its proper hue, to guide creepers and climbing plants, and to teach young plants to move with befitting grace. But the foxglove is the especial delight of the fairy tribe. It is the fairy plant par excellence. When it bends its tall stalks, the foxglove is making its obeisance to its tiny masters, or preparing to receive some little elf who wishes to hide himself in the safe retreat afforded by its accommodating bells. In Ireland, this flower is called lusmore, or the great herb. It is there the fairy cap, whilst in Wales it becomes the goblin's gloves. As the foxglove is the special flower of the fairies, so is a four-leaved clover their peculiar herb. It is believed only to grow in places frequented by the elfin tribe, and to be gifted by them with magic power. I'll seek a four-leaved clover in all the fairy dells, and if I find the charmed leaf, oh how I'll weave my spells. S. Lover. The maiden whose search has been successful for this diminutive plant becomes at once joyous and light-hearted, for she knows that she will assuredly see her true love ere the day is over. The four-leaved clover is the only plant that will enable its wearer to see the fairies. It is a magic talisman whereby to gain admittance to the fairy kingdom, and unless armed with this potent herb, the only other means available to mortals who wish to make the acquaintance of the fairies is to procure a supply of a certain precious unguent, prepared according to the receipt of a celebrated alchemist, which, applied to the visual orbs, is said to enable anyone with a clear conscience to behold without difficulty or danger the most potent fairy or spirit he may anywhere encounter. The following is the form of the preparation. R. A pint of salad oil, and put it into a vial glass, but first wash it with rose water and marigold water. The flowers to be gathered towards the east. Wash it till the oil come white, then put it into the glass, ut supra, and then put thereto the buds of hollyhock, the flowers of marigold, the flowers or toppers of wild thyme, the buds of young hazel, and the thyme must be gathered near the side of a hill where fairies used to be, and take the grass of a fairy throne. Then all these put into the oil into the glass, and set it to dissolve 3 days in the sun, and then keep it for thy use, ut supra. Ashmolean manuscripts. Plants of the water nymphs and fays. Certain of the fairy community frequented the vicinity of pools and the banks of streams and rivers. Ben Jonson tells of span-long elves that dance about a pool, and Stagnelius asks, "Say, knowest the elfin people gay? They dwell on the river's strand. They spin from the moonbeams their festive garb, with their small and lily hand." Of this family are the Rusalkis, river nymphs of southern Russia, who inhabit the alluvial islands studding the winding river, or dwell in detached coppices fringing the banks, or construct for themselves homes woven of flowering reeds and green willow boughs. The Swedes delight to tell of the Stromkarl, or boy of the stream, a mystic being who haunts brooks and rivulets, and sits on the silvery waves at moonlight, playing his harp to the elves and fays who dance on the flowery margin in obedience to his summons. Come, queen of the revels, come form into bands, the elves and the fairies that follow your train. Tossing your tresses and wreathing your hands, let your dainty feet dance to my wave-wafted strain. The Greco-Latin naiads, or water nymphs, were also of this family. They generally inhabited the country and resorted to the woods or meadows near the stream over which they presided. It was in some such locality on the Asiatic coast that the ill-fated Hylas was carried off by Isis and the river nymphs whilst obtaining water from a fountain. The chiefs composed their wearied limbs to rest, but Hylas sought the springs by thirst oppressed. At last a fount he found, with flowerets graced, on the green bank above his urn he placed. 'Twas at a time when old Ascanius made an entertainment in his watery bed, for all the nymphs and all the naiades, inhabitants of the neighboring plains and seas. These inferior deities were held in great veneration, and received from their votaries offerings of fruit and flowers. Animal sacrifices were also made to them, with libations of wine, honey, oil, and milk, and they were crowned with sedges and flowers. A remnant of these customs was to be seen in the practice which formerly prevailed in this country of sprinkling rivers with flowers on Holy Thursday. Milton, in his Comus, tells us that in honor of Sabrina, the nymph of the Severn, the shepherds at their festivals carol her good deeds loud in rustic rays, and throw sweet garland wreaths into her stream of pansies, pinks, and gaudy daffodils. A belief in the existence of good spirits who watched and guarded wells, springs, and streams was common to the whole Aryan race. On the 13th of October, the Romans celebrated at the Porta Fontinalis, a festival in honor of the nymphs, who presided over fountains and wells. This was termed the Fontinalia, and during the ceremonies, wells and fountains were ornamented with garlands. To this day, the old heathen custom of dressing and adorning wells is extant, although saints and martyrs have long since taken the place of the naiads and water nymphs as patrons. In England, well dressing at Ascensiontide is still practiced, and some particulars of the ancient custom will be found in the chapter on floral ceremonies. The fountain marge is fairly spread, with every incense flower that blows, with flowery sedge and moss that grows, for fervid limbs a dewy bed. Fane. Pilgrimages are made to many holy wells and springs in the United Kingdom for the purpose of curing certain diseases by the virtues contained in their waters, or to dress these health-restoring fountains with garlands and posies of flowers. It is not surprising to find Ben Jonson saying that round such virtuous wells the fairies are fond of assembling and dancing their rounds, lighted by the pale moonshine. By wells and rills and meadows green we nightly dance our heyday guise, and to our fairy king and queen we chant our moonlight minstrelsies. Percy Reliques. In Cornwall, pilgrimages are made in May to certain wells situated close to old blasted oaks, where the frequenters suspend rags to the branches as a preservative against sorcery and a propitiation to the fairies, who are thought to be fond of repairing at night to the vicinity of the wells. From St. Mungo's Well at Huntly in Scotland, the people carry away bottles of water as a talisman against the enmity of the fairies, who are supposed to hold their revels at the elfin croft close by, and are prone to resent the intrusion of mortals. Chapter 8. Sylvans, Wood Nymphs, and Tree Spirits. Closely allied to the fairy family, the well fays and the naiads are the Sylvans of the Greco-Roman mythology, which everywhere depicts groves and forests as the dwelling places and resorts of merry bands of dryads, nymphs, fauns, satyrs, and other light-hearted frequenters of the woods. Mindful of this, Horace, when extolling the joys and peacefulness of sylvan retirement, sings, "Me the cool woods above the rest advance, where the rough satyrs with the light nymphs dance." The dryads were young and beautiful nymphs who were regarded as semi-goddesses. Deriving their name from the Greek word drus, a tree, they were conceived to dwell in trees, groves, and forests, and according to tradition, were wont to inflict injuries upon people who dared to injure the trees they inhabited and specially protected. Notwithstanding this, however, they frequently quitted their leafy habitations to wander at will and mingle with the wood nymphs in their rural sports and dances. They are represented veiled and crowned with flowers. Such a sylvan deity Ronaldo saw in the enchanted forest when an aged oak beside him cleft and rent, and from his fertile hollow womb forth went, clad in rare weeds and strange habiliment, a full-grown nymph. The hamadryads were only females to the waist, their lower parts merging into the trunks and roots of trees. Their life and power terminated with the existence of the tree over which they presided. These sylvan deities had long flowing hair, and bore in their hands axes wherewith to protect the tree with which they were associated, and on the existence of which their own life depended. The trees of the hamadryads usually grew in some secluded spot, remote from human habitations and unknown to men, where much sweetgrass grew higher than grew the reed, and good for slumber and every holier herb, narcissus and the low-lying melilot, and of all goodliest blade and bloom that springs, where, hid by heavier hyacinth, violet buds, blossom and burn, and fire of yellower flowers, and light of crescent lilies and such leaves, as fear the fauns and know the dryad's foot. Theocritus. The rustic deities, called by the Greeks satyrs, and by the Romans fauns, had the legs, feet, and ears of goats, and the rest of the body human. These fauns, according to the tradition of the Romans, presided over vegetation, and to them the country folk gave anything they had a mind to ask: bunches of grapes, ears of wheat, and all sorts of fruit. The food of the satyrs was believed, by the early Romans, to be the root of the orchis or satyrion, its aphrodisiacal qualities exciting them to those excesses to which they are stated to have been so strongly addicted. A Romanian legend tells of a beauteous sylvan nymph called the Daughter of the Laurel, who is evidently akin to the Dryads and wood nymphs, and Mr. Ralston, in an article on forest and field myths, gives the following variation of the story. There was once a childless wife who used to lament, saying, "If only I had a child, were it but a laurel berry." And heaven sent her a golden laurel berry, but its value was not recognized, and it was thrown away. From it sprang a laurel tree which gleamed with golden twigs. At it a prince, while following the chase, wondered greatly, and determining to return to it, he ordered his cook to prepare a dinner for him beneath its shade. He was obeyed, but during the temporary absence of the cook, the tree opened, and forth came a fair maiden who strewed a handful of salt over the viands and returned into the tree, which immediately closed upon her. The prince returned and scolded the cook for over-salting the dinner. The cook declared his innocence, but in vain. The next day, just the same occurred. So, on the third day, the prince kept watch. The tree opened, and the maiden came forth. But before she could return into the tree, the prince caught hold of her and carried her off. After a time, she escaped from him, ran back to the tree, and called upon it to open, but it remained shut. So she had to return to the prince, and after a while he deserted her. It was not till after long wandering that she found him again and became his loyal consort. Mr. Ralston says that in Hahn's opinion, the above story is founded on the Hellenic belief in dryads, but he himself thinks it belongs to an earlier mythological family than the Hellenic, though the dryad and the laurel maiden are undoubtedly kinswomen. Long before the dryads and oreads had received from the sculpturesque Greek mind their perfection of human form and face, trees were credited with woman-like inhabitants, capable of doing good and ill, and with power of their own, apart from those possessed by their supernatural tenets of banning and blessing. Therefore it was that they were worshipped, and that recourse was had to them for the strengthening of certain rites. Similar ideas and practices still prevail in Asia. Survivals of them may yet be found in Europe. In Moldavia, there lingers the cherished tradition of Mariora Floriora, the Xena or nymph of the mountains, the sister of the flowers, at whose approach the birds awoke and sung merrily, desirous of anticipating her every wish, and the wild flowers exhaled their choicest perfume, and, bowing gently in the wind, proffered every virtue contained in their blossoms. Yielding one day to the fascinations of a mortal, Mariora Floriora gave herself to him and forgot her flowers, so that the leaves fell yellow and withered, and the flowers drooped their heads and faded. Then they complained to the sun that the flower nymph no longer tended them, but rambled over the mountains and meadows absorbed with her mortal lover. So a Zimiu, or evil spirit, was sent, who seized her in his arms and carried her away over the mountain. Now she is never seen, but when the moon is shining on a serene night, her plaintive murmurs are sometimes heard in the caverns of the mountain. Sacred groves and their denizens. The Roman goddess Pomona, we are told by Ovid, came of the family of dryads or sylvan deities, and although the nymph frequented not the fluttering stream nor meads, the subject of a virgin's dream, yet in garden culture none could her excel, or form the pliant souls of plants so well, or to the fruit more generous flavors lend, or teach the trees with nobler loads to bend. As a deity, Pomona presided over gardens and all sorts of fruit trees, and was honored with a temple in Rome, and a regular priest, called Flamen Pomonalis, who offered sacrifices to her divinity for the preservation of fruit. In this respect, Pomona differed from the other Sylvans, who were regarded as semi-gods and goddesses. The worship of these sylvan deities, however, by the Greeks and Romans, caused them to regard with reverence and respect their numerous habitations. Hence we find that, like the Egyptians, they were fond of surrounding their temples and fanes with groves and woods, which in time came to be regarded as sacred as the temples themselves. Pliny, speaking of groves, says, "These were of old the temples of the gods, and after that simple but ancient custom, men at this day consecrate the fairest and goodliest trees to some deity or other, nor do we more adore our glittering shrines of gold and ivory than the groves in which, with profound and awful silence, we worship them." Ancient writers often refer to vocal forests in their somber and gloomy recesses. The frighted wayfarer imagined, as the wind sighed and rustled through the dense foliage, that the tree spirits were humming some sportive lay, or, perchance more frequently, chanting weirdly some solemn dirge. The grove which surrounded Jupiter's temple at Dodona was supposed to be endowed with the gift of prophecy, and oracles were frequently there delivered by the sacred oaks. Due honors once Dodona's forest had, when oracles were through the oaks conveyed, when woods instructed prophets to foretell, and the decrees of fate in trees did dwell. In course of time, each tree of these sacred groves was held to be tenanted or presided over either by a god or goddess, or by one of the sylvan semi-deities. Impious was deemed he who dared to profane the sanctity of one of these nemorous retreats, either by damaging or by felling the consecrated trees. Rapin, in his Latin poem on gardens, says, "But let no impious acts profane the woods, or violate the sacred shades. The gods themselves inhabit there. Some have beheld, where drops of blood from wounded oaks distilled, have seen the trembling boughs with horror shake. So great a conscience did the ancients make, to cut down oaks that it was held a crime in that obscure and superstitious time, when Dryopius heaven did provoke, by daring to destroy the Ammonian oak, and with it its included dryad too, avenging Ceres, then her faith did show to the wronged nymph. When threatened with the woodman's axe, the tutelary genius of the doomed tree would intercede for its life. The very leaves would sigh and groan, the stalwart trunk tremble with horror. Ovid relates how Erysichthon, a Thessalian who derided Ceres and cut down the trees in her sacred groves, was, for his impiety, afflicted with perpetual hunger. Of one huge old oak, the poet says, "In the cool dusk its unpierced verdure spread, the dryads oft their hallowed dances led." But the vindictive Erysichthon bade his hesitating servants fell the venerable tree, and, dissatisfied with their speed, seized an axe and approached it, declaring that nothing should save the oak. He spoke, and as he poised a slanting stroke, sighs heaved and tremblings shook the frighted oak. Its leaves looked sickly, pale its acorns grew, and its long branches sweat a chilly dew. But when his impious hand a wound bestowed, blood from the mangled bark in currents flowed. The wonder all amazed, yet one more bold, the fact dissuading strove his axe to hold. But the Thessalian obstinately bent, too proud to change, too hardened to repent. On his kind monitor his eyes which burned with rage, and with his eyes his weapon turned. "Take the reward," says he of pious dread, then with a blow lopped off his parted head. No longer checked, the wretch with his crime pursued, doubled his strokes and sacrilege renewed, when from the groaning trunk a voice was heard, "A dryad I, by Ceres' love preferred." Within the circle of this clasping rind, Coval grew, and now in ruin joined. But instant vengeance shall thy sin pursue, and death is cheered with this prophetic view. Garth's Ovid. Tree Spirits. Ovid, in his Metamorphoses, has told us how, after Daphne had been changed into a laurel, the nymph tree still panted and heaved her heart. How, when Phaethon's grief-stricken sisters were transformed into poplars, they continued to shed tears, which were changed into amber. How Myrrha, metamorphosed into a tree, still wept in her bitter grief the precious drops which retain her name. How Dryope, similarly transformed, imparted her life to the branches which glowed with a human heat, and how the tree, into which the nymph Lotus had been changed, shook with sudden horror when its blossoms were plucked and blood welled from the broken stalks. In these poetic conceptions, it is easy to see the embodiment of a belief very rife among the Greeks and Romans, that trees and shrubs were tenanted in some mysterious manner by spirits. Thus Virgil tells us that when Aeneas had traveled far in search of the abodes of the blessed, he came to groves of happy souls the rest, to evergreens the dwellings of the blessed. Nor was this notion confined simply to the Greeks and Romans, for among the ancients generally there existed a widespread belief that trees were either the haunts of disembodied spirits or contained within their material growth the actual spirits themselves. Evelyn tells us that the ethnics do still repute all great trees to be divine and the habitations of souls departed. These the Persians called Pir and Imam. The Persians, however, entertaining a profound regard for trees of unusual magnitude, were of opinion that only the spirits of the pure and holy inhabited them. In this respect, they differed from the Indians, who believed that both good and evil spirits dwelt in trees. Thus we read in the story of Brahma Daitya, a Bengal folk tale, of a certain banyan tree haunted by a number of ghosts, who wrung the necks of all who were rash enough to approach the tree during the night. And in the same tale, we are told of a Vakula tree, Mimasups elingi, which was the haunt of a Brahma Daitya, the ghost of a Brahmin who dies unmarried, who was a kindly and well-disposed spirit. In another folk tale, we are introduced to the wife of a Brahmin who was attacked by a Sankchini, or female ghost, inhabiting a tree near the Brahmin's house, and thrust by the vindictive ghost into a hole in the trunk. The Reverend Lal Bihari Dey explains that Sankchinis, or Sankachurnis, are female ghosts of white complexion, who usually stand in the dead of night at the foot of trees. Sometimes these tree spirits appear to leave their usual sylvan abode and enter into human beings, in which case an exorcist is employed, who detects the presence of the spirit by lighting a piece of turmeric root, which is an infallible test, as no ghost can put up with the smell of burnt turmeric. The Shanars, aborigines of India, believe that disembodied spirits haunt the earth, dwelling in trees and taking special delight in forests and solitary places. Against the malignant influence of these wandering spirits, protection is sought in charms of various kinds, the leaves of certain trees being esteemed especially efficacious. Among the Hindus, if an infant refuses its food and appears to decline in health, the inference is drawn that an evil spirit has taken possession of it. As this demon is supposed to dwell in some particular tree, the mothers of the northern districts of Bengal frequently destroy the unfortunate infant's life by depositing it in a basket and hanging the same on the demon's tree where it perishes miserably. In Burma, the worship of gnats, or spirits of nature, is very general. Indeed, among the Karens and numerous other tribes, this spirit worship is their only form of belief. The shrines of these gnats are often, in the form of cages, suspended in peepul or other trees, by preference to the lepan tree, from the wood of which coffins are made. When a Burman starts on a journey, he hangs a bunch of plantains or a spray of the sacred eugenia on the pole of his buffalo cart to conciliate any spirit he may intrude upon. The lonely hunter in the forest deposits some rice and ties together a few leaves whenever he comes across some imposing-looking tree, lest there should be a gnat dwelling there. Should there be none, the tied-back leaves will, at any rate, stand in evidence to the gnat or demon who presides over the forest. Some of the gnats or spirits are known far and wide by special or generic names. There is the himin gnat, who lives in woods and shakes those he meets so that they go mad. There is the akakaso, who lives in the tops of trees, shekaso, who lives in the trunk, bumaso, who dwells contentedly in the roots. The presence of spirits or demons in trees, the Burman believes, may always be ascertained by the quivering and trembling of the leaves when all around is still. Schweinfurth, the African explorer, tells us that at the present day, among the Bongos and Niams, woods and forests are regarded with awe as weird and mysterious places, the abodes of supernatural beings. The malignant spirits who are believed to inhabit the dark and gloomy forests, and who inspire the Bongos with extraordinary terror, have, like the devil, wizards and witches a distinctive name. They are called Bitabos, whilst the sylvan spirits inhabiting groves and woods are known as Rangas. Under this last designation are comprised owls of different species, bats, and the Nidor, a small ape with large red eyes and erect ears, which shuns the light of day and hides itself in the trunks of trees, from whence it comes forth at night. As a protection against the influence of these malignant spirits of the woods, the Bongos have recourse to certain magical roots which are sold to them by their medicine men. According to those worthies, no one can enter into communication with the wood spirits except by means of certain roots, which enable the possessor to exorcise evil spirits or give him the power of casting spells. All old people, but especially women, are suspected of having relations more or less intimate with the sylvan spirits and of consulting the malign demons of the woods when they wish to injure any of their neighbors. This belief in evil spirits, which is general among the Bongos and other tribes of Africa, exists also among the Niams. For the latter, the forest is the abode of invisible beings who are constantly conspiring to injure man, and in the rustling of the foliage, they imagine they hear the mysterious dialogues of the ghostly inhabitants of the woods. The ancient German race, in whom there existed a deep reverence for trees, peopled their groves and forests with a whole troop of Waldgeister, both beneficent and malevolent. A striking example is to be seen in the case of the elder, in which dwells the Hildemoor, or elder mother, or Hildevinde, or elder queen, who avenges all injuries done to the elder tree. On this account, elder branches may not be cut until permission has been asked of the Hildemoor. In Lower Saxony, the woodman will, on his bended knee, ask permission of the elder tree before cutting it in these words: "Lady Elder, give me some of thy wood, then will I give thee also some of mine when it grows in the forest." This formula is repeated 3 times. Nearly allied to the tree spirits were the corn spirits, which haunted and protected green or yellow fields. Mr. Ralston tells us that by the popular fancy they were often symbolized under the form of wolves or of buckmen, goat-legged creatures similar to the classic satyrs. When the wind blows the long grass or waving corn, German peasants still say, "The grass wolf" or "the corn wolf" is abroad. In some places, the last sheaf of rye is left as a shelter to the Roggen wolf or rye wolf during the winter's cold, and in many a summer or autumn festive rite, that being is represented by a rustic who assumes a wolf-like appearance. The corn spirit, however, was often symbolized under a human form. The belief in the existence of a spirit whose life is bound up in that of the tree it inhabits remains to the present day. There is a widespread German belief that if a sick man is passed through a cleft made in a tree, which is immediately afterwards bound up, the man and the tree become mysteriously connected. If the tree flourishes, so will the man, but if it withers, he will die. Should, however, the tree survive, the man, the soul of the latter, will inhabit the tree, and according to pagan tradition, if the tree be felled and used for shipbuilding, the dead man's ghost becomes the haunting genius of the ship. This strange notion may have had its origin in the classic story of the Argonauts and their famous ship. A beam on the prow of the Argo had been cut by Minerva out of the forest of Dodona, where the trees were thought to be inhabited by oracular spirits. Hence the beam retained the power of giving oracles to the voyagers and warned them that they would never reach their country till Jason had been purified of the murder of Absyrtus. There is a story that tells how, when a musician cut a piece of wood from a tree into which a girl had been metamorphosed by her angry mother, he was startled to see blood oozing from the wound, and when he had shaped it into a bow and played with it upon his violin before her mother, such a heart-rending wail made itself heard that the mother was struck with remorse and bitterly repented of her hasty deed. Mr. Ralston quotes a Czech story of a nymph who appeared day by day among men, but always went back to her willow by night. She married a mortal, bare him children, and lived happily with him, till at length he cut down her willow tree. That moment his wife died. Out of this willow was made a cradle, which had the power of instantly lulling to sleep the babe she had left behind her, and when the babe became a child, it was able to hold converse with its dead mother by means of a pipe, cut from the twigs growing on the stump, which once had been that mother's abiding place. Chapter 8. Plants of the Devil. We have seen in a former chapter how intimate has been the association between flowers and the fairies, pixies, or elves, and therefore it is not surprising to find that the king of fairies, Puck, has a plant specially dedicated to him. This is the Lycoperdon, or Puckfist. Dr. Pryor points out that in some old works, Puck, who has the credit of being partial to coarse practical jokes, is alluded to as no other than the devil. His very name would seem to be derived from Pogge, a toad, which in popular opinion was the impersonation of the devil. Hence, toadstools, pixie stools, or paddock stools were thought to be but devil's droppings, the work of those elves whose pastime is to make moonlight mushrooms. In Sussex, the puffball is called puck stool, and the needle of the Scandix pecten is called puck needle. Loki, the Scandinavian malignant spirit, possesses many of the characteristics of Puck, and is in point of fact the devil of the Old Norse mythology. In Jutland, Polytrichum commune is called Loki's oats, and the yellow rattle is known there as Loki's purse. The trolls, a race of gigantic demons or evil spirits spoken of in northern mythology, have given their name to the globe flower, Trollius, which is also known as the troll flower, probably on account of its acrid and poisonous qualities having suggested its use by these followers of the devil. Speaking generally, trees, plants, and herbs of evil omen may be placed in the category of plants of the devil, and amongst them must be included such as have the reputation of being accursed, enchanted, unlucky, and sorrowful. The plants dedicated to Hecate, the Grecian goddess of hell, who presided over magic and enchantments, as well as those made use of by her daughters, Medea and Circe, in their sorceries, were all satanic. Circe was specially distinguished for her knowledge of venomous herbs, and in later times the plants used by her were universally employed by witches and sorcerers in their incantations. The spells of wizards, magicians, witches, and others who were acquainted with the secrets appertaining to the black art were always made in the name of the devil. Hence all herbs and plants employed by them became veritable plants of the devil. These plants are particularized in the chapter on plants of the witches. The belief that certain trees are haunted by the devil or by malignant demons who act as his satellites is of worldwide extent, and in connection with tree spirits, the subject has been incidentally touched upon in the previous chapter. A Russian proverb says that, "From all old trees proceeds either an owl or a devil," and in many countries where a tree becomes old and past bearing, its sterility is attributed to a demon. The Albanians believe that trees are haunted by devils, which they call eriko. Certain trees are especially affected by these aerial demons. These are the fig, the walnut, the wild plum, the mulberry, the sycamore, the pimpernel, the willow, and in general all fruit trees, but especially the cherry, when they are old and cease to bear. As regards sterile fruit trees, the belief that they are haunted by devils is common to many countries. In some parts of England, blackberries are never picked after Michaelmas Day, when the devil is supposed to stamp them with his hoof. Mrs. Latham has told us that the watchfulness of the devil makes it dangerous to go out nutting on a Sunday, and worthy mothers may be heard warning their children against it by assuring them that if they do so, the devil will hold down the branches for them. Mr. Sawyer has pointed out that the Sussex saying, "as black as the devil's nutting bag," is associated with this belief. St. Owen, writing in the 17th century, cautioned shepherds and others never to let their flocks pass a hollow tree, because by some means or other the devil was sure to have taken possession of it. Moore, in The Light of the Harem, speaks of the Siltim, a demon which is thought to haunt the forests of Persia and to lurk among the trees in human form. The Indian demons, Bhutus and Pikakas, are represented as dwelling in trees. In the vicinity of Mount Etna, the country people have a very strong aversion to sleep beneath trees on St. John's Eve, lest they should become possessed of an evil spirit. For according to popular tradition, on that night, the shortest of the year, the demons inhabiting trees and plants quit their leafy habitations and seek refuge in the first object they come across. In Germany, numerous demons are recognized as dwelling in trees, and according to Professor Manhart, whole troops of emissaries of the devil are thought to haunt the fields and lurk among the crops of wheat and vegetables. Among the most noticeable of this satanic legion are the Aprolosh, a demon infesting the fields in April, a sow, or sow of the wheat sheaf, a spirit which lies concealed among the corn, Bolmisel, a goblin of the trees, Ertenbach, a demon which steals part of the corn during harvest, Fara, or the little bull, one of a number of spirits infesting the cornfields, Gertzenwolf, or barley wolf, a demon which devours the barley, Graswolf, a spirit haunting pastures, Habergeis, or Haferbach, goat of the oats, Halmbach, a goblin whose hiding place is among straw or the stems of plants, Hukuts and Hupodel, haycat and pup, demons infesting hay, Kartoffelwolf, or potato goblin, Katzenmann, or man-cat, a monster dwelling amidst wheat, Kleesau, or sow of the clover, Krauttessel, or ass of the grass, a spirit especially inimical to lettuces, Kornwolf, Kornsau, Kornstier, Kornko, Kornmutter, Kornkind, and Kornmaid, all demons, spirits, and monsters infesting corn. In some parts of Russia, the devil is invoked through the medium of a herb. On the occasion of a marriage, the peasants put into a bottle of brandy a certain plant called the herb of the devil. The bottle is then ornamented with ribbons and colored tapers, and armed with this present, the father of the intended bride pays a visit to the father of the bridegroom, who offers to ransom this bottled devil by the payment of 5 kopecks. "No," says the girl's father, "our princess wishes more than that." So after further bargaining, a price of 50 kopecks is finally agreed upon. In certain parts of Russia, the tobacco plant is deemed a diabolical plant. In India, the witch's herb, Synapsis racemosa, is called Asuri, the she-devil. A few plants named after dragons, serpents, or snakes, and many of those which are of a poisonous or noxious nature, must be classed with the plants of the devil, such as, for example, the upas, the macanil, the magnolia, the oleander, that deadly Persian flower, the kertsera, the fetid stapelia, the phallus impudicus, the thief's plant of the Franche-Comté mountains, which opens all doors. That satanic plant, the sap of which gives to witches the power of riding in the air on a broomstick, and the accursed plant which misleads the traveler, dragging him from one path to another, but always leading him farther and farther away from his goal, until at last he sinks exhausted with fatigue. Certain plants and trees have become ill-omened from having received the maledictions of some divine personage. Several were cursed by the Virgin Mary during her flight into Egypt. The tree which yielded the timber of the cross became for all time the accursed tree. The tree on which Judas hung himself became also a satanic tree. Under this ban have been included the fig, the tamarisk, the aspen, the dog rose, the elder, and the cerces, or Judas tree. Many plants, both in England and on the continent, have been specially named after the devil. Thus we find that, on account of the fetid odor of the gum or juice obtained from its root, Ferula asafoetida is known in Germany, Sweden, and Italy as devil's dung, Sturgis diaboli. Although it is employed in Persia and Arabia as a medicine, the popular leaved fig is the devil's tree. The berry of the deadly nightshade, the devil's berry. The plant itself is called death's herb, and in olden times its fruit bore the name of dwalberry, the word dwal, which is Danish, meaning a deadly trance. An old German name for the bryony was devil's cherry. The Germans also called the petty spurge Euphorbia peplis, or Teufelsmilch, the devil's milk, a species of ground moss, Teufelsklauen, devil's claws. The clematis is the devil's thread, indigo, devil's dye, and the mandrake from the lurid glare its leaves emit during the nighttime, the devil's candle. In an old work we find the description of a small herb called Clavis diaboli, which is so poisonous that if cattle eat it, they immediately begin to swell and eventually die, unless by good luck they should happen to catch sight of another plant of the same species, when the poison is dispelled and the animals will recover. We are likewise assured that the seed is so poisonous as to render it unsafe for anyone to walk over a plant of this genus unless his feet have previously been wrapped in the leaves. Scabiosa succissa is generally known as the devil's bit scabious, a name it obtained from a notion which was formerly very prevalent that the short blackish root of the plant had originally been bitten short by the devil out of spite to mankind, because he knew that otherwise it would be good for many profitable uses. This belief was also very general on the continent, as the plant bears a corresponding name in France, Germany, and Holland. Dr. Pryor quotes a legend recorded by Threkeld that the root was once longer until the devil bit away the rest for spite, for he needed it not to make him sweat who was always tormented with fear of the day of judgment. According to the Ortus Sanitatis, on the authority of Oribasius, the plant was called Morsus diaboli, because with this root the devil practiced such power that the Mother of God, out of compassion, took from the devil the means to do so with it any more, and in the great vexation that he had, that the power was gone from him, he bit it off, so that it grows no more to this day. Gerard says, "The great part of the root seemeth to be bitten away. Old fantastic charmers report that the devil did bite it for envy, because it is an herb that hath so many good virtues, and is so beneficial to mankind." After recounting minor virtues, the old herbalist remarks that the devil's bit is potential against the stingings of venomous beasts, poisons, and pestilent diseases, and will consume and waste away plague sores if pounded and laid upon them. The Nigella damascena is called devil in the bush, from its round capsules peering from a bush of finely divided involucre. The long awns of Scandix pectin are termed the devil's darning needles, the beans of its seed vessels being called Venus's comb. The dodder, Cuscuta, has gained the opprobrious epithet of devil's guts from the resemblance of its stem to catgut and its mischievous tendencies. The acrid milk or sap extracted from euphorbia has, from its poisonous qualities, obtained the name of devil's milk. The poisonous puffballs, like copridon, are called devil's snuff boxes on account of the dust or particles they contain, which have long borne an ill name. Gerard says that it is very dangerous for the eyes, for it hath been often seen that divers have been poor blind ever after when some small quantity thereof hath been blown into their eyes. The fungus Exidia glandulosa, or witch's butter, is known in Sweden as the devil's butter. Although the devil extends his authority over so many plants, it is satisfactory to know that the St. John's wort is a dispeller of demons, fuga daemonum, and that there is in Russia a plant called the devil chaser. Professor de Gubernatus tells us that he has received from the Princess Galitzin Pratsorova the following particulars of this plant, which is known as surtagan. It grows in meads and woods, is somewhat thorny, and bears a deep blue flower. It protects infants from fright and drives away the devil. Sometimes the plant is boiled in water, and the children are bathed in it. At other times, the plant is merely placed in the cradle. If mourners are prostrated with grief and the recollection of the departed one, which is simply a visitation of the devil, it is only necessary to hold up a sprig of the mystic surtagan, when the excessive grief will be assuaged, and the devil will be compelled to flee. The best way to exorcise an evil spirit from the dead is to sit on the pall, to chew some seeds of camphor while combing the hair of the corpse, and finally to wave aloft the surtagan, the devil chaser. Noxious, deadly, and ill-omened plants. Professor de Gubernatus remarks, "There are good and bad herbs, and good and bad plants. The good are the work of Ormuzd, the bad the work of Ahriman. All these bad herbs, plants, and trees, noxious, poisonous, and deadly, the dangerous classes in the vegetable kingdom, are of evil augury and belong to the category of plants of the devil. There are many trees and plants which emit emanations highly injurious, and in some cases fatal to life. Perhaps the most notorious of these is the deadly upas, which rises in the Valley of Death in Java, where it is said to blight all neighboring vegetation and to cause the very birds that approach it in their flight to drop down lifeless. No animal can live where its baneful influence extends, and no man durst approach its pestilential shade. The strychnos tiente is the plant which yields the upas tiente, one of the Javanese poisons. It contains strychnia and is as deadly as strychnine itself. The upas antiar is another Javanese poison, a bitter, milky juice which acts violently on the heart. The noxious exudations of the manchineel tree are said to cause certain death to those who rashly sleep beneath its foliage. The wonderfully fragrant blossoms of the Magnolia grandiflora emit so strong a perfume that when inhaled in the immediate neighborhood of a group in flower, it becomes overpowering. The Indians will never sleep under magnolia in blossom. Linnaeus has mentioned a case in which the odor of the oleander, or rosebay, Nerium oleander, proved fatal. The foliage and flowers of this shrub will exercise a deadly influence on many quadrupeds, hence it is called in India the horse killer, and in Italy, aspane. The elder tree is reputed to exhale so narcotic a scent when in flower that it is unwholesome for animals to rest under its shade, and it is considered unadvisable to plant one of these trees where its exhalations can be wafted into a sleeping apartment. On account of this pungent smell, country people often strike with elder boughs the leaves of fruit trees and vegetables, in order that by being impregnated with the scent of the elderberries, they may prove noisome to troublesome insects. The Jatropha urens, a native of Brazil, is a plant the properties of which are so noxious that its possession is absolutely fraught with danger. Not many years ago, the curator of Kew Gardens was one day reaching over a plant when its fine, bristly stings touched his wrist. The first sensation was a numbness and swelling of the lips. The action of the poison was on the heart. Circulation was stopped, and the unfortunate curator soon fell unconscious. A doctor was fetched who administered antidotes effectually, but no gardener could afterwards be got to come within arm's length of the diabolical plant, and both it and another specimen subsequently introduced shortly afterwards mysteriously disappeared from the house. The Nitraria tridentata, which is by some believed to be the lotus tree of the ancients, grows in the desert of Susa, near Tunis, and is called damush by the Arabs, who are fully alive to the semi-intoxicating qualities of its berries, which produce a state of lassitude similar to the infatuating food of the latophagy. Alex Puchkine has given a vivid description of the Indian antkar, thought to be a variety, Aconitum ferox. Growing in a wild and sterile desert, this antkar has its roots and the sickly verdure of its branches steeped in poison. Melted by the midday heat, the poison filters through the plant's outer skin in clammy drops. In the evening, these become congealed into a transparent gum. Birds turn aside directly they see this deadly plant. The tiger avoids it. A passing puff of wind shakes its foliage. The wind hurries untainted and infected. A shower waters for an instant its drooping leaves, and from its branches forthwith falls a deadly rain on the burning soil. But a man has made a sign. Another man obeys. The Antkar must be procured. He departs without hesitation, and on the morrow brings back the deadly gum and some drooping stalks and leaves, while from his pallid brow the cold sweat falls in streams. He staggers, falls on the mats of the tent, and poor, miserable slave expires at the feet of his proud master. And the prince steeps his ruthless arrows in the cruel poison. They are destined to carry destruction to his neighbors across the frontier. In Mexico, there grows an herb familiarly known there as the loco or rattleweed, which has such a powerful effect on animals that horses eating it are driven raving mad. In Scotland, there is a certain weed that grows in and about the Borgie Well at Cambuslang, near Glasgow, which possesses the awful property of making all who drink of its waters mad. Hence the local saying, "A drink of the Borgie, a bite of the weed, sets out the Cambuslang folk rang in the head." Some few plants are repellent from the obnoxious smells which they emit. Among these are the Phallus imputicus and many of these stapelias. One, the carrion flower, has an odor so like putrid meat that flesh flies, attracted by it, deposit their ova in the flowers, and when the maggots are in due course produced, they perish miserably for lack of food. Zahn, in his Speculae Physico-Mathematico-Historicae, 1696, enumerates several trees and plants which had, in his day, acquired a very sinister reputation. He tells us that Herrera speaks of a tree in Granada called aqua pura, which is so poisonous that when the Spaniards, at first ignorant of its deadly power, slept under its shade, their members were all swelled as if they had taken dropsy. The barbarians also, who lingered naked or intoxicated under it, had their skin broken by large swellings, which distended their intestines and brought them to a miserable death. There is a tree in Hispaniola bearing apples of a very fragrant smell, which, if they are tasted, prove hurtful and deadly. If anyone abides for a time beneath its shade, he loses sight and reason, and cannot be cured save by a long sleep. Similar trees are found in the island Codega. In the same island, Hispaniola, another kind of tree is found which produces fruit formed like pears, very pleasant to the sight and of delicious odor. If anyone lies beneath its shade and falls asleep, his face begins to swell, and he is seized with severe pain in the head and with the sorest cold. In the same island, another tree is found whose leaf, if touched, causes at once a tumor of a very painful nature to break out, which can only be checked and healed by frequent washing with seawater. There also grows a plant called cohoba, which is said to be lymphatic. It intoxicates by its mere smell and renders fanatical. Cardanus believes this plant to be of the stramonium or datura family, which infuriates those who drink it. In New Andalusia, very poisonous trees are seen. If one of their leaves were to fall upon a person, he would be killed at once unless the place be quickly smeared with the spittle of a fasting man. These trees are called pestiferous and pestilent from the sudden death which they cause, like the plague. In the island of San Juan de Puerto Rico grow certain small fruit-bearing trees which are so pernicious that if a person lies down and sleeps beneath their shade, he is seized with paralysis and cannot move from the place. Should perchance a fish taste of their fallen leaves, and a man eat the fish, he either dies at once or at least loses all his hair. On an island near Brazil, a very pleasant tree is said to grow, whose leaves are not unlike those of the laurel. But if any person should touch a leaf of this tree, and then touch his face and eyes with the hand, he is at once deprived of sight and suffers the severest pains in his eyes. Not far distant, however, there grows another tree whose leaves, if rubbed over the eyes, restore the eyesight and remove the pains. Kircher relates that a wonderful tree is found in the Philippine Islands. Its leaves, facing eastward, are healthy, but those facing westward are poisonous. Clusius states that in America there is a kind of larch, which makes men who sleep under its shade so delirious that when they are awakened, they are out of their minds and assume strange attitudes. Some act like prophets, some like soldiers, some like merchants, everyone for the time being as his natural propensity impels him. In the bishopric of New Spain, called Antequera, around the valley of Oaxaca, a strange poisonous plant is found, which, if given to anyone in food or drink, at once causes death. If it is dried and removed anywhere, according to the time from its being cut, it kills. Thus, if it has been cut for a year, so after a year it causes death. If for a month, then after a month it brings death. The inhabitants of Massacre in the island of Celebes obtained from a certain tree growing there a most deadly and virulent poison, in which they dipped their weapons. So pestiferous is this poisonous tree that the earth around it for some distance produces neither grass nor vegetable life of any kind. Although instant death may sometimes be avoided by means of antidotes, yet the victim is doomed to die even after a lapse of 2 or 3 years. Married men and mushroom eaters are more subject to the action of this poison than other people. Ophiusa, in the island of Elephantine in Ethiopia, has a livid and horrid appearance. If persons drink it, they become dreadfully afraid of serpents, so much so that they commit suicide. Palm wine, however, is said to counteract its influence. The plant called Apium rhicis is noxious, though causing those who partake of it to die of excessive laughter. Apuleius says that this is more particularly the case when the herb is taken by a person who has not broken his fast. From the fact that the plant was also known as sardonia arose the expression sardonic smile. People who taste it do not die at once from laughter, but, as Sallustius relates, rather from the contraction of the nerves of the lips and the muscles of the mouth, but they appear to die by laughing. In Bactria and around the Dnieper, a plant called Gelatophyllus is said to grow, which, if it be drunk with wine and myrrh, produces continuous laughter. A similar result is produced by Arum aegypticum when eaten, and by the flowers or seed of the datura. Therionarca grows in Cappadocia and Mysia. All wild animals which touch it become torpid and can only regain animation by being besprinkled with the water voided by hyenas. Chapter 9. Plants of the Witches. Hecate, the Grecian goddess of the infernal regions, presided over magic and enchantment, and may fairly be styled the goddess, queen, and patroness of witches and sorcerers. She was acquainted with the properties of every herb, and imparted this knowledge to her daughters Medea and Circe. To this trio of classical witches were especially consecrated the following herbs: the mandrake, the deadly nightshade, the common nightshade, the wolfsbane, the pontic azalea, the cyclamen, the cypress, lavender, hyssop-leaved mint, the poli or mountain germander, the Ethiopian pepper, the corn feverfew, the cardamom, the musk mallow, the oriental sesame, the rough smilax, the lion's foot cudweed, a love philter, and maidenhair, a plant particularly dear to Pluto. Medea was specially cognizant of the qualities of the meadow saffron, safflower, dyer's alkanet, the clammy plantain or fleawort, the chrysanthemum, and the brown-berried juniper. All these plants are, therefore, persistently sought for by witches, who have not only the power of understanding and appreciating the value of herbs, but know also how to render harmless and innocuous plants baleful and deadly. Thus we find that an Italian witch, condemned in 1474, was shown to have sown a certain noxious powder amidst the herbage near her dwelling, and the unfortunate cows, stricken at first with the evil eye, were at length attacked with a lingering but deadly malady. So again, in The Tempest, Shakespeare tells us that in the magic rings traced on the grass by the dance of the elves, the herbage is imbued with a bitterness which is noisome to cattle. These rings, which are often to be met with on the Sussex Downs, are there called hag tracks because they are thought to be caused by hags and witches who dance there at night. It is recorded that during the period of the witch persecutions, whoever found himself unexpectedly under an elder tree was involuntarily seized with such horror that he, in all probability, fell into an ecstatic or hysterical state. Although not one of the trees dedicated to Hecate and her witch progeny, the elder appears to have invariably possessed a certain weird attraction for mischievous elves and witches who are fond of seeking the shelter of its pendant boughs, and are wont to bury their satanic offspring with certain Kabbalistic ceremonies beneath its roots. These satanic children of witches are elfish creatures, sometimes butterflies, sometimes bumblebees, sometimes caterpillars or worms. They are called good or bad things, holds or holdikins. The witches injure cattle with them, conjure them into the stem of a tree, and, as we have seen, bury them under the elder bushes. Then, as the caterpillars eat the foliage of the tree, the hearts of those people are troubled of whom the witches think. The ill-omened Cercis siliquastrum, or Judas tree, is reputed to be specially haunted by witches, who experience a grim pleasure in assembling around the tree on which the traitorous disciple is said to have hung himself. Perhaps it is they who have spread the tradition that death overtakes anyone who is unfortunate enough to fall into one of these trees. The witches of the Tyrol are reputed to have a great partiality for alder trees. Witches are fond of riding about through the air in the dead of night and perform long journeys to attend their meetings. Matheson tells us that, "From the deep mine rush wildly out the troop of gnomes in hellish rout. Forth to the witches' club they fly. The griffins watch as they go by. The horn of Satan grimly sounds. On Blocksberg's flanks strange din resounds, and spectres crowd its summit high." Their favorite steeds for these midnight excursions are besoms, which are generally to be found ready to hand, but the large ragwort, which in Ireland is called the fairy's horse, is highly prized for aerial flights. Bulrushes are also employed for locomotive purposes, and other plants are used for equipments, as we read in The Witch of Fife. "The first leet night, Quohan the new moon set, Quohan all was dose and murk, we settled our naigis with the moon fern leaf, and rode for Kilmarin Kirk. Some horses were of the broom cane framet, and some of the green bay tree, but mine was made of our Humlock Shaw, and a stout stallion was he." William of Auvergne, who wrote in the 13th century, states that when the witches of his time wished to go to the place of rendezvous, they took a reed or cane, and on making some magical signs and uttering certain barbarous words, it became transformed into a horse, which carried them thither with extraordinary rapidity. If the witches are married, it becomes necessary to administer to their husbands a potion that shall cause them to slumber and keep them asleep during the witch's absence in the night. For this purpose, the sleep apple, a mossy sort of excrescence on the wild rose, and hawthorn, called in the Edda sleepthorn, are employed, because they will not allow anyone to awake till they are taken away. A very favorite plant made use of by American witches to produce a similar result is the Flor de Pesadilla, or nightmare flower of Buenos Aires, a small, dark green foliaged plant with lanceolate leaves and clusters of greenish-white flowers, which emit a powerful narcotic smell. From the acrid milky juice pressed from the stem of this plant, witches obtain a drug which, administered to their victims, keeps them a prey all night to terrible dreams, from which they awake with a dull, throbbing sensation in the brain, while a peculiar odor pervades the chamber, causing the air to appear heavy and stifling. Ben Jonson, in his Mask of Queens, introduces therein a conventicle of witches, who, as part of the business which has brought them together, relate their deeds. One of the hags, who has been gathering that mysterious plant of superstition, the mandragora, croaks, "I last night lay all alone on the ground to hear the mandrake groan, and plucked him up, though he grew full low, and as I had done, the cock did crow." Another, whose sinister proceedings have excited the neighboring watchdogs, remarks, "And I had been plucking plants among hemlock, henbane, adder's tongue, nightshade, moonwort, libbard's bane, and twice by the dogs was like to be ta'en." And a third, who has procured a supply of the plants needful for the working of the witches' spells, says, "Yes, I have brought to help our vows, homed poppy, cypress boughs, the fig tree wild that grows on tombs, and juice that from the lark tree comes." One of the principal results of the knowledge possessed by witches of the properties of herbs was the concoction by them of noxious or deadly potions with which they were enabled to work their impious spells. Ovis tells us how Medea, in compounding a poisonous draught, employed monkshood or wolfsbane, the deadly aconitum that sprang up from the foam of the savage many-headed Cerberus, the watchdog of the infernal regions. "Medea to dispatch a dangerous air, she knew him did a poisonous draught prepare, drawn from a drug long while reserved in store for desperate uses from the Scythian shore, that from the Echidnian monster's jaws derived its origin." Medea's sister, the enchantress Circe, having been neglected by a youth for whom she had conceived a passion, turned him, by means of a herb potion, into a brutal shape, for love refused, converted to disdain. Then, mixing powerful herbs with magic art, she changed his form who could not change his heart. So intimate was the acquaintance of this celebrated witch with the subtle properties of all plants, that by the aid of the noxious juices she extracted from them, she was enabled to exercise marvelous powers of enchantment. At her bidding, now strange to tell, the plants sweat drops of blood, the trees are tossed from forests where they stood, blue serpents over the tainted herbage slide, pale glaring spectres on the aether ride. Circe was assiduous in simpling on the flowery hills, and her attendants were taught to despise the ordinary occupations of women. They were unburdened by household cares, but culled in canisters disastrous flowers, and plants from haunted heaths and fairy bowers, with brazen sickles reaped at planetary hours. Each dose the goddess weighed with watchful eye, so nice her art in impious pharmacy. Old Gerard tells us that Circe made use in her incantations and witchcrafts of the mullein or hagtepper, verbascum, thapsus, and Gower relates of Medea that she employed the fellwood, which is probably the same plant, its Anglo-Saxon name being feldwort. The toke she feldwood and vervain, of herbs been naught better twain. The composition of philters and the working of spells and incantations to induce love are amongst the most highly prized of witches' functions, investing them with a power which they delight to wield and leading to much pecuniary profit. In Moore's Light of the Harem, the enchantress Namuna, who was acquainted with all spells and talismans, instructs Nurmahal to gather at midnight, the hour that scatters spells on herb and flower, certain blossoms that, when twined into a wreath, should act as a spell to recall her Selim's love. The flowers gathered, the enchantress proceeds to weave the magic chaplet, singing the while, I know where the winged visions dwell, that around the night-bed play. I know each herb and flower its bell, where they hide their wings by day. Then hasten we, maid, to twine our braid. Tomorrow the dreams and flowers will fade. The image of love that nightly flies to visit the bashful maid steals from the jasmine flower that sighs, its soul like her in the shade. The dream of a future happier hour that alights on misery's brow springs out of the silvery almond flower that blooms on a leafless bough. The visions that oft to worldly eyes the glitter of minds unfold inhabit the mountain herb that dyes the tooth of the fawn like gold. The phantom shapes, oh, touch not them, that appall the murderer's sight, lurk in the fleshly mandrake stem that shrieks when plucked at night. The dream of the injured, patient mind that smiles at the wrongs of men is found in the bruised and wounded rind of the cinnamon, sweetest then. Then hasten we, maid, to twine our braid. Tomorrow the dreams and flowers will fade. The chief strength of poor witches lies in the gathering and boiling of herbs. The most esteemed herbs for their purposes are the betony root, henbane, mandrake, deadly nightshade, oreganum, antirinum, female phlox, arum, red and white celandine, milfoil, horned poppy, fern, adder's tongue, and ground ivy. Root of hemlock, digged in the dark, slips of yew, slivered in the moon's eclipse, cypress, wild fig, larch, broom, and thorn are also associated with witches and their necromancy. The divining gall apple of the oak, the mystic mistletoe, the savin, the moonwort, the vervain, and the St. John's wort are considered magical, and therefore form part of the witch's pharmacopoeia, to be produced as occasion may require, and their juices infused in the hell broths, philters, potions, and baleful draughts prepared for their enemies. Cuckoo flowers are gathered in the meadows on the 1st of May. Chervil and pennyroyal are used because they both have the effect of making anyone tasting their juices see double. Often many herbs are boiled together, my preference 7 or 9. 3 kinds of wood make bewitched water boil. Witch ointments, to be effective, must contain 7 herbs. One of the favorite remedies of Scotch witches is the woodbine or honeysuckle. In effecting their magical cures, they cause their patients to pass a certain number of times, usually 9, through a girth or garland of woodbine, repeating the while certain incantations and invocations. According to Spencer, witches in the spring of every year were accustomed to do penance and purify themselves by bathing in water wherein orgain and thyme had been placed. Till on a day that day is every prime, when witches wont do penance for their crime, I chanced to see her in her proper hue, bathing herself in orgain and thyme. In Lower Germany, the honeysuckle is called Albrank, the witch snare. Long-running plants and entangled twigs are called witchscapes, and the people believed that a witch hard pursued could escape by their means. On the Walpurgisnacht, the German witches are wont to gather fern to render themselves invisible. As a protection against them, the country people, says Aubrey, fetch a certain thorn and stick it at their house door, believing the witches can do them no harm. On the way to the orgies of this night, the Oldenburg witches are reputed to eat up all the red buds of the ash, so that on St. John's Day the ash trees appeared denuded of them. The German witches are cunning in the use and abuse of roots. For example, they recommend strongly the Meisterwurzel, the root of the master, the Barwurzel, root of the bears, the Eberwurzel, root of the wild boar, and the Hirschwurzel, root of the stag, a name given to the wild parsley, to the black gentian, and to the thapsia, as a means of making a horse run for 3 consecutive days without feeding him. On St. John's Eve, the witches of Russia are busily engaged searching on the mountains for Gentiana amarella, and on the morning of St. John's Day for the Lythrum silicaria, without having found which no one can hope to light upon the former herb. These herbs, being hostile to witches, are sought by them only to be destroyed. In Franche-Comté, they tell of a certain satanic herb, of which the juice gives to witches the power of riding in the air on a broomstick when they wish to proceed to their nocturnal meeting. Plants used for charms and spells. In medieval times, the sick poor were accustomed to seek and find the relief and cure of their ailments at the hands of studious, kind-hearted monks and gentle, sympathetic nuns. But after the Reformation, the practice of the healing art was relegated either to charitable gentlewomen who deemed it part of their duty to master the mysteries of simpling, or to the wise woman of the village, who frequently combined the professions of midwife and simpler and collected and dispensed medical herbs. Too often, however, the trade in simples and herbs was carried on by needy and ignorant persons, so-called herbalists, quack doctors, and charlatans, or aged crones, desirous of turning to account the superficial knowledge they possessed of the properties of the plants which grew on the neighboring hillsides, or were to be found nearer at hand in the fields and hedgerows. As these simplers and herbalists often made serious mistakes in their treatment, and were willing, as a rule, to supply noisome and poisonous herbs to anyone who cared to pay their price, it is not to be wondered at that they were often regarded with dread by their ignorant neighbors, and that, eventually, they came to be stigmatized as wizards and witches. In the preface to The British Physician, a work issued by one Robert Turner, botanical student, 200 years ago, the author, after expatiating on the value of herbs and plants, adds, "But let us not offer sacrifices unto them, and say charms over them, as the Druids of old and other heathens, and as do some cacochemists, Median hags, and sorcerers nowadays, who, not contented with the lawful use of the creatures out of some diabolical intention, search after the more magical and occult virtues of herbs and plants to accomplish some wicked ends. And for that very cause, King Hezekiah, fearing lest the herbals of Solomon should come into profane hands, caused them to be burned." The old herbalist was doubtless acquainted with many of the superstitious practices of the Median hags, the wise women, old wives, and witches of the country, to whom he so scathingly refers. These ill-favored bedlames had a panacea for every disease, a charm or potion for every disorder, a talisman or amulet against every ill. In addition to herbs, rowan tree, salt, enchanted flints, south-running water, and doggerel verses were the means employed for effecting a cure, whilst diseases were supposed to be laid on by forming pictures and images of clay or wax, by placing a dead hand or mutilated member in the house of the intended victim, or by throwing enchanted articles at his door. In reality, however, the mischief was done by means of poisonous herbs or deadly potions, cunningly prepared by the witch and her confederates. One of the most remarkable of the many superstitions inculcated by these ignorant and designing witches and quacks was the notion that diseases could be transferred from human beings to trees. Gilbert White has recorded that at Selborne there stood in his time a row of pollard ashes, which, when young and flexible, had been severed and held open by wedges, while ruptured children, stripped naked, were pushed through the apertures, under a belief that their infirmity would be thereby cured. Children were also passed through cleft trees to cast out all witchcraft, or to neutralize its baleful effects, and to protect them from the influence of witches, and sometimes they were passed through the branches of a maple, in order that they might be long-lived. Sick sheep were made to go through the cleft of a young oak, with a view of transferring their diseases to the spirit of the tree. People afflicted with ague were directed to repair to the cross oaks which grew at the junctions of crossroads, for the purpose of transferring to them their malady. Anguish patients were ordered to proceed without speaking or crossing water to a lofty willow, to make a gash in it, breathe 3 times into the crevice, close it quickly, and hasten away without looking back. If they did this correctly, the ague was warranted to leave them. A twisted neck or cuts in the body were thought to be cured by twisting a willow round the affected part. In the west of England, peasants suffering from blackhead were bidden to crawl under an arched bramble, and if they had the toothache, the prescribed remedy was for them to bite the first fern that appeared in spring. In other parts of the country, toothache was cured by sticking into the bark of a young tree the decayed tooth after it had been drawn. If a child did not willingly learn to walk, the wise woman of the village would direct its troubled mother to make it creep through the long withes of the blackberry bush, which were grown down to the earth and had taken fresh root therein. Sufferers from gout were relieved by the witch transferring the disorder to some old pine tree, or rather to the genius inhabiting it. Many magical arts attended the transference of the disease to the spirit of the vicarious tree, and the operation was generally accompanied by the recital of some formula. Amongst the forms of adjuration was the following commencement: "Twig, I bind thee. Fever, now leave me." A sufferer from cramp was ordered to stretch himself on a plum tree and say, "Climbing plant, stand. Plum tree, waver." If we seek for the origin of this superstitious notion of transferring diseases to trees, we shall find a clue in the works of Professor Manhart, who recounts the names of demons which in Germany are identified with nearly all the maladies of plants, and particularly with those of wheat and vegetables. These superstitious country people, struck with the affinity which exists between the vegetable world and the animal world, came, in course of time, to think that the same demon caused the disease of plants and that of man, and therefore they conceived that, in order to safeguard mankind, it was only necessary to confine the demon in the plant. Examples of this belief are still to be found in our own country, and similar superstitious observances are common on the continent. The German peasant creeps through an oak cleft to cure hernia and certain other disorders, and the Russian mujik splits an ilex in order to perform a similar curative operation. De Gubernatus tells us that the Venetian peasant, when fever-stricken, repairs to a tree, binds up the trunk, and says to it thrice without taking breath, "I place thee here, I leave thee here, and I shall now depart." Thereupon the fever leaves the patient, but if the tree be a fruit tree, it will from that time cease to yield fruit. In the Netherlands, a countryman who is suffering from the ague will go early in the morning to an old willow tree, tie 3 knots in a branch, and say, "Good morning, old one. I give thee the cold. Good morning, old one." This done, he will turn round quickly and run off as fast as he can without looking behind him. But to revert to the superstitious practices of English witches, wise women, and midwives, one of their prescriptions for the ague was as follows: a piece of the nail of each of the patient's fingers and toes, and a bit of hair from the nape of the neck, being cut whilst the patient was asleep. The whole were wrapped up in paper, and the ague which they represented was put into a hole in an aspen tree and left there, when, by degrees, the ague would quit the patient's body. A very old superstition existed that diseases could be got rid of by burying them, and indeed, Rotherius relates that, so early as the 10th century, a case of epilepsy was cured by means of a buried peach blossom. It is not surprising, therefore, that English witches should have professed themselves able to cure certain disorders in this fashion, and accordingly we find that diseases and the means of their cure were ordered by them to be buried in the earth and in ants' nests. One of the witches' most reliable sources of obtaining money from their dupes was the concoction of love philters for despondent swains and lovesick maidens. In the composition of these potions, the juices of various plants and herbs were utilized, but these will be found adverted to in the chapter on magical plants. Fresh orchis was employed by these cunning and unscrupulous simplers to beget pure love, and dried orchis to check illicit love. Cyclamen was one of the herbs prescribed by aged crones for a love potion, and by midwives it was esteemed a most precious and invaluable herb, but an expectant mother was cautioned to avoid and dread its presence. If, acting on the advice of the wise woman, she ate quince and coriander seed, her child, it was promised, would assuredly be ingenious and witty, but on the contrary, should she chance to partake too bountifully of onions, beans, or similar vaporous vegetable food, she was warned that her offspring would be a fool, and possibly even a lunatic. Mothers were also sagely cautioned that to preserve an infant from evil, it was necessary to feed it with ash sap directly it was born, and they were admonished that it should never be weaned while the trees were in blossom, or it would have gray hair. As relics of the charms and prescriptions of the old witches, countless superstitions connected with plants are to be found at the present day, rife in all parts of the country. Of these, the following are perhaps the principal. For the cure of diseases, blue cornflowers gathered on Corpus Christi Sunday stop nose bleeding if they are held in the hand till they are warm. Club moss is considered good for all diseases of the eyes, and Euphrasian rue for dimness of sight. Cork has the power of keeping off the cramp, and so have horse chestnuts if carried in the pocket. Elder sticks in the pocket of a horseman when riding prevent galling, and the same with 3, 5, or 7 nuts if carried in the pocket will ward off the rheumatism. A potato, stolen if possible, or a piece of rowan wood in the trousers pocket will also cure rheumatism. The roots of pellitory of Spain and tarragon held between the teeth cure the toothache, and so will splinters of an oak struck by lightning. Hellebore, betony, honesty, and rue are antidotes against madness. The root of a male peony, dried and tied to the neck, cures epilepsy and relieves nightmare. Castoreum, musk, rue seed, and Agnus castus seed are likewise all remedies for nightmare. Chelidonium, placed under the bare feet, will cure jaundice. A twig of myrtle carried about the person is efficacious in cases of tumor in the groin. Green wormwood, placed in the shoes, will relieve pains in the stomach of the wearer. Spurge and laurel leaves, if broken off upwards, will cause vomiting, if downwards, purging. Plantain laid under the feet removes weariness, and with mugwort worn beneath the soles of his feet, a man may walk 40 miles without tiring. Agnus castus, if carried in the hand, will prevent weariness, and when placed in a bed, preserves chastity. Henbane laid between the sheets also preserves chastity, and will besides kill fleas. Necklaces of peony root, worn by children, prevent convulsions. The excrescence found in rose bushes known as robin redbreast's cushion, when hung round children's necks, will cure whooping cough. Pansy leaves placed in the shoe or sage leaves eaten will cure ague. The roots of white bryony, bruised and applied to any place when the bones are broken, help to draw them forth, as also splinters, arrowheads, and thorns in the flesh. The root of an iris, if it grows upwards, will attract all thorns from the flesh. If, on the contrary, it inclines downwards, it will cure wounds. A piece of oak rubbed in silence on the body on St. John's Day before the sun rises heals all open wounds. An apple is deemed potent against warts, and so is a green elder stick, rubbed over them and then buried in muck to rot. Sometimes the elder stick has a notch cut in it for each wart. It is then rubbed over the warts and finally burned. Warts are also cured by pricking them with a gooseberry thorn passed through a wedding ring, and by rubbing them with a bean shell, which is afterwards secretly taken under an ash tree by the operator, who then repeats the words, "As this bean shell rots away, so my warts shall soon decay." Catmint will cause those of the most gentle and mild dispositions to become fierce and quarrelsome. Crocus flowers will produce laughter and great joy. Rosemary, worn about the body, strengthens the memory. He who sows seed should be careful not to lay it on a table, otherwise it will not grow. In sowing peas, take some of them in your mouth before the sun goes down. Keep them there in silence while you are sowing the rest, and this will preserve them from sparrows. A piece of wood out of a coffin that has been dug up when laid in a cabbage bed will defend it from caterpillars. A bunch of wild thyme and origanum laid by milk in a dairy prevents its being spoiled by thunder. Sunflowers are also held to be a protection against thunder. A bunch of nettles laid in the barrel in brewing answers the same purpose. Water pepper, put under the saddle of a tired horse, will refresh him and cause him to travel well again. Basil, if allowed to rot under an earthen jar, will become changed into scorpions, and the frequent smelling of this herb is apt to generate certain animals like scorpions in the brain. The oak being a prophetic tree, a fly in the gallnut is held to foretell war, a maggot, dearth, a spider, pestilence. Probably the most frequent visitors to the witch's cottage were vain and silly maidens, desirous either of procuring some potion which should enhance their rustic charms, or of learning from the lips of the witch the mysteries of the future. To such credulous applicants, the bedlam would impart the precious secrets that lilies of the valley gathered before sunrise and rubbed over the face would take away freckles, and that wild tansy soaked in buttermilk for 9 days and then applied as a wash to the face would cause the user to look handsome. For those who were anxious to consult her as to their love affairs or desired to test her powers of divination, the witch had an abundant stock of charms and amulets and was prepared with mystic and unerring spells. She would take a root of the bracken fern and, cutting its stem very low down, would show to the inquiring maiden the initial letter of her future husband's name. She knew where to procure 2-leaved and 4-leaved clover and even-leaved ash, by the aid of which lovers would be forthcoming before the day was over. She could instruct a lass in the mystic rite of hemp sowing in the churchyard at midnight on St. Valentine's Eve. She knew and would reveal where yarrow was to be found growing on a dead man's grave, and would teach country wenches the charmed verse to be repeated when the magic plant should be placed beneath their pillow. She could superintend the construction of the witch's chain by 3 young women and could provide the necessary holly, juniper, and mistletoe berries with an acorn from the end of each link, and she would instruct them how to wind this mystic chain around a long, thin log of wood, which was to be placed on the fire, accompanied by many magical rites, the secret of which she would divulge, and then burnt with the promised result that just as the last acorn was consumed, each of the 3 maidens should see her future husband walk across the room, or if she were doomed to celibacy, then a coffin or some misshapen form. The witch was cunning in the composition of draughts, which should procure dreams, and the secret of many of these potions is still known and treasured. Thus, fresh mistletoe berries, not exceeding 9 in number, steeped in a liquid composed of equal proportions of wine, beer, vinegar, and honey, taken as pills on an empty stomach before going to bed, will cause dreams of your future destiny, providing you retire to rest before 12, either on Christmas Eve or on the 1st and 3rd of a new moon. Similar dreams may be procured by making a nosegay of various colored flowers, one of a sort, a sprig of rue, and some yarrow off a grave. These must be sprinkled with a few drops of the oil of amber, applied with the left hand and bound round the head under the nightcap, when retiring to bed, which must be supplied with clean linen. A prophetic dream is to be procured for the medium of what is known as magic laurel by carrying out the following formula. Rise between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning of your birthday with cautious secrecy so as to be observed by no one, and pluck a sprig of laurel. Convey it to your chamber and hold it over some lighted brimstone for 5 minutes, which you must carefully note by a watch or dial. Wrap it in a white linen cloth or napkin, together with your own name written on paper, and that of your lover, or if there is more than one, write all the names down. Write also the day of the week, the date of the year, and the age of the moon. Then haste and bury it in the ground, where you are sure it will not be disturbed for 3 days and 3 nights. Then take it up and place the parcel under your pillow for 3 nights, and your dreams will be truly prophetic as to your destiny. A dream of fate is to be procured on the 3rd day of the months between September and March by any odd number of young women not exceeding 9, if each string 9 acorns on a separate string, or as many acorns as there are young women. Wrap them round a long stick of wood and place it in the fire, precisely at midnight. The maidens, keeping perfect silence, must then sit round the fire till all the acorns are consumed, then take out the ashes and retire to bed directly, repeating, "May love and marriage be the theme, to visit me in this night's dream. Gentle Venus, be my friend, the image of my lover send. Let me see his form and face, and his occupation trace. By a symbol or a sign, Cupid, forward my design." Plants antagonistic to witchcraft. The rowan, mountain ash, or care tree has a great repute among country folk in the cure of ills arising from supernatural as well as natural causes. It is dreaded and shunned by evil spirits. It renders null the spells of witches and sorcerers, and has many other marvelous properties. A piece of rowan wood carried in the pocket of a peasant acts as a charm against ill wishes, and bunches of care suspended over the cow's stall and wreathed around her horns will guard her from the effects of the evil eye and keep her in health, more especially if her master does not forget to repeat regularly the pious prayer, "From witches and wizards and long-tailed buzzards and creeping things that run in hedge bottoms, good Lord, deliver us." The ash, in common with the rowan tree, possesses the property of resisting the attacks of witches, elves, and other imps of darkness. On this account, ash sap is administered to newly born children, as without some such precaution the fairies or witches might change the child or even steal it. Rowan, ash, and red thread keep the devils frae their speed. The hazel, according to German tradition, is inimical to witches and enchanters. North says that by means of hazel rods, witches can be compelled to restore to animals and plants the fecundity of which, by their malign influence, they had previously deprived them. Elder, gathered on the last day of April and affixed to the doors and windows of the house, disappoints designing witches and protects the inhabitants from their diabolical spells. Mistletoe, as a distinctly sacred plant, is considered a talisman against witchcraft. A small sprig of this mystic plant worn around the neck is reputed to possess the power of repelling witches, always provided that the bough from which it was cut has not been allowed to touch the earth after being gathered. Plucked with certain ceremonies on the eve of St. John and hung up in windows, it is considered an infallible protection against witches, evil spirits, and phantoms, as well as against storms and thunder. Cyclamen would appear to be considered a preservative from the assaults of witchcraft and evil spirits, if we may judge from the following couplet. St. John's wort and fresh cyclamen she in her chamber kept, from the power of evil angels to guard him while he slept. Vervain and St. John's wort, carried about the person, will prove a sure preservation against the wiles of Satan and the machinations and sorcery of witches. Gin you would be layman of mine, lay aside the St. John's wort and the vervain. Dill has also the reputation of counteracting the enchantments of witches and sorcerers. The verdain and the dill, that hindreth witches of their will. St. John's wort, Hypericum, the fuga daemonum of the old writers, is a plant detested by witches, who are scared when in its neighborhood. St. John's wort, scaring from the midnight heath the witch and goblin with its spicy breath. Herb Paris, according to Matthiolus, takes away all evil done by witchcraft. Pimpernel is potent to prevent it, and Angelica worn round the neck will defeat the malignant designs of witches, who, moreover, it is satisfactory to know, detest the bracken fern, because if its stem be cut, there will be found therein the monogram of Christ. Flowers of a yellow or greenish hue, growing in hedgerows, are also repugnant to them. In the Tyrol, there exists a belief that by binding rue, broom, maidenhair, agrimony, and ground ivy into one bundle, the bearer of the same is enabled to see and know witches. Chapter 10. Magical Plants. In remote ages, the poisonous or medicinal properties of plants were secrets learnt by the most intelligent and observant members of pastoral and nomadic tribes and clans, and the possessor of these secrets became often both medicine man and priest, reserving to himself as much as possible the knowledge he had acquired of herbs and their uses, and particularly of those that would produce stupor, delirium, and madness. For by these means he could produce in himself and others many startling and weird manifestations, which the ignorance of his fellows would cause them to attribute to divine or supernatural causes. These Zuckungen, or convulsions, ecstasies, temporary madness, and ravings that formerly played so important a part in the oracular and sacerdotal ceremonies, and which survive even at the present day, had their origin in the tricks played by the ancient medicine man in order to retain his influence over his superstitious brethren. The exciting and soporific properties of certain herbs and plants, and the peculiar phenomena which, in skillful hands, they could be made to produce in the victim, were well known to the ancient seers and priests, and so were easily foretold, while the symptoms and effects could be varied accordingly as the plants were dried, powdered, dissolved in water, eaten freshly gathered, or burnt as incense on the altars. The subtle powers of opiates obtained from certain plants were among the secrets carefully preserved by the magi and priests. According to Prosper Alpinus, dreams of paradise and celestial visions were produced among the Egyptians by the use of opium, and Kempfer relates that after having partaken of an opiate in Persia, he fell into an ecstatic state in which he convinced himself to be flying in the air beyond the clouds and associating with celestial beings. From the juice of the hemp, the Egyptians have for ages prepared an intoxicating extract called hashish, which is made up into balls of the size of a chestnut. Having swallowed some of these and thereby produced a species of intoxication, they experience ecstatic visions. Among the Brahmins, the soma, a sacred drink prepared from the pungent juice of the Asclepias acida or Cyancum vivinal, was one of the means used to produce the ecstatic state. Soma juice was employed to complete the frenzied trances of the Indian yogis or seers. It is said to have the effect of inducing the ecstatic state, in which the votary appears in spirit to soar beyond the terrestrial regions, to become united with Brahma, and to acquire universal lucidity or clairvoyance. Windishman observes that in the remote past the mystic soma was taken as a holy act, a species of sacrament, and that by this means the soul of the communicant became united with Brahma. It is frequently said that even Parashpati partook of this celestial beverage, the essence, as it is called, of all nourishment. In the human sacrifices, the soma drink was prepared with magical ceremonies and incantations, by which means the virtues of the inferior and superior worlds were supposed to be incorporated with the potion. John Weir speaks of a plant growing on Mount Lebanon, which places those who taste it in a state of visionary ecstasy, and Gassendi relates that a fanatical shepherd in Provence prepared himself for the visionary and prophetic state by using stramonium. The laurel was held specially sacred to Apollo, and the Pythia, who delivered the answer of the god to those who consulted the famous oracle at Delphi before becoming inspired, shook a laurel tree that grew close by, and sometimes ate the leaves with which she crowned herself. A laurel branch was thought to impart to prophets the faculty of seeing that which was obscure or hidden, and the tree was believed to possess the property of inducing sleep and visions. Among the ancients, it was also thought useful in driving away specters. Evelyn, remarking on the custom of prophets and soothsayers sleeping upon the boughs and branches of trees, or upon mattresses composed of their leaves, tells us that the laurel and Agnus castus were plants which greatly composed the fancy and did facilitate true visions, and that the first was specially efficacious to inspire a poetical fury. According to Abulensis, he adds, such a tradition there goes of Rebekah, the wife of Isaac, in imitation of her father-in-law, and he thinks it probable that from that incident the Delphic Tripos, the Dodonian oracle and Epirus, and others of a similar description took their origin. Probably when introducing the Jewish fortune-tellers in his sixth satire, Juvenal alludes to the practice of soothsayers and sibyls sleeping on branches and leaves of trees in the lines, "With fear, the poor she-Jew begs in my lady's ear, the grove's high priestess, heaven's true messenger, Jerusalem's old laws expounds to her." The Druids, besides being priests, prophets, and legislators, were also physicians. They were acquainted too with the means of producing trances and ecstasies, and as one of their chief medical appliances they made use of the mistletoe, which they gathered at appointed times with certain solemn ceremonies, and considered it as a special gift of heaven. This plant grew on the oak, the sacred tree of the Celts and Druids. It was held in the highest reverence, and both priests and people then regarded it as divine. To this day, the Welsh call Pren Awr the celestial tree. The mystic mistletoe, which has no root and cannot grow, or prosper, but by that same tree it clings to. The sacred oak itself was thought to possess certain magical properties in evoking the spirit of prophecy. Hence we find the altars of the Druids were often erected beneath some venerated oak tree in the somber recesses of the sacred grove, and it was under the shadow of such trees that the ancient Germans offered up their holy sacrifices, and their inspired bards made their prophetic utterances. The Greeks had their prophetic oaks that delivered the oracles of Jupiter in the sacred grove of Dodona. Such honors famed Dodona's grove acquired, as justly due to trees by heaven inspired, when once her oaks did fate's decrees reveal, and taught wise men truths future to foretell. Rapin. The Arcadians attributed another magical power to the oak, for they believed that by stirring water with an oaken bough, rain could be brought from the clouds. The Russians are acquainted with a certain herb which they call sun trava, or dream herb, which has been identified with the Pulsatilla patens. This plant is said to blossom in the month of April and to put forth an azure-colored flower. If this is placed under the pillow, it will induce dreams, and these dreams are said to be fulfilled. In England, a four-leaved clover similarly treated will produce a like result. Like the Grecian sorceresses, Medea and Circe, the Vedic magicians were acquainted with numerous plants which would produce love philters of the most powerful character, if not altogether irresistible. The favorite flowers among the Indians for their composition are the mango, champek, jasmine, lotus, and asoka. According to Albertus Magnus, the most powerful flower for producing love is that which he calls provinza. The secret of this plant had been transmitted by the Chaldeans. The Greeks knew it as vorax, the Latins as proventalis or provinza, and it is probably the same plant now known to the Sicilians as the pizzu, to which they attribute most subtle properties. Thus, the chastest of women will become the victim of the most burning passion for the man who, after pounding the pizzu, is able to administer it to her in any sort of food. Satyrion was a favorite herb with magicians, sorceresses, witches, and herbalists who held it to be one of the most powerful incentives of amatory passions. Kircher relates the case of a youth who, whenever he visited a certain corner of his garden, became so inflamed with passionate longings that, with the hope of obtaining relief, he mentioned the circumstance to a friend, who, upon examining the spot, found it overgrown with a species of Satyrion, the odor from which had the effect of producing amatory desires. The mandrake, carrot, cyclamen, purslane, azun, valerian, navelwort, umbilicus veneris, wild poppy, papaver argemone, anemone, orchis odoratissima, O cynosorchus, O tregorchus, O triorchis, and others of the same family, and maidenhair fern, Capillus veneris, have all of them the property of inspiring love. In Italy, basil is considered potent to inspire love, and its scent is thought to engender sympathy. Maidens think that it will stop errant young men and cause them to love those from whose hands they accept a sprig. In England, in olden times, the leaves of the periwinkle, when eaten by a man and wife, were supposed to cause them to love one another. An old name appertaining to this plant was that of the sorcerer's violet, which was given to it on account of its frequent use by wizards and quacks in the manufacture of their charms against the evil eye and malign spirits. The French knew it as the voilette des sorciers, and the Italians as centocchio, or 100 eyes. In Poland, a plant called troicycle, which has bluish leaves and red flowers, has the reputation of causing love and forgetfulness of the past, and of enabling him who employs it to go wherever he desires. Helmontius speaks of an herb that, when held in the palm of the hand until it grows warm, will rapidly acquire the power of detaining the hand of another, until it not only grows warm also, but the owner becomes inflamed with love. He states that by its use he inspired a dog with such love for himself that he forsook a kind mistress to follow him, a stranger. This herb is said to be met with everywhere, but unfortunately the name is not given. Cumin is thought to possess a mystical power of retention, hence it has found its way into many a love philter, as being able to ensure fidelity and constancy in love. Among the plants and flowers to which the power of divination has been ascribed, and which are consulted for the most part by rustic maidens in affairs of the heart, are the centaury, bluet or horse-knot, the starwort, the ox-eye daisy, the dandelion, bachelor's buttons, the primrose, the rose, the poppy, the hypericum, the orpine, the yarrow, the mugwort, the thistle, the knotweed, plantain, the stem of the bracken fern, four-leaved and two-leaved clover, even ash leaves, bay or bay leaves, laurel leaves, apples and apple pips, nuts, onions, beans, peascods, corn, maize, hempseed, etc. Albertus Magnus states that Valeria yields a certain juice of amity, efficacious in restoring peace between combatants, and that the herb Provenza induces harmony between husband and wife. Gerard, in his Herbal, mentions a plant called Concordia, which he says is Argentina or silverweed, Potentilla and Serena, and in Piedmont at the present time there grows a plant, Palma Christi, locally known as Concordia, which the peasantry use for matrimonial divinations. The root of the plant is said to be divided into two parts, each bearing a resemblance to the human hand, with 5 fingers. If these hands are found united, marriage is sure, but if separated, a rupture between the lovers is presaged. There is also in Italy a plant known as Discordia, likewise employed for love divinations. In this plant, the male flowers are violet, the female white. The male and female flowers blossom almost always one after the other. The male turns to the east, the female to the west. In the Ukraine, there grows a plant called there Prakrit, which, if gathered between August 15th and October 1st, has the property of destroying calumnies spread abroad in order to hinder marriages. In England, the Baccharis or ploughman's spikenard is reputed to be able to repel calumny. In Russia, a plant called Sertagon, the devil chaser, is used to exorcise the devil, who is supposed to haunt the grief-stricken husband or wife whom death has robbed of the loved one. This grief-charming plant is also used to drive away fear from infants. The sallow has many magical properties. No child can be born in safety where it is hung, and no spirit can depart in peace if its foliage be anywhere near. The Zunis, a tribe of Mexican Indians, hold in high veneration a certain magical plant called Te Natzali, which they aver grows only on one mountain in the west, and which produces flowers of many colors, the most beautiful in the world, whilst its roots and juices are a panacea for all injuries to the flesh of man. The Indian tulasi, or sacred basil, Ocimum sanctum, is preeminently a magical herb. By the Hindus, it is regarded as a plant of the utmost sanctity, which protects those that cultivate it from all misfortunes, guards them from diseases and injuries, and ensures healthy children. In Burma, the eugenia is endowed with similar magical properties and is regarded by the Burmese with especial reverence. The onion, if suspended in a room, possesses the magical powers of attracting and absorbing maladies that would otherwise attack the inmates. In Peru, there is said to grow a wonderful tree called Tiamat. If a branch be placed in the hand of a sick person, and he forthwith shows gladness, it is a sign that he will at length recover. But if he shows sadness and no sign of joy, that is held to be a certain sign of approaching death. In England, the withering of bay leaves has long been considered ominous of death. Thus Shakespeare writes, "'Tis thought the king is dead, we will not stay. The bay trees in our country are all withered." The smoke of the green branches of the juniper was the incense offered by the ancients to the infernal deities, whilst its berries were burnt at funerals to keep off evil spirits. The peony drives away tempests and dispels enchantments. The St. John's wort, called of old Fuga daemonum, is a preservative against tempests, thunder, and evil spirits, and possesses other magical properties which are duly enumerated in another place. The rowan tree, of all others, is gifted with the powers of magic, and is held to be a charm against the evil eye, witchcraft, and unholy spells. The elder, the thorn, the hazel, and the holly, in a similar manner, possess certain properties which entitle them to be classed as magical plants. Garlic is employed by the Greeks, Turks, Chinese, and Japanese as a safeguard against the dire influences of the evil eye. The extraordinary attributes of the fern seed are duly enumerated in Part 2 under the head of Fern, and can there be studied by all who are desirous of investigating its magic powers. The clover, if it has 4 leaves, is a magical plant, enabling him who carries it on his person to be successful at play and have the power of detecting the approach of malignant spirits. If placed in the shoe of a lover, the 4-leaved clover will ensure his safe return to the arms and embraces of his sweetheart. The mandrake is one of the most celebrated of magical plants, but for an enumeration of its manifold mystic powers, readers must be referred to the description given in Part 2 under the head of mandrake. This plant was formerly called Circeum, a name derived from Circe, the celebrated enchantress. The Germans call it Zauberwurzel, or sorcerer's root, and the young peasant girls of the fatherland often wear bits of the plant as love charms. The marshes of China are said to produce a certain fruit which the natives call peki. If anyone puts with this fruit a copper coin into his mouth, he can diminish it with no less certainty than the fruit itself, and reduce it to an eatable pulp. In France, Piedmont, and Switzerland, the country people tell of a certain herb of oblivion, which produces loss of memory in anyone putting his foot upon it. This herb also causes wayfarers to lose their way, through the unfortunates forgetting the aspects of the country, even although they were quite familiar to them before treading on the herb of forgetfulness. Of a somewhat similar nature must have been the fruit of the lotus tree, which caused the heroes of the Odyssey to forget their native country. King Solomon, whose books on magic King Hezekiah destroyed lest their contents should do harm, ascribed great magical powers to a root which he called Baharis, or Bara. Josephus, in his History of the Jewish Wars, states that this wonderful root is to be found in the region of Judea. It is like a flame in color, and in the evening appears like a glittering light. But upon anyone approaching it with the idea of pulling it up, it appears to fly or dart away, and will avoid its pursuer until it be sprinkled either with menstrual blood or lotium femininum. The mandrake's charnel leaves at night possesses the same characteristics of shining through the gloom, and on that account the Arabians call it the devil's candle. The ancients knew a certain herb called nyctalopa, which had the property of shining from afar at night. This same herb was also known as nyctegridum, or kinomicon, and geese were so averse to it that upon first spying it they would take to instant flight. Perhaps this is the same plant as the Johanniswurzel, or springwort, Euphorbia lathyrus, which the peasants of Oberpfalz believe can only be found among the fern on St. John's night, and which is stated to be of a yellow color and to shine at night as brightly as a candle. Like the will-o'-the-wisp, the Johanniswurzel eludes the grasp of man by darting and frisking about. Several plants are credited with possessing the power of preservation from thunder and lightning. Pliny mentions the vibro, which he calls Herba Britannica, as a plant which, if picked before the first thunderblast of a storm was heard, was deemed a safeguard against lightning. In the Netherlands, the St. John's wort, gathered before sunrise, is credited with protective powers against lightning. In Westphalia, the Donnerkraut, the English orpine or livelong, is kept in houses as a preservative from thunder. In England, the bay is considered a protection from lightning and thunder. The beech was long thought to be a safeguard against the effects of lightning. The house leek or stonecrop, if grown upon a roof, is still regarded as protecting the house from being struck by lightning. The Nephalium, an everlasting flower, is gathered on the continent on Ascension Day and suspended over doorways to fulfill the same function. In Wales, the stonecrop is cultivated on the roof to keep off disease. The Silago, or golden herb of the Druids, imparted to the priestess who pressed it with her foot the knowledge of the language of animals and birds. If she touched it with iron, the sky grew dark and a misfortune befell the world. The old magicians were supposed to have been acquainted with certain plants and herbs from which gold could be extracted or produced. One of these was the sorb tree, which was particularly esteemed for its invaluable powers. Another was an herb on Mount Libanus, which was said to communicate a golden hue to the teeth of the goats and other animals that grazed upon it. Niebuhr thinks that this may be the herb which the Eastern alchemists employed as a means of making gold. Father Dundini noticed that the animals living on Mount Ida ate a certain herb that imparted a golden hue to the teeth, and which he considered proceeded from the mines underground. It was an old belief in Germany, by the shores of the Danube, and in Hungary, that the tendrils and leaves of the vines were plated with gold at certain periods, and that when this was the case, it was a sure sign that gold lay hidden somewhere near. Plutarch speaks of a magical herb called zaklan, which, when bruised and thrown into wine, would at once change it into water. Some few plants, like the well-known sesame of the Arabian Nights, are credited with the power of opening doors and obtaining an entry into subterranean caverns and mountainsides. In Germany, there is a very favorite legend of a certain blue luck flower, which gains for its fortunate finder access to the hidden recesses of a mountain, where untold riches lie heaped before his astonished eyes. Hastily filling his pockets with gold, silver, and gems, he heeds not the presence of a dwarf or fairy, who, as he unknowingly drops the luck flower whilst leaving the treasure house, cries, "Forget not the best of all." Thinking only of the wealth he has pocketed, he unheedingly passes through the portal of the treasure cave, only just in time to save himself from being crushed by the descending door, which closes with an ominous clang and shuts in forever the luck flower, which can alone open the cave again. In Russia, a certain herb which has the power of opening is known as the rasriv trava. The peasants recognize it in this manner. They cut a good deal of grass about the spot where the rasriv trava is thought to grow, and throw the whole of it into the river. Thereupon, this magic plant will not only remain on the surface of the water, but it will float against the current. The herb, however, is extraordinarily rare, and can only be found by one who also possesses the herb plankin and the fern paparatnik. The fern, like the hazel, discovers treasures, and therefore possesses the power of opening said to belong to the rasriv trava, but the latter is the only plant that can open the locks of subterranean entrances to the infernal regions, which are always guarded by demons. It also has the special property of being able to reduce to powder any metal whatsoever. The primrose is in Germany regarded as Schlüsselblume, or keyflower, and is supposed to provide the means of obtaining ingress to the many legendary treasure caverns and subterranean passages under hill and mountainsides dating back from the remote times when the goddess Bertha was wont to entice children to enter her enchanted halls by offering them pale primroses. The mistletoe, in addition to its miraculous medicinal virtues, possesses the power of opening all locks, and a similar property is by some ascribed to Artemisia, the mandrake, and the vervain. The moonwort or lesser lunary, Botricium lunaria, the martagon of ancient wizards, the lunaria minor of the alchemists, will open the locks of doors if placed in proper fashion in the keyhole. It is, according to some authorities, the sferacavallo of the Italians, and is gifted with the power of unshoeing horses whilst at pasture. Grimm is of opinion that the sphericavallo is the Euphorbia lathyrus, the mystic springwort, which, like the luck flower, possesses the wondrous power of opening hidden doors, rocks, and secret entrances to treasure caves, but which is only to be obtained through the medium of a green or black woodpecker under conditions which will be found duly recorded in Part 2, under the head of springwort. The mouse ear is called Herba clavarum because it prevents the blacksmith from hurting horses while he is shoeing them. Magic wands and divining rods. At so remote a period as the Vedic age, we find allusions to magic wands or rods. In the Vedas, the Hindu finds instructions for cutting the mystic Sami branch and the Arani. This operation was to be performed so that the eastern and western sun shone through the fork of the rod, or it would prove of no avail. The Chinese still abide by these venerable instructions in the cutting of their magic wands, which are usually cut from the peach or some other fruit tree on the night preceding the new year, which always commences with the first new moon after the winter solstice. The employment of magic wands and staffs was in vogue among the Chaldeans and Egyptians, who imparted the knowledge of this system of divination to Hebrews dwelling among them. Thus we find the prophet Hosea saying, "My people ask counsel at their stocks, and their staff declareth unto them." Rhabdomancy, or divination by means of a rod, was practiced by the ancient Greeks and Romans, and the art was known in England at the time of Agricola, though now it is almost forgotten. In China and eastern lands, the art still flourishes, and various kinds of plants and trees are employed, the principal being, however, the hazel, osier, and blackthorn. The Druids were accustomed to cut their divining rods from the apple tree. In competent hands, the golden rod is said to point to hidden springs of water, as well as to hidden treasures of gold and silver. Some sorcerers do boast they have a rod, gathered with vows and sacrifice, that borne aloft will strangely nod to hidden treasure where it lies. Shepherd, 1600. In Cornwall, the divining rod is still employed by miners to discover the presence of mineral wealth. In Lancashire and Cumberland, the belief in the powers of the magic wand is widely spread, and in Wiltshire it is used for detecting water. The Virgula divinatoria is also frequently in requisition both in Italy and France. Experts will tell you that in order to ensure success, certain mystic rites must be performed at the cutting of the rod. This must be done after sunset and before sunrise, and only on certain special nights, among which are those of Good Friday, Epiphany, Shrove Tuesday, and St. John's Day, the first night of a new moon or that preceding it. In cutting the divining rod, the operator must face the east, so that it shall be one which catches the first rays of the morning sun, or it will be valueless. These conditions, it will be found, are similar to those contained in the Hindu Vedas and still enforced by the Chinese. Some English experts are of opinion that a twig of an apple tree may be used as successfully as a hazel wand, but it must be of 12 months' growth. The seventh son of a seventh son is considered to be the most fitting person to use the rod. In operating, the small ends, being crooked, are to be held in the hands in a position flat or parallel to the horizon, and the upper part at an elevation having an angle to it of about 70 degrees. The rod must be grasped strongly and steadily, and then the operator walks over the ground. When he crosses a load, its bending is supposed to indicate the presence thereof. According to Vallemont, the author of a treatise on the divining rod, published towards the end of the 17th century, its use was not merely confined to indicate metal or water, but it was also employed in tracking criminals, and an extraordinary story is told of a Frenchman who, guided by his rod, pursued a murderer by land for a distance exceeding 45 leagues, besides 30 leagues more by water. From an article in the Quarterly Review, number 44, the statements in which were vouched by the editor, it would seem that a Lady Noel possessed the faculty of using the divining rod. In operating, this lady took a thin forked hazel twig about 16 inches long and held it by the end, the joint pointing downwards. When she came to the place where the water was under the ground, the twig immediately bent, and the motion was more or less rapid as she approached or withdrew from the spring. When just over it, the twig turned so quick as to snap, breaking near the fingers, which, by pressing it, were indented and heated and almost blistered. A degree of agitation was also visible in her face. The exercise of the faculty is independent of any volition. In Germany, the divining rod is often called the wishing rod, and as it is by preference cut from the blackthorn, That tree is known also as the wishing thorn. In Prussia, the hazel rod must be cut in spring to have its magical qualities thoroughly developed. When the first thunderstorm is seen to be approaching, a cross is made with the rod over every heap of grain, in order that the corn, so distinguished, may keep good for many a month. In Bohemia, the magic rod is thought to cure fever. It is necessary, however, when purchasing one, not to raise an objection to the price. In Ireland, if anyone dreams of buried money, there is a prescribed formula to be employed when digging for it, a portion of which is the marking upon a hazel wand 3 crosses, and the recital of certain words of a blasphemous character over it. Sir Thomas Browne tells us that, in his time, the divining rod was called Moses' rod, and he thinks, with Agricola, that this rod is of pagan origin. The ground whereof were the magical rods in poets, that of Pallas in Homer, that of Mercury, that charmed Argus, and that of Circe, which transformed the followers of Ulysses, too boldly usurping the name of Moses' rod, from which notwithstanding, and that of Aaron, were probably occasioned the fables of all the rest. For that of Moses must needs be famous unto the Egyptians, and that of Aaron unto many other nations, as being preserved in the ark until the destruction of the temple built by Solomon. The rabbis tell us that the rod of Moses was, originally, carved by Adam out of a tree which grew in the Garden of Eden, that Noah, who took it in the ark with him, bequeathed it to Shem, that it descended to Abraham, that Isaac gave it to Jacob, that during his sojourn in Egypt he gave it to Joseph, and that finally it became the property of Moses. Chapter 11. Fabulous, Wondrous, and Miraculous Plants. We have seen how, among the ancient races of the earth, traditions existed which connected the origin of man with certain trees. In the Bundahesh, man is represented as having first appeared on earth under the form of the plant Reva, or Riam ribes. In the Iranian account of man's creation, the primal couple are stated to have first grown up as a single tree, and at maturity to have been separated and endowed with a distinct existence by Ormuzd. In the Scandinavian Edda, men are represented as having sprung from the ash and poplar. The Greeks traced the origin of all human race to the maternal ash, and the Romans regarded the oak as the progenitor of all mankind. The conception of human trees was present in the mind of the prophet Isaiah, when he predicted that from the stem of Jesse should come forth a rod, and from his roots a branch. The same idea is preserved in the genealogical trees of modern heraldry, and the marked analogy between man and trees has doubtless given rise to the custom of planting trees at the birth of children. The old Romans were wont to plant a tree at the birth of a son, and to judge of the prosperity of the child by the growth and thriving of the tree. It is said in the life of Virgil that the poplar planted at his birth flourished exceedingly and far outstripped all its contemporaries. De Gubernatus records that, as a rule, in Germany, they plant apple trees for boys and pear trees for girls. In Polynesia, at the birth of an infant, a coconut tree is planted, the nodes of which are supposed to indicate the number of years promised to the little stranger. According to a legend that Hamilton found current in central India, the Katis had this strange origin. When the 5 sons of Pandu, the heroes whose exploits are told in the Mahabharata, had become simple tenders of flocks, Karna, their illegitimate brother, wishing to deprive them of these, their last resource, prayed the gods to assist him. Then he struck the earth with his staff, which was fashioned from the branch of a tree. The staff instantly opened, and out of it sprang a man, who said that his name was Kat, a word which signifies begotten of wood. Karna employed this tree man to steal the coveted cattle, and the Katis claimed to be descended from this strange forefather. The traditions of trees that brought forth human beings and of trees that were in themselves partly human are current among most of the Aryan and Semitic races, and are also to be found among the Sioux Indians. These traditions, which have been previously noticed in Chapter 7, have probably given rise to others, which represent certain trees as bearing for fruit human beings and the members of human beings. In the 14th century, an Italian voyager, Odoricus du Friol, on arriving at Malabar, heard the natives speaking of trees which, instead of fruit, bore men and women. These creatures were scarcely a yard high, and their nether extremities were attached to the tree's trunk like branches. Their bodies were fresh and radiant when the wind blew, but on its dropping they became gradually withered and dried up. In the first book of the Mahabharata, reference is made in the legend of Garuda to an enormous Indian fig tree, Ficus religiosa, from the branches of which are suspended certain devotees of dwarf proportions called Valakilias. Among the Arabs, there exists a tradition of an island in the Southern Ocean called Wakwak, which is so named because certain trees growing thereon produced fruit having the form of a human head, which cries, "Wak wak." Among the Chinese, the myth of men being descended from trees is reversed, for we find a legend current in the flowery land that, in the beginning, the herbs and plants sprang from the hairs of a cosmic giant. The Chinese, however, preserved the tradition of a certain lake by whose margin grew great quantities of trees, the leaves of which, when developed, became changed into birds. In India, similar trees are referred to in many of the popular tales. Thus, in the Rose of Bakavali, mention is made of a garden of pomegranate trees, the fruit of which resembled earthenware vases. When these were plucked and opened, out hopped birds of beautiful plumage, which immediately flew away. Pope Pius II, in his work on Asia and Europe, published towards the end of the 15th century, states that in Scotland there grew on the banks of a river a tree which produced fruits resembling ducks. These fruits, when matured, fell either on the river bank or into the water. Those which fell on the ground perished instantly. Those which fell into the water became turned at once into ducks, acquired plumage, and then flew off. His Holiness remarks that he had been unable to obtain any proof of this wondrous tree existing in Scotland, but that it was to be found growing in the Orkney Isles. As early as the 13th century, Albertus Magnus expressed his disbelief in the stories of birds propagated from trees, yet there were not wanting writers who professed to have been eyewitnesses of the marvels they recounted respecting bernacle or clake geese. Some of these witnesses, however, asserted that the birds grew on living trees, while others traced them to timber rotted in the sea, or boughs of trees which had fallen therein. Boche, who favored the latter theory, writes that because the rude and ignorant people saw oft-times the fruit that fell off the trees, which stood near the sea, converted within a short time into geese, they believed that year geese grew upon the trees, hanging by their nebus or bills, such like as apples and other fruits hang by their stalks. But their opinion is not to be sustained, for as soon as their apples or fruit falls off the tree into the sea flood, they grow first worm-eaten, and by short process of time are altered into geese. Munster, in his Cosmography, remembers that in Scotland are found trees which produce fruit rolled up in leaves, and this, in due time, falling into water which it overhangs, is converted into a living bird, and hence the tree is called the goose tree. The same tree grows in the island of Pomona. Lest you should imagine that this is a fiction devised by modern writers, I may mention that all cosmographists, particularly Saxo Grammaticus, take notice of this tree. Professor Rennie says that Mont Baylord seems inclined to derive the name of Pomona from its being the orchard of those goose-bearing trees. Fulgosus depicts the trees themselves as resembling willows, as those who had seen them in Ireland and Scotland had informed him. To these particulars, Bowen adds that if the leaves of this tree fall upon the land, they become birds, but if into the water, then they are transmuted into fishes. Mondeville speaks of the barnacle tree as a thing known and proved in his time. He tells us in his book that he narrated to the somewhat skeptical inhabitants of Caldili how that, in our country, wherein trees that bear in a fruit that become in brides flying, and they that fallen on the earth dine anon, and they been right good to man's meat. Eldravendus gives a woodcut of these trees, in which the foliage resembles that of myrtles, while the strange fruit is large and heart-shaped. Gerard also gives a figure of what he calls the goose tree, barnacle tree, or the tree-bearing geese, a reproduction of which is annexed. And although he speaks of the goose as springing from decayed wood, etc., the very fact of his introducing the tree into the catalogue of his herbal shows that he was, at least, divided between the above-named opinions. What our eyes have seen, he says, and what our hands have touched we shall declare. There is a small island in Lancashire called the Pile of Folders, wherein are found broken pieces of old ships, some whereof have been thrown hither by shipwreck, and also the trunks and bodies with the branches of old and rotten trees cast up there likewise, whereon is found a certain spume or froth, that in time breedeth unto certain shells, in shape like to those of the muscle, but sharper pointed, and of a whitish color, wherein is contained a thing in form like a lace of silk finely woven, as it were, together of a whitish color, one end whereof is fastened unto the inside of the shell, even as the fish of oysters and muscles are. The other end is made fast unto the belly of a rude mass or lump, which in time cometh to the shape and form of a bird. When it is perfectly formed, the shell gapeth open, and the first thing that appeareth is the foresaid lace or string. Next come the legs of the bird hanging out, and as it groweth greater, it openeth the shell by degrees, till at length it is all come forth, and hangeth only by the bill. In short space after it cometh to full maturity, and falleth into the sea, where it gathereth feathers, and groweth to a fowl bigger than a mallard, and lesser than a goose, having black legs and bill or beak, and feathers black and white, spotted in such manner as is our magpie, called in some places a pionet, which the people of Lancashire call by no other name than tree goose, which place aforesaid, and all those parts adjoining, do so much abound therewith, that one of the best is bought for 3d. For the truth hereof, if any doubt, may it please them to repair unto me, and I shall satisfy them by the testimony of good witnesses. Martin assures us that he had seen many of these fowls in the shells, sticking to the trees by the bill, but acknowledges that he had never descried any of them with life upon the tree, though the natives of the Orkney Isles had seen them move in the heat of the sun. In the Cosmography of Albion, Bochet, to whom we have before referred, considered the nature of the seas acting on old wood more relevant to the creation of barnacle or clake geese than anything else. For, he says, all trees that are casten into the seas by process of time appears at first worm-eaten, and in the small holes or bores thereof grows small worms. First they show their head and neck, and last of all they show their feet and wings. Finally, when they are come to the just measure and quantity of geese, they fly in the air, as other fowls wont, as was notably proven in the year of God 1480, in the sight of many people beside the castle of Pitsligo. He then goes on to describe how a tree, having been cast up by the sea and split by saws, was found full of these geese, in different stages of their growth, some being perfect shapen fowls, and how the people, having ilk day this tree in more admiration, at length deposited it in the kirk of St. Andrews, near Tyre. Among the more uninformed of the Scotch peasantry, there still exists a belief that the Solent goose, or gannet, and not the bernacle, grows by the bill on the cliffs of Bass, of Ailsa, and of St. Kilda. Giraldus traces the origin of these birds to the gelatinous drops of turpentine which appear on the branches of fir trees. A tree that bears oysters is a very extraordinary thing, remarks Bishop Fleetwood in his Curiosities of Agriculture and Gardening, 1707, but the Dominican Duterte, in his Natural History of Antigo, assures us that he saw at Guadalupe oysters growing on the branches of trees. These are his very words. The oysters are not larger than the little English oysters, that is to say, about the size of a crown piece. They stick to the branches that hang in the water of a tree called Paratouvier. No doubt the seed of the oysters, which is shed in the tree when they spawn, cleaves to those branches, so that the oysters form themselves there and grow bigger in process of time, and by their weight bend down the branches into the sea, and then are refreshed twice a day by the flux and reflux of it. The oyster-bearing tree, however, is not the only marvel of which the good bishop has left a record. He tells us that near the island of Symbolism there lies another, where grows a tree whose leaves, as they fall off, change into animals. They are no sooner on the ground than they begin to walk like a hen, upon 2 little legs. Pigafetta says that he kept one of these leaves 8 days in a porringer, that it took itself to walking as soon as he touched it, and that it lived only upon the air. Scaliger, speaking of these very leaves, remarks as though he had been an eyewitness, that they walk and march away without further ado if anyone attempts to touch them. Bowen, after describing these wonderful leaves as being very like mulberry leaves, but with 2 short and pointed feet on each side, remarks upon the great prodigy of the leaf of a tree being changed into an animal, obtaining sense and being capable of progressive motion. Kircher records that, in his time, a tree was said to exist in Chile, the leaves of which produced worms. Upon arriving at maturity, these worms crawled to the edge of the leaf, and thence fell to the earth, where after a time they became changed into serpents, which overran the whole land. Kircher endeavors to explain the story of the serpent-bearing tree by giving us a reason for the phenomenon that the tree attached to itself, through its roots, moisture pregnant with the seed of serpents. Through the action of the sun's rays and the moisture of the tree, this serpent spawn degenerates into worms, which by contact with the earth become converted into living serpents. The same authority states that in the Molucca Islands, but more particularly in Ternate, not far from the castle of the same name, there grew a plant which he describes as having small leaves. To this plant the natives gave the name of ketopa, because when its leaves fall off, they at once become changed into butterflies. Dr. Darwin, in his botanical poem called The Loves of the Plants, thus apostrophizes an extraordinary animal-bearing plant. Cradled in snow and fanned by Arctic air, shines gentle Baromet, thy golden hair. Rooted in earth, each cloven hoof descends, and round her flexile neck she bends. Crops the gray coral moss in hoary time, or laps with rosy tongue the melting rime. Eyes with mute tenderness her distant dam, or seems to bleat a vegetable lamb. In the curious frontispiece to Parkinson's Paradisus, which will be found reproduced at the commencement of this work, it will be noticed that the baromet, or vegetable lamb, is represented as one of the plants growing in Eden. In Zahn's Speculae Physico-Mathematico-Historicae, 1696, is given a figure of this plant, accompanied by a description, of which the following is a translation. Very wonderful is the Tartarian shrub or plant which the natives call boromets, in other words, lamb. It grows like a lamb to about the height of 3 feet. It resembles a lamb in feet, in hoofs, and ears, and in the whole head, save the horns. For the horns it possesses tufts of hair, resembling a horn in appearance. It is covered with the thinnest bark, which is taken off and used by the inhabitants for the protection of their heads. They say that the inner pulp resembles lobster flesh, and that the blood flows from it when it is wounded. Its root projects and rises to the umbilicus. What renders the wonder more remarkable is the fact that when the boromets is surrounded by abundant herbage, it lives as long as a lamb in pleasant pastures, but when they become exhausted, it wastes away and perishes. It is said that wolves have a liking for it, while other carnivorous animals have not. Scaliger, in his Exotericae Exercitationes, gives a similar description, adding that it is not the fruit, the melon, but the whole plant that resembles a lamb. This does not tally with the account given by Odorico de Pordenone, an Indian traveler, who, before the baromets had been heard of in Europe, appears to have been informed that a plant grew on some island in the Caspian Sea which bore melon-like fruit resembling a lamb. And this tree is described and figured by Sir John Maundeville, who, in speaking of the countries and isles beyond Cathay, says that when traveling towards Bacary, men passen be a kingdom, that men kleppen Coldilhe, that is a full fair country, and there groweth a manner of fruit as though it were in gourds. And when they be ripe, men couldn't hem a two, and men finden within a little best, in flesh, in bone, in blood, as though it were a little lamb, withouten wool. And men eaten both the fruit and the best, and that it is a great marvel. Of that fruit I have eaten, although it were wonderful, but that I know well that God is marvelous in his works. Maundeville, who in his book has left a record of so many marvelous things which he either saw or was told of during his eastern travels, mentions a certain Indian island in the land of Prester John, where grew wild trees which produced apples of such potent virtue that the islanders believed by the mere smell of them. Moreover, if they went on a journey, the men baron the apples with him, for if they had lost the savor of the apples, they should die anon. In another island in the same country, Sir John was told were the trees of the sun and of the moon that spake to King Alexander and warned him of his death. Moreover, it was commonly reported that the folk that keppen the trees and eaten of the fruit and of the balmy that groweth there, liven well 400 year or 500 year, be virtue of the fruit and of the balmy. In Egypt, the old traveler heard of the apple tree of Adam, that have a bite at on of the sides. There also he saw Pharaoh's figs, which grew upon trees without leaves, and there also he tells us are gardens that have trees and herbs in them, which bear fruit 7 times in the year. One of the most celebrated of fabulous trees is that which grew in the garden of the Hesperides and produced the golden apples which Hercules, with the assistance of Atlas, was able to carry off. Another classic tree is that bearing the golden branch of Virgil, which is by some identified with the mistletoe. Among other celebrated mythical trees may be named the prophetic oaks of the Dodonian Grove, the singing tree of the Arabian Nights, every leaf of which was a mouth and joined in concert, and the poet's tree referred to by Moore in Lalla Rookh, which grows over the tomb of Tansin, a musician of incomparable skill at the court of Akbar, and of which it is said that whoever chews a leaf will have extraordinary melody of voice. Wondrous plants. In Bishop Fleetwood's curious work, to which reference has already been made, we find many extraordinary trees and plants described, some of which are perhaps worthy of a brief notice. He tells us of a wonderful metal-sapped tree known as the Mason Siderios, which grows in Java, and even there is very scarce. Instead of pith, this tree has an iron wire that comes out of the root and rises to the top of the tree. But the best of all is that whoever carries about him a piece of this ferruginous pith is invulnerable to any sword or iron whatever. In her name de Typho, this tree is said to produce fruit impenetrable by iron. There are some trees that must have fire to nourish them. Methodius states that he saw on the top of the mountain Geshedago, the Olympus of the ancients, near the city of Bursa in Natolia, a lofty tree whose roots were spread amidst the fire that issues from the vents of the earth, but whose leafy and luxuriant boughs spread their shade around, in scorn of the flames in the midst of which it grew. This vegetable salamander finds its equal in a plant described by Niehoff as growing in rocky and stony places in the kingdom of Tanju, in Tartary. This extraordinary plant cannot be either ignited or consumed by fire, for although it becomes hot and on account of the heat becomes glowing red in the fire, yet so soon as heat is removed, it grows cold and regains its former appearance. In water, however, this plant is wont to become quite putrid. Of a nature somewhat akin to these fire-loving plants must be the Japanese palm, described by A. Montanus. This tree is said to shun moisture to such an extent that if its trunk be in the least wet, it at once pines away and perishes as though it had been poisoned. However, if this arid tree be taken up by the roots, thoroughly dried in the sun, and replanted with sand and iron filings around it, it will once more flourish and become covered with new branches and leaves, provided that so soon as it has been replanted, the old leaves are cut off with an iron instrument and fastened to the trunk. The bishop remarks that one of the most wonderful plants is that which so mollifies the bones, that when we have eaten of it, we cannot stand upon our legs. An ox who has tasted of it cannot go. His bones grow so pliant that you may bend his legs like a twig of osier. The remedy is to make him swallow some of the bones of an animal who died from eating of that herb. 'Tis certain death and cannot be otherwise, for the teeth grow soft immediately, and 'tis impossible even to eat again. There is a plant that produces a totally opposite effect. It hardens the bones to a wondrous degree. A man who has chewed some of it will have his teeth so hard as to be able to reduce flints and pebbles into impalpable powder. Mondeville describes some wonderful balm trees that, in his time, grew near Cairo, in a field wherein were 7 wells that our Lord Jesu Christ made with one of his feet, when he went to play in with other children. The balm obtained from these trees was considered so precious that no one but the appointed tenders was allowed to approach them. Christians alone were permitted to till the ground in which they grew, as if Saracens were employed, the trees would not yield. And moreover, it was necessary that men should cutten the branches with a sharp flintstone, or with a sharp bone, when men will go to cut him. For whoso cut him with iron, it would destroy his virtue and his nature. The old knight has left a record of his impressions of the country near the shores of the Dead Sea, and has given a sketch of those apple trees of which Byron wrote. Like to the apples on the Dead Sea's shore, all ashes to the taste. These trees producing Dead Sea fruit, he tells us, bore full fair apples and fair of color to behold, but whoso breaketh him or cutteth him in two, he shall find within him coals and cinders, in token that be wrath of God, the cities and the land wherein brent and sunken into hell. In Zan's Speculae Physico-Mathematico-Historicae, we read of a peculiar Mexican tree called Tetlatzia, or gao, which causes both men and animals to lose their hair if they rub themselves against its trunk or sleep beneath its branches. Then we are told of a tree growing in Sofala, Africa, which yields no leaf during the whole year, but if a branch be cut off and placed in water, it grows green in 10 hours and produces abundance of leaves. Again, we read of the zebus, immense trees in the New Kingdom of Granada, which 15 men could scarcely encompass with their arms, and which, wonderful to relate, cast all their leaves every 12 hours, and soon afterwards acquire other leaves in their place. A certain tree is described as growing in America, which bears flowers like a heart, consisting of many white leaves, which are red within and give forth a wonderfully sweet fragrance. These flowers are said to comfort and refresh the heart in a remarkable manner. A curious account is given of a plant which Nirenbergius states grows in Bengal, which attracts wood so forcibly that it apparently seizes it from the hands of men. A similar plant is said to exist in the island of Zealand, which, if placed between two pieces of wood, each distant 20 paces from it, will draw them together and unite them. Respecting the boritsa, a plant also known as the lunaria or lunar herb, Zahn states that it is so called because it increases and decreases according to the changes of the moon. For when the moon is 1 day old, this plant has 1 leaf and increases the number of leaves in proportion to the moon's age until it is 15 days old. Then, as the moon decreases, its leaves one by one fall off. In the no-moon period, being deprived of all its leaves, it hides itself. Just as the boritsa is influenced by the moon, so are certain shrubs under the sway of the sun. These shrubs are described as growing up daily from the sand until noon, when they gradually diminish and finally return to the earth at sunset. Gerard tells us that among the wonders of England, worthy of great admiration, is a kind of wood called stony wood, alterable into the hardness of a stone by the action of water. This strange alteration of nature, he adds, is to be seen in sundry parts of England and Wales, and then he relates how he himself, being at Roughby, about such time as our fantastic people did with great concourse and multitudes, repair and run headlong unto the sacred wells of Newnham Regis, in the edge of Warwickshire, as unto the water of life, which could cure all diseases, went from thence unto these wells, where I found growing over the same a fair ash tree, whose boughs did hang over the spring of water, whereof some that were sere and rotten, and some that of purpose were broken off, fell into the water and were all turned into stones. Of these boughs or parts of the tree I brought into London, which, when I had broken in pieces, therein might be seen that the pith and all the rest was turned into stones, still remaining the same shape and fashion that they were of before they were in the water. In Hainan, a Chinese island, grows a certain tree known as the fig of paradise. Its growth is peculiar. From the center of a cluster of 6 or 7 leaves springs a branch with no leaves, but a profusion of fruit resembling figs. The leaves of this tree are so large and so far apart that a man could easily wrap himself up in them. Hence it is supposed that our first parents, after losing their innocence, clothed themselves with the leaves of a tree of this species. The island of Faro, one of the Canaries, is said to be without rivers, fountains, and wells. However, it has a peculiar tree, as Metellus mentions, surrounded by walls like a fountain. It resembles the nut tree, and from its leaves there drops water which is drinkable by cattle and men. A certain courtesan of the island, when it was first subdued, made it known to the Spaniards. Her perfidy, however, is said to have been discovered and punished with death by her own people. Bishop Fleetwood gives the following description, by Hermanus Nicholas, of what he calls the distillatory plant. "Great are the works of the Lord," says the wise man. "We cannot consider them without ravishment. The distillatory plant is one of these prodigies of nature which we cannot behold without being struck with admiration, and what most surprises me is the delicious nectar with which it has often supplied me in so great abundance to refresh me when I was thirsty to death and unsufferably weary. But the greatest wonder of it is the little purse, or, if you will, a small vessel as long and as big as the little finger, that is at the end of each leaf. It opens and shuts with the little lid that is fastened to the top of it. These little purses are full of a cool, sweet, clear cordial, and a very agreeable water. The kindness this liquor has done me when I have been parched up with thirst makes me always think of it with pleasure. One plant yields enough to refresh and quench the thirst of a man who is very dry. The plant attracts by its roots the moisture of the earth, which the sun by his heat rarefies and raises up through the stem and the branches into the leaves, where it filtrates itself to drop into the little recipients that are at the end of them. This delicious sap remains in these little vessels till it be drawn out, and it must be observed that they continue close shut till the liquor be well concocted and digested, and open of themselves when the juice is good to drink. 'Tis of wonderful virtue to extinguish speedily the heats of burning fevers. Outwardly applied, it heals ringworms, St. Anthony's fire, and inflammations. Plants bearing inscriptions and figures. Gerard has told us that in the root of the brake fern, the figure of a spread eagle may be traced, and Mondeville has asserted that the fruit of the banana, cut it how you will, exhibits a representation of the Holy Cross. L. Sarius, in his chronicles to the year 1559, records that, in Wales, an ash was uprooted during a tempest, and in its massive trunk, rent asunder by the violence of the storm, a cross was plainly depicted, about a foot long. This cross remained for many years visible in the shattered trunk of the ash, and was regarded with superstitious awe by the Catholics as having been divinely sent to reprove the officious zeal of Queen Elizabeth in banishing sacred images from the churches. In Zahn's work is an account, resting on the sworn testimony of the worthiest men, and on the authority of an archbishop, of the holy name Jesu, found in a beech tree that had been felled near Treves. The youth who was engaged in chopping up this tree observed while doing so a cloud or film surrounding the pith of the wood. Astonished at the sight, he called his uncle Herman, who noticed at once the sacred name in a yellow color, changing to black. Herman carried the wood home to his wife, who had long been an invalid, and she, regarding it as a precious relic, received much comfort, and finally, in answer to daily prayer, her strength was restored. After this, the wood was presented to the Elector Maximilian Henry, who was so struck with the phenomenon that he had it placed in a rich silver covering and publicly exposed as a sacred relic in a church, and on the spot where the tree was cut, he caused a chapel to be erected to preserve the name of Jesu in everlasting remembrance. In the same work, we are told that in a certain root called Ophoidis, a serpent is clearly represented, that the root of astragalus depicts the stars, that in the trunk of the quicus a dog's head was found delineated, together with the perfect figure of a bird, that the trunk of a tree, when cut, displayed on its inner surface 8 Danish words, that in a beech cut down by a joiner was found the marvelous representation of a thief hanging on a gibbet, and that in another piece of wood, adhering to the former, was depicted a ladder such as was used in those days by public executioners. These figures were distinctly delineated in a black tint. In 1628, in the wood of a fruit tree that had been cut down near Haarlem in Holland, the images of bishops, tortoises, and many other things were seen, and one Schuferus, a physician, has recorded that near the same place a piece of wood was found in which there was given a wonderful representation by nature of a most orderly star with 6 rays. Evelyn, in his Silva, speaks of a tree found in Holland, which, being cleft, exhibited the figures of a chalice, a priest's alb, his stole, and several other pontifical vestments. Of this sort, he adds, was an Oxfordshire elm, a block of which wood, being cleft, there came out a piece so exactly resembling a shoulder of veal that it was worthy to be reckoned among the curiosities of this nature. Evelyn also notices a certain dining table made of an old ash, whereon was figured in the wood fish, men, and beasts. In the root of a white bryony was discovered the perfect image of a human being. This curious root was preserved in the museum at Bologna. Many examples of human figures in the roots of mandrakes have been known, and Aldrovandus tells us that he was presented with a mandrake root in which the image was perfect. Vegetable monstrosities. It is related that in the year 1670, there was exposed for sale in the public market of Vratislavia an extraordinary wild bugloss, which, on account of the curiosity of the spectators and the different superstitious speculations of the crowd, was regarded not only as something monstrous, but also as marvelous. This bugloss was a little tortuous and 25 inches in length. Its breadth was 4 inches. It possessed a huge and very broad stem, the fibers of which ran parallel to each other in a direct line. It bore flowers in the greatest abundance and had at least 1 root. Aldrovandus, in his Liber de Monstris, describes grapes with beards which were seen in the year 1541 in Germany in the province of Albersweiler. They were sent as a present, first to Louis, Duke of Bavaria, and then to King Ferdinand and other princes. Zahn figures in his work a pear of unusual size, which was gathered from a tree growing in the royal garden at Stuttgart towards the close of June 1644. This pear strongly resembled a human face, with the features distinctly delineated, and at the end, forming a sort of crown, were 8 small leaves and 2 young shoots with a blossom at the apex of each. This curious and unique vegetable monstrosity was presented to His Serene Highness, the Prince of Württemberg. In the same book is given a description of a monstrous râpé, bearing a striking resemblance to the figure of a man seated and exhibiting perfectly body, arms, and head, on which the sprouting foliage took the place of hair. This râpé grew in the garden of a nobleman in the province of Weiden in the year 1628. Mention is made of a daucus, which was planted and became unusually large in size. Some pronounced it to be a parsnip, having a yellow root and thin leaves. This parsnip had an immense root, like a human hand, which, from its peculiar growth, had the appearance of grasping the daucus itself. In Zahn's book are recorded many other vegetable marvels. Amongst them is the case of a reed growing in the belly of an elephant, an ear of wheat in the nose of an Italian woman, oats in the stomach of a soldier, and various grains found in wounds and ulcers in different parts of the human body. Miraculous trees and plants. There are some few plants which have at different times been prominently brought into notice by their intimate association with miracles. Such a one was the branch of the almond tree forming the rod of Aaron, which, when placed by Moses in the tabernacle, miraculously budded and blossomed in the night, as a sign that its owner should be chosen for high priest. Such again was the staff of Joseph of Arimathea, which, when driven one Christmas day into the ground at Glastonbury, took root and produced a thorn tree, which always blossomed on that day. Such again was the staff of Saint Martin, from which sprang up a goodly yew in the cloister of Written in Brittany, and such was the staff of Saint Cerf, which, thrown by him across the sea from Inchkeith to Culross, straightway took root and became an apple tree. In the same category must be included the tree miraculously secured by St. Thomas, the apostle of the Indians, and from which he was enabled to construct a church, inasmuch as, when the sawdust emitted by the tree when being sawn was sown, trees sprang up therefrom. The tree, represented as being a species of Kalpadruma, was hewn on the peak of Adam, in Ceylon, by 2 servants of St. Thomas, and dragged by him into the sea, where he appears to have left it with the command, Ved expecta nos in portu civitatis Mirapolis. When it reached its destination, this tree had grown to such an enormous bulk that although the king and his army of 10,000 troops, with many elephants, did their utmost to secure it and drag it on shore, they were unable to move it. Mortified at his failure, the king described the holy apostle Thomas approaching, riding upon an ass. The holy apostle was accompanied by his 2 servants and by 2 great lions. "Forbear," said he, addressing the king, "touch not the wood, for it is mine." "How can you prove it is yours?" inquired the king. Then Thomas, loosing his girdle, threw it to the 2 servants and bade them tie it around the tree. This they speedily did, and with the assistance of the lions, dragged the huge trunk ashore. The king was astonished and convinced by the miracle, and at once offered to Thomas as much land whereon to erect a church to his God as he cared to ride round on his ass. So, with the aid of the miraculous tree, the apostle Thomas set to work to build his church. When his workmen were hungry, he took some of the sawdust of the tree and converted it into rice. When they demanded payment, he broke off a small piece of the wood, which instantly became changed into money. Popular tradition has everywhere preserved the remembrance of a certain arbor secco, which, according to Marco Polo, Fray Teodorico, and the Book of Sidrach, existed in the East. This arbor secco of the Christians is the veritable tree of the sun of the ancient pagans. Marco Polo calls the tree withered tree of the sun and places it in the confines of Persia. Odorico, near Sauros. Marco Polo calls the tree the withered tree of the sun and places it in the confines of Persia. Odorico, near Sauros. According to Mondeville, the tree had existed at Mamre from the beginning of the world. It was an oak and had been held in special veneration since the time of Abraham. The Saracens called it Derpe, and the people of the country the withered tree, because from the date of the Passion of our Lord it has been withered, and will remain so until a prince of the West shall come with the Christians to conquer the Holy Land. Then he shall do sing a mass under that dry tree, and then the tree shall waxen green and bear both fruit and leaves. Fra Mauro, in his map of the world, represents the withered tree in the middle of Central Asia. It has been surmised that this withered tree is no other than that alluded to by the prophet Ezekiel. And all the trees of the field shall know that I, the Lord, have brought down the high tree, have exalted the low tree, have dried up the green tree. Sulpicius Severus relates that an abbot, in order to test the patience of a novice, planted in the ground a branch of styrax that he had chanced to have in his hand, and commanded the novice to water it every day with water to be obtained from the Nile, which was 2 miles from the monastery. For 2 years the novice obeyed his superior's injunction faithfully, going every day to the banks of the river and carrying back on his shoulder a supply of Nile water, wherewith to water the apparently lifeless branch. At length, however, his steadfastness was rewarded, for in the 3rd year the branch miraculously shot out very fine leaves, and afterwards produced flowers. The historian adds that he saw in the monastery some slips of the same tree, which they took delight to cultivate as a memento of what the Almighty had been pleased to do to reward the obedience of his servant. Another miraculous tree is alluded to in Fleetwood's Curiosities, where, on the authority of Philostratus, the author describes a certain talking elm of Ethiopia, which, during a discussion held under its branches between Apollonius and Thespesio, chief of the Gymnosophists, reverently bowed itself down and saluted Apollonius, giving him the title of wise, with a distinct but weak and shrill voice like a woman. The blind man to whom our Savior restored his sight said at first, "I see men walking as if they were trees." One Anastasius of Nice, however, has recorded that, oppositely, he had seen trees walk as if they were men. Bishop Fleetwood remarks that this Anastasius, being persuaded that by miraculous means our neighbor's trees may be brought into our own field, relates that a heretic of Zizicum, of the sect of the Pneumatomachians, had, by the virtue of his art, brought near to his own house a great olive tree belonging to one of his neighbors, that he and his disciples might have the benefit of the freshness of the shade to protect them from the heat of the sun. By this art also it was that the plantation of olives belonging to Vectidius changed its place. Mondeville has preserved a record of a tree of miraculous origin that in his time grew in the city of Tiberias. The old knight writes, "In that sight a man cast a burning dart in wrath after our Lord, and the head smote into the earth, and waxed green, and it growed to a great tree, and yet it groweth, and the bark there is of all like coals." Among flowers, the rose, the especial flower of martyrdom, has been the most connected with miracles. Mondeville gives it a miraculous origin, alleging that at Bethlehem the faggots lighted to burn an innocent maiden were, owing to her earnest prayers, extinguished and miraculously changed into bushes which bore the first roses, both white and red. According to monastic tradition, the martyr saint Dorothea sent a basket of roses miraculously to the notary Theophilus from the Garden of Paradise. The Romish legend of Saint Cecilia relates that after Valerian, her husband, had been converted and baptized by Saint Urban, he returned to his home and heard, as he entered it, the most enchanting music. On reaching his wife's apartment, he beheld an angel standing near her, who held in his hand 2 crowns of roses gathered in paradise, immortal in their freshness and perfume, but invisible to the eyes of unbelievers. With these, the angel encircled the brows of Cecilia and Valerian and promised that the eyes of Tibertius, Valerian's brother, should be opened to the truth. Then he vanished. Soon afterwards, Tibertius entered the chamber, and perceiving the fragrance of these celestial roses, but not seeing them, and knowing that it was not the season for flowers, he was astonished, yielded to the fervid appeal of Saint Cecilia, and became a Christian. Saint Elizabeth of Hungary is always represented with roses in her lap or hand, in allusion to a legend which relates that this saint, the type of female charity, one day in the depth of winter, left her husband's castle, carrying in the skirts of her robe a supply of provisions for a certain poor family, and as she was descending the frozen and slippery path, her husband, returning from the chase, met her bending under the weight of her charitable burden. "What dost thou here, my Elizabeth?" he asked. "Let us see what thou art carrying away." Then she, confused and blushing to be so discovered, pressed her mantle to her bosom, but he insisted, and opening her robe, he beheld only red and white roses, more beautiful and fragrant than any that grow on this earth, even at summertide, and it was now the depth of winter. Turning to embrace his wife, he was so overawed by the supernatural glory exhibited on her face that he dared not touch her, but bidding her proceed on her mission, he took one of the roses of paradise from her lap and placed it reverently in his breast. Trithemius narrates that Albertus Magnus, in the depths of winter, gave to King William on the festival of Epiphany a most elegant banquet in the little garden of his monastery. Suddenly, although the monastery itself was covered with snow, the atmosphere in the garden became balmy, the trees became covered with leaves, and even produced ripe fruit, each tree after its kind. A vine sent forth a sweet odor and produced fresh grapes in abundance, to the amazement of everyone. Flocks of birds of all kinds were attracted to the spot, and, rejoicing at the summer-like temperature, burst into song. At length, the wonderful entertainment came to an end, the tables were removed, and the servants all retired from the grounds. Then the singing of the birds ceased, the green of the trees, shrubs, and grasses speedily faded and withered, the flowers drooped and perished, the masses of snow which had so strangely disappeared now covered everything, and a piercing cold of great intensity obliged the king and his fellow guests to seek shelter and warmth within the monastery walls. Greatly astonished and moved at what he had seen, King William called Albertus to him and promised to grant him whatever he might request. Albertus asked for land in the state of Utrecht, whereon to erect a monastery of his own order. His request was granted, and he also obtained from the king many other favors. It is recorded that on the same day that Alexander de' Medici, the Duke of Florence, was treacherously killed, in the villa of Cosmo de' Medici, an abundance of all kinds of flowers burst into bloom, although quite out of the flowering season. On that day the Cosmian gardens alone appeared gay with flowers, as though spring had come. Father Garnet's Straw. At the commencement of the present chapter on extraordinary and miraculous plants, allusion was made to certain trees which were reputed to have borne as fruit human heads. A fitting conclusion to this list of wonders would appear to be on account of a wondrous ear of straw, which, in the year 1606, was stated miraculously to have borne in effigy the head of Father Garnet, who was executed for complicity in the gunpowder plot. It would seem that, after the execution of Garnet and his companion Oldcorn, tales of miracles performed in vindication of their innocence and in honor of their martyrdom were circulated by the Jesuits. But the miracle most insisted upon as a supernatural confirmation of the Jesuits' innocence and martyrdom was the story of Father Garnet's straw. The originator of this miracle was supposed to be one John Wilkinson, a young Catholic who, at the time of Garnet's trial and execution, was about to pass over into France to commence his studies at the Jesuits' College at St. Omer's. Some time after his arrival there, Wilkinson was attacked by a dangerous disease, from which there was no hope of recovery, and while in this state, he gave utterance to the story which Eudaemon Johannes relates in his own words. Having described his strong impression that he should witness some immediate testimony from God in favor of the innocence of his saint, his attendance at the execution, and its details, he proceeds thus. Garnet's limbs having been divided into 4 parts and placed together with the head in a basket, in order that they might be exhibited according to law in some conspicuous place, the crowd began to disperse. I then again approached close to the scaffold and stood between the cart and the place of execution, and as I lingered in that situation, still burning with the desire of bearing away some relic, that miraculous ear of straw, since so highly celebrated, came, I know not how, into my hand. A considerable quantity of dry straw had been thrown with Garnet's head and quarters from the scaffold into the basket, but whether this ear came into my hand from the scaffold or from the basket I cannot venture to affirm. This only can I truly say, that a straw of this kind was thrown towards me before it had touched the ground. This straw I afterwards delivered to Mrs. N., a matron of singular Catholic piety, who enclosed it in a bottle, which, being rather shorter than the straw, it became slightly bent. A few days afterwards, Mrs. N. showed the straw in the bottle to a certain noble person, her intimate acquaintance, who, looking at it attentively, at length said, "I can see nothing in it but a man's face." At this, Mrs. N. and I, being astonished at the unexpected exclamation, again and again examined the ear of straw, and distinctly perceived it in a human countenance, which others, also coming in as casual spectators, or expressly called by us as witnesses, also beheld at that time. This is, as God knoweth, the true history of Father Garnet's straw. In process of time, The fame of the prodigy encouraged those who had an interest in upholding it to add considerably to the miracle as it was first promulgated. Wilkinson and the first observers of the marvel merely represented that the appearance of a face was shown on so diminutive a scale, upon the husk or sheath of a single grain, as scarcely to be visible unless specifically pointed out. Figure 1 in the accompanying plate accurately depicts the miracle as it was first displayed. But a much more imposing image was afterwards discovered. Two faces appeared upon the middle part of the straw, both surrounded with rays of glory. The head of the principal figure, which represented Garnet, was encircled with a martyr's crown, and the face of a cherub appeared in the midst of his beard. In this improved state of the miracle, the story was circulated in England and excited the most profound and universal attention. And thus depicted, the miraculous straw became generally known throughout the Christian world. Figure 2 in the sketch exactly represents the prodigy in its improved state. It is taken from the frontispiece to the Apology of Eudaimon Johannes. So great was the scandal occasioned by this story of Father Garnet's miraculous straw that Archbishop Bancroft was commissioned by the Privy Council to institute an inquiry and, if possible, to detect and punish the perpetuation of what he considered a gross imposture. But although a great many persons were examined, no distinct evidence of imposition could be obtained. It was proved, however, that the face might have been limned on the straw by Wilkinson, or under his direction, during the interval which occurred between the time of Garnet's death and the discovery of the miraculous head. At all events, the inquiry had the desired effect of staying public curiosity in England, and upon this, the Privy Council took no further proceedings against any of the parties. Chapter 12. Plants connected with birds and animals. The association of trees and birds has been the theme of the most ancient writers. The skalds have sung how an eagle sat in stately majesty on the topmost branch of Yggdrasil, whilst the keen-eyed hawk hovered around. The Vedas record how the Pipala of the Hindu paradise was daily visited by two beauteous birds, one of which fed from its celestial food while its companion poured forth delicious melody from its reed-like throat. On the summit of the mystic Soma tree were perched two birds, the one engaged in expressing the immortalizing Soma juice, the other feeding on the figs which hung from the branches of the sacred tree. A bird bearing in its beak a twig plucked from its favorite tree admonished the patriarch Noah that the waters of the flood were subsiding from the deluged world. In olden times, there appeared to have been a notion that, in some cases, plants could not be germinated excepting through the direct intervention of birds. Thus Bacon tells us of a tradition, current in his day, that a bird, called a missile bird, fed upon a seed which, being unable to digest, she evacuated whole, and that this seed, falling upon boughs of trees, put forth the mistletoe. A similar story is told by Tavernier of the nutmeg. It is observable, he says, that the nutmeg tree is never planted. This has been attested to me by several persons who have resided many years in the islands of Banda. I have been assured that when the nuts are ripe, there come certain birds from the islands that lie towards the south, who swallow them down whole and evacuate them whole likewise, without ever having digested them. These nuts, being then covered with a viscous and glutinous matter, when they fall on the ground, take root, vegetate, and produce a tree, which would not grow from them if they were planted like other trees. The Druids, dwelling as they did in groves and forests, frequented by birds and animals, were adepts at interpreting the meaning of their actions and sounds. A knowledge of the language of the bird and animal kingdoms was deemed by them a marvelous gift, which was only to be imparted to the priestess, who should be fortunate enough to tread underfoot the mystic silago, or golden herb. At a time when men had no almanac to warn them of the changing of the seasons, no calendar to guide them in the planting of their fields and gardens, the arrival and departure of birds helped to direct them in the cultivation of plants. So we find Ecclesiastes preached a bird of the air shall carry the voice, and in modern times the popular saying arose of, a little bird has told me. This notion of the birds imparting knowledge is prettily rendered by Hans Christian Andersen in the story of the fir tree, where the sapling wonders what is done with the trees taken out of the wood at Christmas time. Ah, we know, twittered the sparrows, for we have looked in at the windows in yonder town. Dr. Solander tells us that the peasants of Upland remark that, when you see the wheat ear, you may sow your grain. For in this country there is seldom any severe frost after the wheat ear appears, and the shepherds of Salisbury Plain say, when dotterel do first appear, It shows that frost is very near, but when the dotterel do go, then you may look for heavy snow. Aristophanes makes one of his characters say that in former times the kite ruled the Greeks, his meaning being that in ancient days the kite was looked upon as the sign of spring and of the necessity of commencing active work in field and garden. And again, the crow points out the time for sowing when she flies croaking to Libya. In another place, he notices that the cuckoo, in like manner, governed Phoenicia and Egypt, because when it cried, "Cuckoo, cuckoo," it was considered time to reap the wheat and barley fields. In our own country, this welcome harbinger of the springtide has been associated with a number of vernal plants. We have the cuckoo flower, Lychnis flos cuculi, cuckoo's bread or meat, and cuckoo's sorrel, Oxalis acetosella, cuckoo grass, Lazula campestris, and Shakespeare's cuckoo buds of yellow hue, which are thought to be the buds of the crowfoot, ranunculus. The association in the popular rhyme of the cuckoo with the cherry tree is explained by an old superstition that before it ceases its song, the cuckoo must eat 3 good meals of cherries. In Sussex, the whitethorn is called the cuckoo's bread and cheese tree, and an old proverb runs, "When the cuckoo comes to the bare thorn, then sell your cow and buy your corn." Mr. Parrish has remarked that it is singular this name should be given to the whitethorn, as among all Aryan nations the tree is associated with lightning, and the cuckoo is connected with the lightning gods Jupiter and Thor. Pliny relates that the halcyon, or kingfisher, at breeding time foretold a calm and settled weather. The belief in the wisdom of birds obtained such an ascendancy over men's minds that we find at length no affair of movement was entered upon without consulting them. Thus came an augury, by which was meant a forewarning of future events derived from prophetic birds. One of these systems of divinations, for the purpose of discovering some secret or future event, was effected by means of a cock and grains of barley in the following manner. The 24 letters of the alphabet having been written in the dust, upon each letter was laid a grain of barley, and a cock, over which previous incantations had been uttered, was let loose among them. Those letters off which it pecked the barley, being joined together, were then believed to declare the word of which they were in search. The magician Iamblichus, desirous to find out who should succeed Valens in the imperial purple, made use of this divination, but the cock only picked up 4 grains, for example, those which lay upon the Greek letters Th, E, O, D, so that it was uncertain whether Theodosius, Theodotus, Theodorus, or Theodectes was the person designed by the fates. Valens, when informed of the matter, was so terribly enraged that he put several persons to death simply because their names began with these letters. When, however, he proceeded to make search after the magicians themselves, Iamblichus put an end to his majesty's life by a dose of poison, and he was succeeded by Theodosius in the Empire of the East. The loves of the nightingale and the rose have formed a favorite topic of Eastern poets. In a fragment by the celebrated Persian poet Attar, entitled Bulbul Nameh, the Book of the Nightingale, all the birds appear before Solomon and charge the nightingale with disturbing their rest by the broken and plaintive strains which he warbles forth in a sort of frenzy and intoxication. The nightingale is summoned, questioned, and acquitted by the wise king, because the bird assures him that his vehement love for the rose drives him to distraction and causes him to break forth into those languishing and touching complaints which are laid to his charge. Thus the Persians believe that the nightingale in spring flutters around the rose bushes, uttering incessant complaints, till, overpowered by the strong scent, he drops stupefied to the ground. The impassioned bird makes his appearance in eastern climes at the season when the rose begins to blow, hence the legend that the beauteous flower bursts forth from its bud at the song of its ravished adorer. The Persian poet Jami says, "The nightingales warbled their enchanting notes, and rent the thin veils of the rosebud and the rose." And Moore has sung, "Oh, sooner shall the rose of May mistake her own sweet nightingale, and to some meaner minstrel's lay open her bosom's glowing veil. Then love shall ever doubt a tone, a breath of the beloved one." And in another place, the author of Lalla Rookh asks, "Though rich the spot with every flower the earth hath got, what is it to the nightingale if there his darling rose is not?" Lord Byron has alluded to this pretty conceit in the Giaour when he sings, "The rose o'er crag or vale, sultana of the nightingale, the maid for whom his melody, his thousand songs are heard on high. Blooms blushing to her lover's tale, his queen, the garden queen, his rose, unbent by winds, unchilled by snows. From the verses of the poet Jami may be learnt how the first rose appeared in Gulistan at the time when the flowers, dissatisfied with the reign of the torpid lotus, who would slumber at night, demanded a new sovereign from Allah. At first the rose queen was snowy white and guarded by a protecting circlet of thorns, but the amorous nightingale fell into such a transport of love over her charms and so recklessly pressed his ravished heart against the cruel thorns that his blood, trickling into the lovely blossom's bosom, dyed it crimson. And in corroboration of this, the poet demands, "Are not the petals white at the extremity where the poor little bird's blood could not reach?" Perhaps this Eastern poetic legend may have given rise to the belief, which has long been entertained, that the nightingale usually sleeps on or with its bosom against the thorn, under the impression that in such a painful situation it must remain awake. Young, in his Night Thoughts, thus refers to this curious idea. "Grief's sharpest thorn, hard pressing on my breast, I share with wakeful melody to cheer the sullen gloom, sweet Philomel, like thee, and call the stars to listen." And in Thomson's Hymn to May we find this allusion. "The lowly nightingale, a thorn her pillow, trills her doleful tale." In a sonnet by Sir Philip Sidney, afterwards set to music by Bateson, we read, "The nightingale, as soon as April bringeth unto her rested sense a perfect waking, when late bare earth, proud of new clothing, springeth, sings out her woes, a thorn her songbook making, and mournfully bewailing, her throat in tunes expresseth, while grief her heart oppresseth, for Tereus o'er her chaste will prevailing." Shakespeare notices the story in the following quaint lines. "Everything did banish moan, save the nightingale alone. She, poor bird, as all forlorn, leaned her breast up till a thorn, and then sung the doleful ditty, that to hear it was great pity." In Yorkshire, there is a tradition of hops having been planted many years ago near Doncaster, and of the nightingale making its first appearance there about the same time. The popular idea was that between the bird and the plant some mysterious connecting link existed. Be this as it may, both the hops and the nightingale disappeared long ago. It is not alone the nightingale that has a legendary connection with the thorn. Another favorite denizen of our groves may also lay claim to this distinction, inasmuch as, according to a tradition current in Brittany, its red breast was originally produced by the laceration of a historic thorn. In this story, it is said that, whilst our Savior was bearing his cross on the way to Calvary, a little bird, struck with compassion at his sufferings, flew suddenly to him and plucked from his bleeding brow one of the cruel thorns of his mocking crown, steeped in his blood. In bearing it away in its beak, drops of the divine blood fell upon the little bird's breast and dyed its plumage red, so that ever since the red breast has been treated as the friend of man and is studiously protected by him from harm. Whether or no this legend of the origin of our little friend's red breast formerly influenced mankind in its favor, it is certain that the robin has always been regarded with tenderness. Popular tradition, even earlier than the date of the story of the children in the wood, has made him our sexton with the aid of plants. No burial this pretty pair of any man receives, till Robin Redbreast painfully did cover them with leaves. It is noted in Gray's Shakespeare that according to the oldest traditions, if the robin finds the dead body of a human being, he will cover the face at least with moss and leaves. Covering with moss the dead's unclosed eye, the little redbreast teacheth charity. Drayton's Owl. The wren is also credited with employing plants for acts of similar charity. In Reed's old plays we read, "Call for the robin redbreast and the wren, since o'er shady groves they hover, and with leaves and flowers do cover the friendless bodies of unburied men." A writer in one of our popular periodicals gives us another quaint quotation expressive of the tradition from Stafford's "Niobe dissolved into a Nihilus." On her the nightingale smiles Robin in his red livery, who sits as a coroner on the murdered man, and seeing his body naked plays the sorry tailor to make him a mossy raiment. The missel or missel thrush is sometimes called the mistletoe thrush because it feeds upon mistletoe berries. Lord Bacon, in Silva Silvarum, refers, as already noted, to an old belief that the seeds of mistletoe will not vegetate unless they have passed through the stomach of this bird. The peony is said to cure epilepsy if certain ceremonies are duly observed. A patient, however, must on no account taste the root if a woodpecker should happen to be in sight, or he will be certain to be stricken with blindness. Among the many magical properties ascribed to the sprangwurzel or springwort, or as it is sometimes called, the blasting root, is its power to reveal treasures. But this it can only do through the instrumentality of a bird, which is usually a green or black woodpecker, according to Pliny, also the raven, in Switzerland, the hoopoe, in the Tyrol, the swallow. In order to become possessed of a root of this magical plant, arrangements must be made with much care and circumspection, and the bird closely watched. When the old bird has temporarily left its nest, access to it must be stopped by plugging the hole with wood. The bird, finding this, will fly away in search of the springwort, and returning, will open the nest by touching the obstruction with the mystic root. Meanwhile, a fire or a red cloth must be spread out closely, which will so startle the bird that it will let the root fall from its bills, and it thus can be secured. Pliny relates of the woodpecker that the hen bird brings up her young in holes, and if the entrance be plugged up, no matter how securely, the old bird is able to force out the plug with an explosion caused by the plant. Aubrey confounds the moonwort with the springwort. He says, Sir Bennet Hoskins, Baronet, told me that his keeper at his park at Morehampton, in Herefordshire, did, for experiment's sake, drive an iron nail thwart the hole of the woodpecker's nest, there being a tradition that the dame will bring some leaf to open it. He laid at the bottom of the tree a clean sheet, and before many hours passed, the nail came out, and he found a leaf lying by it on the sheet. They say the moonwort will do such things. Tradition tells us of a certain magical herb called cora, which is also known as the Herba meropis, or plant of the merops, a bird which the Germans were familiar with under the name of Baumhackel or Baumhacker, or woodpecker. This bird builds its nest in high trees, but should anyone cover the young brood with something which prevents the parent bird from visiting the nest, it flies off in search of an herb. This is brought in the merop's beak and held over the obstacle till it falls off or gives way. In Swabia, the springwort is regarded as a plant embodying electricity or lightning, but the hoopoe takes the place of the woodpecker in employing the herb for blasting and removing offensive obstacles. The Swabians, however, instead of a red cloth, place a pail of water or kindle a fire, as the hoopoe, wishing to destroy the springwort after using it, drops it into either fire or water. It is related of the hoopoe that one of these birds had a nest in an old wall in which there was a crevice. The proprietor, noticing the cleft in the wall, had it stopped up with plaster during the hoopoe's absence, so that when the poor bird returned to feed her young, she found that it was impossible to get to her nest. Thereupon she flew off in quest of a plant called poa, thought to be sainfoin or lucerne, and having found a spray, returned and applied it to the plaster, which instantly fell from the crevice and allowed the hoopoe ingress to her nest. Twice again did the owner plaster up the rent in his wall, and twice again did the persistent and sagacious bird apply the magic poa with successful results. In Piedmont there grows a little plant which, as stated in a previous chapter, bears the name of the herb of the Blessed Mary. This plant is known to the birds as being fatal when eaten. Hence, when their young are stolen from them and imprisoned in cages, the parent birds, in order that death may release them from their life of bondage, gather a spray of this herb and carry it in their beaks to their imprisoned children. The connection between the dove and the olive has been set forth for all time in the Bible narrative of Noah and the flood, but it would seem from Sir John Mandeville's account of the Church of St. Catherine, which existed at his time in the vicinity of Mount Sinai, that ravens, choughs, and crows have emulated the example of the dove and carried olive branches to God-fearing people. This Church of St. Catherine, we are told, marks the spot where God revealed himself to Moses in the burning bush, and in it there were many lamps kept burning. The reason of this Mandeville thus explains. For they han of oil of olives, ye now both for to brin in here lamps, and to eat also, and that plenty have they be the miracle of God. For the ravens, and crows, and the choughs, and other fowls of the country, assemblen him there every year ones, and fleen thither as in pilgrimage, and every each of him bringeth a branch of the bays or of olive in their beaks instead of offering, and leaven him there, of the which the monks maken great plenty of oil, and this is a great marvel. The ancients entertained a strong belief that birds were gifted with the knowledge of herbs, and that just as the woodpecker and hoopoe sought out the springwort wherewith to remove obstructions, so other birds made use of certain herbs which they knew possessed valuable medicinal or curative properties. Thus Aristotle, Pliny, Dioscorides, and the old herbalists and botanical writers all concur in stating that swallows were in the habit of plucking celandine, chelidonium, and applying it to the eyes of their young, because, as Gerard tells us, with this herb the dams restore sight to their young ones when their eyes be put out. W. Coles, fully accepting the fact as beyond cavil, thus moralizes upon it. It is known to such as have skill of nature what wonderful care she takes of the smallest creatures, giving to them a knowledge of medicine to help themselves, if haply diseases annoy them. The swallow cureth her dim eyes with celandine, the wessel knoweth well the virtue of herb grace, the dove, the vervin, the doge discharge his maw with a kind of grass, and too long it were to reckon up all the medicines which the beasts are known to use by nature's direction only. The same writer, in his Adam and Eden, tells us that the euphrasia, or eyebright, derived its English name from the fact of its being used by linnets and other birds to clear their sight. He says, "Diverse authors write that goldfinches, linnets, and some other birds make use of this herb for the repairing of their young ones' sight. The purple and yellow spots and stripes which are upon the flowers of eyebright very much resemble the diseases of the eyes, or bloodshot." Apuleius tells us that the eagle, when he wishes to soar high and scan far and wide, plucks a wild lettuce, and expressing the juice, rubs with it his eyes, which in consequence become wonderfully clear and far-seeing. The hawk, for a similar purpose, was thought to employ the hawk-bit or hawk-weed, Hieracium. Pigeons and doves, not to be behind their traditional enemy, discovered that vervain possessed the power of curing dimness of vision, and were not slow to use it with that object. Hence the plant obtained the name of pigeon's grass. Geese were thought to help their diseases with Galium aperine, called on that account goosegrass, and they are said to sometimes feed on the Potentilla anserina, or goose tansy. On the other hand, they were so averse to the herb known to the ancients as kinomicon that they took to flight the moment they spied it. There is an old tradition of a certain life-giving herb which was known to birds, and a story is told of how one day an old man watched two birds fighting till one was overcome. In an almost exhausted state it went and ate of a certain herb, and then returned to the onslaught. When the old man had observed this occur several times, he went and plucked the herb which had proved so valuable to the little bird, and when at last it came once more in search of the life-giving plant and found it gone, it uttered a shrill cry and fell down dead. The name of the herb is not given, but the story has such a strong family likeness to that narrated by Forestus, in which the goat's rue is introduced, that probably Galega is the life-giving herb referred to. The story told by Forestus is as follows. A certain old man, once taking a walk by the bank of a river, saw a lizard fighting with a viper. So he quietly lay down on the ground that he might the better witness the fight without being seen by the combatants. The lizard, being the inferior in point of strength, was speedily wounded by a very powerful stroke from the viper, so much so that it lay on the turf as if dying. But shortly recovering itself, it crept through the rather long grass, without being noticed by the viper, along the bank of the river to a certain herb, goat's rue, growing there nigh at hand. The lizard, having devoured it, regained at once its former strength, and returning to the viper, attacked it in the same way as before, but was wounded again from receiving another deadly blow from the viper. Once more the lizard secretly made for the herb to regain its strength, and being revived, it again engaged with its dangerous enemy, but in vain, for it experienced the same fate as before. Looking on, the old man wondered at the plant not less than at the battle, and in order to try if the herb possessed other hidden powers, he pulled it up secretly while the lizard was engaged afresh with the viper. The lizard, having been again wounded, returned towards the herb, but not being able to find it in its accustomed place, it sank exhausted and died. Numerous plants have had the names of birds given to them, either from certain peculiarities in their structure resembling birds, or because they form acceptable food for the feathered race. Thus the coxcomb is so called from the shape of its calyx, the cock's foot from the form of its spike, and the cock's head, the sanfuan, from the shape of the legume. The crane's bill and the heron's bill both derive their names from the form of their respective seed vessels. The guinea hen, Fritillaria meleagris, has been so called from its petals being spotted like this bird. The pheasant's eye, Adonis autumnalis, owes its name to its bright red corolla and dark center, the sparrow tongue, the knotgrass, to its small acute leaves, and the lark's spur, heel, toe, or claw, delphinium, to its projecting nectary. Chickweed and duckweed have been so called from being favorite food for poultry. The crow has given its name to a greater number of plants than any other bird. The ranunculus is the coronopus, or crowfoot, of Dioscorides. The geranium pratense is the crawfoot cranesbill. The lotus corynculatus is called crowtoes. The daffodil and the bluebell both bear the name of crowbells. The Empetrum nigrum is the crowberry. Allium vinali is crow garlic. Scilla nutans, crow leeks, and the Scandus pecten, crow needles. The hen has a few plants named after it, the greater and lesser henbits, Lamium aplexicol and Veronica hederifolia. The hen's foot, Coccolus dalcoides, so called from the resemblance of its leaves to a hen's claw, and henbane, Hyoscomus niger, which seems to have derived its name from the baneful effects its seeds have upon poultry. Plants connected with animals. The ass has named after it the ass parsley, Ethusa synapium, and the ass's foot, the colt's foot, Tussilago farfara. William Coles says that, if the ass be oppressed with melancholy, he eats of the herb asplenium, or miltwaste, and eases himself of the swelling of the spleen. D.C. Franciscus Paulini has given in an old work an account of 3 asses he met in Westphalia, which were in the habit of intoxicating themselves by eating white henbane and nightshade. These 4-footed drunkards, when in their cups, strayed to a pond, where they pulled themselves together with a dip and draught of water. The same author relates another story. A miller of Thuringia had brought meal with his 9 asses into the next district. Having accepted the hospitality of some boon companions, he left his long-eared friends to wander around the place and to feed from the hedgerows and public roads. There they chanced to find a quantity of thistles that had been cut, and other food mixed with hemlock, and at once devoured the spoil greedily and confidently. At dusk, the miller, rising to depart, was easily detained by his associates, who cried out that the road was short, and that the moon, which had risen, would light him better than any torch. Meanwhile, the asses, feeling the hemlock's power in their bodies, fell down on the public road, being deprived of all motion and sensation. At length, about midnight, the miller came to his asses, and thinking them to be asleep, lashed them vigorously, but they remained motionless and apparently dead. The miller, much frightened, now besought assistance from the country folks, but they were all of the one opinion, that the asses were dead, and that they should be skinned the next day when the cause of such a sudden death could be inquired into. "Come," said he, "if they are dead, why should I worry myself about them? Let them lie. We can do no good. Come, my friends, let us return into the inn. Tomorrow you will be my witnesses." Meanwhile, the skinners were called, and after looking at the asses, one of them said, "Do you wish, miller, that we should take their skins off, or would you be disposed, if we restored the beasts to life, to give us a handsome reward? You see, they are quite in our power. Say what you wish, and it shall be done, miller." "Here is my hand," replied the miller, "and I pledge my word that I will give you what you wish if you restore them to life." The skinner, smiling, caught hold of the whip, and lashing the beasts with all his might, roused all from their lethargic condition. The rustics were confounded. "Oh, you foolish fellows," said he, "look at this herb," showing them some hemlock, "how profusely it grows in this neighborhood. Do you not know that hemlock causes asses to fall into a profound sleep?" The rustics, flocking together under a lime tree as rustics do, made there and then a law that whosoever should discover in field or garden or anywhere else that noxious plant, he should pluck it quickly in order that men and beasts might be injured by it no more. The bear has given its name to several English plants. The Primula auricula, on account of the shape of its leaves, is called bear's ears. The Helleborus foetidus, for a similar reason, is known as bear's foot. Meum athamanticum is bear's wort. Allium ursinum, bear's garlic, and Arctostaphylos uva ursi, bear's berry or bear's bilberry, the 3 last plants being favorite food of bears. The acanthus used at one time to be called bear's breech, but the name has, for some unaccountable reason, been transferred to the cow parsnip, Heracleum spondilium. In Italy, the name of Branca orsina is given to the acanthus. This plant was considered by Dioscorides a cure for burns. Pliny says that bear's grease had the same property. De Gubernatus states that 2 Indian plants, the Argyria argentea and the Batatas paniculata bear Sanskrit names signifying odor-pleasing to bears. The bull has given its name to some few plants. Tussilago farfara, generally called colt's foot, is also known as bull's foot. Centaurea nigra is bull's weed. Verbascum thapsus is bullock's lungwort, having been so denominated on account of its curative powers, suggested on the doctrine of signatures by the similarity of its leaf to the shape of a dewlap. The purple and the pale spadices of Arum maculatum are sometimes called bulls and cows. The great daisy is ox-eye. The Primula elatior, ox-lip. The Helminthia echiodes, ox-tongue. And the Helleborus foetidus, ox-heel. The Antirinum and Arum maculatum are, from their resemblance in shape, respectively known as calf's snout and calf's foot. Cats have several representative plants. From its soft flower heads, the Nephalium dioicum is called cat's foot. From the shape of its leaves, the Hypocharis maculata is known as cat's ear. The ground ivy, also from the shape of its leaves, is cat's paw. Two plants are known as cat's tail, for example, Typha latifolia and Phleum pratense. Euphorbia helioscopia, on account of its milky juice, is cat's milk. And lastly, Nepeta cataria is denominated catmint, because, as Gerard informs us in his Herbal, cats are very much delighted herewith, for the smell of it is so pleasant unto them that they rub themselves upon it, and wallow or tumble in it, and also feed on the branches very greedily. We are also told by another old writer that cats are amazingly delighted with the root of the plant valerian, so much so that, enticed by its smell, they at once rub up to it, lick it, kiss it, jump on it, roll themselves over it, and exhibit almost uncontrollable signs of joy and gladness. There is an old rhyme on the liking of cats for the plant marum, which runs as follows: "If you set it, the cats will eat it. If you sow it, the cats will know it." The cow has given its name to a whole series of plants. Its berry is Vaccinium vitis idoa, its cress, Lepidium campestra, its parsley or weed, Carophyllum sylvestre, its parsnip, Heraculaeum sphondylium, its wheat, Malampirum. The quaking grass, Brisa media, is known as cowquake, from an idea that cattle are fond of it, and the water hemlock, Caicota virosa, has the opprobrious epithet of cow's bane applied to it, from its supposed baneful effect upon oxen. The Primula veris is the cowslip. In Norway is to be found the herb ossifrage, a kind of reed which is said to have the remarkable power of softening the bones of animals, so much so that if oxen eat it, their bones become so soft that not only are the poor beasts rendered incapable of walking, but they can even be rolled into any shape. They are not said to die, however. Fortunately, they can be cured if the bones are exhibited to them of another animal killed by the eating of this plant. It is most wonderful, however, that the inhabitants make a medicine for cementing bones from this very herb. There are several plants dedicated to man's faithful friend. Dog's bane, Apocynum, is a very curious plant. Its bell-shaped flowers entangle flies who visit the flower for its honey juice, so that in August, when full-blown, the corolla is full of their dead bodies. Although harmless to some persons, yet it is noxious to others, poisoning and creating swellings and inflammations on certain people who have only trod on it. Gerard describes it as a deadly and dangerous plant, especially to four-footed beasts, for, as Dioscorides writes, the leaves hereof, mixed with bread and given, kill dogs, wolves, foxes, and leopards. Dog's chamomile, Matricaria chamomilla, is a spurious or wild kind of chamomile. Dog grass, Triticum caninum, is so called because dogs take it medicinally as an aperient. Dog's mercury, or dog's coal, is a poisonous kind, so named to distinguish it from English mercury. Dog's nettle is Galeopsis tetrahit. Dog's orac, Canopodium vulvaria, is a stinking kind. Dog's parsley, Athusa canapium, a deleterious weed also called fool's parsley and lesser hemlock. Dog rose, Rosa canina, is the common wilding or canker rose. The ancients supposed the root to cure the bite of a mad dog, it having been recommended by an oracle for that purpose. Hence the Romans called it canina, and Pliny relates that a soldier who had been bitten by a mad dog was healed with the root of this shrub, which had been indicated to his mother in a dream. Dog's tail grass, Cynosaurus cristatus, derives its name from its spike being fringed on one side only. Dog violet, Viola canina, is so called contemptuously because scentless. Dog's tongue or hound's tongue, Cynoglossum officinale, derived its name from the softness of its leaf and was reputed to have the magical property of preventing the barking of dogs if laid under a person's feet. Dogwood, Cornus sanguinea, is the wild cornel, and dogberries, the fruit of that herb, which was also formerly called hound's tree. Dr. Pryor thinks that this name has been misunderstood and that it is derived from the Old English word dagge or dagger, which was applied to the wood because it was used for skewers by butchers. The ancient Greeks knew a plant, supposed to be a species of Antirrhinum, which they called cynocephalia, or dog's head, as well as Osiris, and to this plant Pliny ascribes extraordinary properties. As a rule, the word dog, when applied to any plant, implies contempt. After the fox has been named, from its shape, the Alopecuris pratensis, foxtail grass, and the digitalis has been given the name of foxglove. The goat has its weed, Aegipodium podagraria, and has given its name to the Tragopagan pratensis, which on account of its long, coarse pappus is called goat's beard. Caprifolium, or goat's leaf, is a specific name of the honeysuckle, given to it by the old herbalists because the leaf, or more properly the stem, climbs and wanders over high places where goats are not afraid to tread. A species of sow thistle, the Sonchus oleraceus, is called the hare's palace from a superstitious notion that the hare derives shelter and courage from it. Gerard calls it the hare's lettuce, a name given to it by Apuleius, because when the hare is fainting with heat or fatigue, she recruits her failing strength with it. Dr. Pryor gives the following extracts from old authors respecting this curious tradition. Anthony Ascombe says, "If a hare eat of this herb in summer, when he is mad, he shall be whole." Topsell also tells us in his Natural History, page 209, that when hares are overcome with heat, they eat of an herb called Lactuca leporina, that is, the hare's lettuce, hare's house, hare's palace, and there is no disease in this beast, the cure whereof she does not seek for in this herb. This plant is sometimes called hare's thistle. Buplarum rotundifolium is termed hare's ear from the shape of its leaves, as is also Erysimum oriental. Trifolium arvens is hare's foot, from the soft gray down which surrounds the blossoms, resembling the delicate fur of the hare's foot. Both Ligurus auratus and the flowering rush, Aerophorum vaginatum, are called hare's tail, from the soft downy inflorescence. Melolotus officinalis is heart's clover, Scolopendrium vulgare, heart's tongue, Plantago coronopus, heart's horn, Scirpus cespitosus, deer's or heart's hair, Rhamnus catharticus, heart's or buck's thorn, Spina cervina, and Tordilia maximum, heartwort, so called because, as Dioscorides tells us, the juice of the leaves was given to roes in order that they might speedily be delivered of their young. According to Pliny, the Roman matrons used to employ it for the same purpose, having been taught by hinds that eat it to speed their delivery, as Aristotle did declare it before. The raspberry is still sometimes called by its ancient name of hindberry, and the Teucrium scorodonia is known as hindheel, from an old tradition that it cures deer when bitten by venomous serpents. The dittany is said to have the same extraordinary effect on wounded hearts as upon goats. See Dittany, Part 2. Numerous indeed are the plants named after the horse, either on account of the use they are put to, the shape of their foliage, etc., their large size, or the coarseness of their texture. Inula hylineum is horseheel, a name attached to the plant by a double blunder of inula for hinula, a colt, and hylineum for heel or heel. Employed to heal horses of sore heels, etc., Vicia faba is the horsebean. Teucrium comadris, the germander, is called horsechire from its springing up after horse droppings. Melampurum sylvaticum is the horse flower, so called from a verbal error. The Alexandrian laurel was formerly called horse tongue. Tussilago farfara, from the shape of its leaf, is termed horse hoof. Centaurea nigra is horse knob. Another name for colt's foot is horse foot. And we have horse thistle, mint, mushroom, parsley, thyme, and radish. The Dutch rush, equisetum, is called horsetail, a name descriptive of its shape. Hippocrepus comosa is known as the horseshoe vetch, from the shape of the legumes, and lastly, the Enanthium philandrium is the horse bane, because, in Sweden, it is supposed to give horses the palsy. In Mexico, the rattlegrass is said to instantly kill horses who unfortunately eat it. The Indians call the oleander horse's death, and they name several plants after different parts of the horse. In connection with horses, we must not forget to mention the moonwort, which draws the nails out of the horse's shoes, and of which Culpeper writes, "Moonwort is an herb which they say will open locks and unshoe such horses as tread upon it. This some laugh to scorn, but those no small fools neither. But country people that I know call it unshoe the horse. Besides, I have heard commanders say that on White Down in Devonshire, near Tiverton, there were found 30 horseshoes pulled off from the Earl of Essex's horses, being then drawn up in a body, many of them being newly shod, and no reason known, which caused much admiration, and the herb described usually grows upon heaths. In Italy, the herb Sferacavallo is deemed to have the power of unshoeing horses out at pasture. The mouse-ear, or Herba clavorum, is reputed to prevent blacksmiths hurting horses when being shod. The Scythians are said to have known a plant called hippice, which, when given to a horse, would enable him to travel for some considerable time without suffering either from hunger or thirst. Perhaps this is the water pepper, which, according to English tradition, has the same effect if placed under the saddle. The humble hedgehog has suggested the name of hedgehog parsley for Cocculus docoides on account of its prickly burrs. In a previous chapter, a full description has been given of the baramets, that mysterious plant of Tartary, immortalized by Darwin as the vegetable lamb. From the shape of its leaf, the Plantago media has gained the name of lamb's tongue. From its downy flowers, the Anthillis vulneraria is called lamb's toe. Either from its being a favorite food of lambs or because it appears at lambing season, the Valerianella olatoria is known as lamb's lettuce, and the Atriplex patula is called lamb's quarters. The leopard has given its name to the deadly Doronicum pardalianches, from the Greek pardalis, a leopard, and anko, to strangle. Hence our name of leopard's bane, because it was reputed to cause the death of any animal that ate it, and it was therefore formerly mixed with flesh to destroy leopards. The lion, according to Gerard, claims several plants. The Alchemilla vulgaris, from its leaf resembling his foot, was called lion's foot or paw. A plant called Leanta petalin by the Greeks was known in England as lion's turnip or lion's leaf, and two kinds of cudweed, Leantopodium and L. parvum, bore the name of lion's cudweed from their flower heads resembling a lion's foot. The Leantopodium has been identified with the Nephalium alpinum, the Philagostellata, the Edelweiss of the Germans, and the Perlier d'Alpe of the French. De Gubernatus points out that, inasmuch as the lion represents the sun, the plants bearing the lion's name are essentially plants of the sun. This is particularly noticeable in the case of the dandelion, Dent de Lion, or lion's tooth. In Geneva, Switzerland, children form a chain of these flowers, and holding it in their hands, dance in a circle. A German name for it is Sonneswarbel, solstice, as well as Solsequium heliotropium. The Romans saw in the flower of the helianthus a resemblance to a lion's mouth. In the Orabanche, or broom râpé, the Sonnenwurz, root of the sun of the Germans, some have seen the resemblance to a lion's mouth and foot. It was called the lion's pulse or lion's herb, and was considered an antidote to poison. The tiny mouse, like the majestic lion, is represented in the vegetable kingdom by several plants. From the shape of the leaves, Hieracium pilosella is known as mouse-ear, Cerastium vulgare, mouse-ear chickweed, and Myosotis palustris, or forget-me-not, mouse-ear scorpion grass. Myoceras minimus, from the shape of its slender seed spike, is called mousetail, and Alopecuris agrestis, mousetail grass. Hordeum marinum is mouse barley. Swine plants are numerous. We have the swinebane, sow-bane, or pigweed, Chenopodium rubrum, an herb which, according to Parkinson, was found certain to kill swine. The pignut, Bunium flexuosum, is called from its tubers being a favorite food of pigs. Sowbread, Cyclamen euporium, has obtained its name for a similar reason, and swine's grass, Polygonum aviculaire, is so called because swine are believed to be fond of it. Hyoscyrus minima is swine's succory, and Cenobera coronapus, swine's cress. For possession of the dandelion, the pig enters the lists with the lion and claims the flower as the swine's snout, on account of the form of its receptacle. According to Dubartas, swine, when affected with the spleen, seek relief by eating the spleenwort or miltwaste, Asplenium ceterac. The finger fern which being given to swine, it makes their milt to melt away in fine. De Gubernatus states that the god Indra is thought to have taken the form of a goat, and he gives a long list of Indian plants named after sheep and goats. The ram, he-goat, and lamb, called mesha, also give their names in Sanskrit to different plants. In England, Rumex acetosella is sheep's sorrel, Carophyllum timulum, sheep's parsley, Gentian montana, sheep's bit scabious, and Hydrocotyl vulgaris, or white rot, sheep's bane from its character of poisoning sheep. The squirrel, although a denizen of the woods, only claims one plant, Hordeum maritimum, which, from the shape of its flower spike, has obtained the name of squirrel-tail. The elephant has a whole series of Indian trees and plants dedicated to him, which are enumerated by De Gubernatis. The Bignonia suaviolens is called the elephant's tree, and certain cucumbers, pumpkins, and gourds are named after him. The wolf in India gives its name to the Colypia hernandifolia, and wolf's eye is a designation given to the Ipomia terpithium. Among the Germans, the wolf becomes under the several names of grasswolf, cornwolf, ragenwolf, and kartoffelwolf, a demon haunting fields and crops. In our own country, the euphorbia from its acrid, milky juice is called wolf's milk. The Lycopodium clavatum is the wolf's claw, and the Aconitum lycotonum is wolf's bane, a name it obtained in olden times when hunters were in the habit of poisoning with the juice of this plant the baits of flesh they laid for wolves. There are several plants bearing, in some form or other, the appellation of dragon. The common dragon, Arum dracunculus, is, as its name implies, a species of arum, which sends up a straight stalk about 3 feet high, curiously spotted like the belly of a serpent. The flower of the dragon plant has such a strong scent of carrion that few persons can endure it, and it is consequently usually banished from gardens. Gerard describes 3 kinds of dragons under the names of great dragon, small dragon, and water dragon. These plants all have homeopathic qualities, inasmuch as although they are by name at least vegetable reptiles, yet according to Dioscorides, all who have rubbed the leaves or roots upon their hands will not be bitten by vipers. Pliny also says that serpents will not come near anyone who carries a portion of a dragon plant with him, and that it was a common practice in his day to keep about the person a piece of the root of this herb. Gerard tells us that the distilled water has virtue against the pestilence, or any pestilential fever or poison, being drunk blood-warm with the best treacle or mithridate. He also says that the smell of the flowers is injurious to women who are about to become mothers. The green dragon, Arum dracontium, a native of China, Japan, and America, possesses a root which is prescribed as a very strong emmenagogue. There is a species of dragon which grows in the morasses about Magellan Strait, whose flowers exhibit the appearance of an ulcer and exhale so strong an odor of putrid flesh that flesh flies resort to it to deposit their eggs. Another dragon plant is the Dracontium polyphyllum, a native of Suriname and Japan, where they prepare a medicine from the acrid roots, which they call kanjakv and esteem as a great emmenagogue. It is used there to procure abortion. Dracontium foetidum, or fetid dragon or skunkweed, flourishes in the swamps of North America and has obtained its nickname from its rank smell resembling that of a skunk or polecat. Dragon's head, Dracocephalium, is a name applied to several plants. The Moldavian dragon's head is often called Moldavian or Turk's balm. The Virginian dragon's head is named by the French La Cataleptique from its use in palsy and kindred diseases. The Canary dragon's head, a native of the Canary Islands, is called, improperly, balm of Gilead from its fine odor when rubbed. The old writers called it Camphorosma and Cedronella, and ascribed to it, as to other dragon plants, the faculty of being a remedy for the bites and stings of venomous beasts, as well as for the bites of mad dogs. The tarragon, Artemisia dracunculus, the little dragon, is the dragon plant of Germany and the northern nations, and the herbe au dragon of the French. The ancient herbalists affirm that the seed of the flax put into a radish root or sea onion and so set would bring forth the herb tarragon. The snakeweed was called by the ancients dragon and little dragon, and the sneezewort dragon of the woods. The snapdragon appears to have been so named merely from the shape of its corolla, but in many places it is said to have a supernatural influence and to possess the power of destroying charms. Snakes are represented by the Fritillaria meligris, which is called snake's head, on account of its petals being marked like snake scales. The seagrass, Ophiuris incurvatus, is known as snake's tail, and the bistort, Polygonum bistorta, is snakeweed. Vipers have the Icium vulgare dedicated to them under the name of viper's bugloss, a plant supposed to cure the bite of these reptiles, and the Scorzona edulis, or viper's grass, an herb also considered good for healing wounds caused by vipers. The scorpion finds a vegetable representative in the Myosotis, or scorpion grass, so named from its spike resembling a scorpion's tail. It is not surprising to find that toads and frogs, living as they do among the herbage, should have several plants named after them. The toad, according to popular superstition, was the impersonation of the devil, and therefore it was only fit that poisonous and unwholesome fungi should be called toadstools, the more so as there was a very general belief that toads were in the habit of sitting on them. The grisly toadstool grown there might I see, and loathed paddocks lording on the same. Spenser. Growing in damp places haunted by toads croaking and piping to one another, the Equisetum limosum, with its straight, fistulous stalks, has obtained the name of toadpipe. The Linaria vulgaris, from its narrow flax-like leaves, is known as toad flax from a curious mistake of the old herbalists who confounded the Latin words bubo and bufo. Frogs claim as their especial plants the frog bit, Morsus ranae, so called because frogs are supposed to eat it, frog's lettuce, Potamogeton densus, frog grass, Salicornia herbacea, and frog foot, a name originally assigned to the vervain, the leaf of which somewhat resembles a frog's foot, but now transferred to the duck meat, limna. Bees are recognized in the Delphinium grandiflorum, or bee larkspur, and the Galeopsis tetrahit, or bee nettle, the Orphis apifera, or bee orchis, and the Daucus carota, or bee's nest. Chapter 13. The Doctrine of Plant Signatures. William Coles, in his Art of Sampling, a work published in the year 1656, abandoning for a while practical instruction, moralizes thus: Though sin and Satan have plunged mankind into an ocean of infirmities, yet the mercy of God, which is over all his works, maketh grass to grow upon the mountains, and herbs for the use of men, and hath not only stamped upon them a distinct form, but also given them particular signatures, whereby a man may read, even in legible characters, the use of them. This ancient doctrine of signatures was an ingenious system elaborated for discovering from certain marks or appearances on the various portion of a plant structure the supposed medicinal value attached to it. A good illustration is to be found in the following passage, translated from P. Laurenberg's Apparatus Plantarum. The seed of garlic is black. It obscures the eyes with blackness and darkness. This is to be understood of healthy eyes, but those which are dull through vicious humidity, from these garlic drives this viciousness away. The tunic of garlic is ruddy. It expels blood. It has a hollow stalk, and it helps affections of the windpipe. Many curious details of the system of plant signatures are to be found in the works of Porta, Grolius, Schroeder, and Kircher. These authorities tell us that there are given, not only in animals, but also in vegetables, certain sure marks, signs, and indications from which their virtues and powers can be inferred by the sagacious and painstaking student. Kircher is of opinion that the Egyptians derived their first knowledge of the elements of medicine from these signs, which they had patiently and closely studied, and in one of his works he enunciates his views in the following passage. Since one and all of the members of the human body, under the wise arrangement of nature, agree or differ with these several objects in the world of creation by a certain sympathy or antipathy of nature, it follows that there has been implanted by the providence of nature, both in the several members and in natural objects, a reciprocal instinct, which impels them to seek after those things which are similar and consequently beneficial to themselves, and to avoid and shun those things which are antagonistic or hurtful. Hence has emanated that more recondite part of medicine, which compares the signatures or characterisms of natural things with the members of the human body, and by magnetically applying like to like produces marvelous effects in the preservation of human health. In this way, the occult properties of plants, first of those that are endowed with life, and secondly of those destitute of life, are indicated by resemblances. For all exhibit to man, by their signatures and characterisms, both their powers, by which they can heal, and the diseases in which they are useful. Not only by their parts, as the root, stem, leaf, flower, fruit, and seed, but also by their actions and qualities, such as their retaining or shedding their leaves, their offspring, number, beauty or deformity, form, and color. They indicate what kind of service they can render to man and what are the particular members of the human body to which they are especially appropriate. As examples of the practical working of the system of plant signatures, Kircher tells us that if the root of the chelidonium be placed in white wine, it is rendered yellow, resembling bilious humor, and thus discloses a sure and infallible remedy against yellow jaundice. He remarks that he had learned this by personal experience, having advised some persons suffering from that malady to try chelidonium as a cure, and that, as a result, they were freed from the disease. Persons liable to apoplexy are said to have a line resembling an anchor traced in their hands. The plant Acorus has a similar mark in its leaves and is a highly approved remedy for apoplexy. So again, a certain line or mark is to be found in the hands of persons suffering from colic, similar in character to an outline found traced in the foliage of the Malobathrum, a plant which will afford relief to patients suffering from the disorder. Hellebore, which emits a most disagreeable odor, possesses the property of absorbing offensive smells and expelling them. Dracontium, or great dragon, a plant which bears a resemblance to a dragon, is a most effectual preservation against serpents, Pliny averring that serpents will not come near anyone carrying this plant. Other examples of the application of the doctrine of signatures are not difficult to be found among the quaintly named plants enumerated in English herbals. The lungwort, Pulmonaria, spotted with tubercular scars, was a specific for consumption. The bullock's lungwort, Verbascum thapsus, so called from the resemblance of its leaf to a dewlap, was employed as a cure for the pneumonia of bullocks. The liverwort, Marcantia polymorpha, liver-shaped in its green fructification, was a specific for bilious complaints. The bloodroot, Tormentilla, which derives its name from the red color of its roots, was adopted as a cure for the bloody flux. The throat-light corolla of the throatwort, Campanula trachelium, better known as the Canterbury bell, caused it to be administered for bronchitis. Tutsin, Hypericum androsimum, was used to stop bleeding because the juice of its ripe capsule is of a claret color. Brunella, now spelt prunella, was called brownwort, having brownish leaves and purple-blue flowers, and was in consequence supposed to cure a kind of quinsy, called in German Diebron. This plant has a corolla, the profile of which is suggestive of a billhook, and therefore it was called carpenter's herb, and supposed to heal the wounds inflicted by edge tools. Pimpinella saxifraga, Alchemilla arvensis, and the genus Saxifraga, plants which split rocks by growing in their cracks, have been named breakstones and were administered in cases of calculus. Clary was transformed into clear eye, good's eye, seabright, and oculus Christi, and eye salves were consequently made of it. Burstwort was thought efficacious in ruptures. The scorpion grass, or forget-me-not, Myosotis, whose flower spike is somewhat suggestive of a scorpion's tail, was an antidote to the sting of that or other venomous creatures. The bryony, which bears in its root a mark significative of a dropsical man's feet, was adopted as a cure for dropsy. The moon daisy averted lunacy, and the birthwort, figwort, kidney vetch, nipplewort, and spleenwort were all appropriated as their names suggest on account of fancied resemblances. The toadflax, Linaria, it may be here pointed out, owes its name to a curious mistake on the part of some believer in the doctrine of signatures. According to Dodoens, it was useful in the treatment of a complaint called bubos, and received its Latin name, bubonium. A confusion between the words bubo and bufo, Latin for toad, gave rise to its present name of toadflax, and soon arose legends of sick or wounded toads seeking this plant and curing themselves with its leaves. The general rules that guided the founders of the system of plant signatures, which were supposed to reveal the occult powers and virtues of vegetables, would seem to have been as under: vegetables, as herbs and plants or their fruit, seed, flowers, etc., which resemble some human member in figure, color, quality, and consistence, were considered to be most adapted to that member and to possess medical properties specially applicable to it. All herbs or plants that in flowers or juice bear a resemblance to one or other of the four humors, for example, blood, yellow bile, phlegm, and black bile, were deemed suitable for treating the same humor by increasing or expelling it. All yellow-hued plants, if they were eatable, were thought to increase yellow bile. In this category were included orac, melons, crocus, yellow turnips, and all other yellow plants which have a sweet flavor. Plants or herbs of a dull blackish color or of a brownish or spotted hue were held to be serviceable in the treatment of black bile. Some of them had a tendency to increase it, while others assisted in the carrying it off. Thus, smilax, mandragora, and many kinds of parsley, nightshade, and poppies, having partly black, ash-colored, and spotted flowers, intermixed with pale tints by causing bad dreams, excite giddiness, vertigo, and epilepsy. Nepellus also indicates in a most marked manner its poisonous and virulent nature, for its flower represents the skull of a dead man. Plants which bear white flowers and have thick juice, which often grow in moist and extremely humid places, and which resemble phlegm or rheum, were thought to increase the very humors they represented. Others of a drier temperament were thought to correct and purify the same. Milky plants, such as Tithomalus, Polygala, Sonchus, and Brittlesar aegyptiaca, were supposed to increase and accumulate milk in nurses. Some plants of a red color were believed to increase blood, some to correct and purify it, and others to benefit hemorrhoidal and dysenteric affections from a similarity of color. Plants of a mixed color, as they unite in themselves a diversity of temperaments, were thought to produce a diversity of effects. Once two-colored herbs were believed to possess and exercise a double virtue. On this principle, diverse colors were said to cure diverse humors in the human body. For example, Tripolium, Panasoia, and Trifera were considered beneficial for all humors. Plants whose decoction and infusion, as well as color and consistence, were like some humor of the human body, were declared to be appropriate for the purpose of evacuating that humor by attraction or increasing it by incorporation. Certain plants were deemed to represent some disease or morbid condition and were judged to be helpful in its cure. Thus, those were administered in cases of calculus which represented stones, such as Milium solus, the root of the white saxifrage, the shells of nuts, and nuts themselves. Spotted plants and herbs were thought to eradicate spots, and scaly plants to remove scales. Perforated herbs were selected for the cure of wounds and perforations of the body. Plants which exude gums and resins were considered available for the treatment of pus and matter. Swelling plants were thought good for tumors. Those that permit the cutting or puncturing of the stem were employed for closing up wounds, and those that shed bark and skin were thought adapted for the cleansing of the skin. Accordingly, as plants and herbs exhibited peculiarities in their actions, so were they supposed to operate on man. Thus, sterile plants such as lettuce, fern, willow, savin, and many others were believed to conduce to the procuring of sterility in men, whilst siliceous and fecund plants were considered to confer fecundity. On the same principle, long-lived and evergreen plants were said to procure vigor for the human body. Helvetius has left a list of classified herbs and plants which, in his time, were considered by experts in herbcraft to exhibit peculiar marks and signatures by which they could be identified with the several plants and members of the human body. This may be said to have formed the basis of the system embraced in the doctrine of plant signatures, and as it epitomizes the results of the protracted and laborious researches of the old herbalists, who may fairly be said to have laid the foundations of our present system of botany, it has been thought worthwhile to give an abbreviation of it. The head: Antirrhinum, crocus, geranium, walnuts, lily of the valley, marjoram, poppy, violet, rose, lime blossom, the genus Brassica, etc. The hair: asparagus, goat's beard, fennel, nigella, flax, tree musk, the vine and vine roots, etc. The eyes: the flowers of acacia, euphrasia, daisy, bean, hyacinth, geranium, mallow, narcissus, hyacinth, ranunculus, cornflower, etc. The ears: bear's ear, auricula ursi, mountain bindweed, cyclamen doronicum, gentian, rough viper's bugloss, hypericum, organy, Egyptian beans, etc. The tongue: horse tongue, hippoglossum, adder's tongue, ophioglossum, hound's tongue, cynoglossum, hart's tongue, frogbit, grass of Parnassus, prunella, salvia, sempervivum, etc. The teeth: the leaves of fir and juniper, sunflower seed, toothed moss, Muscus denticulatus, toothed violet, dentaria, dandelion, dens leonis, etc. The heart: borage, motherwort, cardiaca, malacca beans, anacardium, strawberries, pomegranate blossom, hepatica, violet, peony, rose, iris, Egyptian lotus, etc. The lungs: lungwort, pulmonaria, beet, the stalks of anise, garden teasel, cresses, fennel, curled lettuce, scabious, rhubarb, valerian, the sea moss, Muscus marinus virens latifolius, etc. The liver: noble liverwort, Hepatica trifolia, ground liverwort, Hepatica terrestris, garden endive, portulaca, aloe, Our Lady's thistle, Carduus meriae, gentian, lettuce, alpine sanicle, etc. The bladder: bladderwort, winter cherry, black hellebore, nasturtium, persicaria, leaves of senna, root of true rhubarb, broad-leaved tithomalus, bortrus, etc. The spleen: spleenwort or ceterac, asplenium, agrimony, shepherd's purse, dandelion, devil's bit scabious, fern, broom, hawkweed, turnip, treacle mustard, etc. The stomach: roots of acorus, cyclamen, elecampane, iris and galingale, earthnut, parsnip, radish, chives, ginger, etc. The kidneys: kidneywort, agnus castus, seeds of broom, bombax, jasmine and lupine, beans, currants, ground ivy, root of leopard's bane, etc. The intestines, etc. navelwort, chickweed, bryony, dodder, bittersweet nightshade, fenugreek, nasturtium, honeysuckle, chamomile flowers, alpine sanicle, roots of polypody, etc. The hands, fingers, and nerves: agnus castus, garlic, bryony, shepherd's purse, fig, geranium, ashbark, cinquefoil, heptaphyllum, tormentilla, water hellebore, lupine, melon, ophrys, horary clover, satyrion, plantain, currants, sanicle, soapwort, wolfsbane, swallowwort, vitis idea, Asiatic ranunculus with gummy root, etc. The doctrine of signatures did not exclusively apply to the medicinal virtues of herbs and plants. For example, hound's tongue, Cynoglossum officinale, named from the shape and softness of its leaf, was, if we may believe William Coles, thought to tie the tongues of hounds so that they shall not bark at you, if it be laid under the bottom of your feet, as Miraldus writeth. Garlic, from the Anglo-Saxon words gar, a spear, and leac, a plant, was, from its acute tapering leaves, marked out as the war plant of the warriors and poets of the North. The heavenly blue of the flower of the Germander speedwell won for it the Welsh appellation of the Eye of Christ. Even abstract virtues were to be learnt by an attentive study of the signatures of certain plants, according to the dictum of that loyal and goodly herbalist Robert Turner, who naively tells us that God hath imprinted upon the plants, herbs, and flowers, as it were in hieroglyphics, the very signature of their virtues, as the learned Grolius and others well observe, as the nutmeg, being cut, resembles the brain, the papaver erraticum, or red poppy flower, resembleth at its bottom the settling of the blood in the pleurisy. And how excellent is that flower in diseases of the pleurisy, and surfeits hath sufficiently been experienced. In the heliotrope and marigold, subjects may learn their duty to their sovereign, which His Sacred Majesty King Charles I mentions in his princely meditations, walking in a garden in the Isle of Wight, in the following words. For example, "The marigold observes the sun, more than my subjects me have done," etc. That great naturalist, John Ray, whilst expressing his disbelief of the doctrine of plant signatures as a whole, admitted that there were tangible grounds for the formation of the system. He wrote, "Howbeit I will not deny but that the noxious and malignant plants do, many of them, discover something of their nature by the sad and melancholic visage of their leaves, flowers, or fruits, and that I may not leave that head wholly untouched. One observation I shall add, relating to the virtues of plants, and which I think is something of truth. That is, that there are, by the wise dispensation of Providence, such species of plants produced in every country as are made proper and convenient for the meat and medicine of the men and animals that are bred and inhabit therein. Insomuch that Solander writes that, from the frequency of the plants that spring up naturally in any region, he could easily gather what endemical diseases the inhabitants thereof are subject to. So in Denmark, Friesland, and Holland, where the scurvy usually reigns, the proper remedy thereof, scurvy grass, doth plentifully grow. The old herbals and herbalists. It is impossible to make an attentive examination of the old herbals without being astonished at the extraordinary number and nature of the ills which their authors profess to cure by means of plants and simples. Every conceivable disease and ailment appears to be enumerated, and each has a number of specifics allotted for its treatment and cure. The contents of these ancient works, indeed, are apt to heat the imagination, and to cause one to form a conception that the merry England of our forefathers was a land swarming with wild beasts, so venomous in their nature and ferocious in their proclivities, that the unfortunate inhabitants were constantly being grievously maimed and wounded by their malicious bitings. Be this as it may, however, it is evident that the old herbalists deemed themselves fully equal to any emergency. Leopards, wolves, and venomous beasts of all kinds, as well as dragons, serpents, vipers, and scorpions, could all, by means of herbs, be driven away, kept at bay, or killed, and the venom of their bites be quickly and effectually cured. Such simple things as the stings of hornets, wasps, and bees were of course easily extracted by men who professed themselves able and willing to draw out arrowheads from wounds, or remove broken bones, glue them together, and cover them when bare of flesh. They could provide counterpoisons against deadly medicines, poisoned arrows, noxious herbs, and the bitings and stingings of venomous creatures. They could cure the bites of sea dragons and mad dogs, and keep dogs from growing great. They could cause troublesome and dangerous dreams, and they could cure nightmare. They could drive away dullness and melancholy, and consume proud and superfluous flesh. They could preserve the eyesight, help black eyes coming by blows, and take away redness and yellowness. They could prevent the hair falling off and restore it to the bald pate, and knew how to turn it yellow, red, or black. They could cause hens to lay plentifully and refresh a weary horse. They could cure lunatics, relieve madness, and purge melancholy, to say nothing of counteracting witchcraft and the malignant influence of the mysterious evil eye. They could destroy warts, remove freckles, and beautify young wenches' faces. In fine, the herbalist of old was one who knew the cause of every malady, were it of cold or hot, or moist or dry. A remarkable characteristic of the herborists, as they were called of yore, was a habit of ascribing extraordinary and fabulous properties to the herbs and plants whose merits they descanted upon. Just as the Druids taught the people of their time to call the sacred mistletoe the all-heal, and to look upon it as a panacea for all bodily ailments, so did the herbalists, in the pages of their ponderous tomes, set forth the marvelous virtues of betony, agrimony, angelica, garlic, fennel, sage, rue, and other favorite medicinal plants. Johannes de Mediolano, a doctor of the Academy of Salerno, once wrote of rue that it diminishes the force of love in man, and, on the contrary, increases the flame in women. When eaten raw, it both clears the sight and the perceptions of the mind, and when cooked, it destroys fleas. The English herbalists called it herb grace and saving men's joy because of the multiplicity of ailments that it was warranted to cure. Mithridates used the herb as a counterpoison to preserve himself against infection, and Gerard records that serpents are driven away at the smell of rue if it be burned, and that, when the wessel is to fight with the serpent, she armeth herself by eating rue against the might of the serpent. The virtues of rue, however, are cast into the shade by those of sage. Says witty Alphonse Carr, rue is nothing in comparison with sage. Sage preserves the human race, and the whole school of Salerno, after a long enumeration of the virtues of sage, seriously exclaims, "How can it happen that a man who has sage in his garden yet ends by dying?" Perhaps this exclamation was the foundation of the English proverb, "He that eats sage in May shall live for aye." Regarding the wondrous curative properties of betony, Antonius Musa, physician to the Emperor Augustus, wrote a volume setting forth the excellencies of the herb, which he demonstrated would cure no less than 47 different disorders, and in England an old advice to the sufferer is, Sell your coat and buy Botany. Agrimony is another herb whose praises were loudly proclaimed by the herbalists. It formed an ingredient in most of the old-fashioned herb teas, and Drayton speaks of it as all-heal, and so named of right. Of Angelica or Holy Ghost, Parkinson writes that it is so good an herb that there is no part thereof but is of much use. Fennel, in addition to its uses as a medicine, was recommended by old writers, when boiled in wine, as a counterpoison for use by such as had been bitten by those terrible reptiles, serpents, and scorpions that seem to have so exorcised the ancient herbalists. Treacle mustard, or treacle, was also highly esteemed as a cure for all those that were bitten or stung by venomous beasts, or had drunk poison, or were infected with pestilence. It formed one of 73 ingredients in making Venice treacle, a famous vermifuge and antipoison in the Middle Ages. The vervain, or holy herb, was credited with almost supernatural healing powers. English mercury was called all good, and other herbs obtained the names of all heal, clown's all heal, self-heal, poor man's treacle, poor man's parmacity, the blessed herb, grace of God, masterwort, plowman's spikenard, etc., on account of the numerous virtues which the herbalists had discovered in them. One of these old worthies, the compiler of a herbal and a believer in astrology, has indeed stated in rhyme his conviction that there was no disease but what would yield to the virtues of herbs and the skill of the herbalist. In his book, he confidently says, "He hath a method plain devised, all parts of it so curiously comprised, that vulgar men, which have but skill to read, may be their own physicians at need. The better sort are hereby taught how all things springing from earth's bowels safely shall, by love or hatred as the stars dispose, each sickness cure that in the body grows." The poet Michael Drayton has drawn the portrait of an ancient simpler, and has given a list of the remedies of which he made the most frequent use. The lines are to be found in his Polyolbion, and as they contain examples of herbs selected under the system of the doctrine of plant signatures, they may be appropriately introduced at the conclusion of this chapter. But absolutely free, his happy time he spends the works of God to see, in those so sundry herbs which there in plenty grow, whose sundry strange effects he only seeks to know. And in a little mound, being made of osiers small, which serveth him to do full many a thing withal, he very choicely sorts his simples got abroad. Here finds he on an oak rheum purging polypode, and in some open place that to the sun doth lie, he fumitory gets the eyebright for the eye, the yarrow wherewithal he stays the wounded made gore, the healing tootson then, and plantain for a sore. And hard by them again he holy vervain finds, which he about his head that hath the megrim binds. The wonder-working dill he gets not far from these, which curious women use in many a nice disease. For them that are with newts or snakes or adders stung, he seeketh out an herb that is called adder's tongue. As nature it ordained its own like hurt to cure, and sportive did herself to niceties inure. Valerian then he crops and purposefully doth stamp, to apply unto the place that's hailed with the cramp. The chickweed cures the heat that in the faith doth rise, for physic some again he inwardly applies. For comforting the spleen and liver, gets for juice pale horehound, which he holds of most especial use. And for the laboring wretch that's troubled with a cough, or stopping of the breath by phlegm that's hard and tough, campana here he crops, approved wondrous good, or comfrey unto him that's bruised, spitting blood. And for the falling ill by 5-leaf doth restore, and melancholy cures by sovereign hellebore. Of these most helpful herbs, yet tell we but a few, to those unnumbered sort of simples here that grew. What justly to set down even Dodon short doth fall, nor skilful Gerard yet shall ever find them all. Chapter 14. Plants and the Planets. 2 centuries ago, there existed a very general belief that every plant was under the direct influence of a particular planet, and therefore that all the details connected with its cultivation and utilization were to be conducted with a strict regard to this supposition. Aubrey has recorded his opinion that if a plant be not gathered according to the rules of astrology, it hath little or no virtue in it, and the Jesuit Rapin, in his Latin poem on gardens, says, with respect to flowers, This frequent charge I give, whenever you sow the flowery kind, be studious first to know the monthly tables, and with heedful eye survey the lofty volumes of the sky. Observe the tokens of foreboding stars, what store of wind and rain the moon prepares, what weather Eurus or moist Auster blows, what both in east and west the sun foreshows, what aid from Hellas the trees obtain, what from Bootes with his tardy wane, whether the watery Pleiades with showers kindly refresh alone or drown the flowers. For stars neglected fatal oft we find, the gods to their dominion have assigned, the products of our earth and labors of mankind. Michael Drayton, in whose time the doctrine of planetary influence on plants was generally accepted, says, in reference to the longevity of antediluvian men, "Besides in medicine simples had the power, that none need than the planetary hour to help their working, they so useful were." Culpeper, who was a profound believer in astrology, has given at the commencement of his British Herbal and Family Physician a list of some 500 plants and the names of the planets which govern them, and in his directions as to the plucking of leaves for medical purposes, the old herbalist and physician remarks, "Such as our astrologers, and indeed none else are fit to make physicians, such I advise. Let the planet that governs the herb be angular, and the stronger the better. If they can, in herbs of Saturn, let Saturn be in the ascendant. In the herb of Mars, let Mars be in the mid-heaven, for in those houses they delight. Let the moon apply to them by good aspect, and let her not be in the houses of her enemies. If you cannot well stay till she apply to them, let her apply to a planet of the same triplicity. If you cannot meet that time neither, let her be with a fixed star of their nature." The classification of plants under the planets Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Mercury, the Sun, and the Moon appears to have been made according to the signatures or outward appearances of the plants themselves. The stalks, stems, branches, roots, foliage, flowers, odor, taste, native places, death, and medical virtues were also considered, and according to the character of the plant thus deduced, it was placed under the government of the particular planet with which it was considered to be most in consonance. Plants allotted to Saturn had their leaves hairy, hard, dry, parched, coarse, and of ill-favored appearance. Flowers, unprepossessing, gloomy, dull, greenish, faded or dirty white, pale red, invariably hirsute, prickly and disagreeable. Roots, spreading widely in the earth and rambling around in discursive fashion. Odor, fetid, putrid, muddy. Jupiter, leaves, smooth, even, slightly cut and pointed, the veins not prominent and the lines not strongly marked. Color grayish blue-green. Flowers, graceful, pleasing, bright, succulent, transparent, ruddy, flesh color, blue, yellow. Roots, rather small with short hairy filaments spread about in the ground. Odor, highly subtle, grateful to the brain, the kernels comforting, easily fermented. Mars, leaves, hard, long, somewhat heavy, pointed and pendulous, harsh and hot to the tongue, not of good appearance. Flowers, of a color between yellow, vermilion, or blue, green, purple, red, changing quickly, abundance of flowers and seeds. Roots, highly fibrous and creeping underground. Odor, oppressive to the brain, potent, sharp, acrid. Venus, leaves, large, handsome, bright, rich green or roseate, soft, plentiful. Flowers, pleasing to the eyes, white, blue, rosy, charming, fine, abundant. Roots, of early growth but not deeply fixed, quickly and freely produced. Odor, subtle, delightful, pungent, refreshing to the brain. Mercury, leaves, different kinds but pleasing to the eye. Flowers, of various descriptions and colors, refreshing, agreeable, and pleasant. Roots, abiding deep in the earth and spreading far and wide. Odor, highly subtle and penetrating, refreshing to the heart and brain. the sun. Leaves. Succulent with stout stalks, deeply veined, pleasant green or tawny with reddish stalks. Flowers, yellow and gold or purple, handsome, glittering, and radiant. Roots. Strong, deeply fixed in the earth, but not laterally. Odor, agreeable, acceptable, and pungent, strong, restorative to brain and eyes. The moon. Leaves. Pale, highly succulent, pith thick, firm, strongly developed veins, bottle green. Flowers, pale yellow or greenish, watery, mellifluous but uninteresting and without beauty. Roots, penetrating easily through water and earth, not durable and easily decayed, spreading neither thickly nor deeply. Odor, disagreeable, almost none, without pungency, redolent of the earth, rain, or soft savor of honey. According to Indian mythology, herbs are placed under the special protection of Mitra, the sun. De Gubernatus tells us that there are several Indian plants named after the great luminary. In the Grecian pantheon, the solar god Apollo possessed a knowledge of all the herbs. It was to Phoebus the sun god that poor Clytie lost her heart, and when changed into a flower held firmly by the root, she still turned to the sun she loved, and changed herself, still kept her love unchanged. As to the particular sunflower, turnsole, heliotrope, or solsequium, that is the floral embodiment of the lovesick nymph, readers must be referred to the disquisition under the heading Sunflower. De Gubernatus gives it as his opinion that Clytie's flower is the Helianthemum roseum of De Candolle. In a previous chapter, certain plants have been noticed, which were supposed by the ancients to have been specially under the domination of the sun and moon. According to the dictum of wizards and wise folk, plants possessing magical properties must, as a general rule, be gathered, if not by moonlight, yet at any rate before sunrise, for the first appearance of the sun's rays immediately dispels all enchantment and drives back the spirits to their subterranean abodes. We are told in Deuteronomy 33:14 that precious things are put forth by the moon, but precious fruits by the sun. And it is certainly very remarkable that although mankind in all ages have regarded and even worshipped the sun as being the supreme and ruling luminary from whose glorious life-giving rays vegetation of all kinds drew its very existence, yet that an idea should have sprung up and taken root widely and deeply that the growth and decay of plants were associated intimately with the waxing and waning of the moon. We have seen how the plant kingdom was parceled out by the astrologers and consigned to the care of different planets. But despite this, the moon was held to have a singular and predominant influence over vegetation, and it was supposed that there existed a sympathy between growing and declining nature and the moon's wax and wane. Bacon seems to have considered that even the brain of man waxeth moister and fuller upon the full of the moon, and therefore, he continues, it were good for those that have moist brains and are great drinkers to take fume of lignum, aloes, rosemary, frankincense, etc., about the full of the moon. He also tells us in his natural history that the influences of the moon are four: the drawing forth of heat, the inducing of putrefaction, the moisture, and the exciting of the motions of spirits. In respect to this last influence, he goes on to say, you must note that the growth of hedges, herbs, hair, etc. is caused from the moon, by exciting of the spirits as well as by the increase of the moisture. But for spirits in particular, the great instance is lunacies. This lunar influence which Bacon speaks of was, as already pointed out, fully recognized in olden times, and a belief was even current that the moon specially watched over vegetation, and that when she was propitious, that is, during her growth, she produced medicinal herbs, and when she was not propitious, that is to say, during her wane, she imbued herbs with poisons, her humidity being perhaps more injurious than otherwise. In old almanacs, we find the supremacy of the moon over the plant kingdom fully admitted, albeit in a jargon which is rather puzzling. Thus, in the Husbandman's Practice or Prognostication Forever, the reader is advised to set, sow seeds, graft, and plant, the moon being in Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn, and all kinds of corn in Cancer, to graft in March, at the moon's increase, she being in Taurus or Capricorn. Again, in Mr. Wing's Almanac for 1661 occurs the following passage: It is a common observation in astrology and confirmed by experience that what corn or tree soever are set or sown when the sun or moon is eclipsed and the infortunate planets predominate, seldom or never come to good. And again he saith thus, It is a common and certain observation also, that if any corn, seed, or plant be either set or sown within 6 hours, either before or after the full moon in summer, or before or after the new moon in winter, having joined with the cosmical rising of Arcturus and Orion, the Hyade and the Siculi, it is subject to blasting and canker. As an illustration of the predominance given to the moon over the other planets in matters pertaining to plant culture, it is worth noticing that although Culpeper, in his Herbal, places the apple under Venus, yet the Devonshire farmers have from time immemorial made it a rule to gather their apples for storing at the wane of the moon. The reason being that, during the moon's increase, it is thought that the apples are full and will not therefore keep. It is said that if timber be felled when the moon is on the increase, it will decay, and that it should always be cut when the moon is on the wane. No reason can be assigned for this, yet the belief is common in many countries, and what is still more strange, professional woodcutters, whose occupation is to fell timber, aver, as the actual result of their observation, that the belief is well founded. It was formerly interwoven in the Forest Code of France, and unless expunged by recent alterations, is so still. The same opinion obtains in the German forests, and is said to be held in those of Brazil and Yucatan. The theory given to account for this supposed fact is that as the moon grows, the sap rises, and the wood is therefore less dense than when the moon is waning, because at that time the sap declines. The belief in the moon's influence as regards timber extends to vegetables and was at one time universal in England, although at the present day the theory is less generally entertained in our country than abroad, where they act upon the maxim that root crops should be planted when the moon is decreasing, and plants such as beans, peas, and others, which bear the crops on their branches between new and full moon. Throughout Germany, the rule is that rye should be sown as the moon waxes, but barley, wheat, and peas when it wanes. The wax and wane of the belief in lunar influence on plant life among our own countrymen may be readily traced by reference to old books on husbandry and gardening. In the Book of Husbandry by Maester Fitzerbard, published in 1523, we read with respect to the sowing of peas, that most generally to begin soon after Candlemas is good season, so that when they be sown ere the beginning of March, or sun upon, and specially let them be sown in the old of the moon, for the opinion of old husbands is that they should be better cod, and sooner be ripe. Tusser, in his 500 Points of Husbandry, published in 1562, says in his quaint verse, Sow peasen and beans in the wane of the moon, who soweth them sooner, he soweth too soon, that they with the planet may rest and rise, and flourish with bearing most plentiful wise. Commenting on that point, the editor of an edition of Tusser's poem printed in 1744 says, It must be granted the moon is an excellent clock, and if not the cause of many surprising accidents, gives a just indication of them, whereof this peas and beans may be one instance, for peas and beans, sown during the increase, do run more to haulm or straw, and during the declension more to cod, according to the common consent of countrymen. Again, as regards grafting, old Tusser writes, In March is good grafting, the skillful do know, so long as the wind in the east do not blow. For moon being changed, till past be the prime, for grafting and cropping is very good time. The editor remarks, The prime is the first 3 days after the new moon, in which time, or at farthest during the first quarter, our author confines his grafting, probably because the first 3 days are usually attended with rain. He confesses, however, he cannot explain the following couplet. The moon in the wane gather fruit for to last, but winter fruit gather when Michael is past. In the Garden of Eden, an old gardening book compiled and issued by Sir Hugh Platt, Knight, in the year 1600, constant allusions are made to the necessity of studying the moon's phases in gardening and grafting operations. The worthy knight considered that the moon would exercise her powers in making single flowers double if only she were respectfully courted. His counsel on this point is as follows. Remove a plant of stock gilliflowers when it is a little wooded and not too green, and water it presently. Do this 3 days after the full, and remove it twice more before the change. Do this in barren ground, and likewise, 3 days after the next full moon, remove again, and then remove once more before the change. Then at the third full moon, for example 8 days after, remove again, and set it in very rich ground, and this will make it to bring forth a double flower. But if your stock gilliflowers once spindle, then you may not remove them. Also, you must make tulips double in this manner. Some think by cutting them at every full moon before they bear to make them at length to bear double. In The Countryman's Recreation, 1640, the author fully recognizes the obligation of gardeners to study the moon in all their principal operations. Says he, "From the first day of the new moon until the 13th day thereof is good for to plant, or graff, or sow, and for great need some do take unto the 17th or 18th day thereof, and not after, neither graff nor sow, but as is aforementioned, a day or two afore the change. The best signs are Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn." And as regards the treatment of fruit trees, he tells us that trees which come of nuts should be set in the autumn, in the change or increase of the moon. Certain grafting manipulations are to be executed in the increase of the moon and not lightly after. Fruit, if it is desired of good color and untouched by frost, ought to be gathered when the time is fair and dry, and the moon in her decreasing. Whilst if ye will cut or gather grapes, to have them good and to have good wine thereof, ye shall cut them in the full, or soon after the full, of the moon, when she is in Cancer, in Leo, in Scorpio, and in Aquarius, the moon being on the wane and under the earth. In The Expert Gardener, 1640, a work stated to be faithfully collected out of sundry Dutch and French authors, a chapter is entirely devoted to the times and seasons which should be selected to sow and replant all manner of seeds, with special reference to the phases of the moon. As showing how very general must have been the belief in the influence of the moon on vegetation at that time, the following extract is given. A short instruction very profitable and necessary for all those that delight in gardening, to know the times and seasons when it is good to sow and replant all manner of seeds. Cabbages must be sown in February, March, or April, at the waning of the moon, and replanted also in the decrease thereof. Cabbage lettuce in February, March, or July in an old moon. Onions and leeks must be sown in February or March at the waning of the moon. Beets must be sown in February or March in a full moon. Coleworts, white and green, in February or March in an old moon. It is good to replant them. Parsnips must be sown in February, April, or June, also in an old moon. Radish must be sown in February, March, or June in a new moon. Pompions must be sown in February, March, or June, also in a new moon. Cucumbers and melons must be sown in February, March, or June in an old moon. Spinach must be sown in February or March in an old moon. Parsley must be sown in February or March in a full moon. Fennel and anise seed must be sown in February or March in a full moon. White chicory must be sown in February, March, July, or August in a full moon. Carduus benedictus must be sown in February, March, or May when the moon is old. Basil must be sown in March when the moon is old. Purslane must be sown in February or March in a new moon. Marjoram, violets, and thyme must be sown in February, March, or April in a new moon. Fleur gentle, rosemary, and lavender must be sown in February or April in a new moon. Rocket and garden cresses must be sown in February in a new moon. Savile must be sown in February or March in a new moon. Saffron must be sown in March when the moon is old. Coriander and borage must be sown in February or March in a new moon. Hartshorn and samphire must be sown in February, March, or April when the moon is old. Gillyflowers, heartsease, and wallflowers must be sown in March or April when the moon is old. Cardans and artichokes must be sown in April or March when the moon is old. Chickweed must be sown in February or March in the full of the moon. Burnet must be sown in February or March when the moon is old. Double marigolds must be sown in February or March in a new moon. Hyssop and savory must be sown in March when the moon is old. White poppy must be sown in February or March in a new moon. Palma Christi must be sown in February in a new moon. Sparages and sparage is to be sown in February when the moon is old. Lark's foot must be sown in February when the moon is old. Note that at all times and seasons, lettuce, radish, spinach, and parsnips may be sown. Note also from cold are to be kept coleworts, cabbage, lettuce, basil, cardans, artichokes, and cauliflowers. In the English Gardener, 1683, and the Dutch Gardener, 1703, many instructions are given as to the manner of treating plants with special regard to the phases of the moon, and Rapin, in his poem on gardens, has the following lines. If you with flowers would stock the pregnant earth, mark well the moon propitious to their birth. For earth the silent midnight queen obeys, and waits her course, who, clad in silver rays, the eternal round of times and seasons guides, controls the air and over the winds presides. 4 days expired, you have your time to sow, till to the full the increasing moon shall grow. This past, your labor you in vain bestow. Nor let the gardener dare to plant a flower, while on his work the heavens ill-boding lower. When moons forbid, forbidding moons obey, and hasten when the stars inviting beams display. John Evelyn, in his Silva, or a Discourse on Forest Trees, first published in 1662, remarks on the attention paid by woodsmen to the moon's influence on the trees. He says, "Then for the age of the moon it has religiously been observed, and that Diana's presidency in Silvis was not so much celebrated to credit the fictions of the poets as for the dominion of that moist planet and her influence over timber. For my part, I am not so much inclined to these criticisms that I should altogether govern a felling at the pleasure of this mutable lady. However, there is doubtless some regard to be had. Nor isn't in vain signs fall and rise to note. The old rules are these: fell in the decrease, or 4 days after the conjunction of the two great luminaries, so in the last quarter of it, or, as Pliny, in the very article of the change, if possible, which happening, saith he, in the last day of the winter solstice, that timber will prove immortal. At least should it be from the 20th to the 30th day, according to Columella. Cato, 4 days after the full, as far better for the growth. Nay, oak in the summer, but all viminous trees, silente luna, such as sallows, birch, poplar, etc. Vegetius for ship timber, from the 15th to the 25th, the moon as before. In his French Gardener, a translation from the French, Evelyn makes a few allusions to the moon's influence on gardening and grafting operations. In his Calendarium Hortense, we find him acknowledging its supremacy more than once, but he had doubtless begun to lose faith in these scrupulous directions bequeathed by the Romans. In his introduction to the Calendar, he says, "We are yet far from imposing by anything we have here alleged concerning these menstrual periods, those nice and hypercritical punctilos which some astrologers, and such as pursue these rules, seem to oblige our gardeners to, as if forsooth all were lost, and our pains to no purpose, unless the sowing and the planting, the cutting and the pruning, were performed in such and such an exact minute of the moon. In hac autem, ruris disciplina non desideratur, ejus modi scrupulositas." Columella. There are indeed some certain seasons and suspecta tempora which the prudent gardener ought carefully, as much as in him lies, to prevent. But as to the rest, let it suffice that he diligently followed the observations, which, by great industry, we have collected together and here present him. The opinion of John Evelyn, thus expressed, doubtless shook the faith of gardeners in the efficacy of lunar influence on plants, and as a rule we find no mention of the moon in the instructions contained in the gardening books published after his death. It is true that Charles Evelyn, in the Pleasure and Profit of Gardening Improved, 1717, directs that stock gilliflower seeds should be sown at the full of the moon in April, and makes several other references to the influence of the moon on these plants. But this is an exception to the general rule, and in The Retired Gardener, a translation from the French of Louis Laguerre, printed in 1717, the ancient belief in the moon's supremacy in the plant kingdom received its death blow. The work referred to was published under the direction of London and Wise, court nurserymen to Queen Anne, and in the first portion of it, which is arranged in the form of a conversation between a gentleman and his gardener, occurs the following passage. Gentleman: I have heard several old gardeners say that vigorous trees ought to be pruned in the wane, and those that are most sparing of their shoots in the increase. Their reason is that the pruning by no means promotes the fruit of it, be not done in the wane. They add that the reason why some trees are so long before they bear fruit is because they were planted or grafted either in the increase or full of the moon. Gardener. Most of the old gardeners were of that opinion, and there are some who continue still to be misled by the same error. But 'tis certain that they bear no ground for such an imagination, as I have observed, having succeeded in my gardening without such a superstitious observation of the moon. However, I don't urge this upon my own authority, but refer myself to M. de la Quintanille, who deserves more to be believed than myself. These are his words. I solemnly declare, saith he, that after a diligent observation of the moon's changes for 30 years together, and an enquiry whether they had any influence on gardening, the affirmation of which has been so long established among us, I perceived that it was no weightier than old wives' tales, and that it has been advanced by unexperienced gardeners. And a little after, I have therefore followed what appeared most reasonable, and rejected what was otherwise. In short, graft in what time of the moon you please, if your graft be good and grafted in a proper stock, provided you do it like an artist, you will be sure to succeed. In the same manner, continues he, sow what sorts of grain you please, and plant as you please, in any quarter of the moon. I'll answer for your success, the first and last day of the moon being equally favorable. This is the opinion of a man who must be allowed to have been the most experienced in this age. Plants of the moon. The Germans call Mannwelken, violet of the moon, the Lunaria annua, the Leucoion, also known as the flower of the cow, that is to say, of the cow Io, one of the names of the moon. This old classic legend relates that this daughter of Inachus, because she was beloved by Jupiter, fell under the jealous displeasure of Juno, and was much persecuted by her. Jupiter therefore changed his beautiful mistress into the cow Io, and at his request, Tellus, the earth, caused a certain herb, Salutaris, the herb of Isis, to spring up, in order to provide for the metamorphosed nymph suitable nourishment. In the Vedic writings, the moon is represented as slaying monsters and serpents, and it is curious to note that the moonwort, Lunaria, southernwood, Artemisia, and selenite, from Selene, a name of the moon, are all supposed to have the power of repelling serpents. Plutarch, in his work on rivers, tells us that near the river Trachea grew an herb called selenite, from the foliage of which trickled a frothy liquid, with which the herdsmen anointed their feet in the spring in order to render them impervious to the bites of serpents. This foam, says de Gubernatus, reminds one of the dew which is found in the morning sprinkled over herbs and plants, and which the ancient Greeks regarded as a gift of the nymphs who accompanied the goddess Artemis, or Diana, the lunar deity. Numerous Indian plants are named after the moon, the principal being the cardamine, the Cocculus cordifolius, the moon's laughter, a species of solanum called the flower of the moon, the Asclepias acida, the somalata, the plant that produces soma, sandalwood, beloved of the moon, camphor, named after the moon, the Convolvulus terpethum, called the half-moon, and many other plants named after soma, a lunar synonym. In a Hindu poem, the moon is called the fructifier of vegetation and the guardian of the celestial ambrosia, and it is not surprising, therefore, to find that in India, the mystic moon tree, the soma, the tree which produces the divine and immortalizing ambrosia, is worshipped as the lunar god. Soma, the moon god, produces the revivifying dew of the early morn. Soma, the moon tree, the exhilarating ambrosia. The moon is cold and humid. It is from her the plants receive their sap, says Professor de Gubernatus, and thanks to the moon that they multiply and that vegetation prospers. There is nothing very wonderful, therefore, if the movements of the moon preside in a general way over agricultural operations, and if it exercises a special influence on the health and accoutrements of women, who are said to represent water, the humid element. The Roman goddess Lucina, the moon, presided over accoutrements and had under her care the dittany and the mugwort, or motherwort. Artemisia, from Artemis, the lunar goddess, considered, like the Vedic soma, to be the queen or mother of the herbs. Thus Macer says of it, Herbarum matrum justum puto paner primo, praesapiu morbis mulibribus illa meditur. This influence of the moon over the female portion of the human race has led to a class of plants being associated either directly with the luminary or with the goddesses who were formerly thought to impersonate or embody it. Thus we find the Chrysanthemum leucanthemum named the moon daisy, because its shape resembles the pictures of a full moon, the type of a class of plants which Dr. Pryor points out, on the doctrine of signatures, were exhibited in uterine complaints and dedicated in pagan times to the goddess of the moon and regulator of monthly periods, Artemis, whom Horsley would identify with Isis, the goddess of the Egyptians, with Juno Lucina, and with Eileithyia, a deity who had special charge over the functions of women, an office in Roman Catholic mythology assigned to Mary Magdalene and Margaret. The costmary or magdalenwort, Balsamita vulgaris, the maggot or mayweed, Pyrethrum parthenium, the mather or maidweed, Anthemis cotula, the daisy or marguerite, Bellis perennis, the Achillea matricaria, etc., are all plants which come under the category of lunar herbs in their connection with feminine complaints. The Man in the Moon. Chaucer describes the moon as Lady Cynthia. Her gait was grey and full of spottis blake, and on her breast a chorl painted full even, bearing a bush of thornis on his bake, which for his theft might climb, no, ner the heaven. Allusion is here made to the man in the moon, bearing a thorn bush on his shoulders, one of the most widely diffused superstitions still extant. It is curious that in several legends respecting this inhabitant of the moon, he is represented as having been engaged, when on Earth, in gardening operations. Kuhn relates a tradition in the Havel country. One Christmas Eve, a peasant felt a great desire to eat a cabbage, and having none himself, he slipped stealthily into his neighbor's garden to cut some. Just as he had filled his basket, the Christ child rode past on his white horse and said, "Because thou hast stolen in the holy night, thou shalt immediately sit in the moon with thy basket of cabbage." At Paderborn in Westphalia, the crime committed was not theft, but hindering people from attending church on Easter Day by placing a thorn bush in the field gate through which they had to pass. In the neighborhood of Wittingen, the man is said to have been exiled to the moon because he tied up his brooms on Monday, Thursday, and at Dellinghofen of having mown the grass in his meadows on Sunday. A Swabian mother at Derendingen will tell her child that a man was once working in his vineyard on Sunday, and after having pruned all his vines, he made a bundle of the shoots he had just cut off, laid it in his basket, and went home. According to one version, the vine shoots were stolen from a neighbor's vineyard. When taxed either with Sabbath breaking or with the theft, the culprit loudly protested his innocence, and at length exclaimed, "If I have committed this crime, may I be sent to the moon." After his death, this fate duly befell him, and there he remains to this day. The Black Forest peasants relate that a certain man stole a bundle of wood on Sunday because he thought on that day he should be unmolested by the foresters. However, on leaving the forest, he met a stranger, who was no other than the Almighty himself. After reproving the thief for not keeping the Sabbath day holy, God said he must be punished, but he might choose whether he would be banished to the sun or to the moon. The man chose the latter, declaring he would rather freeze in the moon than burn in the sun. And so the broom man came into the moon with his faggot on his back. At Hemmer, in Westphalia, the legend runs that a man was engaged in fencing his garden on Good Friday, and had just poised a bundle of thorns on his fork when he was at once transported to the moon. Some of the Hemmer peasants, however, declare that the moon is not only inhabited by a man with a thorn bush and pitchfork, but also by his wife, who is churning, and was exiled to the moon for using a churn on Sunday. According to other traditions, the figure in the moon is that of Isaac bearing the faggot on his shoulders for his own sacrifice on Mount Moriah, or Cain with a bundle of briars, or a tipsy man who, for his audacity in threatening the moon with a bramble he held in his hand, was drawn up to this planet and has remained there to the present day. Chapter 15. Plant Symbolism and Language. The antiquity of floral emblems probably dates from the time when the human heart first beat with the gentle emotions of affection or throbbed with the wild pulsations of love. Then it was that man sought to express, through the instrumentality of flowers, his love of purity and beauty, or to typify through their aid the ardor of his passionate desires. For the symbolism of flowers, it has been conjectured, was first conceived as a parable speaking to the eye and thence teaching the heart. Driven in his struggle for existence to learn the properties of plants in order to obtain wholesome food, man found that with the beauty of their form and color, they spoke lovingly to him. They could be touched, tasted, handled, planted, sown, and reaped. They were useful, easily converted into simple articles of clothing, or bent, twisted, and cut into weapons and tools. Flowers became a language to man very early, and according to their poisonous, soothing, or nutritious qualities, or on account of some peculiarities in their growth or shape which seemed to tell upon the mysteries of life, birth, and death, he gave them names which thenceforth became words and symbols to him of these phenomena. Glimpses of the ancient poetical plant symbolism have been found amid the ruins of temples, graven on the sides of rocks, and inscribed on the walls of mighty caves, where the early nations of India, Assyria, Chaldea, and Egypt knelt in adoration. The Chinese, from time immemorial, have known a comprehensive system of floral signs and emblems, and the Japanese have ever possessed a mode of communicating by symbolic flowers. Persian literature abounds in chaste and poetical allegories, which demonstrate the antiquity of floral symbolism in that far eastern land. Thus we are told that Sadi the poet, when a slave presented to his tyrant master, arose accompanied with this pathetic appeal: "Do good to thy servant whilst thou hast the power, for the season of power is often as transient as the duration of this beautiful flower." The beauty of the symbol melted the heart of his lord, and the slave obtained his liberty. The Hindu races are passionately fond of flowers, and their ancient Sanskrit books and poems are full of allusions to their beauty and symbolic character. With them, the flower of the field is venerated as a symbol of fecundity. In their mythology, at the beginning of all things, there appeared in the waters the expanded lotus blossom, the emblematic flower of life and light. The sun, the moon, and stars are flowers in the celestial garden. The sun's ray is a full-blown rose, which springs from the waters and feeds the sacrificial fire. The lightning is a garland of flowers thrown by Narada. Pushpa, flower, or Pushpaka, flowery, is the epithet applied to the luminous car of the god Kuvera, which was seized by Ravana, the royal monster of Lanka, and recaptured by the demigod Rama in the incarnation of Vishnu. The bow of Kama, the Indian Cupid, darts forth flowers in the guise of arrows. The Indian poetic lover gathers from the flowers a great number of chaste and beautiful symbols. The following description of a young maiden struck down by illness is a fair example of this. All of a sudden, the blighting glance of unpropitious fortune having fallen on that rose-cheeked cypress, she laid her head on the pillow of sickness, and in the flower garden of her beauty, in place of the damask rose, sprung up the branch of the saffron. Her fresh jasmine, from the violence of the burning illness, lost its moisture, and her hyacinth, full of curls, lost all its endurance from the fever that consumed her. It was with the classic Greeks, however, that floral symbolism reached its zenith. Not only did the Hellenic race entertain an extraordinary passion for flowers, but with consummate skill they devised a code of floral types and emblems adapted to all phases of public and private life. As Loudon writes, when speaking of the emblematic use made by the Greeks of flowers, "Not only were they then, as now, the ornament of a beauty, and of the altars of the gods, but the youths crowned themselves with them in the fetes, the priests in religious ceremonies, and the guests in convivial meetings. Garlands of flowers were suspended from the gates of the city in the times of rejoicing. The philosophers wore crowns of flowers, and the warriors ornamented their foreheads with them in times of triumph. The Romans, although they adopted most of the floral symbolic lore of their Hellenic predecessors, and in the case of emblematic garlands were particularly refined, were still evidently not so passionately fond of floral symbolism as were the Greeks, and with the decadence of the empire, the attractive art gradually fell into oblivion. The science of plant symbolism may, if we accept the views of Miss Marshall, a writer on the subject, be classified into 5 divisions. These are, firstly, plants which are symbols, pure and simple, of the great unknown God, or Heaven Father, and embrace those, the form, color, or other peculiarities of which led the priests, the early thinkers, to the community, the medicine men, magicians, and others, to associate them with ideas of the far distant, unknown, incomprehensible, and overwhelming, the destructive forces of nature. Such plants were used as hieroglyphics for these ideas and became symbols of the deity or supreme power. To these visible symbols belong plants such as the lily, onion, flowers of heavenly blue color, symbolizing the blue sky, and leaves threefold or triangular, symbolizing God the Creator, Preserver, and Destroyer. Secondly, the plants symbolizing or suggesting portions or organs of the human body, internal and external, which to the earliest of mankind, and certainly to the Egyptian embalmers, were organs of mystery and importance. Such is the heart, the first to beat in the fetal, and the last to cease pulsating in the adult organism, etc. To this section belong heart-shaped leaves and petals, and where, as in the shamrock, there is united the threefold emblem and the heart-shaped leaf, there is a doubly sacred idea united with the form. To this section belong also plants and fruits, such as the fig, pomegranate, etc. The third section comprises plants that were consecrated or set apart as secret and sacred, because those who possessed the knowledge of their powers made use of them to all the ignorant people of their race. These plants were supposed to be under the control of the good or evil powers. They were the narcotics, the stupefying or the exciting vegetable drugs. The sacred incense in all temples was compounded of these, and their use has been, and still is, common to all countries. And as some of these compounds produced extraordinary or deadly effects, as the very dust of the burnt incense, when mixed with water and drunk, brought on a violent and agonizing death, while the fumes might merely produce delightful and enticing ecstasy, making men and women eloquent and seemingly inspired, the knowledge was wisely kept secret from the people, and severe penalties, sometimes even death, awaited those who illegally imitated, compounded, or used these drugs. To this section belong the plants used to make the Chinese and Japanese joss, as well as opium, tobacco, stramonium, and various opiates now well known. The fourth section comprises those plants which in all countries have been observed to bear some resemblance to parts of the human body. Such plants were valued and utilized as heaven-sent guides in the treatment of the ills flesh is heir to, and they are the herbs whose popular names among the inhabitants of every land have become familiar in their mouths as household words. To such belong the birthwort, kidneywort, lungwort, liverwort, pilewort, knitgrass, toothcress, heart clover, and many others known to the ancient herbalists. It was their endeavors to find out whether or no the curious forms, spots, and markings of such plants really indicated their curative powers that led to the properties of other herbs being discovered and a suggestive nomenclature being adopted for them, such as is found in the names eyebright, fleabane, cankerweed, hungergrass, stonebrake, etc. Lastly, in the fifth section of symbolical plants, we come to those which point to a time when symbols were expressed by letters, such as appear on the matragon lily, the true poetical hyacinth of the Greeks, on the petals of which are traced the woeful Ai, Ai, the expression of the grief of Phoebus at the death of fair Adonis. In the flower he weaved the sad impression of his sighs, which bears Ai, Ai, displayed in funeral characters. In this section are also included plants which exhibit in some portion of their structure typical markings, such as the astragalus, which in its root depicts the stars, the banana whose fruit when cut exhibits a representation of the Holy Cross, and the bracken fern, whose stem when sliced exhibits traces of letters which are sometimes used for the purpose of love divination. In Ireland, however, the Pteris aquilina is called the Fern of God because the people imagine that if the stem be cut into 3 sections, on the first of these sections will be seen the letter G, on the second O, and on the third D, forming the sacred word God. In the science of plant symbols, not only the names, but the forms, perfumes, and properties of plants have to be considered, as well as the numerical arrangements of their parts. Thus, of all sacred symbolical plants, those consisting of petals or calyx sepals, or leaves divided into the number 5, were formerly held in peculiar reverence, because among the races of antiquity, 5 was, for ages, a sacred number. The reason of this is thus explained by Bunsen. It is well known, he says, that the numeral 1, the undivided, the eternal, is placed in antithesis to all other numerals. The figure 4 included the perfect 10, as 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10, so 4 represents the all of the universe. Now if we put these together, 4 plus 1 will be the sign of the whole God universe. 3 is a number sacred to the most ancient as well as modern worship. Pythagoras called it the perfect number, expressive of beginning, middle, and end, and therefore he made it a symbol of deity. 3 therefore plays its role in plant symbology. Thus, the Emblica officinalis, one of the sacred plants of India, was once the exclusive property of the priests, who kept its medicinal virtues secret. It was held in peculiar reverence because of its flowers possessing a 6-parted calyx, 3 stamens combined, 3 dichotomous styles, a fleshy fruit, tricoccus, and 6-seeded, these being all the sacred or double number of 3. In later days, the shamrock or trefoil and the pansy or herb trinity were regarded as symbolizing the Trinity. Cruciform flowers are, at the present day, all regarded as of good omen, having been marked with the sign of the cross, and thus symbolizing redemption. The presence of flowers as symbols and language on the monuments of Assyria, Babylon, Egypt, India, and other countries of the past, and the graceful floral adornments sculptured on the temples of the Greco-Roman period, demonstrate how great a part flower and plant symbolism played in the early history of mankind. The Jews, learning the art from the Egyptians, preserved it in their midst and introduced plant emblems in their tabernacle, in their temple, and on the garments of the priests. Flowers with golden rays became symbols of the sun, and as the sun was the giver of life and warmth, the bringer of fertility, these symbolic flowers stood as symbol words for these great gifts. And gradually, all the mysterious phenomena connected with birth, reproduction, and fecundity were represented in plant, flower, and fruit symbolism. For not only were flowers early used as a pictorial language, but the priests made use of fruits, herbs, shrubs, and trees to symbolize light, life, warmth, and generation. Let us take a few examples. When, in the spring, church altars and fonts are piously adorned with white lilies, which are, in some countries, carried about, worn, and presented by ladies to each other in the month of May. Few of them, we may be sure, imagine that they are perpetuating the plant symbolism of the sun worship of ancient Egypt. Miss Marshall tells us that, in Catholic countries, the yellow anthers are carefully removed, their white filaments alone are left, not, as folks think, that the flower may remain pure white, but that the fecundating or male organs being removed, the lilies may be true flower symbols or visible words for pure virgins, for the white dawn as yet unwedded to the day, for the pure cold spring as yet yielding no blossoms and summer fruits. Of the flowers consecrated to their deities by the symbol worshipper of India and Egypt, the most prominent is the sacred lotus, whose leaf was the emblem and cradle of creative might. It was anciently revered in Egypt as it is now in Hindustan, Tibet, and Nepal, where the people believe it was in the consecrated bosom of this plant that Brahma was born, and that Osiris delights to float. From its peculiar organization, the lotus is virtually self-productive. Hence it became the symbol of the reproductive power of all nature, and was worshipped as a symbol of the all-creative power. The same floral symbolism occurs wherever in the northern hemisphere symbolic religion has prevailed. The sacred images of the Tartars, Japanese, and Indians are almost all represented as resting upon lotus leaves. The Chinese divinity, Puza, is seated in a lotus, and the Japanese god is represented sitting in a water lily. The onion was formerly held in the highest esteem as a religious symbol in the mysterious solemnities and divinations of the Egyptians and Hindus. In the first place, its delicate red veins and fibers rendered it an object of veneration, as typifying the blood, at the shedding of which the Hindu shudders. Secondly, it was regarded as an astronomical emblem, for on cutting through it, there appeared beneath the external coat a succession of orbs, one within another, in regular order, after the manner of revolving spheres. The rose has been made a symbolic flower in every age. In the East, it is the emblem of virtue and loveliness. The Egyptians made it a symbol of silence. The Romans regarded it as typical of festivity. In modern times, it is considered the appropriate symbol of beauty and love, the half-expanded bud representing the first dawn of the sublime passion, and the full-blown flower the maturity of perfect love. The asphodel, like the hyacinth of the ancients, was regarded as an emblem of grief and sorrow. The myrtle, from its being dedicated to Venus, was sacred as a symbol of love and beauty. White flowers were held to be typical of light and innocence and were consecrated to virgins. Somber and dark-foliaged plants were held to be typical of disaster and death. The floral symbols of the scriptures are worthy of notice. From the circumstance of Elijah having been sheltered from the persecutions of King Ahab by the juniper, that tree has become a symbol of succor or an asylum. The almond was an emblem of haste and vigilance to the Hebrew writers. With Eastern poets, however, it was regarded as a symbol of hope. Throughout the East, the aloe is regarded as a religious symbol and is greatly venerated. It is expressive of grief and bitterness and is religiously planted by the Mohammedans at the extremity of every grave. Burckhardt says that they call it by the Arabic name saber, signifying patience, a singularly appropriate name, for as the plant is evergreen, it whispers to those who mourn for the loved ones they have lost, patience in their affliction. The clover is another sacred plant symbol. St. Patrick chose it as an emblem of the Trinity when engaged in converting the Irish, who have ever since, in the shamrock, regarded it as a representative plant. The Druids thought very highly of the trefoil because its leaf symbolized the three departments of nature: the earth, the sea, and the heaven. But of all plant symbols, none can equal in beauty or sanctity the passion flower, the lovely blossom of which, when first met with by the Spanish conquerors of the New World, suggested to their enthusiastic imagination the story of our Savior's passion. The Jesuits professed to find in these several parts of the Maricat the crown of thorns, the scourge, the pillar, the sponge, the nails, and the 5 wounds, and they issued drawings representing the flower with its inflorescence, distorted to suit their statements regarding its almost miraculous character. John Parkinson, in his Paradisus Terrestris, 1629, gives a good figure of the Virginian species of the plant, as well as an engraving of the Jesuits' figure of the Maricock, Grandillus frutex indicus Christi passionis imago. But as a good Protestant, he feels bound to enter his protest against the superstitious regard paid to the flower by the Roman Catholics, and so he writes, "Some superstitious Jesuits would fain make men believe that in the flower of this plant are to be seen all the marks of our Saviour's passion, and therefore call it flos passionis, and to that end have caused figures to be drawn and painted with all the parts proportioned out, as thorns, nails, spear, whip, pillar, etc., in it, and as true as the sea burns, which you may well perceive by the true figure taken to the life of the plant, compared with the figure set forth by the Jesuits, which I have placed here likewise for everyone to see. But these be their advantageous lies, which with them are tolerable, or rather pious and meritorious, wherewith they use to instruct their people. But I dare say, God never willed his priests to instruct his people with lies, for they come from the devil, the author of them." In early times, it was customary in Europe to employ particular colors for the purpose of indicating ideas and feelings, and in France, where the symbolical meaning of colors was formed into a regular system, much importance was attached to the art of symbolizing by the selection of particular colors for dresses, ornaments, etc. In this way, flowers of various hues became the apt media of conveying ideas and feelings, and in the ages of chivalry, the enamored knight often indicated his passion by wearing a single blossom or posy of many-hued flowers. In the romance of Persephoret, a hat adorned with roses is celebrated as a favorite gift of love, and in Amadis de Gaul, the captive Oriana is represented as throwing to her lover a rose wet with tears as the sweetest pledge of her unalterable faith. Red was recognized as the color of love, and therefore the rose, on account of its tint, was a favorite emblem. Of the various allegorical meanings which were in the Middle Ages attached to this lovely flower, a description will be found in the celebrated Roman de la Rose, which was commenced in the year 1620 by Guillaume de Loris and finished 40 years later by Jean de Meung. In France, during the Middle Ages, flowers were much employed as emblems of love and friendship. At the banquet given in celebration of the marriage of Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, with the English Princess Margaret, several ingenious automata were introduced, one being a large unicorn bearing on its back a leopard, which held in one claw the standard of England, and on the other a daisy, or marguerite. The unicorn, having gone round all the tables, halted before the Duke, and one of the maîtres d'hôtel, taking the daisy from the leopard's claw, presented it with a complimentary address to the royal bridegroom. In the same country, an act of homage, unique in its kind, was paid to a lady in the early part of the 17th century. The Duke of Montesquieu, on obtaining the promise of the hand of Mademoiselle de Rambouillet, sent to her, according to custom, every morning till that fixed for the nuptials, a bouquet composed of the finest flowers of the season. But this was not all. On the morning of New Year's Day, 1634, the day appointed for the marriage, he laid upon her dressing table a magnificently bound folio volume, on the parchment leaves of which the most skillful artists of the day had painted from nature a series of the choicest flowers cultivated at that time in Europe. The first poets of Paris contributed the poetical illustrations, which were written by the cleverest penmen under the different flowers. The most celebrated of these madrigals, composed by Chapelain on the Crown Imperial, represented that superb flower as having sprung from the blood of Gustavus Adolphus, who fell in the battle of Lutzen, and thus paid, in the name of the Swedish hero, a delicate compliment to the bride, who was a professed admirer of his character. According to a statement published some years since, this magnificent volume, which was called, after the name of the lady, the Garland of Julia, was disposed of in 1784 at the sale of the Duc de la Valliere's effects for 15,510 livres, about £650, and was brought to England. The floral emblems of Shakespeare are evidence of the great poet's fondness for flowers and his delicate appreciation of their uses and similitudes. In A Winter's Tale, Perdita is made to present appropriate flowers to her visitors, symbolical of their various ages, but the most remarkable of Shakespeare's floral symbols occur where poor Ophelia is wearing, in her madness, fantastic garlands of wild flowers, denoting the bewildered state of her faculties. The order of these flowers runs thus, with the meaning of each term beneath. Crow flowers, fair maid, nettles, stung to the quick, daisies, her virgin bloom, long purples, under the cold hand of death. A fair maid stung to the quick, her virgin bloom under the cold hand of death. Probably no wreath could have been selected more truly typifying the sorrows of this beautiful victim of disappointed love and filial sorrow. The most noted code of floral signs, as used by a language by the Turkish and Greek women in the Levant and by the African females on the coast of Barbary, was introduced into Western Europe by Lady Mary Wortley Montagu and La Mortray, the companion in exile of Charles XII, and obtained in France and England much popularity as the Turkish language of flowers. This language is said to be much employed in the Turkish harems, where the women practice it either for the sake of mere diversion in their seclusion or for carrying on secret communication. In France and Germany, the language of flowers has taken deep root, and in our own country the poetic symbolisms of Shakespeare, Chaucer, Herrick, Drayton, and others of the earlier bards laid the groundwork for the very complete system of floral emblemism, or language of flowers, which we now possess. A great many works have been published, containing floral codes or dictionaries. Most of these, however, possess but little merit as expositions of old symbols or traditions, and have been compiled principally from modern sources. An ancient floral vocabulary taken from Deyerbach's Flora Mythologica die Greken und Römer and an approved modern English Dictionary of Flowers are appended in order to make this portion of our subject complete. Ancient floral vocabulary. Absinthe, the bitterness and torments of love. Acacia, love pure and platonic. Acanthus, love of fine arts. Althea, exquisite sweetness. Amaranth, fidelity and constancy. Anemone, abandonment. Angelica, gentle melancholy. Argentine, ingenuity. Aster, elegance. Balsam, impatience. Basil, poverty. Betony, emotion and surprise. Bindweed, coquetry. Bluet, clearness and light. Box, firmness and stoicism. Bramble, injustice and envy. Burdock, importunity. Buttercup, sarcasm. Calendula, anxiety. Camellia, constancy and steadfastness. Carrot, good character. Cinquefoil, maternal love. Colchicum, bad character. Cypress, mourning and grief. Dahlia, sterile abundance. Daisy, Easter, candor and innocence. Dandelion, oracle. Darnel, vice. digitalis, work, dittany, discretion, elder, humility, ephemeris, transient happiness, everlasting flower, constancy, fennel, merit, fern, confidence, forget-me-not, faithful remembrance, foxglove, adulation, fuchsia, amiability, fumitory, hatred, geranium, folly, hawthorn, sweet hope, heliotrope, eternal love, hellebore, wit, hemlock, perfidy, holly, defense, honeysuckle, bond of affection, hyacinth, amenity, hydrangea, coldness, iris, indifference, ivy, attachment, jasmine, amiability, jonquil, amorous languor, jujube tree, relief, larkspur, open heart, laurel, victory and glory, lavender, silence, lilac, first troubles of love, lily, purity and majesty, maidenhair, bond of love, marjoram, consolation, marvel of Peru, flame of love, mallow, maternal tenderness, mint, wisdom and virtue, milfoil, cure and recovery, moonwort, bad payment, myrtle, love, narcissus, self-esteem and fatuity, nettle, cruelty, olive, peace, orange tree, virginity, generosity, peony, shame, periwinkle, unalterable friendship, pineapple, perfection, pink, pure and ardent love, poppy, sleep, privet, youth, rose, beauty and love, rosemary, power of rekindling extinct energy, rue, fecundity of fields, sage, esteem, sensitive plant, modesty, solanum, prodigality, spindle tree, ineffaceable memory, strawberry, intoxication, delight, thyme, spontaneous emotion, trefoil, uncertainty, tulip, grandeur, valerian, readiness, vervain, pure affection, viburnum, coolness, violet, modesty. A dictionary of flowers. Acacia, friendship. Acacia rose, elegance. Acanthus, the arts. Achillea millifolia, war. Adonis, flos, painful recollections. Agrimony, thankfulness. Almond tree, indiscretion. Aloe, grief. Amaranth, immortality. Amaryllis, pride. Anemone, forsaken. Anemone field, sickness. Angelica, inspiration. Angric, royalty. Apple blossom, preference. Ash tree, grandeur. Asphodel, my regrets follow you to the grave. Aster, China, variety. Afterthought. Balm of Gilead, cure. Gentle, joking. Balsam, impatience. Barberry, sourness of temper. Basil, hate. Beech, prosperity. Bilberry, treachery. Bladdernut, frivolous amusement. Borage, bluntness. Box tree, stoicism. Bramble, envy. Broom, humility and neatness. Buckbean, calm repose. bug loss, falsehood, bulrush, indiscretion, burdock, touch me not, buttercup, ingratitude, cactus Virginia, horror, Canterbury bell, constancy, catchfly, snare, champignon, suspicion, cherry tree, good education, chestnut tree, do me justice, chicory, frugality, cinquefoil, beloved daughter, cercaea, spell, clematis, artifice, clotbur, rudeness, clove tree, dignity, columbine, folly, convolvulus, night, coriander, hidden merit, corn, riches, corn bottle, delicacy, cornel cherry, durability, cowslip, American, you are my divinity, cress, resolution, crown imperial, power, cuscuta, meanness, cypress, mourning, daffodil, self-love, daisy, innocence, garden, I share your sentiments, wild daisy, I will think of it, dandelion, the rustic oracle, yellow daylily, coquetry, dittany, childbirth, dock, patience, daughter, meanness, ebony tree, blackness, eglantine, poetry, fennel, strength, fig, longevity, fir tree, elevations, flax, I feel your kindness, flower de luce, flame, forget me not, fraxinella, fire, fuller's teasel, misanthropy, geranium, deceit, oak-leaved, true friendship, silver-leaved, recall, penciled leaf, ingenuity, rose-scented, preference, scarlet, stupidity, sorrowful, melancholy mind, wild, steadfast piety, grass, utility, hawthorn, hope, hazel, peace, reconciliation, heart's ease, think of me, heath, solitude, Peruvian heliotrope, devoted attachment, helenium, tears, hepatica, confidence, holly, foresight, hollyhock, ambition, honeysuckle, generous and devoted affection, hop, injustice, hornbeam, ornament, horse chestnut, luxury, hortensia, you are cold, hyacinth, game, play, ice plant, your looks freeze me, epomia, I attach myself to you, iris, message, ivy, friendship, jasmine, amiability, Carolina jasmine, separation, jonquil, desire, juniper, protection, larch, boldness, larkspur, lightness, laurel, glory, laurestinus, I die if neglected, lavender, mistrust, dead leaves, sadness, melancholy, lilac, first emotions of love, white lilac, youth, lily, majesty, lily of the valley, return of happiness, linden tree, conjugal love, liverwort, confidence, London pride, frivolity, lotus, eloquence, lucerne, life, matter, calumny, maidenhair, secrecy, mallow, beneficence, manchineel tree, falsehood, maple, reserve, mandrake, rarity, marigold, grief, prophetic marigold, prediction, and cypress, despair. Marvel of Peru, timidity. Meadow saffron, my best days are past. Mazirion, coquetry, desire to please. Mignonette, your qualities surpass your charms. Milkwort, hermitage. Mistletoe, I surmount all difficulties. Moonwort, forgetfulness. Moss, maternal love. Black mulberry tree, I shall not survive you. White mulberry tree, wisdom. Musk plant, weakness. Myrobalan, privation. Myrtle, love. Narcissus, self-love. Nettle, cruelty. Bittersweet nightshade, truth. Enchanter's nightshade, spell. Nosegay, gallantry. Oak, hospitality. Olive, peace. Spider ophrys, skill. Orange flower, chastity. Orange flower tree, generosity. Bee orchis, error. Palm, victory. Parsley, festivity. Passion flower, faith. Peony, shame, bashfulness. Peppermint, warmth of feeling. Periwinkle, tender recollections. Pineapple, you are perfect. Pink, pure love. Yellow pink, disdain. Plane tree, genius. Plum tree, keep your promises. Wild plum tree, independence. Black poplar, courage. White poplar, time. Poppy, consolation. Sleep. White poppy, my bane, my antidote. Potato, beneficence. Primrose, childhood. Evening primrose, inconstancy. Privet, prohibition. Quince, temptation. Ranunculus, you are radiant with charms. Reeds, music. Rose, love. 100-leaved rose, grace. Monthly rose, beauty ever new. Musk rose, capricious beauty. Single rose, simplicity. White rose, silence. Withered rose, fleeting beauty. Yellow rose, infidelity. Rosebud, a young girl. A white rosebud, a heart unacquainted with love. Rosemary, your presence revives me. Wild rue, morals. Rush, docility. Saffron, beware of excess. Sage, esteem. Shaking sainfoin, agitation. St. John's wort, superstition. Sardonia, irony. Sensitive plant, chastity. Snapdragon, presumption. Snowdrop, hope. Wood sorrel, joy. Speedwell, fidelity. Spindle tree, your charms are engraven on my heart. Star of Bethlehem, purity. Stock, lasting beauty. 10-week stock, promptness. Stonecrop, tranquility. Broken straw, rupture of a contract. Whole straw, union. Strawberry, perfection. Sunflower, false riches. Sweet Sultan, happiness. Sweet William, finesse. Sycamore, curiosity. Syringa, fraternal love. Wild tansy, I declare war against you. Tendrils of creepers, ties. Thistle, surliness. Thorn apple, deceitful charms. Thrift, sympathy. Time, activity. Tremella nostoc, resistance. Truffle, surprise. Tuberose, dangerous pleasures. Tulip, declaration of love. Sweet-scented tusilage, justice shall be done to you. Valerian, an accommodating disposition. Greek valerian, rupture. Venus's looking glass, flattery. Veronica, fidelity. Vervain, enchantment. Vine, intoxication. Violet, modesty. White violet, innocence, candor. Wallflower, fidelity in misfortune. Walnut, stratagem. Whortleberry, treachery. Weeping willow, mourning. Wormwood, absence. Yew, sorrow. In the chapter on magic plants will be found a list of plants used by maidens and their lovers for the purpose of divination, and in Part 2, under the respective headings of the plants thus alluded to, will be found described the several modes of divination. This practice of love divination, it will be seen, is not altogether unconnected with the symbolical meaning or language of flowers, and therefore it is here again adverted to. In many countries, it is customary to pluck off the petals of the marigold or some other flower of similar nature, while certain words are repeated for the purpose of divining the character of an individual. Goethe, in his tragedy of Faust, has touched upon this rustic superstition and makes Margaret pluck off the leaves of a flower, at the same time alternately repeating the words, he loves me not." On coming to the last leaf, she joyously exclaims, "He loves me," and Faust says, "Let this flower pronounce the decree of heaven." And with scarlet poppies around like a bower, the maiden found her mystic flower. "Now, gentle flower, I pray thee tell, if my lover loves me and loves me well. So may the fall of the morning dew keep the sun from fading thy tender blue. Now must I number the leaves for my lot. He loves me not, he loves me not. He loves me, ah, yes, thou last leaf, yes, I'll pluck thee not far for that last sweet guess. He loves me, yes, a dear voice sighed, and her lover stands by Margaret's side." Miss Landon. In some places, the following mode of floral divination is resorted to. The lover, male or female, who wishes to ascertain the character of the beloved one, draws by lot one of the following flowers, the symbolical meaning attached to which will give the information desired. 1. Ranunculus, enterprising. 2. Wild pink, silly. 3. Auricula, base. 4. Blue cornflower, loquacious. 5. Wild orac, lazy. 6. Daisy, gentle. 7. Tulip, ostentatious. 8. Jonquil, obstinate. 9. Orange flower, hasty. 10. Rose, submissive. 11. Amaranth, arbitrary. 12. Stock, avaricious. 13. Spanish, passionate. 14. Asphodel, languishing. 15. Tricolor, selfish. 16. Tuberose, ambitious. 17. Jasmine, cheerful. 18. Heart's ease, delicate. 19. Lily, sincere. 20. Fritillary, coquettish. 21. Snapdragon, presumptuous. 22. Carnation, capricious. 23. Marigold, jealous. 24. Everlasting flower, constant. Chapter 16. Funeral trees and plants. The association of certain trees and plants with death and its gloomy surroundings dates from a period remote and shadowy in its antiquity. Allusions to it are found in the most ancient writings and records, and through one of these, the Sanskrit Mahabharata, we learn that Pitamaha, the great creator, after having created the world, reposed under the tree Salmali, the leaves of which the winds cannot stir. One of the Sanskrit names applied to this tree is Kantakadruma, tree of thorns, and on account of the great size and strength of its spines, it is stated to have been placed as a tree of punishment in the infernal regions, and to have been known as the tree of Yama, the Hindu god of death. Yama is also spoken of as the dispenser of the ambrosia of immortality, which flows from the fruit of the celestial tree in paradise, Ficus indica, and which is known in India as the tree dear to Yama. As king of the spirits of the departed, Yama dwells near the tree. Hel, the Scandinavian goddess of death, has her abode among the roots of Yggdrasil, by the side of one of the fountains. Mimir, who, according to the Scandinavian mythology, gives his name to the fountain of life, is also the king of the dead. The ancients entertained the belief that, on the road traversed by the souls of the departed, there grew a certain tree, the fruit of which was the symbol of eternal life. In the Elysian fields, where dwelt the spirits of the virtuous in the gloomy regions reigned over by Pluto, whole plains were covered with asphodel, flowers which were placed by the Greeks and Romans on the graves of the departed as symbolic of the future life. In France, at the beginning of the Christian era, the faithful, with some mystical idea, were wont to scatter on the bottom of coffins, beneath the corpses, seeds of various plants, probably to typify life from the dead. The belief in a future existence doubtless led to the custom of planting trees on tombs, especially the cypress, which was regarded as typical both of life and death. The tree growing over the grave, one can easily imagine, was looked upon by the ancient races as an emblem of the soul of the departed become immortal. Evelyn remarks on this point that trees and perennial plants are the most natural and instructive hieroglyphics of our expected resurrection and immortality, and that they conduce to the meditation of the living and the removal of their cogitations from the sphere of vanity and worldliness. This observant writer descants upon the predilection exhibited by the early inhabitants of the world for burial beneath trees, and points out that the venerable Deborah was interred under an oak at Bethel, and that the bones of Saul and his 3 sons were buried under the oak at Jabesh Gilead. He tells us also that one use made by the ancients of sacred groves was to place in their nemorous shades the bodies of their dead, and that he had read of some nations whose people were wont to hang not only malefactors, but also their departed friends, and those whom they most esteemed, upon trees, as being so much nearer to heaven and dedicated to God, believing it far more honorable than to be buried in the earth. He adds that the same is affirmed of other septentrional people, and points out that Propertius seems to allude to some such custom in the following lines. The gods forbid my bones in the high road should lie by every wandering vulgar trod. Thus buried lovers are to scorn exposed. My tomb in some by arbor be enclosed. The ancients were wont to hang their criminals either to barren trees or to those dedicated to the infernal gods, and we find that in Mondeville's time the practice of hanging corpses on trees existed in the Indies, or, at any rate, on an island which he describes as being called Caphalos. He gives a sketch of a tree, probably a palm, with a man suspended from it, and remarks that men of that country, when here friends ben seek, they hangen hem upon trees, and saying that it is better than brides, that ben angels of God, eaten hem than the foul worms of the earth. We have in a previous chapter seen that among the Bengalese there still exists the practice of hanging sickly infants in baskets upon trees and leaving them there to die. Certain of the wild tribes of India, the Puharis, for example, when burying their infants, place them in earthen pots and strew leaves over them. These pots they deposit at the foot of trees, sometimes covering them over with brushwood. Similar burial is given to those who die of measles or smallpox. The corpse is placed at the foot of a tree and left in the underwood or heather, covered with leaves and branches. In about a year, the parents repair to the grave tree, and there, beneath its boughs, take part in a funeral feast. Grotius states that the Greeks and Romans believed that spirits and ghosts of men delighted to wander and appear in the somber depths of groves devoted to the sepulture of the departed, and on account Plato gave permission for trees to be planted over graves. As Evelyn states, to obumbrate and refresh them. Since then, the custom of planting trees in places devoted to the burial of the dead has become universal, and the trees thus selected have, in consequence, come to be regarded as funereal. As a general rule, the trees to which this funereal signification has been attached are those of a pendant or weeping character, and those which are distinguished by their dark and somber foliage, black berries and fruits, and melancholy-looking blossoms. Others, again, have been planted in God's acre on account of the symbolical meaning attached to their form or nature. Thus, whilst the aloe, the yew, and the cypress are suggestive of life from their perpetual verdure, they typify in floral symbology, respectively, grief, sorrow, and mourning. The bay is an emblem of the resurrection, inasmuch as, according to St. Thomas Browne, when to all outward appearance it is dead and withered, it will unexpectedly revive from the root, and its dry leaves resume their pristine vitality. Evergreen trees and shrubs, whose growth is like a pyramid or spire, the apex of which points heavenward, are deemed emblematic of eternity, and as such are fitly classed among funereal trees. The arbor vitae and the cypress are examples. The weeping birch and willow, and the Australian casuarina, with their foliage mournfully bending to the earth, fitly find their place in churchyards as personifications of woe. The yew tree has been considered an emblem of mourning from a very early period. The Greeks adopted the idea from the Egyptians, the Romans from the Greeks, and the Britons from the Romans. From long habits of association, the yew acquired a sacred character, and therefore was considered as the best and most appropriate ornament of consecrated ground. Hence, in England, it became the custom to plant yews in churchyards, despite the ghastly superstition attached to these trees that they prey upon the dead who lie beneath their somber shade. Moreover, our forefathers were particularly careful in preserving this funereal tree, whose branches it was at one time usual to carry in solemn procession to the grave, and afterwards to deposit therein under the bodies of departed friends. The custom of planting yew trees singly in churchyards is also one of considerable antiquity. Statius, in his 6th Thebaid, calls it the solitary yew. Leyden thus apostrophizes this funeral tree. Now more I love thee, melancholy yew, whose still green leaves in silence wave above the peasant's rude unhonored grave, which oft thou moistenest with the morning dew. To thee the sad, to thee the weary fly, they rest in peace beneath thy sacred gloom. Thou sole companion of the lonely tomb, no leaves but thine in pity over them sigh. Lo, now to fancy's gaze thou seemest to spread thy shadowy boughs to shroud me with the dead. The mountain ash is to be found in most Welsh churchyards, where it has been planted, not as a funeral tree, but as a defense against evil spirits. In Montgomeryshire, it is customary to rest the corpse on its way to the churchyard under one of these trees of good omen. William Cullen Bryant, the American poet, has left us a graceful description of an English churchyard. Erewhile on England's pleasant shores our sires left not their churchyards unadorned with shades or blossoms, and indulgent to the strong and natural dread of a man's last home, the grave. Its frost and silence they disposed around, too sadly on life's close, the forms and hues of vegetable beauty, then the yew, green even amid the snows of winter, told of immortality. And gracefully the willow a perpetual mourner drooped, and there the gadding woodbine crept about, and there the ancient ivy. The walnut tree, of which it is said that the shadow brings death, is in some countries considered a funeral tree. In India, they call the tamarisk Yamadutika, messenger of Yama, the Indian god of death, and the Bombax hedophyllum Yamadruma, the tree of Yama. The elm and the oak, although not strictly funeral trees, are connected with the grave by reason of their wood being used in the construction of coffins at the present day, just as cypress and cedar wood used to be employed by the ancients. And while the abounding elm may grow in field and hedge so rife, in forest, copse, and wooded park, and mid the city's strife, for every hour that passes by shall end a human life. Hood. Brambles are used to bind down graves. Ivy, as an evergreen and a symbol of friendship, is planted to run over the last resting place of those we love. In Persia, it is the basil tuft that waves its fragrant blossoms over tombs and graves. In Tripoli, roses, myrtle, orange, and jasmine are planted round tombs, and a large bouquet of flowers is usually fastened at the head of the coffins of females. Upon the death of a Moorish lady of quality, every place is filled with fresh flowers and burning perfumes, and at the head of the body is placed a large bouquet. The mausoleum of the royal family is filled with immense wreaths of fresh flowers, and generally tombs are dressed with festoons of choice blossoms. The Chinese plant roses, a species of licorice, and the anemone on their graves. The Indians attribute a funereal character to the fragrant flowers of the sacred champak, Michelia champaca. The ancients planted the asphodel around the tombs of the deceased, in the belief that the seeds of this plant, and those of the mallow, afforded nourishment to the dead. The Greeks employed the rose to decorate the tombs of the dead, and the floral decorations were frequently renewed, under the belief that this bush was potent to protect the remains of the departed one. Anacreon alludes to this practice in one of his odes. When pain afflicts and sickness grieves, its juice the drooping heart relieves, and after death its odors shed a pleasing fragrance over the dead. The Romans also were so partial to the rose that we find, by old inscriptions at Ravenna and Milan, that codicils in the wills of the deceased directed that their tombs should be planted with the Queen of Flowers, a practice said to have been introduced by them into England. Camden speaks of the churchyards in his time as thickly planted with rose trees. Aubrey notices a custom at Ockley, in Surrey, of planting roses on the graves of lovers. And Evelyn, who lived at Watton Place, not far distant, mentions the same practice. In Wales, white roses mark the graves of the young and of the unmarried females, whilst red roses are placed over anyone distinguished for benevolence of character. All nations at different periods seem to have been delighted to deck the graves of their departed relatives with garlands of flowers, emblems at once of beauty and quick fading into death. With fairest flowers, while summer lasts and I live here, Fidel, I'll sweeten thy sad grave, thou shalt not lack the flower that's like thy face, pale primrose, nor the azured harebell like thy veins, no, nor the leaf of eglantine, which, not to slander, out-sweetened not thy breath. Shakespeare, Cymbeline, Act 4. The flowers strewed over graves by the Greeks were the amaranth, myrtle, and polyanthus. The practice was reprobated by the primitive Christians, but in Prudentius's time they had adopted it, and it is expressly mentioned both by St. Ambrose and St. Jerome. The flowers so used were deemed typical of the dead. To the young were assigned the blossoms of spring and summer, to middle-aged, aromatic herbs and branches of primeval trees. Amaranthus was employed by the Thessalians to decorate the grave of Achilles, and Electra is represented as uttering the complaint that the tomb of her father Agamemnon had not been adorned with myrtle. With no libations, nor with myrtle boughs, were my dear father's manes gratified. Virgil, when recounting the sorrow of Anchises at the loss of Marcellus, causes him to exclaim, "Full canisters of fragrant lilies bring, mixed with the purple roses of the spring. Let me with funeral flowers his body strew." In Germany, and in the German cantons of Switzerland, the custom of decking graves is very common. The dianthus is a favorite flower for this purpose in Upper Germany. In the beautiful little churchyard at Schweitz, almost every grave is entirely covered with pinks. The cemetery of Père Lachaise near Paris exhibits proof of the extent to which the custom of decking graves is preserved even by a metropolitan population and among persons of some rank. Numerous shops in the neighborhood of this cemetery are filled with garlands of immortelles, or everlasting flowers, which are purchased on fête days and anniversaries and placed on the graves. The branches of box, or bois béni, which are used in the place of palms and palm leaves, are frequently stuck over graves in France. Fair flowers in sweet succession should arise through the long, blooming year above the grave. Spring breezes will breathe gentler over the turf, and summer glance with mildest, meekest beam. To cherish piety's dear offerings, there rich sounds of autumn ever shall be heard. Mysterious, solemn music waked by winds to hymn the closing year, and when the touch of sullen winter blights the last gem that bloomed around the tomb, oh, there should be the polished and enduring laurel. There the green and glittering ivy and all plants, all hues and forms, delicious that adorn, that rheumel reign and often waken hopes refreshing. Let eternal verdure clothe the silent fields where rest the honored dead, while mute affection comes and lingers round with slow soft step and pensive pause and sigh, all holy. Carrington. In Egypt, basil is scattered over the tombs by the women, who repair to the sepulchres of the dead twice or thrice every week to pray and weep over the departed. In Italy, the periwinkle, called by the peasantry fior di morto, or death's flower, is used to deck their children who die in infancy. In Norway, branchlets of juniper and fir are used at funerals and exhibited in houses in order to protect the inhabitants from the visitation of evil spirits. The Freemasons of America scatter sprays of acacia, robinia, on the coffins of brethren. In Switzerland, a funeral wreath for a young maiden is composed of hawthorn, myrtle, and orange blossom. In the south of France, chaplets of white roses and orange blossom are placed in the coffins of the young. The Greeks and Romans crowned the dead with flowers, and the mourners wore them at the funeral ceremonies. It should be mentioned that the Romans did not generally bury their dead before the time of Antoninus. The bodies of the dead were burnt, and the ashes placed in an urn. The funeral pyre of the ancients consisted of cypress, yew, fir, and other trees and shrubs. The friends of the deceased stood by during the cremation, throwing incense on the fire and libations of wine. The bones and ashes were afterwards collected, cleansed, mixed with precious ointments, and enclosed in funeral urns. Agamemnon is described by Homer in the Odyssey as informing Achilles how this ceremony had been performed upon him. But when the flames your body had consumed, with oils and odors we your bones perfumed, and washed with unmixed wine. Virgil, in describing the self-sacrifice by fire of Dido, speaks thus of the necessary preparations. The fatal pile they rear, within the secret court exposed in air. The cloven holms and pines are heaped on high, and garlands in the hollow spaces lie. Sad cypress, vervain, yew compose the wreath, and every baleful flower denoting death. The repast set apart by custom for the dead consisted of lettuces and beans. It was customary among the ancients to offer poppies as a propitiation to the manes of the dead. The Romans celebrated festivals in honor of the spirits of the departed, called Lemuria, where beans were cast into the fire on the altar. The people also threw black beans on the graves of the deceased, or burnt them, as the smell was supposed to be disagreeable to the manes. In Italy, at the present day, it is customary to eat beans and to distribute them among the poor on the anniversary of a death. The practice of embalming the bodies of their dead, which was universal among the ancient Egyptians, had its origin, according to Diodorus, in the desire of the wealthy to be able to contemplate, in the midst of luxurious appointments, the features of their ancestors. Several times a year, the mummies were brought out of the splendid chambers they were kept. Incense was burnt over them, and sweet-scented oil was poured over their heads, and carefully wiped off by a priest, called in expressly to officiate. Herodotus has given us a description of the Egyptian method of embalming. The brains having first been extracted through the nostrils by means of a curved iron probe, the head was filled with drugs. Then, with a sharp Ethiopian stone, an incision was made in the side, through which the intestines were drawn out, and the cavity was filled with powdered myrrh, cassia, and other perfumes, frankincense excepted. Thus prepared, the body was sewn up, kept in natron, sesquicarbonate of soda, for 70 days, and then swathed in fine linen, smeared with gum, and finally placed in a wooden case made in the shape of a man. This was the best and most expensive style of embalming. A cheaper mode consisted in injecting oil of cedar into the body without removing the intestines, whilst for the poorer classes, the body was merely cleansed, subjecting it in both cases to a natron bath, which completely dried the flesh. The Jews borrowed the practice of embalming from the Egyptians. For St. Mark records that, after the death of our Savior, Nicodemus brought a mixture of myrrh and aloes, about 100-pound weight. Then they took the body of Jesus and wound it in linen clothes with these spices, as the manner of Jews is to bury. Old English funeral customs. In England, there long prevailed an old custom of carrying garlands before the bier of youthful beauty, which were afterwards strewed over her grave. In Hamlet, the queen, scattering flowers over the grave of Ophelia, says, "Sweets to the sweet, farewell. I hoped thy bride bed to have decked, sweet maid, and not have strewed thy grave." The practice of planting and scattering flowers over graves is noticed by Gay, who says, "Upon her grave the rosemary they threw, the daisy, butterflower, and endive blue." Rosemary was considered an emblem of faithful remembrance. Thus Ophelia says, "There's rosemary for you, that's for remembrance. Pray you, love, remember." Probably this was the reason that the plant was carried by the followers at a funeral in former days, a custom noticed by the poet in the following lines. To show their love, the neighbors far and near followed with wistful look the damsel's bier. Sprigged rosemary the lads and lasses bore, while dismally the parson walked before. It is still customary in some parts of England to distribute rosemary among the company at a funeral, who frequently throws sprigs of it into the grave. Wordsworth introduces in one of his smaller poems an allusion to a practice which still prevails in the north of England. The basin of boxwood, just 6 months before, had stood on the table at Timothy's door. A coffin through Timothy's threshold had passed. One child did it bear, and that child was his last. It is stated in a note that, in several parts of the north of England, when a funeral takes place, a basin full of sprigs of boxwood is placed at the door of the house from which the coffin is taken up. Each person who attends the funeral ordinarily takes a sprig of this boxwood and throws it into the grave of the deceased. Pepys mentions a churchyard near Southampton, where, in the year 1662, the graves were all sown with sage. Unfortunate lovers had garlands of yew, willow, and rosemary laid on their biers. Thus we read in the Maid's Tragedy, "Lay a garland on my hearse of the dismal yew, maidens, willow branches bear. Say that I died true. My love was false, but I was firm. From my hour of birth, upon my buried body lie, lightly, gentle earth." It was an old English custom at the funeral of a virgin for a young woman to precede the coffin in the procession, carrying on her head a variegated garland of flowers and sweet herbs. 6 young girls surrounded the bier and strewed flowers along the streets to the place of burial. It was also formerly customary to carry garlands of sweet flowers at the funeral of dear friends and relatives, and not only to strew them on the coffin, but to plant them permanently on the grave. This pleasing practice, which gave the churchyard a picturesque appearance, owed its origin to the ancient belief that paradise is planted with fragrant and beautiful flowers, a conception which is alluded to in the legend of Sir Owen, where the celestial paradise, which is reached by the blessed after their passage through purgatory, is thus described. "Fair were her arbors with flowers, rose and lily diverse colors, primrose and parvink, mint, feverfoy, and eglantur, Columbin and mother were, than any man bethink, it birth herbs of other manner than any in earth groweth here. Though that is best of Prius, evermore thy green springeth, for winter no sooner it us cloyeth, and sweeter than licorice." In South Wales, the custom of planting and ornamenting graves is noticed by Brand in his Popular Antiquities as being very common. He tells us that in Glamorgan, many churchyards have something like the splendor of a rich and various parterre. Besides this, it is usual to strew the graves with flowers and evergreens, within the church as well as out of it, at least thrice a year, on the same principle of delicate respect as the stones are whitened. No flowers or evergreens are permitted to be planted on graves, but such as are sweet-scented. The pink and polyanthus, sweet williams, gilliflowers and carnations, mignonette, thyme, hyssop, chamomile, and rosemary make up the pious decoration of this consecrated garden. Turnsols, peonies, the African marigold, the anemone, and some other flowers, though beautiful, should never be planted on graves because they are not sweet-scented. The prejudice against old maids and old bachelors subsists among the Welsh in a very marked degree, so that their graves have not unfrequently been planted by some satirical neighbors, not only with rue, but with thistles, nettles, henbane, and other noxious weeds. In Glamorganshire, the old custom is still retained of strewing the bed whereon a corpse rests with fragrant flowers. In the south of England, a chaplet of white roses is borne before the corpse of a maiden by a young girl nearest in age and resemblance to the deceased, and afterwards hung up over her accustomed seat at church. Plants as death portents. Though scarcely to be characterized as funereal, there are some plants which have obtained a sinister reputation as either predicting death themselves or being associated in some manner with fatal portents. Manhart tells us of a gloomy Swiss tradition dating from the 15th century, which relates that the 3 children of a bootmaker of Basel having each in their garden a favorite tree, carefully studied the inflorescence during Lent. As the result of their close observation, the two sisters, Adelaide and Catherine, saw from the characteristics of the blossoms that they were predestined to enter a convent, whilst the boy, Jean, attentively watched the development of a red rose, which predicted his entry into the church and his subsequent martyrdom. As a matter of fact, it is said he was martyred at Prague by the Hussites. The Greeks regarded parsley as a funereal herb and were fond of strewing the tombs of their dead with it. Hence it came in time to be thought a plant of evil augury, and those who were on the point of death were commonly spoken of as being in need of parsley. Something of this association of parsley with death is still to be found in Devonshire, where a belief exists that to transplant parsley is an offense against the guardian spirit who watches over the parsley beds, surely to be punished, either by misfortune or death, on the offender himself or some member of his family within a year. In the Siebenbergen of Saxony, the belief exists that at the moment when an infant dies in the house, death passes like a shadow into the garden, and there plucks a flower. In Italy, the red rose is considered to be an emblem of an early death, and it is thought to be an evil omen if its leaves are perchance scattered on the ground. An apt illustration of this belief is found in the tragic story of poor Miss Ray, who was murdered at the piazza entrance of Covent Garden Theatre by a man named Hackman on April 7, 1779. Just prior to starting with her friend Mrs. Lewis for the theatre, a beautiful rose fell from her bosom to the ground. She stooped to regain it, but at her touch the red leaves scattered themselves on the carpet, leaving the bare stalk in her hand. The unfortunate girl, who had been depressed in spirits before, was evidently affected by the incident, and said nervously, "I trust I am not to consider this as an evil omen." Soon rallying, however, she cheerfully asked Mrs. Lewis to be sure, and met her after the theatre, a request the fulfillment of which was prevented by her untimely fate. Shakespeare has recorded that the withering of the bay was looked upon as a certain omen of death, and it is an old fancy that if a fir tree be struck, withered, or burnt with lightning, the owner will soon after be seized with a mortal illness. Herrick, in his Hesperides, alludes to the daffodil as being, under certain circumstances, a death portent. "When a daffodil I see, hanging down her head towards me, guess I may what I must be. First, I shall decline my head. Secondly, I shall be dead. Lastly, safely buried." In Northamptonshire, a belief exists that if an apple tree blooms after the fruit is ripe, it surely portends death. A bloom upon the apple tree when the apples are ripe is a sure termination to somebody's life. In Devonshire, it is considered very unlucky to plant a bed of lilies of the valley, as the person who does this will, in all probability, die before 12 months have expired, and in the same county, a plentiful season for hazelnuts is believed to portend unusual mortality. Hence the saying, "Many nits, or nuts, many pits, or graves." Sloes are also sometimes associated with this portent, as another version of the rhyme runs, "Many sloes, many groans, many nits, many pits." It is thought very unlucky in Sussex to use green brooms in May, and an old saying is current in the same county that, "If you sweep the house with broom in May, you'll sweep the head of that house away." In West Sussex, there exists the strange idea that if anyone eats a blackberry after Old Michaelmas Day, October 10th, death or disaster will alight either on the eater or his kinsfolk before the year is out. In some parts of England, a superstition exists that if, in a row of beans, one should chance to come up white instead of green, a death will occur in the family within the year. In certain English counties, there is a superstitious dread that if a drill go from one end of the field to the other without depositing any seed, some person on the farm will die, either before the year is out or before the crop then sown is reaped. There is a very ancient belief that if every vestige of the Christmas decorations is not removed from the church before Candlemas Day, February 2nd, there will be a death during the year in the family occupying the pew where perchance a leaf or a berry has been left. Herrick has alluded to this superstitious notion in his Hesperides. "Down with the rosemary, and so, down with the bays and mistletoe, down with the holly, ivy all, wherewith ye dress the Christmas hall, that so the superstitious find not one least branch left there behind. For look, How many leaves there be, neglected there, maids, trust to me, so many goblins you shall see.